Program guide
is brought to you by
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
Program guide.
It's always been a part of me, a part of life, yeah.
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
We always dress up for that party or event. Style is everything, but it's the detail that makes you stand out. Look, watch, and borrow.
This outfit is so painful.
It's already too bright.
Oh my god, I'm not gonna wear that.
Some people would say this is color blocking, but at times we don't get it right.
This was not a dress for you.
But the shoes do not match. Avoid the tight shorts.
That's why we're here.
I mean, you look at her in that picture. It's like she's like, "Hi, peasants."
I'll date him tomorrow. I was like,
Yellow, yellow, yellow. She's still in yellow. I mean, we need to see a change.
this is your #1 show, The Style Project, every Friday at 7:30 p.m.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say there shortly. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
Watching Morning at NTV.
Well, in the words of Thomas Jefferson, the 3rd U.S. president who ruled from 1743 to 1826, he said, "I have no ambition to govern men. It is a painful and thankless office." I am not too sure if any of the presidential aspirants who were nominated yesterday felt that way. My name is Mebo Keberunji. Great to have your company this 4th day of November. It is a Wednesday, 2015, as we expect another day full of excitement for some people, disturbance for others in and around parts of Kampala. We'll head straight into the news right after this.
You're watching watching Morning at NTV.
We will be bringing you live broadcasts of the nomination exercise as it happens at Nambole Stadium. Well, on day one of the two-day nomination exercise, the Electoral Commission certified 3 presidential candidates to contest in next year's general election. The 3, the incumbent President Museveni, former Prime Minister Mama Mbabazi, and former Makerere University Vice Chancellor Professor Venantius Baryamureeba, were cleared to proceed with campaigns that begin on 9th November. But the President of the Ecological Party of Uganda, Charles Bale Lwanga, suffered an early setback when he was turned away for not having the required documents. And as Sheila Nduhuchile reports, former presidential advisor Nasantege Sebagala, who crossed back to the NRM on Monday, has withdrawn from the race.
Gunakawa stretch of the Kampala-Jinja highway as motorists head in and out of town. But today one could do less than 10 minutes from Kampala city centre to Nambola Stadium for a journey that usually lasts about 30 minutes. Police had cleared the road, but there was heavy traffic on the nearby roads where police diverted motorists to clear the way for the presidential nominations. President Yoweri Museveni of the ruling NRM party was the first at the Electoral Commission's nomination table at 10:05 a.m. President Museveni was flanked by his wife and other senior NRM leaders, including First National Vice Chairman Haj Moses Chigongo, Chairman of the NRM Historicals League Chirunda Chivajinja, Eastern Youth Member of Parliament Peter Gwang, who is also the Vice Chairman of the NRM Parliamentary Caucus, and Chairperson of the Women's League Lydia Wanyuto. Prime Minister Dr. Hakana Rugunda, who also nominated Mr. Museveni as the NRM presidential flag bearer, nominated him again. The NRM chairman was seconded by State Minister for Youth and Northern Youth Member of Parliament Evelyn Anite. This was the crowning moment for Anite, who spearheaded the Chankwanzi resolution that engineered Museveni's sole candidature as the NRM flag bearer for the 2016 elections. President Museveni's papers were verified and found to meet the requirements. Thereafter, Electoral Commission Chairman Dr. Badru Chigundu made the pronouncement.
Declare Yoweri Museveni Kaguta a duly nominated candidate for presidential elections 2016, having fulfilled the nomination requirements.
The returning officer is giving the candidate a handshake and handing over the declaration.
The reason I think for coming up is because I am able to do the work, and I've already done a lot of work. Before you are born, you can ask people will tell you what the old man did.
His former ally of 40 years, Mama Mbabazi, then walked in 15 minutes earlier than the scheduled 11 a.m. Among those who escorted Mbabazi were his lawyers, Fred Muwema, Severino Twino Sinje, women rights activist Miriam Matembe, Secretary General of the Democratic Party Mathaya Nsubuga, UPC President Olaro Tunu, among others. Mbabazi's daughter, Rachel, represented his wife, Jacqueline, who is hospitalized. Kit Gomuman Member of Parliament Beatrice Anywa, who is considered to have crossed from the Forum for Democratic Change, proposed Mbabazi's candidature and was seconded by Rosette Nsonga, a go-forward pressure group mobilizer from Jinja District. As an independent presidential candidate, Mbabazi was asked to pick a campaign symbol and he chose a chair.
I am happy that today I came in after President Museveni. This is how things will be. We finished the process of nomination 5 minutes after the time allotted to us. This is the speed of change in Uganda that we are going to face.
Shortly after his exit, former Makerere University Vice Chancellor Professor Venantius Baryamureeba walked in with his 2 daughters and a host of supporters. Baryamureeba, who is making his first attempt at the presidency, was duly nominated shortly after midday.
I will ensure that the health sector gets 16% of the national budget. I will ensure the agricultural sector gets 16% of the budget. And again, we've been leaving agriculture to the local people.
I'm 100% sure that you can make Uganda a better place because we've had presidents for like 30 years and they've done nothing.
Baryamureeba, who is also an independent candidate, picked a cloak. But the presidential bid of Charles Ranga Bale of the Ecological Party of Uganda suffered a blow when he was sent away for failing to meet some requirements.
Come with commissioned papers which indicate that they have either made arrangements to pay taxes or they are tax compliant. They're supposed to bring receipts, which indicate the payment of the 20 million shillings.
Nekirala just nti lawyer ku form teyasayininzeeko, which can also be done within mudakika nga 10.
Former Kampala Mayor Nasantege Sebagala, who made the second U-turn in less than 5 years and returned to the NRM party, withdrew from the presidential race and announced his move in a letter to the Electoral Commission. According to Article 22 of the Presidential Elections Act, the Electoral Commission has the responsibility to secure these presidential candidates. And these are some of the cars that have been given to the candidates. 12 escorts, 3 of which will be based at home and 9 will move with the candidates on the trail. They'll also be given 1 car, as seen here. And tomorrow, Dr. Kiza Besje and 3 others will come in here and get nominated. Shiran Huchre, NTV, Namboole Stadium.
Thousands of supporters of President Museveni and his former Prime Minister Amama Mbabazi poured into the streets of Kampala to accompany the 2 leaders to the Mandela National Stadium, where they were nominated for next year's presidential election. The crowds painted the town red, or rather yellow, and orange as they engaged in wild celebrations. Gertrude Tumsime has that story.
These border riders allied to President Museveni woke up early to join the president's convoy to Namboole Stadium for his nomination. The youthful men pulled off biking stunts that attracted onlookers, but their stunts inconvenienced other road users. Some of the president's supporters headed to Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, where he would later hold a rally. While others chanted their way to Namboole Stadium, where he was going to be nominated. Traders at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds enjoyed brisk business. We spotted a number of students who chose to skip class and attend the president's first rally. Business at Ginger Road came to a standstill as President Museveni's convoy snaked its way through the busy streets. Meanwhile, a multitude of supporters of the former Premier Amama Mbabazi lined other streets of Kampala to welcome him. Mbabazi finally showed up at the Nakawa locale with some of his supporters. He was welcomed welcomed by a cheering crowd that had patiently waited for him to arrive. Not even the heavy afternoon downpour could dampen the spirits of the supporters of the Go Forward team as they accompanied their candidate to Nachimbo Stadium, where he later addressed a rally. Gertrude Tumusime, Uitware, NTV.
Primary living examinations have ended. But for some pupils in centers in Mityana district, the exams began an hour later after the papers were delivered late. The exams venue also had to be shifted because the heavy rains destroyed the building where the pupils were to sit the exams. The rains also rendered some roads impassable.
The main hall here at JMR Primary School, which had been booked as an examination center for over 5 schools, collapsed the day before the exams began on Sunday. The authorities shifted the center to this church building, but that was not the only challenge. The teachers here told NTV that the exam papers were delivered to the center by border motorcyclists, but the exam papers were delivered to the center an hour after the scheduled time.
So if you can imagine the time of the arrival of the exams compared to the one we had told the pupils, they really get psychologically affected. There is any mechanism, there is any process through which they can make these exams reach the centers in time and start on time, we shall really appreciate, and the people's performance will be improved.
Despite the odds though, some pupils were determined to keep their eye on the ball and not lose focus.
I want to be a teacher in future.
The 2-day primary living examinations have ended countrywide.
You're watching Morning at NTV. Now today does promise to be another exciting day, but we'll hear from Brian and Joel about what is making news in today's papers. I'm sure Mbabazi's speech is high on the agenda today. Good morning.
Good morning, Mabel. Well, they've compared both speeches, the president's speech and Mbabazi's speech, and many people are saying the president was talking about the same thing from 30 years ago, and just keeps literally, probably changing the date. Others saying Amama Mbabazi's promised a new change, but will not really deliver. But the Daily Monitor actually paraphrases some of the highlights. And the president said that we removed sectarianism, united the country, brought peace after years of turmoil. Mbabazi says the time for change is now, time to invest in people than weapons and lift people out of poverty, despair. Well, 3 candidates we have now. The president of Uganda, Amama Mbabazi, and Professor Venantius Barryamureba. Today is another day where we'll see Dr. Kizza Besigye expected to be nominated, and also Charles Barry Rwanga, who missed out yesterday, but we're going to look at those prospective aspirants about to be duly nominated by the Electoral Commission. The Observer, the Red Pepper, and the Daily Monitor are hauled here. We're going to look at the stories that are shaping the headlines in the dailies. It's the 4th day of November 2015. Welcome to Morning at NTV, the press review. Joel Senyonyi embracing his colors this morning. Now we know where you fall. You see, during this time, you need to be careful what you wear. You think I don't have other ties? I decided to wear pink for a reason, Joel.
Trouble for me.
You're in so much
And
trouble.
by the way, I did not think
All of fool.
No, I normally plan the ties I'm going to wear for the week. Monday red, Tuesday blue, tomorrow it will be orange with a bit of stripes, etc., etc.
Uh-huh.
So So, but these colors came before these political parties, so don't stress me.
Well, I don't know. I'm glad no one has pink as their party color, so I'm safe. Simon is joining us via Skype. Simon, good morning. I can see you over the bridge. And just tell us more about the location where you are.
Well, good morning, Brian and George. Indeed, you're very right. I am at the ginger break. What should always be the quintessential postcard image of ginger. I'm sure this is an unmistakable sight. Anyone that has been to the eastern part of the country and experienced ginger. I am at Nalwadi Bridge. We also have the Nalwadi Power Station. And
all right. Is he still there? Okay. All right, Simon, thank you so much for joining us. Well, the Daily Monitor is screaming out, Pop kicks off 2016 race. Kololo is as dirty as hell.
So is Nachivubo.
So
I don't know about Mobs.
I don't know Mobs. Mobs is...
Somebody said that man looked like he was campaigning for the position of head prefect.
Guild president.
That's what I had some people say.
Well, your highlight yesterday, Joe.
My highlight, I don't know. I was in the studio, of course.
You did a wall-to-wall coverage up to 7 p.m.
Yeah, it was quite a day for us on this other side, but it's a season that requires us to be on our feet all the time and see how we make sure that we deliver this to our viewers out there. So quite a bit to do. Highlight that I liked that there was a semblance of peace. You know, you didn't hear previous nominations. You would see supporters of either camps colliding, especially at Nambole and that kind of thing. I didn't quite hear that. Yeah. And also listening to, especially Baba's speech, I'd expected that he would hit out a great deal at President Museveni and so on. I like that he minded his business.
Right.
Of this is what I'm going to do, as opposed to Museveni is bad, he's evil, he's, okay, we have had all that, then what? So I like that I didn't hear hitting at each other of either side.
Everyone focused on what they...
focused on what some people say are the usual, we'll continue prosperity for all and that kind of thing. I like that there was no, locking of horns between the candidates. I hope the same continues.
Many people have praised the Uganda police for doing a great job yesterday and making sure that, it's stable, apart from the traffic. But I think one person was arrested yesterday, and that's for tearing a candidate's, posters. But apart from that, things to be going well. The police looked like the police that it is expected. Was this good for the day, especially not to win any sympathy votes for Amama Babas?
I hope the police continues this way, that they'll let people run their rallies. Of course, now each of the candidates is supposed to submit a campaign roadmap to the Electoral Commission, just to be sure that we don't have candidate A and candidate B in the same area, on the same day and the same time. You might spark off unnecessary conflict, yeah. But at the end of the day, we hope that the police can remain civil, it can remain non-partisan. We have seen, certain times they have not been as non-partisan. You have had General Kayihura campaigning for President Museveni before. You have had his juniors doing the same. That worries me. And I don't care that you're campaigning for Museveni or for Babazi or for BCJ. No, campaign for none. Go and vote on election day, that's all right. But you see, we want to see you as a non-partisan police. I hope this can continue.
Right. The Observer here has an interesting picture of the president with his wife, and on the other hand, Amama with his daughter, Rachel Mbabazi. You can check out that the battle begins, and those are the two men right now in the conversation. And yesterday we kept on saying in the world-to-world coverage that you could get to Nambole and actually not be nominated because of your papers lacking, and that's what happened to Ecological Party President Charles Bali Rwanga. He got there and Chigundu says that he didn't have receipts of the 20 million shillings.
He didn't have actually three things.
He had
photocopy. The original receipts. And then two, he had passport size photos instead of a campaign poster frame.
Doesn't this man have lawyers?
And then also, his birth certificates have not been stamped by a commissioner of oaths. That's a lawyer that, caters for that. And I'm
Charles
thinking-
Bale, get a lawyer. If you're going to be the president of this
organized.
country, you must get a good lawyer.
And not just a good lawyer, I don't know, maybe a good team that is organized. You don't need a lawyer for you to know that passport,
need to-
it shouldn't be
to
passport
start.
size photos, that you take the original receipts and that kind of thing. Boss, you're being disorganized on day one. This is not good.
The last shall be the first.
You
Not for
said
this one.
Brian and Joel, if I may just chip in here.
Yes, Simon.
You were there, hold on.
Oh, we thought we had lost you. Yes, Simon.
Yeah, because for a moment I didn't know whether you were doing a press review or you were doing an analysis and doing a recap of your 360 wall-to-wall coverage of yesterday, because I've only had one item from the Observer newspaper. What else is trending in the other newspapers? What's the Red Pepper telling us in this morning? Before I tell you what Ginger thinks of yesterday's nomination.
What was your Simon? What did you think about yesterday? Just tell us about that, because obviously every paper is talking about the presidential nominations yesterday and who made it and who had the biggest numbers. The Red Paper has pictures of both rallies in Kololo and Nachivubo. But from your observation yesterday, what did you see? What stood out for you?
I'll go in alphabetical order. I will start with Amama Mbabazi. I think Amama Mbabazi ran a very good first rally. I didn't expect him to garner that very many people in Nakivo Stadium. I think he had a tremendous speech in terms of substance, but I think his speech for the most part really lacked oomph. It lacked the form, it lacked the flair. And many people actually here in Ginger believe that this man was addressing a congregate or cardinals or university professors. They didn't feel he appealed to them like a presidential candidate on a campaign trail. So the member may need to up their man and give him a bit of flair and oomph and at least save him from the monotone. He should have amplitude in his voice. He must, stress the point. I think putting in a bit of Sabrugan.
You talk about many people in Ginger. Did you do some kind of survey or in your hotel room? I don't know how many people are there. How did you find out many people in Ginger?
You will appreciate that I am a social animal. I am not the kind that locks themselves up in the office. And even when I'm in the office, my job requires me to interact with so many people. And where we were watching these proceedings, there were a couple of people. And of course, I did a random, conversation. And of course, when the sun sets, people of my caliber sit in places where there are other people of their caliber. And we have a conversation on the day's issues. So I'll tell you that the majority of people I had a conversation with on the street, in the bars, in the hotels, in the offices in Ginger, had that to say about the Mbabazi.
I'm not too sure you want to trust what men who are drinking are saying. Much of the time they're not too sober. But anyway, I'm moving on to candidate number 2.
Their opinions also matter. Now, candidate number 2 is Professor Balia Muleba, and we're going in alphabetical order. I think Balia also surprised me by showing up with his 2 daughters. I only had one question: where is the mother of these 2 daughters? Is she also indisposed as Mbabazi told us about his wife? I think there needs to be that bit of family that should portray someone as a family man. If you choose to come up with your daughters, then at least tell us something about their mother or their mothers for that matter. It doesn't have to be one mother; it can be several. But I mean, say something about you in your private life so as people know that you're able to run the primary unit of society, which is the family. Then we can trust you with.
Is that something that the Uganda electorate cares about? It's not like in Europe where you have to turn up on the day with your wife and family. Here, with your wife and children. Here, we are interested in the person, in the man himself. It is. But does the electorate care?
That's not necessarily true, Brian, because I am not a Congolese electorate. I am a Ugandan and several others who I've interacted with. You realize that Kizza Besigye, for example, for the most part, his campaign was given the buoyancy because he showed up with his wife, Winnie, and you remember there was a rally at which he even brought his little son, Ansem, in Akibubu to rally up the supporters. So there's a bit of family that Ugandan voters may tend to care, especially when it comes to the issue of the presidency. You show up for the presidency and you have never been known to have had a family. Allegations of your sexual orientation would bog you down that you would possibly even never be able to make the first step forward.
Well, I honestly think, one, very few people, if no one, would be bothered if the president turned up without his wife or
That's
children.
not true. Question marks will
That's
linger,
no.
even though sometimes
You can ask your friend Olaro to know how much that had an effect on his campaign. I can tell you possibly that's the reason he didn't even show up to vote himself in the last election.
Olara Otunu's inability to get what was not hugely premised on the fact that he doesn't have a wife.
No, but
He's
see,
in
people
a
were saying-
very unpopular party which has failed to garner support. That's it.
Partly yes, but again other people will be like, look, we want you to show us your capability as a leader, because you see, if leadership fails at home, you can't export it elsewhere. So what are you, that small domain, you know, that where you are a small president in the family,
Gentlemen,
where is that? So
from
if
what
it's not
we-
in place, people can't trust you.
Of course, it is important for the president to come with his family, but from what we've noticed, does that shape the campaign?
To some of us it does. We
It
need to
does
do a
not.
survey and find
It
out.
does
To me,
not.
but I'm a voter.
You keep talking about
No, as a
policy. You
voter,
don't
I'm
say,
saying it
I won't
matters.
vote for him because he's not married.
No,
No.
partly, those are questions that I ask as a voter, and I'm sure the other voters like me.
Well-
Anyway, let's move on and see what else is playing out in the Daily Monitor here. Steve Fresh has a new arrival to nominate Besigye, and then KCCA is warning presidential candidates on posters. This is true. The city is littered with Museveni posters, Babazi posters,
I
I don't
saw
know,
Besigye's
whatever.
posters this morning.
No, it's not looking good. They were advised use boxes, paste them there, and then hang them, and that kind of thing. You don't disorganize our city because you're looking for a vote, huh? All right, Babazi woos youth and jobless, and Barry is telling Museveni and Mama Babazi to retire. He says they are antiquated Jesus. They are old men, they have run their races, so there you are. To news away from politics, this is the UNRA probe. Alaso and Mafabi have been summoned. Why so? Because they never investigated claims of fraud at the road agency when they were park chairpersons. Mafabi first and then Alaso, who did come in there. Then ex-Babazi aide denies charges of deserting the army. Man hung himself over daughter's little bride price. This is preposterous. He wanted a lot more than was brought, and ridiculous.
Well, there's an interesting letter here in the viewpoint of the Observer. Simon, Sheila Kawamara says, and this letter is to Pope Francis, I have decided not to participate in any other fundraising activities for your visit because I know it is against your principles. I will put my hard-earned money to other deserving causes, but not to the pompous ventures being undertaken. Simon, as the chief altar boy of the Popo visit, what do you have to say about this?
I am an honorary Monsignor.
Do not bastardize that.
He's an
man.
aspirant for chief altar boy.
Chief
that kind
altar
of
boy.
thing. Have you been nominated?
No.
The powers that
You know, our elections don't take that form. Well, I think Sheila does hold a very strong point, and I think she resonates the exact statement I held when that famous part of the Archdiocese of Kampala telling us to make contributions 1,000 Uganda shillings. I'm asking myself, the Pope can only have one breakfast, he can only have one lunch, and he will have it with the lady, and you can only have one dinner. What is all this fundraising, these walks, these rosaries that cost $1 million? All these, what are they for in the grand scheme of things as far as the Pope's visit is concerned? And I think Sheila is right. We are getting sick and tired of amongst ourselves, whether religious or lay groups, using such opportunities like visits by high-ranking officials to go through a fundraising event which does not conform to the tenets of accountability. I want to see at the end of the Pope's visit, what has all this money been able to do? The government says it's going to fund all the constructions at the different sites you will go to. So what are we fundraising for? Are we raising money for the Pope's fuel? He's going to travel in a bit perhaps. Are we fundraising money to buy the Pope a meal? Let him come to my home meal and we are just next to the church. I will feed him. So I think Sheila has the important point. We are getting sick and tired of being pleased at all corners of it. So if you have your money, put it more what the causes, go and help the poor and the needy, and certainly Pope Francis and his entourage do not make that billing of being poor or needy.
Doesn't the Bible talks about giving honor where honor is due? Isn't this the honor that the Pope, that you know, the
Well, he
church
says
is
he
giving
doesn't
him?
want it. He has said it verbally and even in practice. You know, the man rides in, I don't know, border like
Do you
cars.
actually think that that car is the car that you see? It obviously has lots of accessories that cost a lot of money. So
I don't know, but for all intents and purposes, this Pope has come out as an impecunious man. He's not exactly that, but you know, he likes to play it cool as a humble man, not extravagant, etc., etc. You know, so what are you doing with all the fanfare? And not that we should not prepare for our guests. However, I think we should do these things even when there is no Pope coming, even when there is no Obama or I don't know who else that is coming. Do it a lot more for us, the citizenry. You know, feed your children well, not only when I'm coming to visit. Now Joel Senyonyi is coming, so we prepare I don't know what food. Then when I am away, you feed them on some bad food and that kind of thing. It's not a good thing.
Brian and Joel, I just need to remind you that when you asked me my take on the presidential candidates, I had only mentioned two when you rudely interrupted me to ask me about the Pope and other things. You haven't given me the chance to speak about
the Pope is rude. Anyway, carry on quickly.
Go on.
In 1 minute, I could say I think Team Yoweri Museveni has mastered the art of branding and, of course, the brand visibility around yellow and the posters I saw and the painting of little beetles and combis and painting the streets of Kampala yellow in a show of great brand marketing is going to be the determinant factor. Yes, Mbabazi may have come up with this whole thing of I will appeal to young people and appeal to creativity, but I think Team Museveni is also not sleeping, and you can see his pool dancing with that stage. You know, going into a yellow bus and start guitar and all sorts of things. I mean, the branding around the NRM this time around is a force to recommend. And I will tell you something. You may underestimate the power of a t-shirt, but I, as a person who's been involved in distribution of corporate t-shirts, I can tell you what one t-shirt really means, not even to an ordinary Ugandan, but even an extraordinary one like Joe Senyonyi. All you need is a t-shirt to a voter, and believe you me, they will give you their vote, even if you have nothing on paper in terms of manifesto. So I think Team Yoweri Museveni is doing well in that side. Now let's wait for the blue t-shirt that we need on the streets today, and how that will fare up against the yellow.
What about Charles Bali Rwanga? Of course, he is yet to be nominated. What do you think about him?
Well, I'm happy for Charles Bali Rwanga that at least he showed up in a Mercedes-Benz yesterday. I mean, if he may lack everything else, but at least I think he's got some taste in that. He showed up in a Mercedes.
Could have borrowed it. Those cars are rented, eh? Weddings, presidential nominations.
Joel is saying of renting Joel Senyonyi is a room of Brian Borodo's income, but he chose to rent a Mercedes-Benz. Charles Bali, thank you very much for showing some bit of class and showing up in a Mercedes-Benz.
At least the Pope uses cars like ours.
Well, for us, we have Popo cars, so I don't know what
you can have Charles Bali one.
The Pope's official car is a G-Class Mercedes-Benz, customized for the Pope.
He doesn't use
it. It is this Pope. Sorry, but I think there is something about the absence of taste with this current Pope. But I can tell you, the official Popo car is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class.
Well, some very sad news here. Man hangs self over daughter's little bride price.
Absolute hogwash, and that is why some
I think
of us
Joel is a very happy man on that.
Are you kidding me?
If that
man has died.
If that man has any other daughters still left, that's a chance for Joel to take some girl on the free for the price of a soul.
Well, the man is now dead, but
to take a girl for free, so we are supposed to buy them.
You see, the man had borrowed money. Okay, gentlemen, the man had borrowed 200,000 shillings in the hope that when the Bako come, they, you know, Basa Zaba Zatata, you see, Mbuzia Tata, those things that he would probably get money out of it. But this man, he does not know that in those envelopes, we put 2,000 shillings, not 200.
Yeah, so husbands have become businesses. You want to milk money out of us. By the way, this business of, you see, her parents took care of her, so I should pay, I don't know how much. Do you know what my mother went through to raise me, to educate me? No, so she should also be appreciated.
When you're trying to get the girl, you tell her you can do all this magic. So that's what she tells her parents. And probably that's what this girl told.
So I'll not tell her that I'll do this magic.
A new birth control method introduced that could actually take 12 years before you have a baby. Yes.
That's worrisome. So what happens if along the way I change my mind?
You remove it.
Okay.
The Seeds of Gold magazine, practical lessons on how one Apollo Kasharu talks about teaching the students, you know, practice of looking after chicken. You can read about that in the Daily Monitor.
Quote of the day, this is made by MP Gilbert Olanya on Amuru land. Those investors who will use government officials to grab land in northern Uganda are wasting time. We shall fight back, and also God fights on our behalf. And in the opinion section, a couple of opinion letters written here. Charles Onyango says, as 2016 elections draw near, here are some lessons from the 1996 polls, which many a person feel were free and fair, etc., etc. Another person writes here and says, how rigging of elections in Africa takes place. The letter of the
That's
day.
an interesting insight. I do not know, gentlemen, if you're seeing the dark cloud that is forming over the bridge at Ginger, and of course the traffic that's mounting there. Yesterday, along that bridge that you're seeing in the back was tremendous activity of costers upon costers of different supporters of different candidates, headed all the way to Kampala. I am yet to see others. They possibly will start moving towards Kampala at about 9 o'clock, just to be in time for the rallies in all the other locations. Just wanted to let you know of the environment around me now.
Well, similar situation here, actually. It's
the same here, yes. And today we're going to have a wall-to-wall coverage of the presidential nominations. And just joining us in a couple of minutes will be the ambassador of Uganda to China, Charles Peter. Well, Peter Mayiga. I was going to say Charles Peter.
Mayiga. I wanted to talk about this. There's a campaign that NTV is running. You will see this on page 25. It is a picture of one of our anchors, I Move Uganda hashtag. Have you encountered that?
Yes, yes. So
what have you seen about
it? The campaign is about tasking your leaders.
I Move Uganda sing.
Sorry?
What is this I Move Uganda thing? People are asking me all the fees.
All right, let's educate you in 30 seconds. All right.
Joel actually explained, because I know you're championing this campaign.
Well, did you have to say that? NTV is championing it.
Yes.
I Move Uganda. Look, we want to give a bit of talkability to our news, but also engaging our viewers and asking them a couple of questions, especially as the presidential race kicks off. So there's a survey that we are doing, and we're asking them a couple of things. What would you want these presidential candidates to focus on? What do you want to hear out of them? What are the issues? We want to promote an issues-based kind of campaign.
Task your presidential candidate to explain, to give you answers. Task your member of parliament to give you answers on what they need to do in the next time. Not just tell you promises, also find out as a citizen, what actually can your MP do so that you're not lied to. For me, I think...
Of course, it will trickle down. For starters, it is at the presidential level, and then it will keep trickling down. But we want to see how do we move Uganda to a better place? And we know that leaders are movers and shakers, but you see, we're the ones that should be the strings to pull them. You pull them this direction, deal with the health, deal with the education. In other words, we should set the agenda, not leaders necessarily setting the agenda for us. And we think it's important for us here.
Professor Venantius Bariamreba will also be joining us in a couple of minutes. He has been duly nominated by the Independent Electoral Commission and is now a candidate. His plans until February the 10th, that is coming up in our wall-to-wall coverage of the presidential nominations at 10 o'clock. We will be live at Nambole as Colonel Dr. Kiza Besige Chifefe
Warren.
Warren also is confirmed by the Electoral Commission.
They might jam him.
They might jam him. Charles Barirwanga, hopefully he will go back, but also we'll have all the analysis. Make sure you follow the hashtag Uganda Decides and start the conversation at NTV Uganda is our tagline. Mabel, one of the things do you know a game called Candy Crush?
Yes, I know. Many a person are addicted to it. I've not played it even once.
I was surprised that it was bought at $6 billion.
Many people are playing it.
Have you ever played Candy Crush? I don't have games on my phone, so
it's good for you. They can be time wasting. That's the truth.
Mabel, do you play Candy Crush?
Oh, I actually haven't played Candy Crush.
Oh man, Mabel is probably too old for Candy Crush, but it costs that much that they had to buy $6 billion. We should come up with something.
Maybe we should.
We should design something.
I move Uganda. We should move Uganda.
Mabel, Donald Trump is expected to be on Saturday Night Live. That is causing controversy, and many people are saying NBC should disinvite him from that because he makes lots of racist comments and does not come off as a presidential candidate. Maybe he should come to Uganda where we have people who hold the demeanor and
presidential
material.
Huh?
Yes, he should visit Uganda.
Yeah, and those that are not presidential material, you're saying they resign, eh? They surrender. Why are you talking about yourself?
But I must say, I think Obama has demystified presidential candidates and the way they act on TV, going to very many talk shows and showing another side. I remember First Lady Obama with Ellen DeGeneres doing push-ups at one point, and I don't think you would imagine any other First Lady doing something like that. But you know, they are a very different couple, and I guess that has paved way for Donald Trump to make it to Saturday Night Live. We will start here with a story on BBC Africa page. 3 journalists from a state-owned paper are and have been arrested and charged with publishing falsehoods of a report about the poisoning of elephants. They say they brought the police and they brought the name of the police in disrepute because the story was untrue. Some culprits involved have already been arrested. To Zambia now, where it seems they are also having problems like us here in Uganda. Consumer prices have nearly doubled in October to 14.3% from 7.7% in September as the Zambia's currency has weakened. So the central bank has increased interest rates. Another story here, changing Kenya's education by phone. Eneza Education. 50 million students in Africa it is believed, will become smarter. Eneza is a virtual tutor and a teacher's assistant. It is a way for students to access courses through a low-cost mobile phone. On to Reuters here, Volkswagen says fuel usage was understated on some models. According to Porsche, the latest revelation about the fuel economy and carbon dioxide emissions, which Germany's largest automaker said represented about a €2 billion economic risk, and this obviously has increased the problems that they had already. For the first time, Taiwan and Chinese leaders are to meet in Singapore. This is the first time since the Chinese Civil War divided the two sides in 1949. It's a big story that many people are talking about. Taiwan's President Ma Ying will meet his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping on Saturday, and they will be talking about a stretch of water separating mainland China from Taiwan. But it is believed that they will not be signing any agreements at the time. Russia media reports an unusual sound was recorded in the cockpit moments before the passenger plane crashed in Egypt over the weekend. Egypt's Sinai President Vladimir Putin making a statement there about it. Now, Essena O'Neill, some of us may not really know who this lady is, but she had over 600,000 viewers on Instagram. She's an Australian teenager who made lots of money from being a social media fanatic, I could say. And she says now that she believes social media is a contrived perfection made to get attention. She was able to make income from it, but has now deleted over 2,000 pictures that served no real purpose other than self-promotion, and edited the remaining in a bid to reveal manipulation and insecurity behind them. This is a story that's on The Guardian and is also doing its rounds on CNN. And she just wants other people to become real about what social media does and the benefits. Can we live with it? Can we live without social media? And if you are in the UK, do you have a warrant to visit every website that you go to? Under new spying powers, police and security services will be able to see what websites a person has visited without a warrant. And that obviously is a bit scary. This new law, the web browsing history of every person, will be recorded for a year under the new legislation being announced by the Home Secretary. And we will move on to CNN here. FGM is illegal in Kenya, but according to the story on CNN, it continues to happen. It is said that some people are doing it as a result to keep the moral code in the culture that they have. It is being fought, but no real progress is being made. And with that, we will end the review of the international news. Morning at NTV will continue.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
You guy, you are funny.
How much did you pay to call your chick?
Just 3 shillings per second. Why? Is it funny?
Have you heard of Airtel Zone?
Get on the real zone and pay less than 3 shillings per second. Dial star 135 hash and
switch to Airtel Zone, the real zone.
My dad used to sell tapes, cassette tapes. I just get songs off the head. When I'm in studio.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is your girl Shiba Karunji.
I wanna make the people jump to the ceiling. Hey, but I'm not dopa. Lad, we are dopa, we dopa down. Big!
Javier, let him go! Javier!
Stay out of it! Stay out of it! Stay out of it! You're a slut!
Thing about your being so friendly with Mabel.
Unfortunately, we were. Remember, not a word about this to your mother. Thank you.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
Yesterday, 3 people were nominated to become presidential candidates, and today 3 others will be nominated, and then campaigns will begin next week. Now, this morning I'm going to be hosting representatives from 2 of the camps. One actually heads one of those camps to tell us what their plans are now that they've been given a go-ahead to campaign, etc., etc. What are the expectations? That's coming up in the big story. Joining me this morning are 2 gentlemen, candidate Professor Venatius Bariamureba. Good morning. And congrats on being nominated yesterday. We did see some people being bounced, so it's a milestone. And then, of course, Mr. Maiga, Peter Maiga from the NRM. Is an NRM. Henry Maiga. You and the Katikiro, you have similar names. Well, they're not exactly similar. Then you look alike, the hairstyle, and you know.
I almost ate these things when I was appointed Katikiro.
You see, you both wear specs and the likes. But good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you very much for allowing us this discussion this morning.
All right, of course, clearly the colors do show for it, yellow, orange. Bariamureba, Professor, I did see these as the Honorable Mbavazi's colors. Are you a subset of him, or?
No, he's a subset of my man.
Is that so?
I came out first to announce that I'm going to run for president, and I chose orange color, and I reserved it with the electoral commission.
So why?
That's it.
Then maybe you should petition the electoral commission, because now he seems to be swallowing you up.
You know, in no way. You know, in this country, it is allowed to copy things. There are several things I've done in this campaign, and people have copied them. You know, I launched on the internet, and many people came up to launch on the internet, and so on. So it's okay to copy, but at the end of this week, the colors will be clear. Electoral commission is going to allocate us colors, so don't worry about that.
I see. Well, you talk about copying. I'm told in Uganda, copyright means the right to copy. Anyhow, Mr. Maiga, your candidate got nominated yesterday,
Absolutely.
and we did see the crowds. Are crowds anything you want to go by as a mobilizer? Do you sit comfortably and say, we seem to be clinching this, all is well?
Of course, all is well, and I believe that my candidate is going to win these elections. The crowds speak volumes because, you know, in statistics, numbers don't lie.
But the opposition has crowds too. You saw Mbabazi's crowds
Yeah,
yesterday. Besigye gets
absolutely.
nominated
But you
today.
see,
We shall wait
those
and
were
see.
borrowed crowds. Those
From
were
where?
borrowed crowds. I don't know. We were going to sweep them along the way.
You know they are borrowed.
They are borrowed because, you see, we're going to win the elections, and I believe that the right things have been done by this government in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of agriculture, in terms of road infrastructure in the country, and the rest of the things which have been actually occurring in this country as a result of having this vibrant leadership in the country under President Yoweri Museveni.
Talking of crowds, I know numbers don't lie. I know, of course, crowds can be deceptive too, because it is not true that everybody that is there is actually a supporter. Some are just inquisitive, And even if they are supporters, many times they may not turn out to vote. But Professor Baria, we saw I don't know whether to call it a crowd. Somebody was chit-chatting and saying Professor Baria was in moves and he seemed to have been contesting for guild president or that kind of thing. Are you worried at all that you didn't gather as many crowds as candidate Museveni, candidate Babazi?
We actually had so many people who were supposed to have the rally. When President Museveni booked Kororo, it was not available. Nachi was not available. So the other place, because we could not put rallies in the same place, so we booked Mobs grounds, and by one, so many people had gathered. But when it started raining, people dispersed.
But their supporters didn't run away in the rain. Babazi's supporters didn't run away.
Let me tell you. So we had to do our rally again at 4, and we had the crowds we needed to launch our campaign, and it was okay. And I want to assure you, by our manifesto focuses on promoting education, health, and areas of agriculture. So launching my rally, like in the compounds of one of the education institutions, was a great thing.
It was symbolic.
Yeah.
Talking about symbolism, again, this, is not one of the very serious ones, but we saw President Museveni trying to enter the bus and symbolically start it, but eventually had to go through the back, and somebody said maybe he's becoming a passenger like all the others, that this man has run his race. And a couple of things that you did here, when the president was talking about things that he's going to address, people thought, wait a minute, this gentleman's speech is so predictable. He keeps saying the same things, prosperity, infrastructure, etc., etc. We're expecting something new from your CAP and from your candidate.
You want him to suggest that we go to the moon? Of course, he couldn't
Maybe,
say that.
I don't know.
We needed a rocket to go to the moon. He didn't say that. But of course, he's talking about things. Of course, people find them sometimes repetitive. But these are the things which actually matter to the people. I mean, if you talk about infrastructure, let me tell you and think of just the road infrastructure in the country. Because President Yoweri Museveni's government has actually constructed and repaired more roads, actually constructed more roads than all of the previous governments combined.
Well,
including
he's been in power
and of
longer
course
than
that is
all
the
of them
argument. Yes,
combined.
he could have chosen that, look, I've stayed in power for a very long time and let me do nothing and just eat the man and so on and so forth. But he's putting the money to proper use by constructing roads. But of course that is not the only sector where he has actually done lots of things, because when you go to the health sector, you know about the health centers 3s, 2s and 4s and so on and so forth at sub-county level, and even sometimes even lower. You don't have to get out of the system to see what's happening in Mulago. Kawempe, there's a hospital going up. The Nakawa hospital is already up, marking the same story. And this is replicated throughout the country. But let me tell you something which is very personal. And as far as President Yoweri Museveni is concerned, personally, what I believe is that I've participated actually in a number of elections in this country. But I've always voted the people and they've lost. For the first time in my political life, I voted for President Yoweri Museveni and he won. And that was in 2011. And so I'm not about to say that I'm not going to vote for him again. I'm going to vote for President Yoweri Museveni, and I believe he's the right person to lead this country.
Professor, you hear the NRM camp, they exude a lot of confidence and they say they have done what Ugandans want and they want to continue doing the same story. But you feel they have not performed to par. What message are you going to say that's going to counter them? Because they feel they have performed excellently. Do you think so?
You see, when you've been in power for so long, you tend to think that everything is okay. That's what happened when you saw, what you saw in Libya when they were telling Gaddafi everything is okay. Now, if you look at our schools, the school system right from primary up to university, it's worse off than in 1960, even 1986. If you are talking about like hospitals, many of our Ugandans are dying in Kenya, others are fleeing to Rwanda for treatment and so on. Murago is being innovated now, but that's after 30 years, So when we look at what Ugandans need, if you look at high unemployment rates, you look at even agriculture, we have had several programs up in Zealand has said these programs have failed. So he has tried as a person. When you come from the bush with a program, different times require different leadership. And I think now is the time for President Museveni to say, look, I've done my part. Let somebody else take over. And I don't think his co-pilot should take over.
Who is the co-pilot?
Only Amambaba should go with him. So that we get a new generation. Yes, he's been his co-pilot. He's been, when you're in charge and you have somebody who's assisting you, you can't say that now that when I'm tired, I should leave and this one should stay. They should both go together. And Amambaba said it clearly. He said, for me, by the time President Museveni leaves power, I'll also be old enough to leave power. So they should both leave. So that the new generation can come with new ideas and new direction. And they have done what they're supposed to do. But we are saying the country must move on. The the country cannot depend on individuals. I've seen some political parties kind of depending on individuals, but I think we need to change that culture.
Talking about depending on individuals, when I look at the NRM, yes, there's the sacrosanct figure called Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, His Excellency the President, and many a person will say that, look, when this man is out of the picture, the NRM will fall apart. It will come crumbling down like a ton of bricks. Why? Because their figurehead, their pillar that keeps holding it together, everybody runs to him to sort out this, to sort out the other. He is, at least according to some people, the institution within the NRM. Do you see beyond? Do you see this party, Henry, you know, growing stronger away from this man? Because it looks like you people cannot do without him, and that is why the sole candidature, etc., etc. You feel nobody else can run this show. That should worry you, should it not?
No, it doesn't worry, because I think this president has done us very well, because as a matter of fact, he has encouraged a lot of youth to join the party, not only to join the party, but also to take up leadership positions. Recently, you remember what happened at the Secretariat, because he has brought on board quite a number of younger people. You can count the Secretary General, who is Kasula Lumumba, very young, below 40. You talk about Rose Namayanja, about 40. You talk about Todong and so on and so forth. So you can see the institutionalization of really these leadership positions in as far as the NRM is concerned. And as far, so for me, it gives me an impression that this party and the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni is actually preparing the party for the future. It's a party for the future, and provides really lots of opportunities for the younger people because of this inclusion. And you remember the youth structures, the women's structures, I mean, we can talk about quite a number of things that have been put in place to ensure that even after, of course, President Yoweri Museveni is not mortal. Yeah? So it means that even after him, this party will go ahead and make sure that we move on with our politics and probably participation in the country, leadership and so on and so forth. These are extremely important. But of course, I wanted to contest what Professor Yamri was talking, because he touched on health. He also touched on education, and I believe that he has been in this country for a very long time, and he knows that actually President Yoweri Museveni's administration has been very, very instrumental in making sure that education actually is taken to another level. Because talk about the UPE, which has canned out so many people, and many of them went through the university when he was still Vice Chancellor, and he knows about it. But of course, when we were in these political contestations, normally we don't want to agree to these things. And these are things which have been happening. The number of schools that are, yes, there are problems, of course, in as far as scholastic materials are concerned, the level of the teaching profession in terms of remuneration and all these kinds of things. There are problems. In other words, challenges still remaining, because in any case, a leadership comes into place in order to solve those things. So, in as far as I'm concerned, because there is UPE, there is USE, when he's running a university, he's running it. That's why I'm saying that now the next issue is going to be the challenges that are facing these interventions by government, by the Yoweri Museveni administrations.
You've
but of course,
of
recent, you know that the scholarship scheme has actually been introduced, and he knows about it. So these are things, of course, which he will not say, and he will not acknowledge these very beautiful things that have been happening in as far as this administration is concerned. When it comes to health, of course, there are so many things which have been happening. I've talked about the hospitals, I've talked about the health centers, I've talked about the numerous interventions. Polio is gone, kicked out of the country, and so on and so forth. There are lots of achievements that this government has actually done.
Our doctors are running away, we are not paying them well enough.
Doctors are, of course, this is a free society. People are free to vote with their feet. If they feel that you're not going to keep them in a prison, this country is not a prison. If I feel that I should work outside the country, make money, make dollars, and then, because at the end of the day, the country is also going to benefit, because these monies are going to be remitted back in terms of diaspora.
So it's okay for them to go,
You know, it's a free society. People move out. By the way, let me also mention something, because he touched on something that really people getting out of the country to get medical attention, Nairobi and India and so on and so forth. And I know very well that there is a hospital in India where somebody went who is close to me, and in that hospital, people were coming from as far as Europe, from as far as the US and so, to get that medical attention. So it's not only Uganda which actually takes out people for this medical attention. It's a worldwide phenomenon, yeah, in India and so on and so forth. So, but still, I don't deny the fact that there are challenges with our health system, there are challenges with our education system. Yes, but these are solvable in as far as I'm concerned, and I think this administration has done.
You see, many of us went to rural schools. But I can tell you, if you go to the rural school of today,
images that you see on the screen, that is candidate Bariam Reva Benasha.
You can't even
waving to his. You call them crowds?
No.
All right.
So, if you went to a typical rural school, I don't think you can make it up to even senior four. You know, I'm talking of the real typical rural schools. What you're saying there, you know, when it rained, I went away. So I was coming back to address the people, but I was not in a convoy. But of course, when you're coming, people who are by the roadside, like, you know, in shops and so on, you have to wave at them.
Interesting. Now look, as the opposition, people will look at you and they're thinking, these people, yes, there are challenges with the NRM, you know, talk of the health sector, the education sector, etc., etc. There are governance issues. But many Ugandan will look at the opposition and they are wondering, are you people the credible alternative? Are you organized enough? That does not seem to be the case. Much of the time, you will hear from opposition politicians, they just keep talking about Museveni again, and that seems to be the major, the salient, at least according to you, objective. Let's remove this man. And then what? Because you see, removing people is not new to us in this country. We have had change of leadership again and again. It's not been smooth. It is not been tranquil. It's been chaos. So the whole, let's remove this man, and yet we don't seem to hear of, and then what happens?
But you see, that's why I came up with a clear program. You know, if you look at the main opposition, now I can talk of Bamambas as also in opposition. These are people who had that ideological orientation in the bush. You know, they were with President Museveni more than 30 years ago. They all believed in what they wanted to do. They had the 10-point program and so on and so forth. So they came on board, and those who are leaving, they would say, President Museveni didn't do this. We agreed on this idea, he didn't do it. Even when you listen to General Gishamont today, he will tell you, I left because Museveni did not do this, not to continue what we had agreed upon. And that's why I'm saying 30 years is long enough. These people, whatever they wanted to do, they have had time to do it. Even those who left, fine. But I think we need to get a new generation to come up with ideas, to come up with a new direction of where this country should head. And that's why I came up with a clear manifesto. I don't belong to that generation. I'm this new generation. I'm 46. Next year I'll be 47. And let me tell you, you know, we can talk about crowds. We can talk about, yesterday I had some people from Barara who are here at Zit Kororo who are saying these crime preventers, they're saying I've not been paid, how do I go back? People being paid from as far as that place. So I'm telling you, at the end of the day, Ugandans are going to vote, and I'll be president next year. I can assure you of that.
That's
and
interesting.
My friend is here. But I'll be president next year.
You exude quite a bit of confidence. But he raises a critical issue of crime preventers. And I'll tell you, Henry, many a person in this country are worried about these crime preventers. In fact, some people call them crime promoters. They are about 5 million of them. I don't know if you even know the number. There are about 5 million of them, at least according to their leader.
I'm told there were over 10,000 at Karuru Rally yesterday.
And so we look at these people, they seem to, and they've come at this time, you know, electoral season, the heat is on for everything, and then we see them being ferried for your rallies. We had them confess they're crime preventers, they've been ferried for this and so on. What exactly is the plan around crime preventers? What do you people hope to use them for?
First and foremost, it's not true that crime preventers have come on scene as a result of us going into this election. That is not true.
Well, it is now that they have come.
I've been associated with that program. I remember when I was still working with Makerere University. We were churning out quite a number of students, taking them to Mashinga and so on and so forth, using, of course, the police and so on and so forth, to train these people in as far as preventing crime is concerned. And this process has been running for almost 3 years. So it's not true that crime preventers have come on scene as a result of the elections season, which we are having at our hands. That is number one. Number two, we should remember that the police has got a mandate to carry out, to make sure that this country is actually safe as much as possible. And one of the ways through which the police have seen that this can be done is by having this group trained in as far as prevention of crime is concerned. And for me, as far as I'm concerned, they are doing a very good job because it rhymes very, very well. Because you remember recently we've been complaining about the rising crime and all these kind of things. So if the police, through their constitutional mandate, are training a group that is supposed to prevent crime in the country, for me, let it be. Because I don't want to live in a city, I don't want to live in a country where I am unsafe. I don't know whether probably I will leave the following day. And so these people have actually been trained for quite a couple of years as a result of, as a way of ensuring that they will reduce as much as possible the crime rate in this country. And the police is just carrying out its constitutional mandate. But of course, I wanted to go to the opposition because you talked about it and you said that these people just talk things and all this. And I want to agree. Because the fact of the matter is that what are the people of Uganda expecting from a leader who actually becomes president next year? And what are the issues? I mean, people are talking about health, people are talking about security. Which president here himself in security? When it comes to security, nobody beats him as far as ensuring that this country is secure because he has been at it.
Well, it's not like he has competitors. This is not his competitor. Babazi is not his competitor in as far as making sure this country is safe. he's the commander-in-chief. In
Of
chief,
course.
nobody
But
else
he's
is.
using the
So-
institutions.
In
You know,
fact, in
you
fact,
know when you build
surprisingly,
institutions
well,
in this
it's
country,
good that you have
you don't
mentioned.
own them. He
It's
has
good-
built institutions. They're supposed to be state institutions, so he cannot say, I'm the one in charge of the security.
It's
Another
and,
person can
anyway,
come
he
on
has
board
said
and
the army is his, and
it's good.
statements such as those.
I think you're quoting him out of context. You're quoting
that's
the
what he has said
president.
before.
You're quoting the president out of context because he's saying that yes, he has built this army, which is a fact. I mean, we had armies before that were torturing people in this country, oppressing them, and all this kind of. In fact, the army in the past, before President Yoweri Museveni came on scene, was part and parcel of the insecurity that we had in the country. Now, President Yoweri Museveni has turned the tables, and that is totally different because, I mean, you walk to a soldier and you can even have a conversation and you laugh, which was not possible. I have lived in this country for 5 decades, and I know where we've come from as a country, and where President Yoweri Museveni has lifted this country to where we are as a result of ensuring that we have this security. And so when Crime Prevent has come, and when President Yoweri Museveni actually mentions the issues that concern the people of Uganda, the citizens of this country, which include security, which include education, which includes health, which includes agriculture, which, of course, unemployment is also an issue. And all this, so he's raising issues, and I'm waiting to see our colleagues from the opposition mention these things, because these are the things which matter to the people of Uganda, as far as I'm concerned.
Many a time the opposition, and I don't know, you keep nibbling away at each other as opposed to focusing on your political enemy, not enemy in the sense of there's beef or that kind of thing, but your political opponent, the major one being President Museveni. We see you people eating away at each other. You know, Mbabazi's camp hits at Besigye's camp, then Besigye's camp hits at Mbabazi's camp, then sometimes you'll hear Baria saying, Mbabazi, Besigye, you know, they're also old, and then maybe they'll hit at you and say, this one, who knows him, is little known, etc., etc., as opposed to focusing on your main opponent. And people will say that eats away at you. You're fighting each other as opposed to fighting your opponent. Well, not fighting in the sense of physical, but politically for that matter.
You see, I will just begin from this point. If you go to countries now like Kenya, even America, you go to Europe, nobody will talk about state institutions that are supposed to provide security as I'm the one who has given you security. You are supposed to be there as president, be the commander-in-chief, but these are state institutions. I'd like to thank President Museveni for doing that. But he cannot take credit for that for the next 30 years, another 30 years. No. You've done it in your first 5 years, it is there. So you should not continue using it abroad security. But when you talk about candidates hitting at each other, even in America, even in Europe,
well,
these things happen.
There's so much wrong that goes on in America. We cannot just copy and paste everything.
No, you don't
here.
copy. Even here in Kenya, you have to identify your people's weaknesses, your colleagues' weaknesses. Because how are people going to know that you are the best candidate? You know? So it is okay to point out people's weaknesses. But I think each one of us must have a manifesto. What's it you're going to do for the country? And that's what I'm saying. When I hear my colleagues saying President Museveni has done a lot in education, what we have seen is high numbers. You know, you encourage people to come to these primary schools, secondary schools, but they live without knowledge. The system is full of knowledge. You look at the teachers, you look at the level of facilities and so on. You look at the budget we put in the education sector, budget we've been putting in the health sector. You know, you feel that you need somebody else who can prioritize better and ensure that this country moves forward. And that's what it's all
This
about.
country does what?
Moves forward, not going forward. Moves.
Go forward. Go forward.
Yes.
Henry, yesterday we did hear the president saying, give me another chance. I still have to finish my race. I still have a couple of things to finish. And one would wonder, 30 years, those are 3 decades. Is it not time enough to do whatever it is that you want to do? Because what you have not been able to do in 30 years, are you going to be able to do in 5 years?
Joel, let me take you back to history, because I did history, I know, before I got to Professor's remarks, that between 1979 and 1980, we changed the heads of state 5 times. We had Idi Amin, who was removed, who was replaced by Yusuf Rule, then Congo Inaisa came, who was the next one, Paulo Mwanga came, and then Milton Obote. 5 heads of state in a space of almost 1 year. Yeah? And what did we have? What we had was despoliations, we had insecurity, we had murders, we had pillage, we had all sorts of things. So for me, it's not just a matter of changing heads of state. So if President Yoweri Museveni has done a commendable job over the last 30 years, so let it be.
So should we live
And
in
besides
fear
that one, because
that we
you
can't
see there are
change?
also constitutional ways of removing somebody. I mean, you go for elections and you campaign and you get the votes and the President Yoweri Museveni will go. Because that is the constitutional provision that we have in the country. That if you want to change leadership in the country, fine, we go for elections and then we determine who becomes head of state or president. which is now very available because it's provided under the constitution. So there is a channel through which, but you see, a majority of the people of Uganda are still saying that, go to West Nile, for instance, because the feedback which is coming from there is saying that the West Nile people have actually decided to give President Yoweri Museveni. The reason being infrastructure, education, and the rest of the things which he has been providing there, you know. And so there is a channel, in other words, what I'm trying to say, there is a channel. If we want to change leadership in the country, we go for elections and then we vote somebody out.
But you've not answered my question of,
so you see, for
I
me,
need more time to finish 5
yours?
years compared to 30. What are you going to do that you did
that
in
is
the
a campaign. That is a campaign, and it's granted, it's free. Just like Professor Mariamre was saying, that you see, these are things which happen even in the US. People attack each other and all these kinds of things for as long as they still remain civil. As far as I'm concerned, President Yoweri Museveni, the majority of the people in this country are saying that we still need you. You can take us to the next level. You can take this country much higher. And that's what the people of Uganda are saying, and which they've been saying for quite a couple of actually elections that we've had before. And so if Professor Mariamre and others want to come and contest for leader, let it be, because that is their constitutional right. But I wanted to say something and congratulate him for two things. One, for his nomination yesterday, because for me it shows that democracy is growing in this country, that people can move freely and go for nomination and they become. In 1980, I will again take you back to history. What happened is that people would move towards the nomination center in their various places, and then they would find a roadblock, and only a UPC candidate would pass, would be allowed, and they were blocked. But people are free. Professor Mariamreva, BSG,
we are not really completely free.
Fellow.
Let me give you an example.
They move freely.
Let me give you a live example.
So for me, that's very good. But I haven't congratulated you for the second one.
You
congratulated you for the second, and then
the second congratulation is that he rejected the TDA things of these people who have been to Nairobi, who have been, I don't know where.
That's not your business. Your
Because
business is NRM. Why are you now getting into
the problems of this country are not going to be sorted out by people moving to negotiate in Nairobi, in Manchester in the UK, I don't know where else they're going, probably Moscow and so on and so forth. The problems of this country can be sorted out here. Let people sit here because there is an environment in which we can practice these things. In which we can do these things, including negotiations. You don't have to step out of the country and do this.
Let me give you an example so that we are not free. You know, we wrote the IGP on the 27th of last month requesting for MOBS grounds. MOBS as an institution wrote saying the grounds are available. You know what happened on the eve of my nomination? The the IG's office wrote and said,
IGP?
Yes, we feel that that's not a convenient place, look for another venue. And that letter was circulated to all institutions. They thought people were going to come to my rally. And I just ignored their letter and proceeded. But people were told actually they were not going to be any rally because it had not been cleared. And
so
I have
were you stopped?
No, I was not stopped. But that's what you use to ensure that people's, like my supporters, don't come to my rally. So like, police has been fused with the NRM, it's fused with the state. And that's what happens when somebody overstays in power. That's what comes out of incumbency. And I'm saying PM7 has done so well. But actually next year it is okay because I'm going to now to succeed him. But if I was not in the race to succeed him, I think it was going to be chaotic. Yeah? I don't think we'll finish the next 5 years because he's tired, he's old, let him relax. Let him go to his farm and enjoy himself.
Go and enjoy himself.
Yes.
Look, Henry, a transition has eluded this country for donkey's years. A peaceful transition. You were just making that very remark a short while ago. And so we keep thinking, how is this going to happen? Because we don't see signs of that from your leader, and we don't even see it from his supporters like yourselves, sole candidature. And it's okay to love somebody, but at what point are we going to see a smooth transition if we, for some reason, are so attached to this one person, and for some reason, I'm talking about you within the NRM, we do not see signs of there can actually be some kind of peaceful transition. We're not seeing it within your party, and clearly, you cannot give it to the country anyway.
Have you seen it in FDC? Anyway,
we're not talking about FDC. They're not the ones in power.
That is a different thing.
They are not the ones in power. We are talking about you people who are in power.
They are political players in the country.
But even then, FDC, they handed over. They have a new party president.
It's good that you share the name with President Yoweri Museveni. I wish you could even become friends. So you're already friends, I don't know. Because you're the same people. But on a serious note, there has been a transition in this country, I believe. That transition is provided for in the Constitution, that there are always elections after every 5 years. Now, whether President Yoweri Museveni has been elected for the the number of elections that we've had in the country in 1996, in 2001, 2006, 2011, and most likely in 2016, that is a different matter. But there has been a transition because the Constitution says how we change leadership, and I thought I had explained.
There been a transition?
But there has been a transition. There has been a transition. That transition is provided in the Constitution that we go for elections. Now, it is a different issue for the people of Uganda, for the citizens of this country, to actually keep returning President Yoweri Museveni. That's different. And I think let's make a distinction between the two.
Yes, but what
so
is
it's not
actually
true.
raising that you have not had
I know,
transition in NRM.
I know the
Because
transition.
when President Museveni finally leaves the stage, NRM is going with him.
No, that is not going to happen.
You wait.
Because, no. Because we talked, when we began this conversation, we talked about that. Because if you have been actually watching the politics in the NRM right now, you can see really a systematic process of ensuring that younger people take over leadership positions. If that doesn't point in the direction of transiting from where we've been as NRM,
right when Amambaba was there as Secretary General, has he taken
No,
over?
let me tell you what.
Yes.
Let me tell you what. Because you're talking about transition, and the transition which I believe and which I want, personally, is not to transit from President Yoweri Museveni to Mbabazi. Because what is the difference? Because these people are actually in the same age bracket. But I can see
from Museveni to Bariamureba, is that what you mean?
Bariamureba is in a different party. He's not in our NRM. He used to claim he was there. I don't know when he left.
I've never claimed.
I don't know whether he has carried a card or something like that. But he used to say,
I was a public servant.
as a public servant. But the fact of the matter is, for me as far as I'm concerned, the transition has actually been occurring. And for me, what I believe is happening in the NRM is that actually there is this deliberate and systematic process of ensuring that new faces are taking over leadership positions. Because for me, even just merely talking about a transition from President Yoweri Museveni to Mbabazi, and Mbabazi, you remember he quit. I don't know whether he has actually quit.
Quit what?
Because he still claims he's still NRM, and
That's
I don't understand.
him say.
I don't understand what he's talking about, because if he was NRM, then he should have come for most of these meetings that we had, which he never did, as one of the founders, by the way, of the NRM. So, transition, in as far as I'm concerned, in the NRM is actually happening, because you can see younger people taking over leadership positions in a number of places. Yeah, so I've told you that at the Secretariat, all of those who took over from Babas and the rest of the people who are running that Secretariat are actually people who are 40 and below. And for me, that gives me a direction that the NRM administration, that the President Yoweri Museveni is taking. Of course, I'm sure you're talking about President. You want to see that President Yoweri Museveni probably leaves the chair for somebody else. That is going to come. Naturally, it has to come, because there is going to come a time when probably you will say that, look, I am now tired, somebody else should take over. But then you must systematically train those who must take over. It's not just a question of saying that Professor Bariamureba used to sit here.
Who is train them, and
the training
do they have the moral authority to train them?
Oh, the moral and the political authority is there, because how do you train these people? You have raised a very good thing by giving them a chance to lead. And I've told you that Kasule Lumumba, who is Secretary General, is a very young woman, and the rest of the team are younger people, and so on and so forth. Tango Doi, who took over the other day, the Electoral Commission of the NRM, is also a younger person. And you can see this systematic. Otherwise, they would have brought President Yoweri Museveni probably, and his second neck would have brought grey-haired people to run these things. But you can systematically see, if that is not clear in people's minds, then probably there is a problem. But as far as I'm concerned, I think there is this deliberate effort to ensure that younger people are taking over, and I believe that eventually that is the group that will take over.
But we see the top people in SEC not leaving. The chairman, the vice chairman, the other regional chairman, they are there. Anyway, that's for NRMO.
But Professor Barrier, when I look at these different candidates, I look at candidate Museveni. He has these people around him, people that have been in this game for quite a bit of time. We saw Amam Mbabazi, accompanied by members of parliament, party presidents, and so on.
He was accompanied by
Besigye has his people too, and we'll probably see them today. Who are those people around you, besides the university students that we see at your rallies supporting you and so on?
Students.
But key figures that are going to pull people and votes to you.
You know, the people in this country are supposed to, the majority of people in this country are supposed to take charge. Now, if you are still looking at these old politicians to say they're the ones who are going to take it to State House, you are wrong.
No, as endorsements. I think that's important.
Endorsements across the country, people support me. You wait when I start going on my campaign rallies. I don't ferry people from our country to Kampala for a nomination. It's just a one-day thing. I have support, even here in Kampala.
Maybe you don't have capacity to transport it to Kampala.
I've not at least embezzled funds from government. I'm
Nobody,
not corrupt,
because,
so
because President Yoweri Museveni has not embezzled funds, but the party has money.
Has
And
money.
the ways through which they
Can
raise
you-
that money.
you have never declared the sources of funding.
No, they declare.
You've never.
They don't declare Professor Maria Muriba.
No,
the sources of
Actually,
funding.
the Electoral
They
Commission has come
declare
out again and
the
again and
Electoral
said the
Commission.
NRM is
Yeah.
one of those that keeps faltering in as far as
No. That is
fulfilling
not
that.
As far as I know, is that the NRM has been persistent. There could be delays, but as far as declaring the sources of funding and the amounts of money that are involved, they've been doing it very religiously.
You've never,
Talking of which,
it's only the,
There could be
the
delays.
Bank of Uganda governor who actually declared for them.
No. That is not,
Gentlemen, let's
that
for a
is not
moment talk about this money factor. I see our economy getting a little bit turbulent. I hope that does not happen, but that's what we seem to see on ground. Lots of monies playing out in literally everything that we see being used. The buses, the this, the other, facilitation, 500,000 to each individual of I don't know how many people. Shouldn't this be a concern? I don't know where, for example, NRM does get its money from. They will say that, look, we get from our friends and supporters and that kind of thing. That is granted, but should it not worry you that so much money is playing out, inflation might go through the roof?
Joel, I think what we have to talk about, and as far as what you're saying is concerned, is that probably the other route is for us to get somebody outside the country to come and run this election, and then you will have lost your sovereignty as a country. We have to run this.
How is that coming
Let me
in
tell you what. Let
as
me
we
tell you
talk
what.
about the
Let
money
me tell you what,
factor?
Joel, and I'm coming to that one, because if somebody comes, for instance, the Americans with their money, they can come here and run the election if that's what you want. But for me, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as we are, I mean, we have, as a sovereign country, to run our own election, money has to be spent. It's called campaign finance in the US. And I know that in the US, for instance, the issue of campaign finance is still a very big one, and they have not resolved it, because they wanted at one point in time to put ceilings as to how much a candidate or a party can raise, and as far as campaigns are concerned, but they haven't managed. So it is an issue, it is an international issue that whenever campaigns come, money definitely is going to be used, because you want to probably do posters, you want to put adverts, you have to probably transport your agents, you have to do campaigns, you have to do all sorts of things, and all these things require money. Yeah, they require money. You don't expect somebody to come all the way from Kabong to attend the national conference of the National Resistance Movement Party, and you don't give them transport. They have to be provided with the transport. So this is a price that we have to pay in order to have an election. I don't see an election that is going to be carried out without spending. The spending must be it must be expended.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be through the
It must
roof.
happen. It must happen, but I don't think it has even hit through the roof yet. It hasn't, and I don't believe.
Well, we saw what it caused us in
don't believe
2011. Our economy
I don't-
plunged.
Yeah, but the economy it rebound. Fortunately, the economy rebound. So
Professor
those
Barry.
the architects of the economy know what to do.
Professor Badia, clearly, even though, sometimes money is used for bribing and the like, there are legitimate expenditures in a campaign.
Yes.
You have what it takes to run around this country and look for votes to become president. And who are your funders?
You see, if I didn't have money, I would not be in this race. And my money comes from Ugandans. Ugandans have supported me since May this year. And I'm going to continue getting support, and I'm going to run the whole race. And I'll be president next year. So I'm not worried about financing. I already have my roadmap. I submitted the Electoral Commission yesterday, and once they approve it, I'll start my campaigns.
Gentlemen, one issue that I have with politicians, especially election time, is that we cease to hear of the issues. You seem to have begun on a fairly good note, and I'm wondering, is this going to continue?
Because you don't ask us about issues.
But why do you wait for us to ask you about
You should
issues? For
I
goodness
mean,
sake, you have a manifesto.
No,
Let your manifesto be, this is what I'm going to do, not this opposition, these foxes, and so on. And then, of course, from the opposition, that corrupt man, he's a thief, and that kind of thing.
For me, I can't speak on behalf of Mariam Reba's party or the other parties in the country.
I'm not asking you to speak on their behalf.
But I can
speak on your behalf.
I can speak on behalf of the NRM, because we are launching our manifesto in this very hotel on Thursday. So that is going, of course, to talk so many things, including security, including agriculture, including health, including education, including quite lots of things, and how we are actually going to stem this problem of unemployment in the country, because these are issues, and these are the issues I'm sure that you want. But you see, even after the manifesto has come out from the NRM, you people in the media will concentrate on the crowds, who has pulled more crowds, and then we lose the issue. So the debate should be about issues. How are we going to tackle these issues? And for me, the issues are exactly what the NRM is going to talk about on Thursday in this manifesto.
And how about you people in the opposition? Because you see, you talk about you're going to have a meeting here, and we have seen that, pen on paper, this is the plan, etc., etc. But the real campaigns, when they begin to play out? Because you see, where we have seen violence elsewhere and confusion, it's not that they did not have a manifesto, they actually
But
did.
you see also at the media, you're supposed to look at the candidates' manifestos and pick out the issue and explain them to the public. I'll give you an example. Right from the time I announced that I'm going to run for president, I've focused on raising issues. Even on the 25th of September, I actually unveiled my manifesto. And it tackles on what I intend to do for this country. And people love it. I think you have a copy too. So, for me, it is important to focus on the issues, but also even the media, you need to focus on the issues. If you look at the discussion we've had, it's a good discussion, but we need to focus more on the issues.
Talking about focusing on the issues, well, as NTV, we are running a survey, a poll. Check out our social media platforms and be a part of it. The hashtag is IMoveUganda. We're asking you issues to do with what is it that you would like your presidential candidates to tackle, the things that you want them to talk about, to address, and that you hope that they should do. It's a very quick survey. Be a part of that, and we'll give these people feedback, because sometimes they want to think on our behalf, as opposed to often first listening, you know, from the public out there. And I'm wondering whether you have done that.
No,
you say you're going to meet tomorrow, but
just
a second. Yep. Did you meet as the inner sanctum of the NRM and say, I think this is what Ugandans want? When do you ever consult with
let me tell you what,
Ugandans?
because you see, the manifesto of NRM is a product of the SEC, Central Executive Committee, is a product of the NEC, National Executive Committee, is also a product of the National Conference, is also a product of research, which is carried out by the research desk of the NRM. They go around the country to find out about the issues which we are talking about in this studio. And after that, there is this compilation of this document, there is a refinement, there is cleaning, there is cleaning of the document, and finally it is launched as a manifesto. And that's what we do in the NRM.
If I'm not, I won't be surprised if the NRM manifesto is 80% ministerial policy statements. You look at them, the ones of this year, and then look at the main manifesto. But that's not for me. What I would like to say is that me as a candidate, the issues I'm fronting, the most critical issues, number one is education, number two is health, number three is job creation. We have so many Ugandans who are unemployed, and they have been unemployed for so many years. We have to take them off the street. Agriculture, we have had several programs about modernization. Namely, you know, NADS, I'm going to really revamp that sector. You talk about industrialization. We have very few local companies in this country. So I want to ensure that the local private sector is strengthened and we have industries. When I look at the man that leaves this country going to South Africa, by MTN and the other South African companies, I'm asking myself, can't we have local Ugandans having such a company and we have this many in this country? So for me, it's about taking this country forward to another level.
Taking this country forward. Interesting. Henry, I like to think that one of the biggest monkeys, colloquially speaking, on the NRM's back is the question of unemployment. About 83% of our young people are unemployed. Even those that are employed, some of them are underemployed. They are doing work they didn't study to do. It is way below par. How do you plan to address this issue? I don't quite hear it. I just hear you talk about it, that yes, we are going to deal with unemployment. The hows, the when, we don't hear that.
I agree with that, but first of all, you should remember that when the government actually introduced UPE and subsequently USE, it churned out so many people who had finished P7, who had finished Senior 4, and of course now even Senior 6 and so on and so forth. And these are the people who, in the majority of cases, are constituting the group which is unemployed. But besides that, the government has now realigned its priorities, and they are now talking about technical institutes which are actually being constructed. And there is a plan to construct them in all the regions of the country to ensure that actually it's not only taking people through the normal education channels, but also skilling and reskilling them through the technical institutes. And so the government is going to address that in that fashion. But of course, you should congratulate the government first by churning out all these people who have these basic
but what kind are they getting?
This basic education. It is extremely important because now the government, as I've told you, after churning out all these people, government is looking very frantically at skilling and reskilling these people because it doesn't make sense for you to have a Senior 6 certificate because where are the skills? What will you do?
Well,
will you go and
at least you can become a member of parliament.
Will you go and run, and that's why you have so many people trying to vie for those positions of responsibility because they have now Senior 6, and you should congratulate the NRM for making it possible for those people to do the education right from P1, probably kindergarten, up to. I never did kindergarten myself. I did at home. My father was a head teacher, but for having gone through that system, primary level, secondary level and they get that basic education. That's why you can see so many people actually trying to become either LOC, 5 chairmen, or members of
So
parliament.
those have become jobs. You're proud that you have trained people to
trained
look for
people.
jobs as councillors, as
So
members of parliament.
from that point, the government is now looking at skilling and reskilling those people. And so the president the other day was giving a speech, if you remember, that people who have done senior 6 are going to be rechanneled back to technical, especially those who haven't gone to university, even those who have gone to university, are going to be encouraged because the technical institutions are actually being constructed, as I said, in all the regions of the country. They are going to be rechanneled back to those technical institutes so that they can have the skills. For those who have some skills, probably in areas that don't work for the economy, will be reskilled.
Gentlemen, many thanks for joining us and talking to us this morning. Professor Bari, I wish you all the very best. You exude confidence you're going to win. I hope that next year we shall call you back and tell us how you won.
If he doesn't win,
and not how you
if
lost.
he doesn't win and the President Yoweri Museveni wins, they should be in position to congratulate him because that is another culture which is not in this country.
I hope that can happen. And
I
Henry
hope it
Maigas,
does
thanks
that.
a bunch for talking to us
Thank
this
you very
morning.
much.
Wish you well as you go out
Thank you
to
very much.
campaign. I know you're headed to China tomorrow, is it? Or
Friday,
the day
Friday,
after
Friday.
as ambassador? Okay, so that means one man off the campaign team, huh?
Yeah, but you see, sometimes the campaigns can be done even differently.
All right, we'll keep watching and seeing how things go. Wish you well, both of you. Coming up is my opinion. Let's sit for a second. Issues. That is what we want to hear from these candidates. We are tired of Agende, we are tired of the opposition, our foxes, etc., etc. Ugandans have gotten to a level where we want to hear substance, and I hope that our presidential candidates can deliver that to us. And maybe we need to push them a little bit. And what we are doing here at NTV, we are launching out a survey. It's an I Move Uganda survey. That's the hashtag, I Move Uganda. So you can check out any of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and participate in this survey. We're asking you 5 very simple questions in as far as what you would want your presidential candidates to focus on, what are your areas of interest, etc., etc. Be a part of that survey, and once it is out, we'll put these fellows to task. You know, how much of the areas that you have raised are they addressing, etc., etc. So the hashtag is hashtag I Move Uganda. Be a part of that. That will do for the big story this morning. Coming up in a bit is Everyday Life. Good morning.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
You guy, you are funny. How much did you pay to call your chick? Just 3 shillings per second. Why? Is it funny? Have you heard of Airtel Zone?
Get on the real zone and pay less than 3 shillings per second. Dial star 135 hash and
switch to Airtel Zone, the real zone.
Coming soon on NTV.
Bongo is a Swahili word and the meaning of it is brain. You use it to find solutions to whatever life throws your way. If you're in a tough situation, don't give or don't you complain. It's okay, you find a way, just use your brain. To me, I'm Bongo, just use your Bongo. Bongo kids, Bongo kids, Bongo kids, Bongo kids.
Coming soon on NTV.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
come here in my bag to sleep from there. What do you think this is a day and boarding?
They say laughter is the best medicine.
This is for what?
That is 300 shillings.
300 shillings for someone who just attempted to demolish my own toilet.
Don't mess with that. It's what the doctor ordered for your weekly dose.
Excuse me, is this a toilet?
Isn't it a taxi?
So what? It is a toilet. You just enter just free of charge. You don't ask, you don't greet management. So you organize yourself. You left home and you had organized your enzymes. Come and eat cake, meat, what? Is it your birthday?
Tickle your funny bone every Friday.
Yes, officer, how can I help you? Your driving permit. But it is my driving permit. Why should I give it to you?
Don't mess with Ann Kasime. It's comedy at its finest.
Have you seen yourself? What do you mean? You've painted yourself. You look like all the colors of the rainbow on your face.
What's up, y'all? This is Cinema Blitz, and I'm Patrick.
They hit him hard.
I need you to help me pull this off.
I got just the guys. Now it starts. Oh, yeah.
A reckless person who enjoys doing dangerous things is what a daredevil is. Every community has one. From extreme sports to circus theatrics, daredevils have been pushing the limits of the law of gravity. Names like Nick Wallenda and Freddie Nock are synonymous with tightrope world records. In 1974, French high wire artist Philippe Petit made an illegal tightrope walk across the immense void between the World Trade Center towers. Sony Pictures and IMAX 3D bring us Philippe's story in the most dramatic way possible, a 360-degree sweep of his eye view. This movie will make you feel like you are 110 floors up and living in the clouds.
And people ask me, why do you risk death? For me, this is life.
Welcome to New York. Anything to declare? I'm going to hang a high wire between the two towers of the World Trade Center and work on it.
Good luck. No matter where I was going or what I was doing, I was always searching, looking for the perfect place to hang my wire.
Whoa.
Come on, make it snappy. I'm in a red zone. I'll figure out how to get the wire across. I think we should wait.
No! This is extremely illegal, not to mention dangerous.
The man is obviously crazy. Are we just here to watch him die?
This isn't a game, Philippe. One mistake out there, and you're going to die.
The DreamWorks Pictures and Fox 2000 Pictures movie, Bridge of Spies, tells the story of James Donovan, a Brooklyn lawyer who finds himself thrust into the center of the Cold War when the CIA sent him to negotiate the release of a captured American pilot. Directed by three-time Academy Award-winning director Steven Spielberg, Bridge of Spies stars two-time Academy Award winner Tom Hanks, three-time Tony Award winner Mark Rylance, Academy Award nominee Amy Ryan, and Academy Award nominee Alan Alda.
They got our guy, our spy pilot. They got their spy. We want you to negotiate the swap.
I'm an insurance lawyer.
Are you good at what you do?
This will be a first for the both of us.
You should be careful.
Do you know how people will look at us? The family of a man trying to free a traitor?
Every person matters.
Why are we hanging him? He's a spy! We need to know what the Russian was telling you.
We're not having this conversation.
Don't go Boy Scout on me. We don't have a rule book here.
We call it the Constitution, and that's what makes us Americans. Where do they want this negotiation?
East Berlin.
People in my country consider this an act of war.
The next mistake our governments make could be the last one.
Standing there like that, you remind me of a man when I was young. Our house was overrun by border guards. And this man, my father's friend, he was beaten. Every time they hit him, he stood back up again. They hit him harder. Still, he got back to his feet. I think because of this, they let him live.
And I remind you of him?
Standing man. Standing man.
For amazing movies like this, come down Cinema Magic. My name is Patrick. See you there.
Yeah.
Please help! She escaped. How did that happen? I don't know. Irina just told me. If that girl talks, I swear, you will pay dearly for this. Remember that. There's a human trafficker here, Livia. It's you.
What is it? What's so funny?
A baby was found inside her bag. What? There's only one solution to this. We have to get rid of Moreno. I'm free from you. I'm free from your devious clutches.
Jessica. Jessica, please listen to me.
Hello, my love.
Adolfo.
A wealthy and influential family appear to have it all.
Your husband. He was looking for you.
What did you tell him?
Nothing.
Something has happened that has changed things between the two of us. You know that I will always love your brother.
But they were wrought by a tragedy when Adolfo, husband of the eldest daughter, Ignacia, died by falling out a window in the family mansion.
I asked a question. Did he die?
When Gonzalo marries Ignacia 6 months later, he is compelled to unravel the mystery of what happened to Adolfo.
Why do you have so many questions?
If someone who lives in this house killed Adolfo, how could you not tell Gonzalo about Leonardo? Get out of here. You can't just burst into my office screaming like that.
Gonzalo's unable to have children.
Watch these mysteries unfold right before your eyes and behind closed doors, only on NTV.
You don't have to look any further. Get online and you'll get any property.
It's all about joinery. How best do you give a tree a very good second life?
Because there's already development happening around.
Say, for example, carpets. Pick luxurious carpet and you say, I gotta have a carpet wall-to-wall in my house. But we're a hot country.
Welcome to the property show where we make real estate sense. You can bring everybody in parliament as long as they can wake up and vote for their nanny.
As long as the voters exercise their rights to elect their leaders, there was no need for term limits in Uganda.
I know him. I know how he operates. I know how he thinks.
There are ways you can go around these obstacles.
Why should I conduct myself as if I am a Muyai?
It's absolutely true. I admired President Museveni.
Is the ICC a fiscal code targeting African leaders?
You cannot tell me that the whole trouble Kenya had revolved about only 2 individuals.
The money is not in the budget of this financial year.
You can't beat God. You see, God is polygamous also. Look at Jeremiah chapter 31.
The security of this country will largely depend on the contribution that the people make.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Molondo.
Well, we're glad you're watching Morning at NTV this 4th day of November. It is a Wednesday, 2015. If you're born this day, you share your birthday with Sean Combs. He's been known by many names: Puffy, Diddy, Puff Daddy. He was actually born in 1969, which actually makes him 46 years old. He will be releasing a new album in 2016, early 2016, his first in 5 years. He teased this recently with a trailer. And other than music business, he is also known to be an entrepreneur who has a clothing line, Sean Jones, and also Sean by Sean Combs, a movie production, 2 restaurants, and he's worth over $700 million according to the Forbes magazine. Well, we do know him primarily for his music, so here he is.
Another lie that I carry on. I need to get back to the place I belong. Come on. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Yeah. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. Ain't no I know my kingdom awaits, and they've forgiven my mistakes. Thank you. Coming home. Coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Hey yo, check this out. A house is not a home, I hate this song. Is a house really a home when your loved ones is gone? And niggas got the nerve to blame you for it. And you know you would've took the bullet if you saw it. But you felt it and still feel it. And money can't make up for it or conceal it. But you deal with it and you keep ballin'. Raw some liquor playboy and we keep ballin'. Baby, we've been living in sin, cause we've been really in love, but we've been living as friends. So you've been a guest in your own home. It's time to make your house your own. Pick up the phone and come home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away all the pain of yesterday. I know my kingdom awaits, and they've forgiven my mistakes. Thank you. Coming home. Coming home. Coming home. Tell the world that I'm almost home. Check this out. Yeah. Ain't no stopping us now. I love that song. Whenever it comes on, it makes me feel strong. I thought I told you that we won't stop till we back cruising through Harlem. These old blocks is what made me, saved me, drove me crazy, drove me away, then embraced me, forgave me for all of my shortcomings. Welcome to my homecoming. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. A lot of fights, a lot of scars, a lot of bottles, a lot of cars, a lot of ups, a lot of downs. Made it back, lost my dog. I miss you, big. But here I stand, a better man. Stop. Thank you, Lord. Thank you all. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Let the rain wash away. Feel so good. The pain of yesterday. Feel so free. I know my kingdom. Ain't no place like home, baby. And they're forgiving. Ain't no place like home. I'm coming home. Coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home.
Sean Combs, they are turning 46 years old today, November the 4th. Now, yesterday was the start of the nominations for the presidential aspirants, and today is the second and last day. And we can imagine the chaos. Probably it will be less than what was there yesterday. A lot of disruption to traffic, a lot of chaos. Roads were closed, and it was just a miserable day for usual town commuters who are going about their business. The police has cautioned FDC party leader Kiza Besigye to strictly adhere to the route plan ahead of today's nomination. With a press release here, and to some of your comments, we see Okonkwo saying Museveni and his partisan police of NRM will once again in future regret their actions. Why was Mbabazi not cautioned yesterday? Is a question he's asking. Is it because he still claims to be a member of Museveni's selfish NRM party? Is what he asks. Ben Chazanga says not letting Besigye use the same route that Museveni and Mbabazi used yesterday from Nambole to Nachivubo and treating him and his supporters differently is a display of double standards from the police, especially considering that there was no violence yesterday in using these routes. Violence tends to manifest only if the police fires tear gas and starts beating up people who are simply, peacefully showing support for their candidate. And the only reason there was no violence yesterday is because police chose only to provide security, and that's what they should do today. It's the police that should be fair and desist from intentionally confronting Besigye and his supporters to paint them as violence-loving people. Waswa Martin says, and that is the people's president. Why wasn't Museveni and Mbabazi, why weren't they cautioned yesterday? Robert here has a conspiracy theory. He thinks Besigye is going to be arrested today. He says Besigye is going to be arrested this morning because he has refused to appear in court many times over charges of walk to work. The FDC lawyers have written to police and DPP to clarify that this arrest may happen this morning before his nominations. Maweje Nyanzi says yesterday events were in peace because everyone complied with the police regulations. Besigye must stop deliberately trying to provoke and clash with the police, looking for sympathy. That kind of politics is long gone, according to Nyanzi. That is his opinion. Amoti says, isn't it the same route Mbabazi used to Nachivuvo? So what is all the fuss about? Taremwa Godwill says Uganda police should be enlightened more about the meaning of Uganda's motto and our national anthem. They teach me to love God and my country, which most presidential candidates wish to do, but not the police. It's time for change wholesomely. And then Ebo Comrade says, Katimuta Andi say, why always Besigye? Now Brian is standing by. I do not know. He was stuck in the studio, so I don't think he knows what actually happened yesterday. So Brian, you are, tell us today, what are you looking forward to most?
Well, Mabel, today, obviously, the highlight is going to be the nomination of retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye, who is supposed to be nominated at 10 o'clock. But, of course, we maintain anything could happen at Nambole, like how it happened for Charles Barirwanga. He's also expected to come back this morning and get nominated, so we'll get details of that. But let's first take a look at the people who are going to be nominated today. For the rest of you who are joining us, we're going to start our wall-to-wall coverage of the nomination. And today we have Kiza Besigye from the FDC at 11 a.m. He'll be at Nambole. Of course, Dr. Bwanika Abed from the People's Development Party at 12 p.m. Also have Joseph Mabirizi, who is an independent, but is representing the different parties or coalitions of the independent side. They chose Joseph Mabirizi as the representative, and he'll be in at 2 p.m. Also, General Biraro Benon B, who is representing the Farmers Party of Uganda. So what we're going to do, those people are going to be nominated today, and we will bring you a minute-by-minute update of whatever is happening. Our reporters and correspondents across the city to make sure they bring you the latest. When we come back, you join the conversation, you get to call in and also be engaging on Twitter. The hashtag is Uganda Decides, and today on Everyday Life, you participate.
Everyday Life
is brought to you by
ICEA Group
on Star Times.
Well, for the rest of you who are just joining us online and on air, if you look at the papers this morning, pump kicks off 2016 race. Yesterday, the president, Amama Mbabazi, and Professor Venasius Bariamreba, they are getting nominated. And if you look at the Daily Monitor, a two-page spread of the pictures and how traffic came to a halt, taxis lined up at Nambole Stadium after transporting people to the venues. Of course, Charles Barirwanga, who arrived in style in a Benz, but later turned away for having documents that were not up to what the Electoral Commission wanted. Of course, people making business here, selling food, popcorn, nyama choma. The president in pictures and stage at Kololo with the musicians that came up with a song called Tubonga Nawe. Mama Mbabazi here shaking the hands of the returning officer, who is also Electoral Commission Chairman Badru Chigundu. After being nominated, Bariamreba, the professor, receiving the peace flag. This peace flag is symbolism of a peaceful and a stable election, and that was handed over to every candidate yesterday after being duly nominated. Border guys, of course, doing their things as usual, and Amama Mbabazi's pictures here on bicycles. Call them moving mobile billboards. And that are some of the highlights. You can check out the Daily Monitor. We'll also be talking about the speech in detail of Amama Mbabazi and the projection it has, the difference between that and the president's, and also Bariam Reba ushering in a new generation and bringing the youth on board. Your view or comment, will post the number on the screen for you and you can call. But let's take you back to what actually happened yesterday. Here is Sheila Nduchire reporting as it was at Namboole.
Ogonakawa stretch of the Kampala-Jinja Highway as motorists head in and out of town. But today one could do less than 10 minutes from Kampala city centre to Namboole Stadium for a journey that usually lasts about 30 minutes. Police had cleared the road, but there was heavy traffic on the nearby roads where police diverted motorists to clear the way for the presidential nominations. President Yoweri Museveni of the ruling NRM party was the first at the Electoral Commission's nomination table at 10:05 a.m. President Museveni was flanked by his wife and other senior NRM leaders, including First National Vice Chairman Haj Moses Chigongo, Chairman of the NRM Historicals League Chirunda Chivajinja, Eastern Youth Member of Parliament Peter Gwang, who is also the Vice Chairman of the NRM Parliamentary Caucus, and Chairperson of the Women's League Lydia Wanyuto. Prime Minister Dr. Hakana Rugunda, who also nominated Mr. Museveni as the NRM presidential flag bearer, nominated him again. The NRM chairman was seconded by State Minister for Youth and Northern Youth Member of Parliament Evelyn Anite. This was the crowning moment for Anite, who spearheaded the Chankwanzi resolution that engineered Museveni's sole candidature as the NRM flag bearer for the 2016 elections. President Museveni's papers were verified and found to meet the requirements. Thereafter, Electoral Commission Chairman Dr. Badru Chigundu made the pronouncement.
Declare Yoweri Museveni Kaguta a duly nominated candidate for presidential elections 2016, having fulfilled the nomination requirements.
The returning officer is giving the candidate a handshake and handing over the declaration.
The reason I think for coming up is because I am able to do the work, and I've already done a lot of work. Before you are born, you can ask people to tell me what the old man did.
His former ally of 40 years, Amama Mbabazi, then walked in 15 minutes earlier than the scheduled 11 a.m. Among those who escorted Mbabazi were his lawyers, Fred Muwema, Severino Twino Sinje, women rights activist Miriam Matembe, Secretary General of the Democratic Party Mathias Nsubga, UPC President Olaro Tunu, among others. Mbabazi's daughter, Rachel, represented his wife, Jacqueline, who is hospitalized. Kit Gomuman Member of Parliament, Beatrice Anywa, who is considered to have crossed from the Forum for Democratic Change, proposed Mbabazi's candidature and was seconded by Rosette Nsonga, a go-forward pressure group mobilizer from Jinja District. As an independent presidential candidate, Mbabazi was asked to pick a campaign symbol and he chose a chair.
I am happy that today I came in after President Museveni. This is how things will be. We finished the process of nomination 5 minutes after the time allotted to us. This is the speed of change in Uganda that we are going to see.
Shortly after his exit, former Makerere University Vice-Chancellor Professor Venantius Bariamureba walked in with his 2 daughters and a host of supporters. Bariamureba, who is making his first attempt at the presidency, was duly nominated shortly after midday.
I will ensure that the health sector gets 16% of the national budget. I will ensure the agricultural sector gets 16% of the budget. And again, we've been leaving agriculture to the local people.
I'm 100% sure that you can make Uganda a better place because we've had presidents for like 30 years and they've done nothing.
Bariamureba, who is also an independent candidate, picked a cloak. But the presidential bid of Charles Ranga Bale of the Ecological Party of Uganda suffered a blow when he was sent away for failing to meet some requirements.
Come with commissioned papers which indicate that they have either made arrangements to pay taxes or they are tax compliant. They are supposed to bring receipts which indicate the payment of the 20 million shillings.
Nekirala just nti lawyer ku form teyasayininzeeko, which can also be done within mudakika nga 10.
Former Kampala Mayor Nasantege Sebagala, who made the second U-turn in less than 5 years and returned to the NRM party, withdrew from the presidential race and announced his move in a letter to the Electoral Commission.
According to Article 22 of the Presidential Elections Act, the Electoral Commission has the responsibility to secure these presidential candidates. And these are some of the cars that have been given to the candidates. 12 escorts, 3 of which will be based at home and 9 will move with the candidates on the trail. They'll also be given 1 car, as seen here. And tomorrow, Dr. Kizza Besigye and 3 others will come in here and get nominated. Shiran Huchire, NTV, Nambole Stadium.
That was what happened yesterday. The President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni nominated, and we had the former Premier, Mbabazi, and Professor Venantius Bariamreabazi. So Charles Badi Rwanga's papers, he didn't have the original receipts for the 20 million shillings. Each of the presidential aspirants is mandated to pay 20 million shillings, and those are that money is non-refundable. And he didn't turn up with the original receipts. He's also supposed to have his birth certificate stamped by the Commission of Oaths, which was not stamped, so he was sent back, and he should be expected to be back today and get his candidacy fully nominated by the Electoral Commission. We're going to be bringing you events of this live from Nambole and of course from Najjana Nkumbi, where the FDC is Kano Kizza Besigye getting out. If you see those pictures now from Najjana Nkumbi at the FDC offices, we have those pictures coming in. Qatar Raymond is online. Good morning, Qatar. Well, Qatar, tell us about what's going on now. What do you see? What is the mood in Najjana Nkumbi? We are seeing the pictures, but if you've been able to talk to some of the supporters, what are their expectations today?
Well, it's a jovial mood, and of course, today, Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye is expected to be heading to Nambole for his nomination. So, I mean, what you might want to know is that his supporters here are saying that today is the real party before they have been doing Kasiki. And that is the tagline for his campaign today, that they are leaving the Kasiki and joining the party. And the supporters are very elated at the moment. They're very happy. Many of them are carrying branches with leaves on them and putting on blue FDC t-shirts. We are still waiting for the doctor to get here. What we know for the moment is that he was still at Kawempe by the time that we got here. But at the moment, the party president, Mugisha Muntu, has arrived. He's going to address the supporters and let them know of the program to head into Nambole.
Go on.
There was an earlier address where they told supporters that they cannot have a procession before the nomination. They will have the procession after the nomination. But the supporters are saying they have to escort their colonel all the way to Nambole. So we are still at that moment right now.
Tell us about the security situation, because also Dr. Besigye has been warned by police, and he's been asked to have his supporters behave like it was yesterday. Those relative, calm, and we didn't have a lot of chaos. Many people are fearing today maybe we're going to see about that. What is the police ready to do? Are they ready to man the security in case things get out of hand?
Yeah, there's a good number of security officers down here. The anti-riot police officers, we have counter-terrorism police officers, and regular police too. But all they are doing right now is stopping the crowd from getting into the road, so blocking traffic. They are not stopping them from doing anything. All they are doing is just stopping them from getting onto the road. The commander had earlier told us that they will be letting Kizza Besigye supporters go with him in his convoy if they do not block the traffic. Yes, so that they've lined up a number of motorcycles here to escort him.
Have you been able to talk to any of Besigye's people, the 20 people who are going to escort him to Nambole? What are they telling you about his candidacy? Of course, many people are saying if the president has been here for 30 years, Besigye is not different. He's been contesting 3 times. This is the 4th. Is he bringing anything new?
Yes. Well, before you called me, I was just talking to the Lord Mayor, Elias Lukwago, who is going to be his main nomination person. Lukwago was telling us that they are ready, they have prepared the documents that they require. And of course, he again told us that the tagline is, today is the party. Before it was the Kasiki, but today is the real party. So that is all that we can say at the moment from the people that we talk to.
Well, Raymond, if I got you clearly there, Lukwago is nominating Dr. Besigye.
Yes, Lukwago, and he's going to be backed by Mugisha Muntu, the party president. Yeah.
What is the weather like in Najjanankumbi?
Oh my, it's rainy everywhere. There's a lot of rain pouring down on the supporters, but they still are unrelenting. You can see the image. Many of them are actually standing in the rain and shouting, but it's a heavy downpour down here in Najjanankumbi.
Well, are you able to talk to some supporters there, put them online, and we just see their feeling about today? Yes, the tagline is the party is today, but what do they expect from the nomination today? What makes them support the FDC, and what do they think their candidate brings new to the table?
Yes, Brian, I can walk and talk to one of the supporters here and see what they have to say. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Hey, this is NTV. Just talk to the person here. Hello?
Jebale Kosevo.
Kale Sebo.
Seba Manyago.
Ngabe kutomu.
Sebo Ovididewa.
Vride Soroti.
Soroti.
Yeah.
Chechi kuje e Soroti okuja Nambole okuwagira Dr. Besigye.
Yes, sir.
What has brought you from Soroti to come and support and witness the nomination of Dr. Besigye?
No, I've just come to see him. I just come for nomination. I'm not come for that, but I've come for nomination.
Are you also nomination of what? Presidential candidates or?
It's a presidential candidate, of course.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, boss.
You're welcome. Yes, sir.
Raymond, are you there?
Yes, I'm still on the line.
Who are the other 20 people expected to be on Doctor's lineup? The ones that will escort him to Nambole?
Brian, I haven't yet gotten a clear indication of who the 20 people are, because we have not yet been let into the office. But we know one of the main nominators is Elias Lukwago, together with the party president, Mugisha Muntu. Those are the two names that we have at the moment, but we shall communicate others as we get them.
All right. Well, Raymond, thank you so much. That's brilliant reporting there. We'll definitely be getting back to you in a couple of minutes. For those of you who are just joining us, we'll have pictures live from Najjanankumbi up there. You see, if you were able to see, the traffic is definitely intense, but traffic police making sure it is in charge. The supporters shouting and relentlessly standing regardless of the heavy downpour. But Dr. Besigye, who is expected to be at Najjanankumbi in a couple of minutes, when he gets here, will definitely be joining the rest there and doing a wall-to-wall coverage of not just Najjanankumbi, but the rest of the candidates. Well, yesterday we had 3 candidates who are duly nominated. That is the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is running. Again, he's 71, so the Electoral Commission expects that you're not above 75. Also, you must have a receipt of 20 million shillings paid to the Electoral Commission, and that's what Charles Badi Rwanga failed to present yesterday, the original receipts, so he was not nominated. Also, you must have a birth certificate that indicates that you're not less than 35 years, but also not above 75 years. The president was nominated yesterday, and after that held his first rally as a presidential candidate for the elections 2016 at Kololo Independence Ground. Let's take you there and show you what happened yesterday.
President Museveni's journey to Mandela National Stadium started at State House in Tewe. It was in the company of his wife and a number of cabinet ministers. The president made a number of brief stops on Jinja Road, which had been freed of all traffic to allow presidential candidates passing to Nambole Stadium. The Electoral Commission started the nomination process at 10 a.m. as scheduled. With the process complete, about half an hour later, President Yoweri Museveni left Nambole, making a couple of stopovers with motorcycles and supporters hot on his heels. Supporters lined the sides of the road, signing, drumming, and waving at his convoy as he made way from the stadium. The president then returned to State House and emerged after an hour to go to Kololo Independence Grounds, where his supporters waited for him. A helicopter donated to him by NRM's first chairman for Eastern Uganda, Captain Mike Mukula, hovered above. The crowd chanted their support as they welcomed the NRM presidential candidate, members of his family, and some top officials of the party. Kololo Grounds was a splash of yellow t-shirts, capes, and umbrellas. Artists were up on stage, already entertaining the enthusiastic crowd. When he was invited to the podium to speak, the president promised to make health a priority in his next term of office.
Abantu ba Uganda beeyongedde emirundi kujja 3 kubanga tukule obujanjabi n'okusingira ddala okugema abaana.
He also promised to make a good on his fulfilled pledges.
Prosperity could not be achieved unless you solve certain obstacles and unless you also brought about security.
The downpour did not stop the president from addressing his supporters. He also went ahead to launch a song composed for his campaigns by a number of artists. With the launch of the song over, President Yoweri Museveni then proceeded to NRM's new Isuzu bus, which is the symbol for the NRM party.
Officially for the NRM party, they have already started their campaign, and today we saw some of the highlights that are in the manifesto. But there was a little bit of a rain that disrupted the function, but they still continued. To them, the rain was a blessing in disguise, and they're hoping that 2016 will be a landslide victory for them. Maurice Ochol, NTV, here in Kololo.
Well, thank you so much, Maurice. Those of us just joining us, make sure you follow the hashtag Uganda Decides and let us know what you think. The hashtag again is Uganda Decides. We will make sure we follow those comments very closely. Also tag us at NTV Uganda, at Brian Nondo, at Joel Senyonyi, and make sure you tell us what you feel about that. In a couple of minutes, we're going to open up the phone lines and you get to call in and tell us what you think about yesterday's nomination. Where do you see this going, especially as we draw near the 2016 general election? It's two-way television, so you get to participate this time too. That was the president. Those of you who missed it, the president nominated yesterday and later hosting his first rally at the Kololo Independence Grounds as the presidential candidate. And let's now take you to candidate Amama Mbabazi, who hosted to many people. Well, many people were surprised that he had that huge number at Nachivubo Stadium. The number expected was 2 million people. I don't know whether they are the exact number that turned up at Nachivubo. But let's go to Nachivubo now and find out what happened when Amama hosted his first candidate as his first rally as presidential candidate. Take a look.
Amama Mbabazi, who is standing as an independent candidate, having parted ways with the NRM party, was joined by opposition bigwigs including UPC's Olara Otuno, Justice Forum's Asumani Basalira, FDC's Beatrice Anyoa, Miriam Matembe and his lawyers Severino Twinobu Sinje and Fred Mwema, among others, at his home in Kololo. At about 9:30 a.m., 2 vehicles with 20 people the EC allowed him for nomination departed from Kololo, followed by a number of supporters riding on boda motorcycles. However, the police refused the motorcyclists and the journalists to proceed further than Kololo. Mbabazi arrived at the Mandela National Stadium in Nambole on time ahead of his 11 a.m. appointment with the Electoral Commission. His supporters waiting outside the stadium cheered him on. More of his supporters caused traffic as they blocked the roads at Boyogerere, Chireka and Banda, with the police struggling to control the crowd. The cheers escalated when Mbabazi joined, emerging from his car on 2 occasions to sit on a chair placed in the middle of the road. He has chosen a chair as a campaign symbol. The heavy rain did not deter the presidential candidate and his supporters from proceeding to Nachivuo Stadium, the venue of his nomination day rally. The crowds were there to meet him as he entered. Opposition politicians and musicians joined Mbabazi to shore up support for his candidacy. Mbabazi also received a white dove as a symbol that he has come to usher in peace.
You have been in power for 30 years with President Museveni. What is it that is new that you will bring to Uganda if we comply with your request to elect you? I told him very clearly that I will be the president of the Republic of Uganda.
The former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, has today kick-started his campaigns in high gear, and his supporters have not let him down, coming here in great numbers at Nachivuo War Memorial Stadium. Amama Mbabazi still has a long way to go, and he still needs more numbers from supporters to show that he has the strength to run against President Yoweri Museveni. Suhail Mugabe, NTV.
That is Mama Mbabazi yesterday at Nachivuo Stadium as it was expected to host 2 million people. Did he get that number? We'll have your opinion in a couple of minutes. We'll open up the phone lines. But still talking the presidential candidates that were nominated yesterday, those were 3. Professor Venansius Baryamireba, the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, and the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Of course, every candidate has presented the top 20 that escort them to Nambole to be nominated. But who are the people that make up these teams? We saw that the president's team is made up of SEC, mainly SEC, the Central Executive Committee, and of course was nominated by Right Honorable Hakana Rugunda and seconded by Evelyn Anite, who is well known to have championed the Soul candidacy project. And those were the people that escorted him to Nambole yesterday. But But let's take a look at Amama's men and women, the people who determine his, if we're talking football, his attacking side. Take a look.
By 3 p.m., hours after the nomination of presidential contender John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, it was clear that the men and women who would drive his campaign were drawn from all spheres of the political divide. Mbabazi, who had started the day with a van of 20 politicians as his official nominees, was flanked by many opposition faces from different political parties at his rally in the waterlogged Nachivubo Stadium. This was a demonstration of his Democratic Alliance Go Forward political formation. The politicians included opposition Shadow Attorney General Medard Segona, who is also the Busiro East Member of Parliament. Segona, who popped out of the crowds in Tireka, flashed the Go Forward sign at supporters. He was part of the Mbabazi convoy as it snaked through the city to Nachivubo Stadium. Mbabazi's team of TDA Go Forward leaning politicians burgeoned at his rally with new faces like the runaway duo of Omodo Omodo and Adam Luzindana, who announced that they had returned to the Go Forward camp. Omodo Omodo, who previously led Mbabazi's youthful supporters, had returned to the mainstream NRM but lost in the recent primaries back home in Lango and retraced his steps. Part of the new entrants in the Go Forward camp also include former Toro Prime Minister and Fort Portal Municipality Member of Parliament in the 8th Parliament, Stephen Kaliba.
My colleague, Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, who has been the brain of NRM, who has been the Secretary General of NRM, and I think I have done no mistake to support him because I know him.
But some of the old, notable faces in Mbabazi's camp included UPC Party President Olara Otunu, Jema Party President Asuman Basalirwa, FDC's Beatrice Anywa, former Ethics Minister and Women Rights Activist Miriam Atembe, DP Secretary General Matian Subuga, and Masaka Municipality Member of Parliament Matthias Puga. For NTV, I'm Raymond Mujuni.
Those are the men and women that are on Mbabazi's team. Joel Senyonyi will be coming up in a few minutes to talk this team and the impact it will have on Mbabazi's campaign. Make sure you catch that in a few minutes. Also, you join the conversation. Remember, hashtag Uganda decides as we head to the 2016 elections. Where do you see yourself as a Ugandan? But also, NTV is launching a campaign called I Move Uganda. And we are asking you to task your leaders to engage them on issues when it comes to elections. What are they going to do? What are they going to promise? But also an obligation for you to find out what your leaders can do for you. And we've had many leaders promise you things that they cannot deliver, that they cannot actually do. So be part of the change in your country and task these leaders. Ask your MP, ask your president, ask your councillor. That campaign is online, hashtag I Move Uganda. You can check out our Facebook page to get more details of that. And just fill in a form. We don't need your name, but we're carrying out that survey that can help us make sure we take this country to the next level. In case of any questions, tweet us at NTV Uganda and of course inbox us on our Facebook page. Now, if you look at most of the venues, they are of course getting ready to host people. Today we could have up to 6 people nominated, but we have 4 of those. Kiza Besigye from the Forum for Democratic Change, who is expected at Nambole at 11 a.m. You can see over there, so we shall be following. The pictures that we have now are of his supporters at Najana Kumbi, and they are ready to receive him. We have information that the doctor is not yet at Najana Kumbi. He will get there and will definitely take you to Najana Kumbi. We talked to Katarimon earlier. But Bwanika, Dr. Abed Bwanika of the People's Development Party at 12 p.m. Remember, Dr. Abed Bwanika has also contested before and he lost out, of course. Now, the independent candidates, you had people like Chuma Chayesu who got into their own coalition and voted Joseph Mabirizi to represent them. So they're independents, and he'll be getting in at 2 p.m. Also, General Biraro, Benon Biraro from the Farmers Party of Uganda will also be expected at 3 p.m. So the other two candidates that are not on that list, we have the only female aspirant is Faith Maureen Walube Tiaja, who is a lawyer and she's a former presidential advisor on poverty alleviation. She had in the 2011 campaign for the GWC1 MP seat on the FDC ticket before joining State House, but she's the other only female contestant. The other one is Charles Badirwanga, who's expected today from the Ecological Party of Uganda. His papers were contested yesterday because he didn't have original receipts of the 20 million shillings payment to the Electoral Commission. That is a non-refundable fee, and all the candidates have paid that money to the Electoral Commission. Also, his birth certificate, and this is a crucial document that the Electoral Commission wants because it proves whether you're below 35 years or not more than 75 years, and that is the requirement to stand as presidential candidate. So that certificate was not signed by the Commission of Oaths, and he had to take it back. He will be getting those done. In case you're just joining us, the wall-to-wall coverage of the presidential nominations. We are going to have all the live updates coming as soon as they come in. But let's take a few of your phone calls, and those numbers are on your screen. Call in and tell us your expectation of the elections. Who do you support and why do you support them? And what do you see as we head to the 2016 general elections? Wherever you are, if you're tweeting, just hashtag Uganda Decides. Also Facebook us at NTV Uganda. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, Brian.
Yes, madam. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Christine. Thank you for the show.
Thank you so much for watching.
Okay, now what I'm seeing, my candidate is going to be nominated today.
Oh, so you support Dr. Besigye?
Yes, I support Dr. Besigye. I have a reason why.
Why?
This is a man who has suffered for us Ugandans. He has been going through many things, but he's still strong. Okay? And also the one which happened yesterday. For real, Ugandans, we have to go with this. We cannot take Babas. Babas, let him back to NRM.
All right, thank you so much, Christine. Also, let's have an objective discussion. Do not abuse, otherwise we'll switch you off. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Your name and where you're calling from?
Calling from Tungamo.
Yes, what's your name?
I want to participate.
Please do, go ahead. Who is your candidate and why are you supporting them?
So, my information is that maybe what will happen today will be better than what happened yesterday.
Why do you say that?
I think that for today, they have...
All right, we lost you there. Please separate from your TV when you call us. We will switch you off if we are getting feedback, and we don't want that. The number to call is going to be on your screen very soon, and you can participate in the discussion. Also use our social media channels at his Twitter at NTV Uganda, hashtag Uganda Decides, and also go to Facebook at his NTV Uganda. We will be able to get those comments. Good morning. All right. Good morning. Okay, we don't have those callers. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, boss. Can you speak up loud? Please speak.
Hello.
Speak up. Speak up, boss. Hello. All right, so we'll get back to the phone calls. Remember, when you call, please step away from your TV. We can't take you if we have feedback here. And if you look at Kololo, look at Nachivubo, some people, of course, are saying they are dirty as hell. And someone has posted they are probably the next Katangas. But the city yesterday was washed by colors of parties. NRM's yellow and Mama's orange and Bariab Mreba's orange. They are yet to decide on what colors to have. Let's take a look at that festive representation of parties in colors.
These border riders allied to President Museveni woke up early to join the president's convoy to Nambole Stadium for his nomination. The youthful men pulled off biking stunts that attracted onlookers, but their stunts inconvenienced other road users. Hold their rally, while other
later in the day. Dr. Abed Bwanika, General Biraro, Kiza Besije are some of those that will be nominated, expected to be nominated today, and of course Joseph Mavirizi, who is also the other candidate representing the independents. We also are aware but have not yet confirmed whether the only female aspirant, Faith Maureen Walubi Charia, will appear at Nambole, so we will be able to update you on that. Good morning. Good morning. All right, so we will get back to those calls later. The latest, of course, we know that Al-Hajj Nassan Ntege Sebagara bowed out of the race and is now supporting the incumbent President Yoweri Museveni. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have our panel of experts discussing yesterday and, of course, what is expected today for the nominations, the speech of the Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, the speech of the President, and that of Dr. Professor Bariam Mreba. Stay with us.
Is NTV.
Nice, better, nice, yeah. Make every moment a nice moment with nice, yeah, yeah. It's always been a part of me, a part of life, yeah.
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
Nice House of Plastic.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
Coming soon on NTV.
Bongo is a Swahili word and the meaning of it is brain. You use it to find solutions to whatever life throws your way. If you're in a tough situation, don't give up, don't you complain. It's okay, you find a way, just use your brain. To me, I'm Bongo, just use your Bongo. Bongo kids, Bongo kids, Bongo kids, Bongo kids.
Coming soon on NTV.
Javier, let him go! Javier!
Stay out of it! Stay out of it! Stay out of it! You're a slut!
Thing about your being so friendly with Mabel.
Unfortunately, we were. Remember, not a word about this to your mother. Thank
Good morning and welcome back to this wall-to-wall coverage of the presidential nominations 2016. My name is Joel Senyonyi. We continue to cover this as of yesterday. Of course, 3 people got nominated to become presidential candidates. Today, we are told 5 of them will be nominated. We are waiting for 10 a.m. Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye will be going for nominations. We'll keep tabs on that and we'll see how things go. In the meantime, we'll chit-chat over 1 or 2 things in as far as these nominations are concerned, the 2016 elections as they will play out. And joining me this morning is Julius Galisonga. He is a lawyer. Good morning, Julius.
Good morning.
We're also joined by Celestine Mugisha. He's from Civil Society. Good morning, Celestine.
Good morning.
Council, there's been a lot of quibbling, legal jargoning here and there, etc., etc. The campaigns have begun, and previously police was saying, look, you cannot go out to campaign, you're not candidates yet. Now they have been given a green light. Go ahead and campaign. What, from the legal perspective, are the do's and don'ts? Because I imagine at some point there might be a bit more pettifogging. Police probably saying, now there's this, now there's the other, and so on. What should the candidates look out for?
Fundamentally, the person in charge or the organization in charge is the Electoral Commission, which must give the candidates the programs that must be followed, the campaign programs. I understand they have a meeting, I think on Friday or anytime this week, where they will be arguing on the do's and don'ts. For now, since it's official campaign period, it's not...
Actually, campaigns begin on 9.
We're already there, really. That's why you can see people can hold rallies, they can organize themselves. At least the restrictions that have been there cannot be invoked to limit somebody moving around the country. Or, most importantly, after the Electoral Commission has issued the programs to the candidates, they can then be able to canvass their votes freely without anybody stopping them.
Celestine, do you think we've gotten off to a good start? We saw these gentlemen be nominated yesterday. Others are going to be nominated today. Things seem to have started off on a cool, calm, tranquil, if you like, stage. Do you see the same continuing? No violence? I know people that have said they're looking for countries where to take their families. In the meantime, after elections, they'll get them back. We seem to have started off good. Do you see us sustaining this?
Thank you very much. It is all incumbent on us as citizens to see it maintain the pace, because for quite some time, Ugandans have been looking forward to this kind of start, where the stakes, though high, but are more inclined to issues than to personal mudslinging and all that kind of thing. So in this case, the start, we could say, is so far so good. And like we have already said, citizens, it's high time that we look out for issues. And it's high time we see these candidates, what are they promising? What do they have in stock for us? And at that point, we are yet to see all the manifestos and see, and dissect them and see what is it in package, because until yesterday you would hardly tell what this party has for us. And for citizens, we have always been having our citizen manifesto, which we have always been asking support for. We want this, we want this, we aspire for this, we aspire to this as citizens of Uganda. So what we want to see by end of day today, when all the candidates have been nominated, and fully so, we shall have to look at their manifestos. So it is that will determine how the pace will be, because then those who are not prepared to answer to the issues of the citizens will have to up their game. But if they are, then we shall see, is it realistic? Is it possible that it can make a change? Because other than the coming in of one or two new faces, the rest are the old story. The old story, I mean, we have been with them. So what is it new that they have to do for us that we are able to appreciate and say, okay, you seem to promise something better, and that is the point. So to me, for the start, it is okay, but then the citizens have a role to play as far as maintaining the pace is concerned.
Julius, he talks of issues, and I'm sure you have heard people that say the Ugandan society has not gotten to that level where we dig out issues. We are more concerned about Museveni. If I don't like Museveni, then whoever is opposing him, I'll go with him, and that kind of thing. Or if I hate the opposition, then I'm to this side. Have we, you think, gotten to that level where critical issues begin to come out? You know, we ask these candidates, what are you going to do about A, the health sector, you know, etc., as opposed to, are you going to remove Museveni, or are you going to stay, or that kind of thing? Have we gotten there, you think?
I think 30 years is a long time, and as a matter of fact, people are more attentive to what is on offer.
You're talking about 30 years of Museveni? Uganda has been around longer.
30 years of the President Yoweri Museveni is quite a long time. Now, I'm sure we've reached a point where people are interested in what is on offer.
Are they?
Yes.
Do you hear those questions come through from
I hear
the
them,
voters?
because at least from my interaction especially with the youth, I know for sure they are concerned about jobs. That's why today the President has adopted that job creation. The next question could be, why all this long? Then people, if a person is not suffering because of lack of a job, somebody has lost a person because of a poor health sector. If not so, a person cannot pay fees for a child. So the problem, even if the society may be slow to accept that issues are important, for now it is inevitable that they can think about them. Because whether you care about it or not, it is in your face. What do you do about it? That's why you expect now, I think, people are listening more, and the lines are drawn more clearly. Who is offering what? It's no longer about handouts. I've seen in the NRM primaries, people gave out a lot of money, especially the incumbents who are ministers, but that did not guarantee their winning. That only underscores one thing that people now are paying more attention to. Merely because you've been there for long, what do you have to offer?
Interesting. And talking of issues, we at NTV are trying to drive a campaign. We're not trying, we actually are driving a campaign, and we hope that issues can come through. And what's happening is we are doing a survey. We would like to hear from you. It's a very easy one. The hashtag is IMoveUganda. It's on SurveyMonkey. 5 questions that we ask you, what you would like your presidential candidates to address. What are the issues you want to hear from them as they come to ask for your vote? What do you want them to focus on, etc., etc.? So be a part of that, and we'll look at the tabulations, and we'll let these people know that Ugandans are saying focus on health, focus on education, focus on whatever it is that you are concerned about. Celestine, the money question. In 2011, at least the run-up to the election, we saw quite a bit of money, and that in many ways it nibbled away at our economy, and some people say today we have not fully recovered from the plunge that we took.
And we are yet to see more.
We are yet to see more. You're worried?
Probably that's what it is. If you notice, I am not an economist, but while I look at the forex trade, I realize that the shilling is appreciating. And I'm wondering, my question is, does it appreciate towards elections? Could it be there's a school of thought that there are people who have been hoarding these monies, the dollars probably. Now they are splashing them in a way of facilitating financing the campaigns. So if that school of thought is something to go by, then we are yet to see more and more where the shilling will appreciate for just for the campaign period. Let us get out of it and see what happens. Inflation, I think, will this time triple, not just double but triple. But that's not the point. The point is, what is the effect of this money, as you call it last time? Very often, it really disorganizes the whole status, the whole campaign, the whole trend of events, because people seem to look at the money and forget the issues. That has been their habit, that has been the custom. But I appreciate the fact that today we have the campaigns are in a different manner, because today, unlike the past elections in Uganda, we have a campaign that is, one, more of the youth than ever before. Two, is more of social media, that is the use of ICT and the like. And three, the global trends are also impacting directly on us. Global trends, I mean, Uganda is not in isolation. We cannot look at ourselves all the time alone. No, we have to look at ourselves in comparison to our neighbors, Kenya, Tanzania, and elsewhere outside Africa probably. So these directly influence the thinking of some of the Ugandans, especially the young population and the young populace, who would aspire to see themselves, their country, live to a certain level, move to a certain degree. And therefore, those peculiar issues would be the peculiar issues they would look at, other than just the money per se, but live over and above. I like my colleague here who says, looking at the experience of what has just transpired in the primaries, people had money. I think, Joel, you should be knowing that in your place, some people splashed money, but still they were not retained. What does that spell? It spells that people have, over time, learned something, and we want to see that continue. That even when money or finances are part of the whole game, they should not determine. They should not be the determinant, but rather, how do you answer to the questions of the day, which are basic needs of the citizens, which are the basic concerns. And that's why I do not concur with you on the point that the Ugandan society is not yet at the level of looking.
No, I was just asking a question.
Of course, yes, I am trying to build a case on that. That yes, for some time it has been the case, but today we have not entirely reached that level. Yes, but quite a good step has been made in the direction of looking at what is it exactly that we shall benefit as a society.
I don't entirely
It is not a
disagree
question.
with the
It's
people
not
who
a
say-
question of we have many schools. For instance, you and I went to schools which at the time in the early 90s, P7, were producing boys and girls going to the first class schools. But to go back to the same school, do they produce some similar candidates?
Interesting
Not
question.
at all. So now
I
the
think
question
Ugandans
of
have,
quantity
maybe
is
come of
out.
age,
We look at quality.
Quality.
And this is the point where we are moving to. And I love the spirit that is developing in the citizens and the new age, the new trend of events. So I'm optimistic that this time citizens will be spoiled for choice. I am optimistic personally.
Spoiled for choice, you're looking at the candidates and you think
Yes, the
they will-
candidates and what they have to offer, so that if a candidate is just playing and not serious at the game, citizens will say, no, you are not a serious candidate, and therefore we have a choice, because you either have choice 1, choice 2, choice 3, unlike the past where we had it is either this or that. You see, by this time we seem to have some serious candidates, and therefore serious offers. If it is a market, you are in the market and you are spoiled. Which choice do I make?
Do you agree with that, Julius, that we shall be spoiled for choice, or is it the same? Because you see, sometimes politicians all look to be cut out from the same cloth. NRM, FDC, DP, with all due respect. Sometimes you're thinking, these guys are just politicians, you know, they all clamor for the same things, and that is why they might disagree over one or two things, petty folk over that. But in Parliament, whenever it is an issue of their salary increment, they speak in one accord. Are we really spoiled for choice? Do you think we have gotten to a level where we have candidates that are the cream de la cream that are actually going to transform this country?
For now, when you look at the front runners,
And at all levels, not
if
just
you look at-
presidential, really.
If you look at, you know, in Uganda, it's not possible to consider many levels without. For me, I think the most important level to consider is the president, because
Why? But the other leaders in this
yes,
country.
like Betty Kamya has always insisted, the constitution vests a lot of power in the president. The president appoints virtually any important office in the country. The president, as of now, who is in the NRM, in fact even appoints the executive of his party, meaning the president is so unchecked in the powers that he holds. Now, as you look at other levels of leadership, you have to appreciate that the president is all powerful. He's omnipotent, as we used to say about God. You see? Now, for me, I think when you look at the people contesting for president, I think they provide a good catch. For example, we've seen the president who has been in power for 30 years. We are seeing a prime minister who was with him for over 40 or 50 years. And we are seeing Dr. Besigye, who has consistently opposed him since 2000.
Well, he was with him earlier, so.
Yes, and they were together. That's the point I'm making. Now, these are people who have been in the public eye, whose track record of service has been viewed by all and sundry. So people are competent as of now to assess their level and degree of competence. I would think we are given a good choice. Of course, even the youthful Mariam Reba, given his track record in the short offices that he has held, that is as VC, as Director of Institute of Computer Science. About Dr. Bedwanika, maybe, but my emphasis, I think, is that we have a good choice of candidates. They provide a good choice. That's why, unlike other campaign periods, this is one of the campaign periods that must be giving a lot of sleepless nights to the president. In fact, you are saying here that it started off to a good start. That could even be a bad omen. It could be a pointer to tougher things, like the separate could be cool on top, when down there the temperature is over 100. I would think we are headed for a very heated campaign period. That is why...
You're not sounding war drums, are you? Do you see... Do I hear you say that maybe the situation could get tempestuous, there could be a bit of violence or that kind of thing?
I think, unlike before, the president is facing people who know him so well, especially the former prime minister. And I'm not sure if he is a man who is not jittery. I think over time we've seen that when the president is faced with a desperate situation, he sounds war drums. I would think we expect a very, very tough campaign, which, given the conduct of police in the recent past, there is no likelihood of letting up. People are going to be beaten, people are going to be arrested, because it is only going to get worse before it gets better.
That sounds very discouraging and worrisome. I was telling you earlier on, Celestine, that I know people that have said, look, I'm looking for where I can ferry my family to. Why? Because they envisage what
my
you seem to say.
My concern is, who are these people who turn out to beat others during that period? That has always been my concern. Because I personally believe these are fellow citizens. In any case, they are Ugandans. In any case, they are people who are supposed to vote. And therefore, that's why I mentioned and I say, and I still emphasize, that it is incumbent on us as citizens to either orchestrate that kind of violence or not, by way of saying no. Because if you are my leader and you say, let us go and gang them up, and I say, no, that is not part of the game, how will you succeed? So it is us who really do that kind of...
All right, you can come.
Yeah, let's look at the recent primary elections of NRM. Did anybody anticipate that degree of violence?
Well, many did, given the stakes, how high they were, etc., etc.
That even underscores my point. If people who are within the same house are beating each other up, arresting each other, actually police never made a lot of arrests. But if the beatings were at that level as they were, how is it where you're competing against other people who you care little about?
How do we then avoid that violence? Because you see, we have seen violence elsewhere, countries have fallen apart, we don't want it here.
How can we avoid it? Most importantly, you've seen, I don't know if it's my observation, but I've seen it that every time police interrupts, enters something, maybe the way they enter it, the moment they intervene, the result is violence. I think I would urge the police to up their game, as in to avoid being partisan, being seen as partisan, because you're going to see already we're hearing over the people are sending messages that yesterday they were directing traffic to enable the president to move smoothly. As of now, they've left it to Besigye and his group to soldier it out up in Nambole. Now, when that sense of unfairness manifests itself,
that's true.
It is that sense of unfairness which pushes people to that. People are not violent like they want to be violent. Once a person sees that he's being pressed, then the result would be that they'll fight back. So my opinion and my request would be to urge police maybe to improve their relationship with the political candidates, maybe to even improve its image, not to be seen as partisan. In fact, why would we need crime preventers if it was not in anticipation of either beating up people or anything?
Police will say that, look, the police force is made up of 45,000 men and women in uniform. Uganda is made up of about 35. Get the 5 million crime preventers. Do you know the number? They're actually about 5.
Why do we need crime preventers? Not leave it to police to handle. And then
the commander, the very nominated. Let's cross over.
Remind you of a period. In half of the
It is day 2 of the nomination of President on poverty alleviation in Gene, but she later, in fact, apologized and we were expecting to see Charles Balerang. After this, she will be Charles and 3 others, that is Dr. here, to get nominated.
It's with this gentleman. Maybe as that goes on,
as of course we are waiting for fighting everybody in Busoga. So with her, I don't want to us.
Interesting. Celestine, when you see people, but we keep watching. What this thing? What do you make of candidates like her?
To start, that is okay. Secondly,
even if you take the competition,
that way
we are told is again
and along the
we should say
so those interviews are
by cash or by draft, and he did not
the form of to avoid from what I would say decision is here. I think
it's a check going to accept payment. AEC took an option and said no, for us we are interested in either cash or bank draft. And in this case, really we needed to bear with the EC. If they make it express, why should you come and turn around? No wonder he says there are no games in this. So even when the lawyers take it up, I still find it not something they can go through with, because they express themselves. They expressly say, we want this or this. But they are aware that indeed a check is a negotiable instrument. I'm sure they have a team.
And do you think that Charles Balerwanga was wrong? And maybe just before you answer that, what you see on split screen there is supporters of Kano Dr. Kiza Besigye headed to Nambole. He's due for nomination at 11 a.m. Let's wait and see. Hopefully what has befallen Walube, Maureen, Charia and Charles Balerwanga will not be the same story, but
I think Besigye has experience.
He has experience in this thing. And then maybe that's the other issue, you know. But anyway, carry on with what
I was emphasizing that fine EC might have wanted payment either in cash or by bank draft. I would think that is now a question for court to interpret. Is a check acceptable payment in Uganda? Bank of Uganda recognizes it.
You know, another one comes, they don't have everything. You come back the following day, you still don't have it together. Why should we pay attention to you, for goodness sake?
Oh, thank you very much. I like the part of why should you pay attention after having given them opportunity and they misuse the opportunity. That is precisely what I said. Give them chance, benefit of doubt, first time. If they misuse the benefit of doubt, then do away with them and proceed with the people that have issues to present. And that's the point, because whereas I support and I'm a proponent of giving equal opportunity, again, I do not like people who play about or who are jokers in that case.
This is a serious exercise.
Because indeed, like the chairman says, there are no jokers. It's not a joking incident or activity. You are given time, ample time. These guys were given an extra month. This was an activity for last month. So a postponement of a whole month, you should have put together your act, called a team. I wonder whether such people have strategists, because then strategists should tell you that they look through the rules and tally them or align them with what is available on ground for your package, so that they should have foreseen or projected whatever issues may arise and be able to become smart. Now, you come and present yourself, you fail the first time, you'll be given another opportunity, you fail yourself. By the way, this is again to say EC is doing its work. It is the candidate in this case who is failing, him or herself, with his team. And therefore, you are right to say if people turn it out to be a joker's game, then you don't pay attention to them, right? Because you have actually given them opportunity and they have misused the opportunity. So, chance goes to another one. Pass it on to the next person. So, at that point, I concur with you. I have no objection.
Talking about the pressure that the EC is undergoing, Julius, you have worked at the Electoral Commission when you just left the university. That was your first job. You know, what was it like, and what kind of, what goes on behind the scenes? You know, of course, now we see Dr. Kilgudu there together with his commissioners. Many time we want to bash them when things are not going right.
The biggest
Probably he was there before it was very tight.
No, I was there in 2006, and you know how that election was.
Yeah, that's fine.
But the thing is, the problem in Uganda, most of everything is done at the last minute. That is why EC had to even extend the time this activity, which was supposed to take place last month, or is now taking place today. It all comes back to how does Parliament prepare if they are bringing amendments. Because if you are going to amend the electoral laws, the Electoral Commission works within the framework of the electoral laws. Now, if you're going to amend them within a week to the time of nomination, that makes the work of the Electoral Commission very, very hard, and it exerts a lot of pressure. So, even the availability of money, you may find that they don't have enough resources at the moment. So, you need to appreciate that while they may be self-destructive at times, most times it comes back to the framework within which they operate. I can tell you it is too much pressure, to the extent that you've seen where they're organizing even a mayor by-election, they fail to get ballot papers. I've seen there is a particular case which we litigated against Professor Bukenya, where a candidate's name was different. His name is Custer, they put a different name, his picture is different. Now, all of those only point to either sloppy people or working under pressure, and I would think it is working under immense pressure. You know, if an election is going to take place in 2016 and you're going to have over 1 million positions to be being contested for, it means you have to put in a lot of effort. Because of these 1 million positions, you are having a minimum of 3 candidates. Now that makes it how many people? Now, as long as government takes things casually, it doesn't provide, make it comfortable for the Electoral Commission to work, to prepare for elections within time. That's why you'll have problems like that. In fact, that is why people have continually said that this is not an independent Electoral Commission in reality, but in name, for the reason that it is at the whims of government. It's at the whims of government how to get money, when to get money, how to pass the laws. Now that makes it very difficult for them to operate. There is a lot of pressure in that office.
Interesting. What you're watching there is Besigye's convoy trying to make its way to.
In fact, those ones have been stopped. They've been stopped because they only allow Besigye to enter.
Besigye and his 20 people.
I think this is Chireka now.
There you are. Of course, many of those supporters will have to wait for the man outside and follow him thereafter as he goes for his first rally as a presidential candidate for the 2016 general elections. It is, according to my watch, 11 a.m. Hopefully, Besigye will make his way to Nambole in a few, so that we see how the process does go. Earlier on, what did happen is we saw
two independent candidates. Well, one independent, another belonging to a party there, one of those newer parties, the Ecological Party. The first person to appear before the Electoral Commission this morning, Faith Maureen Warube Chialia, went for nomination. She is a former candidate for the Jinja District Woman Member of Parliament. That was in 2011. She stood on the FDC ticket. She didn't make it, and then shortly afterwards she went to work with State House as the presidential advisor on poverty alleviation in the Busoga region. She was at that for a bit, then she went in the diaspora, and she's back. She says she wants to be your president, but as of this morning, that didn't go as well. The Electoral Commission saying one or two inconsistencies with her documents, and she is hoping to rectify those before 4 p.m. when this exercise closes. Next to walk in was Charles Barry Luanga, who moved in, but again, his papers were not well put together. He said, of course, he had three major challenges. One, he took the wrong pictures, then didn't have an original slip for the payment of the money, and of course, other papers that were not stamped. And as of today, the others are sorted out, but the Electoral Commission is saying, look, you are meant to pay either cash or by draft, and he didn't do any of those. He paid by check. So he's been sent away, and the Electoral Commission chairman seems to say this man does not take this process seriously. Who knows, he just might not even make it back by 4 p.m. But the lawyer says he still has time to salvage this. If he gets cash, goes and pays, and probably comes with a receipt and returns in a very short while before 4 p.m. Let's wait and see how that does pan out. But for now, heading to the Electoral Commission is retired Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye, going for nomination. It's slated for 11 a.m. It's a little past 11 a.m., but he continues to make his way there. Let's wait and see. Besigye, of course, has done this. This will be the fourth time that he will be doing this. Previously, of course, he was nominated in his absence. Another time, I think he was in prison, but he got nominated. This time round, like was the case in 2011, he is present, and we wait to see whether or not he will be nominated. Most probably he will be. He's done this quite a bit of time. I see somebody in yellow in the middle of Besigye's crowd.
It's a Ugandan jersey. Maybe he loves Uganda more.
He loves Uganda more than he does Besigye.
Yeah, but even when it is, he could be a convert. The convert will come in any jersey.
Then they give him the dress.
Yeah, and they wait for the rally to make the change. So I'm sure the party is accommodative. I think so.
No, as a matter of
You
fact,
speak for the party
as a
now?
matter of fact, it has happened. It has
I have
happened.
seen on rallies.
Yes, a
where
person takes
people-
off whichever color and
they
is given
change.
the yes.
So
He's baptized
I
now.
expect them to be accommodative.
And we shall
Just
see today most likely.
Very true.
Interesting. You talk about love for Uganda a lot more than
Any
love for
particular
these
individual.
particular political parties and individuals.
Yeah, but you see,
Do you see that, or are we? Because, like we were saying earlier on, some of these candidates have hardline supporters. They will go
That's
to the
very true.
grave with them. Is that how we feel about this country, Uganda?
we shall overcome that in the next elections, where we have. Yes,
we
let
have
me.
this one at
Yeah,
hand.
let me say this. Let me
Where
say
you
this.
Are you talking about 2021?
Let me say this. We are talking of 2016. Whereas people are diehards of some individuals, but it is also moving from individuals to the party itself. Today you'll find that a person who loves NRM loves it so much that whether or not President Museveni is the flag bearer, the person will vote for NRM. While there are those who support the president as an individual. So I'm saying as time goes on, we shall see more and more citizens support the parties as institutions, as vehicles of democracy, than individuals. You see, you have to appreciate that we have come a long way. 20 years in individual merit. Now this is just about 10 years we are practicing this. So it is taking time to instill that spirit of institutionalism, and therefore it is true we have diehards, but those diehards over time for individuals will phase out, and we get diehards for systems, for parties.
Very optimistic.
Yeah,
I hope that will be the case.
And that's why
from
I am
what
saying there will
know
be a change.
of world politics and affairs. Every movement has its leader. In as much as you'd want to have, people aligning specifically with the party, you must not forget that you cannot isolate the leader from the party itself. For example, when Hitler was still in prison, the Nazi party was in tatters. When he came out and he galvanized the support, they took power. Similarly, when the Stalins and his colleague, I'm forgetting his name, came in, they organized their party and then they took over power. Even the USA, you cannot take away the fact that Abraham Lincoln really provided the leadership. There is always need for leadership. So, in as much as you look at people being diehards for the party, for an individual in a party, it's in line with the principle that any struggle will have a leader. Probably at a future date, but for now, it is still within that period, that phase where people are struggling to get change. You saw Martin Luther King. Without Martin Luther, it is highly possible that it is not likely that that black movement would have succeeded at the time it did. But he provided the leadership. There were many other people. There were many people who were agreeing with them, but he provided the leadership. So for now, I would still think that people love the country. In fact, that's why they go out. But they believe that this leader is the medium through which they can attain the needs of the country that they love a lot.
Isn't that part of our problem, especially with these
True.
political parties,
True.
that these figures, they are venerated. They look at them as sacrosanct, as the alpha and omega,
Can I
if
ask
you
you,
like.
Joe?
Away from those figures,
Imagine-
these parties crumble, they fall apart.
Imagine the Catholic Church without the Pope.
That's different. That's different because you see, with the Pope is it's an institution, I like to think. That is why one resigns, they forget about him, another takes over, another one comes, and they hold the fellow in high regard.
For a long
This
time,
looks different,
no,
I
for
think.
a long time after John Paul had passed on, in fact, is it Razinga? Grigori, that one, who took over. Still, he was under the shadows. It took so long. It is now Pope Francis who is now taking the front space. You get it? So it's not just here. Imagine, for example, even churches here. Yes? Imagine Lubaga, where Pastor Kayanja is the pastor when he's not there. You get it? Every movement has a leader. I still believe that in as much as we want it that way, that people pay allegiance to the party, we've not yet reached that level where the party takes the center stage. We've not yet, for the reason that, like Westj usually says, fighting a dictatorship or causing change is not fun. You get it? How many people are willing to stand up the way he has? You get it? That is why several individuals were calling in and saying that no, for us we believe we support him because he has stood and fought. People support the president Museveni simply because he put in a lot of effort. He represents a lot. It is not all about him. He represents a lot. It sees as being President Museveni, it sees as being Besigye. It now comes back to what does he stand for? Ask yourself, when this flip-flopper Sebagala, whenever he goes, do you think people go with him? He's now an individual. People saw what he was presenting. If tomorrow Besigye flip-flopped the way, for example, Sebagala flip-flopped, you expect these same crowds would be with him?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
So you can see that these leaders represent an ideal which these people identify with.
All right, talking of which, what we were seeing inside and what we see inside is the Nambole Stadium, where Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye is headed. He actually could be inside already, no, but I think his convoy is still making its way
The
there.
convoy,
He's making his way there, going for nomination. Of course, so all these people are going to remain on the outside. Only 20 people can access the nomination venue with him. Who are those 20? We wait and see. Of course, party stalwarts, some of his officials there. He's going to be, of course, backed by the party president, General Mugisha Muntu, who stood against him for the flag bearership of the party. So we wait to see how that does pan out. Of course, that seems to be police on the standby. I see them there looking all set.
majestically standing.
Just in case, I'm sure they're there just in case. But we are hoping that nothing tempestuous will happen. All should go well. Let's wait and see how things do pan out, that these people remain tranquil as we expect them to thereafter go for your rally, no altercations between them and police or anybody else. That's the kind of country that we want to see, that all goes well. We have elections, they're free and fair, they are peaceful, and at the end of the day, the winner takes it all, and the losers lose squarely and fairly, and not in a rigged, confused election, and when they lose, they concede. I think for me that's important. And
That's true.
Do you see that?
And that is a culture that has to be cultivated or inculcated in the people's mind. And this is where we are saying that citizens have to overcome that kind of tension of looking at individuals for salvation, but rather at issues. Because when issues are talked about and then the person offers the best to the citizen, then that's where you realize that someone who loses will majestically accept and move on. And this is happening elsewhere. That's why I keep saying, Uganda, we are moving in the right direction, because we shall have to compare ourselves with others. If it has happened elsewhere, why can't it happen today? So our part, especially like civil society, is to help citizens appreciate that let's not look at an individual per se, but look at what is it there for us to get. Are we able, is somebody promising and therefore putting in place how quality education will come, quality health care will come. Very often you've heard of buildings or hospital units that have been put up with no drugs or with no equipment or with no personnel. So in this case, let the person tell us that for us to improve on our health care, we have put in place a mechanism where we are having on each health unit this number of people. They will be paid from this money will be generated. That makes sense. It is logical. So that if somebody is convinced, then says, let me go with this person.
All right.
And that is where we are going to. That is what gave birth to Citizen Manifesto, for instance. Because
we'll talk about that manifesto in a bit. I know you are excited about it. Of course, questions keep abounding. Who does this manifesto? Do you fellows just sit in hotel rooms and come up with it? Do you consult? But let's cross over to Nambole and listen to what's going on there.
No, we sent a list here. We need the candidate first.
obuteefanyizaako ng'embeera bwebadde mpozi olaba nti olwaleero poliisi abasajja bayo abampi n'abawanvu okulaba nno nti bagezaako okusala ku muwendo gw'abawagizi kano Dr. Kizza Besigye abadde bamuwerekeddeko kubanga wansi tulengera ku roundabout oba ku nkulungo etuuka no kisaawe Nambole abantu bayitirivu nnyo kati n'olwekyo poliisi ebadde erina okuyita abasajja bayo ebenga mpozi ebakendezaako. Omukulu chairman w'ekibiina ki FDC Waswabirigwa naye mulaba atuuse omukulu Geoffrey Ekanya y'omu ku bali ku campaign team oba mu kwenjeza kano Dr. Kizza Besigye akalulu ateekako mpozi n'omukulu Chapa Karuhanga teekako akulira oludda Wafula Ogutu y'omu awerekeddeko kano Dr. Kizza Besigye muganda naye y'omukubabo awerekedde ku Dr. Kizza Besigye naye poliisi yo egenda mu maaso okulaba nti nno nti abo bokka abalina kaadi be bagenda okukkirizibwa okuyingira akulira ekibiina kino retired Major General Mugisha Muntu naye y'omu ku abo abatambudde ne kano Dr. Kizza Besigye. Kano Dr. Kizza Besigye yali yafuna mpozi yali yasalawo ye ajja kwagala essaawa 5 zaabe nga ajja mpozi abe nga wayo ebipapula bye era okakasa nti nti enkoko nti alikute mu mumwa n'atuuka mu budde okulaba nti nti awaayo ebiwandiiko bye abenga kakasibwa akakiiko k'ebyo naddala bannamateeka baako okulaba nti nate akakasibwa oba nga takakasibwa byonna tujja kuba tubikola naye nga mpozi emabegakawo embeera ebaddewo wano omukulu lwanga Charles Bale ye ebibye empozi tuyinza okugamba nno nti okwetaba okuba guweddewo olw'ensonga nti ebiwandiiko bye nate omulundi ogwokubita akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kabigobye nga kagamba nti naddala okusinziira ku mukulu Engineer Badru Kigundu agamba nti ebiwandiiko bya Bale bibadde era bikyalumiralumira era n'amukakasa nti nno nti kyekiseera okujja omuzannyo mu mbeera eno kubanga bo bali serious oba bali ku mulamwa naye omuntu okikula bwe kiti bwabanga ate aleetamu bigambo oba muzannyo olaba nti embeera eyinza okuba nga mpozi bo bagamba nti no nti tesaanidde naye nga mpozi tugezaako wano okufuna ku muntu abenga atubuulirako mbeera nga bweri yono omukulu Ibrahim Semujonganda honorable jebale kosa
kali bamne mujebale
embeera munauganda yagadde ogitegeera wano ku NTV
kino nange mbadde sikiraba nko mulamu bwange era ng'abantu bena bagenda nti olwaleero pulezidenti abantu be bamuwandiisa abadde boogera ebigambo bina bigenda bakalira ku matama kino ekintu kiringa ng'omuganda waagamba nti towakaniranga ebaagwa nti eyo gye basala nsava ogirinanga ne bagijjako eddiba kati buli aleeba eddiba nga livuddeko olwaleero tetugenda kutambula kukola kampeyini bo basigale nga bakyayogera
yoyo omukulu Ibrahim Semujonganda ng'ayogera ku mbeera nga bweri wano enambole oluvannyuma lwa candidate we mpozi kano Dr. Kizza Besigye okubanga atuukako wano katugendeko ew'omukulu Mugisha Muntu naye mpozi abenga atubulirako jeno tusaba okwogerako wano ku NTV embeera ogiraba otya oluvannyuma lwa candidate w'okutuuka wano okutambula obulungi okuva ku kitebe ky'ekibiina okutuuka n'enambole
naawe ogiraba embeera nungi tolabye abantu engeri n'okusanyuka bwe tuyise wonna era tutuuse kati tugenda kwewandiisa essaawa zino
essuubi gye liri nti bagenda mukakasanga bulijjo yoyo yeye motoka ya Dr. Kano Kizza Besigye eyingidde ekisaawe ky'enambole bagikiriza yongera eriko n'ekimuli nawe nga bwogobeera bulungi embeera nga bweri wano ku NTV nga mpozi mu dakika ntono nnyo agenda kuba nga ayingira mu kisenge awali abakulu abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda okulaba nti awaayo ebipapula bye abenga akakasibwa babenga babitunulamu oba akakasibwa oba nga takakasibwa byonna tugenda kuba tubikutuusaako wano obutereevu nnyo andi ne munnange Shira Ndukire agenda kuba nga abawa olulimi Olungereza embeera nga bweri wano nga bwagiraba ate mpozi byonna ebinaaba bidiridde ebinaaba bivudde mu kusunsulamu ebiwandiiko bya retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye naye nga yo poliisi yo weeri mu bungi okulaba nti embeera teva mu nteeko era nga ekiseera kitono nnyo Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye agenda kuba nga ava mu motoka ye muleese nabo wano basajja bakulu omukulu waswabiriggwa emisinde gy'alina okulaba nti y'omu ku abo abasooka mpozi okwata dokita abenga ava mu motoka ye amwerekereko kumuyingiza mu kisenge waalina okuba nga awaayo ebiwandiiko bye tetunategeera ani agenda okuba nga asemba erinnya lye n'oddiwaayo eri abakulu b'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda naye nga ndaba akulira ebyokulonda mu kibiina kya FDC yoyo Dr. Kano Kizza Besigye avuddeyo mu motoka ye Dr. Kano Kizza Besigye yeyo embeera nga bw'ogiraba avuddeyo mu motoka ye awerekeddwako omukulu w'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda omwogezi waako Jotham Taremwa ababaka ba palamenti ab'enjawulo bali mumwerekerako batambula mpolampola okuyingira ekisenge kozi gyalina okuweerayo ebiwandiiko bye naye nga agenda kusooka atwalibweko mu kisenge awummuleko abenga akakkanako olw'embeera mpozi mwayinza okuba nga jide ejja kuba nga emwetaasa abenga asooka okukakkanako era bw'atyo ayingiziddwa mu kisenge asooka awummuleko nga bw'alinda embeera nga ab'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda bagezaako okugitereeza abenga mpozi nate ayingira mu kisenge gyalina okuweerayo ebiwandiiko bye bibe nga bikakasibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda. Ngenda kuba mpozi nkuwa mwanyinaze Shira Nduukire naye mpozi abaweeko ku mbeera nga bweri oluvannyuma lwa retired Colonel Dr. Besigye okutuuka ano yagiraba atya bannaffe ab'Olungereza. Shira.
Thank you very much, my colleague Julius Senkandwa. Dr. Kizza Besigye has arrived here at Nambole Stadium. He was supposed to be here at 11 a.m., but he has come in at about 11:15, coming to 11:20, and largely because there was a very big crowd that he was coming with. And the pictures you're seeing now, he's greeting, meeting and greeting his people, his senior members of the party, of the FDC party. And we have since learned that Onekalit Dennis and a lady known as Nuru Nakalema will be the ones proposing and seconding Dr. Kizza Besigye. And very shortly he will be going to the nomination room, and that is where he will be, getting nominated. And he will become the fourth presidential candidate to be nominated today if all goes well between now and the process he walks into that hall. There's a sea of journalists here trying to get a glimpse of Dr. Kizza Besigye. Earlier on, Charles Baleranga, of course, was sent away by the Electoral Commission because he did not meet the requirements. And now Dr. Kizza Besigye is here. I could just tell you the faces we're seeing here. There's Waswa Birigwa, Ambassador Waswa Birigwa, the chairman of the FDC party. There is the FDC president, who is General Mugisha Muntu. There are lots of people, members of parliament, his opposers, of course. There's a lady, the nominator, if I could just tell you, she's carrying a baby. And I spoke with one of the officials of the FDC, and they say the baby that she's carrying is a symbol of what the FDC is fighting for. We'll be very shortly showing you those images of the lady with the baby who is going to nominate Dr. Kizza Besigye.
Shilando Uchire there, bringing us the live happenings at Nambole Stadium, where retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye has just arrived at Nambole. He's going for nominations. Earlier on, of course, we had been told that he would be nominated by Salongo Elias Lukwago, but we are told that has changed so far. He'll be nominated by Lady Ewan Nuru. That, I think, could be the support, a rival of Betty Anywar going to run for that constituency. We'll confirm that. We'll confirm that for you. But then, of course, the other person that is part of the two, one is a nominator, the other is a seconder. That is Onekalit Dennis, I believe the other name is. He's a former guild president of Makerere FDC. I'm sure he's running for one of those positions there. So that's what is happening at Nambole. Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye, having made his way there, should have been there at 11 a.m., made it at about 11:20. Will he be nominated? We'll keep watching and see how things do pan out. For now, let's cross over to Nambole. All right, we'll get to Nambole in a bit as that gets sorted. But let me get back to my guest here. You see that gentleman walking in with his supporters and so on. Do crowds, I was discussing with some people earlier, and some of them were saying, look, crowds, yes, get excited about them. Others feel crowds, be cautious with them. They don't quite vote and so on. This man has always had the crowds. They've not taken him to State House.
We need to appreciate the fact that support must be seen. That is one thing. And in Africa, people express themselves, their emotions. If a person really is happy, he'll express it. If he's not happy, he'll express it. That's why crowds make a very serious statement as to your level of support. That's why it's no surprise that yesterday you saw Professor Barrier with one or two people. That's why
he had more than one or two
okay,
people.
let's say 1,000 people, and that's why you see the leading candidates all struggle, because you must show your people that you're popular. Because I remember when we were at Makerere, you failed to draw or to draw people to yourself. People are afraid to come out. In fact, what Semejung Anda was clear saying, implying in what he was saying, is that people are saying we don't have support. But look at this. You see, crowds That's why you saw yesterday I was watching some news and they were saying people were promised money, in fact, to attend a rally. I mean, to attend the first rally of a given candidate. All that points to one thing, that you must show presence. If you think you're popular, who are your people? And the only way you're going to do it is by having these crowds. In fact, the NRM was dismissing these crowds, but later it turned out that they also started posting pictures on social media of their crowds. That shows that your presence must be seen, and the only way they can see your presence is by the crowds that you can attract people to yourself when you're addressing them. Yes.
Away from appeasing these candidates and their supporters that yes, we have quite a bit of support, these crowds, do they resultantly end up into voters? Because I like to think, could it be that some people are just inquisitive, want to see who is this man that's giving President Museveni a bloody nose? Who is this guy? What is he saying this time round? You know, or are they going to serve lunch or that kind of thing?
That's true, Joel. And however, I want to mention that sometimes, very often, citizens are not decided. And they feel like, for me, I will go with the majority. So, at that point in time, you realize that you have to pull it off right from the beginning. Otherwise, you lose track, because people will think that what you have in a package is not selling, and therefore people will not come to you. So now it resonates with the point that Ugandans are not exactly on issues, somewhat. Reason being, while they do not look out for issues, some citizens, some will look out, those who don't look out for issues, they will look out for who is appealing, who has a bigger following, and that's when crowds make a statement. And therefore, it would be very risky for a serious candidate not to pull it off with the crowds. The difference it makes all through in this, in what we are seeing today, is whereas the crowds of yesterday, that is President Museveni, and the ones of today, Chiza Besigye, are crowds that very likely they are loyalists. Very likely they are loyalists that come shine or rain, they will be there. We are yet to find out about the crowds of yesterday of Amama, who is new in the race, whether these are royalists or not. Of course, being a coalition or an alliance of the different parties, those crowds can be divided into those parties or organizations that form the alliance. Probably that's how we can define it. But for now, the crowds make a statement, especially in Uganda's politics, and it will make more. It will be more appealing if you even have a message that is sellable.
That does follow the crowd.
So now, if you have a sellable message, then that means that in addition to your message, then you will even attract more crowds to your side, because now people will be, they will feel excited to associate themselves with you, because one, it's not about the crowds, but they also have issues to discuss. Very often when a rally is made and you go to the next point, people stay behind campaigning. They say, this man has a very good message. I mean, you see, he has promised this year. If you remember 2001, what was happening? The message is going to take off the graduated tax. Well, he's going to increase the market. People were debating within themselves. He had the message at the time, and he had the crowds.
All right, I need
so
to
that's
bring
the
Julius in here,
statement
because we'll be taking a break quickly. This gentleman, Kano Dr. Kiza Besigye, you know, some of his support has been nibbled away at. We're told there are MPs that are now with Mbabazi. We saw one of them following him yesterday. And there are other supporters that seem to have resigned to the fate of, you know what, this gentleman cannot make it to State House. What chances does he stand this time around? Because you see, you know, he's always had the opposition bloc. Now, it seems to be split because there are new players, the bigger one now being Mbabazi. I mean, among the new entrants, that is.
In Zambia, there is a guy who had contested for so many times and lost, and then succeeded at one time. Was it Zambia or Zimbabwe? Zambia, I think. Even Senegal, that gentleman who wanted his son to take over, he had also contested and failed. Why this points
Even
out
the latest Buhari,
yes,
President
Buhari, yes,
Buhari.
had contested and failed. So it's not about the number of times that you contest. I think the most important thing is when is your message taken seriously. Yes. For me, I would think Vesje over time has galvanized his support. I was telling Celestine here that if you observe the kind of campaign that has been run by the NRM is not the kind of campaign which builds bridges. It's a campaign which, if you don't support us, you'll pay heavily in terms of being caned, in terms of being maligned here and there. Now, a person who did not support the president in 2011, it is highly possible that you will not support him now, for the reason that unless there is a personal gain, you'll have fellows, the flip-floppers, who have got money here, and for that reason they've turned. But for people who
They've
stand
seen
for
the light.
ideals, it is not possible because there is nothing that has improved. Corruption has gone high. Hospitals have not improved. Now,
things are not as good, at least according to you.
they've
and
not
those people.
improved.
Gentlemen, allow me to take a break now. We need to take a very quick break because there's a lot of action happening at Nambole. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just on the night, like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
Fellow Ugandans, I greet you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. We are redeveloping the two shrines of the Uganda Martyrs, Namugongo and Munyonyo. And I want to appeal to you to play a part. You may donate through mobile money or through your local bank branch. May God bless you and thank you.
Look at all the juices that are in there, and that is what I'm looking for. My goodness, look at that.
You do not come here in my barn to sleep from there. What do you think this is a day and boarding?
They say laughter is the best medicine.
This is for what?
That is 300 shillings.
300 shillings for someone who just attempted to demolish my own toilet.
Don't mess with that. It's what the doctor ordered for your weekly dose.
Excuse me, is this a toilet?
Is it a taxi?
So what? It is a toilet. I mean, you just enter just free of charge. You don't ask, you don't brief management. So you organize yourself. You left home and you had organized your enzymes. Come and eat cake, meat, what? Is it your birthday?
Tickle your funny bone every Friday.
Yes, officer, how can I help you? Your driving permit. But it is my driving permit. Why should I give it to you?
Don't mess with Ann Kasime. It's comedy at its finest.
Have you seen yourself? What do you mean? You've painted yourself. You look like all the colors of the rainbow on your face.
We transact every day, and for centuries, currencies have changed hands. Business is a must.
And that is why Money Matters makes it a must to talk business.
It's the biggest market out in Uganda because of East African connections and business.
From farming to business trading, we give you all the angles.
When you're harvesting, that one is the most important part, which we have to be there.
We'll bring you all the details that doing business has to offer.
Thoughts of the business leaders in the market.
The airline industry doesn't operate like any other industry, where you go in and buy a shirt and this shirt is 20 shillings today, it will be 20 shillings tomorrow, 20 shillings.
The analysis of the costs and the income in the industries. From wherever we are, we talk business, and at Money Matters, where money indeed matters.
Business is a must.
So, don't miss talking business with us every Thursday only on NTV.
Suraj, please help me out. Babu was accusing you of some necklace that has gone missing from the house.
Sandhya, what you intend to do and what you don't, I don't have the patience and the strength to understand that anymore.
All these allegations were leveled against me. Then, how can I feel happy today? My reputation was maligned by everyone.
I firmly believe that she's a liar. She's not innocent.
Leave her hand right now! I will not. I will make their life miserable if anyone tries to touch or see my sister. Got it?
I will not listen to you. No way.
Oh no! What should I do now?
Made for each other. Every Monday to Friday, 6:30 p.m.
Last person to come is the chair of the FD Electoral Commission. He had to make sure he comes last, so that his team is in. You are all welcome. Media, you are brought in the returning officer and the team here from accessing the aspirant. And you are denying the aspirant the opportunity to have a full view of the returning officer and his team. Excuse me, Basebo Nevanyabo. Okay, thank you. The procedure is that we have the proposer and the seconder come forward with their nomination documents and present them to the returning officer of the day, who is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Engineer Dr. Bad Chundu. The proposer and the seconder, please carry the aspirant's nomination documents and present them over to the returning officer. As you can see, he is ready to receive those documents. Okay. The proposer and the seconder are moving forward. They're having a handshake with the returning officer of the day. The returning officer is admiring the beautiful kid, and now they have submitted their documents, which in turn the RO has submitted them to the technical team to do a verification and confirm. And confirm the following. One, that the aspirant, the proposer, and the seconder are all registered voters. And that the aspirant has consented to his nomination. That he has obtained the 100 signatures required from each of the 75 districts of Uganda, that he is not below 35 years of age,
neither is he above 75 years of age. That he has paid the 20 million non-refundable fee, among others. And as soon as the verification is completed, the documents, if they are found to be fine, and if the aspiring candidate has complied with all the requirements, the documents will be returned back to the returning officer. He will append his signature and stamp them. And at that point, the candidate will be announced that he has been duly nominated. And when the candidate is announced, he will be asked to move forward to the returning officer and also to shake hands with the team. Thereafter, the candidate and the team move to the last place.
tubaniriza nnyo banafuna ku NTV bwetembera bweri wano mu kizimbe kya wano mu kisaawe Nambole retired Dr. Kizza Besigye ate ayingiddewo naye okulaba nti empapula ze zikakasibwa akakiiko okulonda abenga naye mpozi ayingira olwokaano lw'ebyobufuzi naddala ku ntebe y'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga era ng'ono singa aba akakasiddwa agenda kuba mpozi ye omuntu owokuna okuba nti nti akkirizibwa okwetalwa mu lwokaano luno olw'okulaba nti nno nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kafuna abantu abagenda okuvuganya ku ntebe eno babe nga mpozi bagenda mu maaso okwenja obululu okwetoolola eggwanga lyonna naye nga kulu Dr. Kano Kizza Besigye ndaba ku ntebe kwatudde aliko n'omubaka omukyalo wa disitulikiti eya Kampala omukyala Nabira Nagayi ate nga mpozi era nga ndabako ku mmeeza kuliko omukyala bamuyita Nuuru Nakalema ng'ono genna akafunako amatonotono ddala ku bimukwatako omukyala n'enkolera gyange okuva mu bitundu wano mu Kampala ng'ekasubi awo y'ompozi omu ku abo abazze abagenda kusemba erinnya lye abenga mpozi nga akakasibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda omukyala oyo Nuuru Nakalema tujja kuba tugezaako okufuna ebyafaayo bye naddala lwaki yasazeewo okulaba nti nti avaayo abenga awaayo erinnya ly'omukulu Kano Kizza Besigye era akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kye kyamuviiriddeko omukyala n'enkolera gyange suubira nti olunaku lwaleero yandibadde ali mu katale agezaako okulaba nno nti yeefunira ekibulira magala eddiba naye olaba asazeewo okujjano kitegeeza alina ensonga ze byonna ojja kuba obifuna bulungi amawulire gaffe agessaawo muteekako n'amawulire gaffe agessaawo esatu ku bantu ab'enjawulo naddala mu mbeera eno oba ku bigenda maaso wano mu kakiiko k'ebyokulonda wano ku kisaawe Nambole wetuli nti mu kiseera kino akakiiko kali mu kusunsulamu abo abagenda okuba nga bavuganya n'olwokaano era nga mpozi kigenda mu maaso kakati namateeka bakakiiko k'ebyokulonda bali mu kwetegereza ebiwandiiko bya Kizza Besigye okulaba nti nate bikakasibwa oba tebikakasibwa era nga ndaba y'omukulu Michael Kabaziguruka ono nga yamyuka akulira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu kibiina ki FDC tulaba nti aliyo ku lw'ekibiina agezaako okulagala n'amateeka bakakiiko k'ebyokulonda ekiwandiiko mpozi kye beetaaga okuva eri omukulu ono naye nga laba nti abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda bonna weebali bakulembeddwamu akakulira omukulu Dr. Badru Kigundu teekako abamyuka be bona teekako muwandiisi lwako jo abantu abalala ab'enjawulo kakiiko kano naye nga ku kwabo bamuwerekedde Kizza Besigye ndaba omukulu Elijah Okuboyo omubaka wa Parliament okuva e Kasiro oba omusaza ali e Kasiro teekako Cecilia Ogwal the Iron Lady oyo naye wepati bulungi nnyo teekako omubaka wa Lubaga North Omukasibante Moses naye waali n'abantu ab'enjawulo naba omukulu Waswabiri gwa Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago naye waali bulungi nnyo omubaka Roland Kajinda ono nga aveeyo mu bitundu bye Rukungiri naye waali bulungi nnyo okulaba nti alaba nga mukama we oba mukulu we kano ono olw'ebyobufuzi abanga akakasibwa bulungi nnyo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda akagenda mu maaso n'okwekebejja empapula ze era mu kiseera kino tulaba nti bakyagenda mu maaso bannamateeka okulaba nga beekenneenya ebiwandiiko bya Dr. Kizza Besigye nate bibe nga mpozi oba akakasibwa oba nga takakasibwa. Waliwo ab'obusaavu oba abatundizi oba abakulu okuva mu bitongole ebigabirira ensimbi n'abo bagezaako okutunuulira embeera y'ebyobukulembeze n'ebyobufuzi nga bweri wano mu Uganda webali bulungi nnyo teekako abakulu okuva mu kitongole ekiyitibwa Abeto nga kino mpozi kigezaako okulaba nti wabaawo emirembe naddala mu mbeera eno ey'ebyokulonda n'ebyobufuzi mu ggwanga. Tujja kuba tukutuusaako byonna nga bwe biri wano e Namboole. Essaawa eno katugira tubawa ebifaananyi byaffe.
NTV webale nnyo okuba nga okyekuumidde ku eno tugenda maaso n'okukulaga ebigenda mu maaso kati nga Electoral Commission ekakasa abo abaagala ekifo kya President wa Uganda olunaku olwajjo lwe batandise bamaliriza olunaku olwaleero atuuse mu kiseera kino nga bawulidde Julius Senkandwa annyonnyola e Namboole ye Dr. Kizza Besigye owa Forum for Democratic Change bakyagenda maaso n'okuyita mu mpapula zaabwe mpola mpola nga bwe bazuula oba buli kimu akituukiriza waliwo abalemeddwa okutuukiriza ebyo ebiragirwa akakiiko era babagobye baddeyo bongere okutereeza. Bale Lwanga owa Ecological Party of Uganda kirabika ye bibye biganye olunaku olwajjo yagobeddwa n'olwaleero alemeddwa okukakasa nti yasasula obukadde 20 obulagirwa empapula kirabika zeevedde awo akulira akakiiko n'amulagira agende weewaawo agenze yeemulugunya nnyo n'ategeeza nga bw'ajja okugenda mu kooti yeekubira enduulu ku nsonga eno. Omulala yeewuunyisizza gwe tubadde tulowooza nti ensonga yazivaako ye Faith Maureen Kyalya abajjukira obulungi omukyala ono yavuganya ejjinja eyo ku kifo ky'omubaka omukyala n'avuganya Agnes Nabiri. Ebiseera ebyo Kyalya yali mu FDC era yali wamu ne Kano Dr. Kizza Besigye nga bakolera wamu okulaba nga Dr. Kizza Besigye awangulibwa pulezidenti ate nga yawangula ekifo kya MP. Agnes Nabiri yawangula naye Kyalya teyamatira n'agenda mu kooti enkulu n'esalawo nti Nabiri akalulu yali aliko engeri gy'akavuluzevuze bwe kutyo okulonda ne kusazibwamu. Bwe bagenda mu kooti ejulirwamu Kyalya omusango gwali gukyalinda okuwulirwa. Kyalya n'akyuka n'addamu NRM President Museveni n'amuwa oluvannyuma ekifo ky'omuwi w'amagezi ku nsonga z'okumalawo obwavu mu Busoga. Bw'atyo n'akola omulimu ogwo ng'ali mu NRM okutuuka mu 2014 lwe yava mu kifo ekyo ng'agamba nti waliwo abamulimirira mu State House eyo. Yalumiriza nnyo omukyala Lucy Nakyobe abaali bagoberera ensonga ng'agamba nti amulimirira bw'atyo ekifo n'akireka. Kale tumulabye olwaleero nga naye bamulagira ddeyo atereeze ensonga z'erinnya lye kubanga amanyi agali ku certificate kwe yasomera ne ku national identity card tegafaanana. Bw'anaaba asobodde okugatereeza olwaleero ng'essaawa tezinaba kuwera 10 oba oliawo Faith Maureen Kyalya banamukakasa abeere omukyala agenda okuvuganya ku kifo kya pulezidenti. Ndi ne omukulu Mukasambidde okuva mu Democratic Party yamyuka akulira ekibiina National Vice Chairman, Vice President. Yes, owama abeera President.
Tulina National Chairman, Vice, abakubiriza enkiiko. Naye tulina President Robert Mao, ati nze ndi mumyuka.
Title tuba tulina ozikwata obulungi tuleme kubayita bitali bituufu. Abamu baba President, abala Chairman. Ebintu obiraba otya bitambula bitya, Mutembeeta Mbabazi aba DP.
Nga DP
osanga bwe buti nawe wandibadde ne Kizza Besigye wali e Namboole mu kiseera kino.
Twandyetaaze ne Dr. Kizza Besigye okubeera naffe. Kitasobose.
Abambabazi
ffenna abalowooza nti twagala eggwanga likyuke. Tulina n'aba NRM. Eggwanga lino lirina eddoboozi erirowooza nti ebintu birina okukyuka. Eryo lyonna eddoboozi mugatta ne opposition ffe tuli wamu gye tuyita go forward. Kakati bino ebibiina mannya bunnya osobola ogayita kino na kino na kino, naye ekigendererwa tukyuse buli muntu asula nga talina ssente n'emu mu nsawo atuuka ekiseera asule nazo ng'ate ne byayagala okugula yabiguze.
Ekyo ne ku
Besigye kyetwagala okuteeka mu
ne ku mulundi guli kye mwali mwogera. Biki Besigye byataakola Mbabazi byagenda okukola?
Ekisookera ddala teyatwala buyinza. Ekyo kyekisookera ddala kubanga tosobola kubaako kyokola mu ggwanga lino. Ng'olina obuyinza.
Mbidde gamba tetwatwala buyinza kubanga
tetwasobola kutwala buyinza. Era y'ensonga lwaki tulowooza nti kati twandibadde tugezaako ekisoboka okutwala obuyinza buno. Abantu bano buli lwe mumala emyaka 5 nga tebali mu buyinza kitegeeza kinene. Ababadde bafa mu malwaliro bagenda kufiira emyaka 5 emirala. Ababadde batyobolebwa eddembe ly'obuntu abatasobola kubanga abantu abasinze okubonaabona muno nga poliisi ejja nekukwata bukwasi tolina kyokoze nekuggalira ne Dr. Besigye mwali. N'olwekyo abantu abo bonna bonna nga naye mwali beetaaga kati obuyambi obwa gavumenti empya etereze ebyokutyobola eddembe ly'obuntu biveewo. Teweetaaga, si buli muntu gyasobola okubeera president, naye twetaaga obukulembeze obujja. Singa ffenna twagala, ffenna kati tulina ebisaanyizo, nange nina, naye si kyekikulu gwe okubeera president. Twagala okukola enteekateeka, tutwale obuyinza, tuteeke enkola ennungamu mu bukulembeze bw'eggwanga.
Okay, katusooke tuddeyo ku Namboole katono tuwulire Chairman w'Electoral Commission Badru Kigundu kyagamba. Chairman naye empapula akyaziyitamu alina byakyayongera okukakasaawo nga n'aba ajjayo stamp alabika n'atera okikoonamu nga bwe bagamba.
Okujjako okwetegereza originals nsuubira nti empapula ziba zagendayo dda.
Owa ziba zagendayo naye bino bye musembayo okuleeta bino olabye Maureen kyali ebintu bibadde inconsistent, amannya tegafaanana.
Amannya naye
ebya bbaale Lwanga
weebuuza omuntu
alinawo akapapula akalaga nti yasasula Electoral Commission egamba tennalaba ssente.
Akapapula ke kabadde ki?
Jo bamugambye aleeta akali origino. Kati bwe yazzeeyo leero kaleese ko si kategedde oba kafaananyi.
Bagambye ate kyeke, ate omanyi kyeke eyo kale mu mateeka eyo nayo biro kakati yeeraga nti gwe ku akawunti yo olina ssente z'oyagala okuwaba naye tezozibawadde
kitegeeza teziriiyo
zisobola okubaayo naye wano eno kyeka osobola nogiyimiriza kati wano olaga nti ozirina era olaga nti oyagala nazibawa era obawadde nekyeka eraga nti kati process etandike ezijja ku akawunti yange ezizze kuyamu process eyo etwala ennaku nnya ate oyagala kunominatinga kati ekyo nakyo
naye candidate tumusuubira okuba nga ekyaba yakimanya
ate naddala ngaoyagala kukulembera ggwanga uganda wange byembadde nkugamba
level of seriousness
okuba ne infrastructure ebala
yandibadde eriko
eyabannamateeka si kuteeba buteebi nodduka emisinde bano be baleeta waliwo kye bayita voter apathy abantu okulowooza nti ne batalonda era buli obalangirira ebivudde mu kulonda olaba obunene nnyo obw'abantu abatalonze ezimu ku nsonga
11 baali obukadde 5 n'emitwalo 6
ate ng'obwawangula tebwawera buna kitegeeza nti abantu abasinga obungi batandise okulowooza nti akalulu tekalina mugaso mu kufuula omuntu pulezidenti wa uganda
awo nno kati muyina omulimu
nti era n'okufuuka pulezidenti wa uganda oba ogenze kwesimbawo oba ogenze mu mizannyo kati abantu abesimbawo mu ngeri eyo be bakireetanga
ekyemizannyo katemba twalaba abantu 49 be bajjayo
foomu kunyumisa ensonga enkulu ey'okununula eggwanga ligende ku mukuba ettuufu ne bagifuula ey'okuzannya so abantu abo baneewunyisa era tulowooza nti ate tulina okukola ennyo tusobole okukendeeza omuwendo gw'abantu abatalonze
bw'oyogera ku bantu bano abatalonda ne John abadde nkibuuza omu ku bantu be twabadde nabo wano abantu 5,600,000 n'okusobamu musobola kukola kimbidde ne mubakomyawo ne balonda ku mulundi guno kubanga bwe bajja babagasa
kati ekireeta ekyo bw'oleetera abantu abo okulonda kwe kuleeta okusuubira kye bayita hope nti ku luno akalulu kange kagenda kukyusa ebintu ng'oleese message mpya oleese tulina kye tuyita veracity mu mateeka ng'otunulira omujulizi naye ng'ozuula obuntu bwe obuntu bulamu obutuufu bwe n'engeri gye yeeyisa n'engeri ga n'omunoonyereza ne ku byayita byabadde yeeyisaamu bw'abanga ku kyalo yakyusa amannya emirundi 3 kizibu kati okugamba nti kati ku kino kyayogera tajja kikyusa n'olwekyo ng'oleese candidate alina nga bw'omutunuulira byayogera edda nakati byakola ki nga yeesigika bulungi naye bw'oleeta candidate ng'ebyafaayo byonna biraga nti omulonda naye tawangula kati abasinga obungi tebaddamu kulonda oba bwawangula tebamulangirira abasinga tebaddamu kulonda ekyo nakyo kyeyongera mu maaso omuwendo gw'abantu abatajja kulonda bw'oleeta candidate ng'asoose n'akugamba nti okuggyako nga bakyusizza amateeka n'akakiiko sijja kwesimbawo ne batabikyusa ogenda okulaba ng'ate wuuyo yeesimbyewo naye nga ne mu kwesimbawo asoose n'agamba nze wetwekutte wano ekinaava wano abangi kye basalawo kyengenda nakyo ne basalawo omulala naye era n'avaamu
naye yasoose okukyusa ebigambo byaba ebyobufuzi mwenna mufaanana
naye si kirungi
bwe tujjayo statement eza pulezidenti wammwe yennyini dp oleeta eza Kizza Besigye eza Museveni ze boogedde ate oluvannyuma ne babikyusa
ekyo nze simanyi bulungi statement ezo naye bw'ozireeta nsobola okukuwa analysis ku buli emu naye nga si kirungi okukyusakyusa ebigambo
linda katono mukulumbidde katulire chairman kyagenda okwogerawo
Engineer Dr. Badru M. Chigundu, being the returning officer for nomination of presidential candidates, being the returning officer for nomination of presidential candidates, declare Besigye Kizza Kifefe a duly nominated candidate for presidential elections 2016, having fulfilled the nomination requirements under the Presidential Elections Act 2005 as amended. Returning Officer Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu, the 4th of November 2015, and the time by my clock, 12 noon, can I request now the candidate to come forward with any choice of his support proposals to come forward and pick this copy. If you can limit to 4 people maximum, that's be fine. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. Yeah.
He's all smiles from the candidate and his team and the technical bench, who has just been duly nominated.
That's against the law. Oh, I'm talking.
The candidate can now proceed. The protocol team should lead the candidate and his team to the abeto table.
Otyo kikakasiddwa kati Kizza Besigye candidate wakuna kwabo electoral commission bekakasiza okuvuganya ku kifo kya president. Kati betulinda ye mukulu Benon Biraro, Abedi Bwanika, Faith Morin Charlie bw'aba amaliriza ensonga y'okutereeza erinnya ly'okukakasa nti ye omuntu omu oba oli awo naye essaawa ezinawera 11 nga electoral commission emukakasiza naye avuganya Kizza Besigye mu kiseera kino agenda kwogerako eri ab'amawulire. Tujja kuba tugendayoko tuwulire kiki kyagamba ku mulundi guno 2015-2016 nga addamu okuvuganya omulundi ogwokuna. Kizza Besigye yasoose okuvuganya omulundi gumu 2-3 nga tawambula
mu Uganda
ne mu Africa kali
okuba nti yasoose kakati mu
Uganda. Yes,
nze mpulidde banalists bangi baleeta Buhari we Nigeria baleeta naye bw'obanga okola ng'oli mu kugeraageranya ebintu ogeraageranya ebyenkana oba ebisobola toyinza kugamba nti njagala mumbuulire kweno kapa oba oli n'agamba nti nze kapa yange n'anakuwala nnyo enjovu y'oli esinga kapa ye obunene. Kakati obwo bunakuwavu omuntu akusanga nga ddala oli munakuwavu naye ateebereza nti olabika weetaaga okubangulwa mu ngeri
otandika ogeraageranya kapa
era bw'ogamba nti
naye Besigye by all standards mu Africa mukulumbidde ndowooza ebyobufuzi wa muzinzi tosobola ku underestimatinga muntu akuŋŋaanya bululu busukka miliyoni 2.5 mu Africa.
Kakati obululu obwo miliyoni 2.5 sebulina muntu abukuŋŋaanya naye eryo eddoboozi ly'Abannayuganda abavuganya gavumenti
nga bazibu okumatiza
Dr. Semogerere obululu obwo bwe yafuna Dr. Mwami Kizza Besigye bwe yava mu NRM bwe yali tannavaamu era naye bwe twamuwa naye ng'azze kugitegeka oba kye yayita reform agenda ng'ayagala kugikyusakyusa era twabumuwa bwe yafuna era bw'azze yeesimbawo bwe bululu bw'abadde agenda okufuna. Kati bwe tutakola nteekateeka nnuŋŋamu ne kandidati waffe abajja kufuna obwo
mwagala kusingawo
naye ffe kaakati olwaleero tugamba kyova olaba twamugaana okugamba nti avudde mu NRM takkirizibwa. Abawagizi bagenda bakola ati
mwagala n'abeeri nabo
bali bonna ng'era bwe babadde balonda ne mu primaries ezo nga bamulowoozaako kati twagala baddemu okuba akalulu k'obwa pulezidenti nga bamulabira ddala tulyoke tutwala obuyinza. Eyo yenteekateeka ennuŋŋamu. Kakati bw'obala obubaza abantu abanyiize kiringa kakati omuntu okuba ng'obadde ofudde ng'obadde bakuyita okugenda mu kkoma
ozirise
n'ozukuka n'osanga abakaaba n'olowooza nti bantu bakwagala nnyo. Nedda babadde bakufiiriddwa ekyobwagazi kitunuulira
si buli akaaba nti akwagala
ababadde bakulabirira mu ddwaliro bwobanga obala okusinga abakaabye ng'ogenza abalala nno bakaabye kubanga kinyumira waawo bw'okaabira
oba bajjukidde abaafa mu kusooka
oluusi luba buntu bulamu n'olwekyo Dr. Besigye kye tulina okumanya kiri kimu bakandidate mweno race gye tugendamu abatalina opportunity to promise bali babiri nga bo tebalina mukisa kubaako be basuubiza President Museveni ne Dr. Besigye
kyewuunyisa
kubanga buli kimu ekibadde kirina okukolebwa babadde n'akakiso kikola
katusooke tulire Mugisha Muntu.
Please, you're welcome.
Yeah, Mr. President and the distinguished members of our delegation that accompanied me to this nomination, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is quite obviously a unique moment for me today to be here and to get nominated by an electoral commission that I protest. I want you to understand that I have absolutely nothing against the fine ladies and gentlemen that occupy the offices of the Electoral Commission. But we have a problem with the institution of the Electoral Commission as is now. We would like to have an independent Electoral Commission. Independent not in name, but independent in every respect, that can fairly manage electoral processes in this country. As you may recall, just in this process in which we are, we were the first to seek time for nomination. We were here with the members of the media with our letter asking for time to be nominated yesterday at 10 a.m. And this was, fortunately widely covered by the media. However, later on, we were told, no, you cannot be nominated at the time you requested because your letter was addressed to the Secretary to the Commission, while the letter of Mr. Museveni and NRM was addressed to the chairman. And therefore, the letter to the chairman is the one who decides. He got the letter of Mr. Museveni first, and so that's why we are here on the second day. I'm sure you also know that we should have been nominated 1 month ago, according to the time that was set. But again, you must have witnessed the changing of the law in Parliament overnight, the signing of the new law at dawn, and the extension of the nomination period by lunchtime. All this was quite obviously because NRM did not have a candidate at the time. Because, as you may have witnessed, Mr. Museveni became a candidate of NRM only 2 days ago. So if nominations had continued as had been scheduled, Mr. Museveni would not have been a candidate. So we have an electoral commission, quite unfortunately, that is not independent, that is still serving as a walking stick of Mr. Museveni and the NRM regime. This is what we seek to change. It is so because the institutions we have today are not institutions of the people of Uganda. They are institutions of the people who wield the power in our country. They are institutions of the dictatorship, unfortunately. We want this to change. This campaign is about changing that power goes back to the people and institutions become institutions of the people of Uganda and serve the people of Uganda and not those who are outside of the situation. That's what this campaign is about. This campaign is about, first and foremost, the liberation of our country, the taking back of our power from the few people who monopolize it using instruments of terror. We have to liberate our power back to the people. This campaign is about the taking back of our country. First and foremost, this is what this campaign is about. And this is why I have said without any shade of doubt that this is a campaign of defiance, not of compliance. We cannot have a compliant campaign complying with the dictatorship. It's going to be a campaign of defiance so that we liberate our power. That is the first step. We are moving into a three-phased situation. The first phase is liberation. Once power has been liberated back to the people, the next phase is reconfiguration of our country, of the state, so that we now have institutions of the people. We must reconstruct the institutions of our country to be institutions of the people. As you may realize, for example, we have a police force which is not a police force of the people, which people see coming and run away from. We must have a police force where people run to the police force, not away from the police. We must have institutions of the people. So the second phase is the restructuring of the state once liberation has happened. The third phase is the transformation of our country. We must transform our country so that the citizens of this country indeed can live in a country where they are proud to be, where they walk with their heads high, where they have equal opportunities in this country, where they share fairly in the wealth and whatever opportunities we have in this country. A transformation that focuses on the people, not on the few people that control power, so that we have broad-based development, not development by a few people as it is today. You hear the regime talking about growth of so many, 6%, but growth by who? Is it growth by all these people who are begging? It is just growth by a handful of people. We must have broad-based economic development that benefits all. We must banish the humiliating poverty in our country. We must banish the universal unemployment that we have today of our young people who wake up and wander along the roads hopelessly. This is going to be the final success of the people's struggle. This is not an ordinary campaign of a candidate asking for power from the people. No, people have no power. What can they give? It is a campaign of us together with the people seeking our power back. And once we have the power, then what I have said will follow. And we shall be expounding on all this in our launch of the manifesto and the subsequent campaigns that are going to unfold. Thank you.
We'll take just two questions. My name is Stephen. My name is Stephen Kapero.
Maybe I should say what I have said in Uganda briefly, and then okusooka neebaza ennyo banaffe bonna abakoze omulimu ogwa leero ogw'okulaba nti twewandiisa okuyingira okuvuganya okugenda okutandikawo mu ggwanga lino kw'ebyobufuzi. Njagala okwebaza party president waffe, chairman waffe w'ekibiina Ambassador Wasabirirwa, bakulembeze b'ekibiina kyaffe ekya FDC, bannakisinde ekirwanirira eddembe mu Uganda, omuli banaffe ng'omuloodi Saalongo Elias Lukwago, omuli banaffe bonna boolaba bano abatalina babibiina byaffe, Shifura Lukwago ali wano, Honorable Ken Lukyamuzi ali liddawa, Honorable Ken Lukyamuzi tubadde naye okuva obwenkya, ne bannaffe mwenna abazze okulaba omukolo guno ogw'okwewandiisa. Omukolo guno ogw'okwewandiisa olwaleero tegubadde mukolo gye ndi ogwa bulijjo, kubanga nazze okwewandiisa eri akakiiko keesikkiririzaamu n'akamu era kembadde ebbanga lyonna nga nkola kyonna ekisoboka okulaba nti kakyuka. Njagala kitegeerekeke nti siina buzibu bwonna n'akamu eri abantu abakulu abatambuza emirimu gy'akakiiko, Mwami Badiri Kigundu, Engineer Badiri Kigundu ne banne, sibalinaako buzibu ng'abantu, tetubalinaako buzibu ng'abantu, tuyina obuzibu n'ekitongole kye baddukanya, kubanga si kitongole ekyetengeredde ekisobola okukola emirimu egy'okuddukanya okuvuganya mu ggwanga lino nga tuvuganyiza okutwala obuyinza mu ggwanga, kubanga abalina obuyinza be balina obuyinza ku bo, be tuvuganya nabo be baddukanya ekitongole kino. N'olwekyo tekyetengeredde, era ndowooza n'okubeera wano olwaleero kyeraga kyokka nti kakiiko kano teketengeredde, kubanga twandibadde bakubeerawo lunaku lwajjo ssaawa 4, twajja wano n'ebyetaagisa byonna, n'ebbaluwa esaba ekiseera ekya olunaku olwajjo ssaawa 4 we tuneewandiisizaamu, era tewali yatusooka wano, twajja ne bannamawulire okukakasa ekyo, kubanga twali twakirabako emabega, twajja ne bannamawulire ne bakakasa nti ddala ffe tusoose wano. Naye oluvannyuma era twategeezebwa nti tekijja kusoboka okwewandiisa ku ssaawa ze twasaba, kubanga ebbaluwa yaffe twagiwandiikira ssebawandiisi w'ekitongole, omuwandiisi w'ekitongole ekya Electoral Commission nga bwe kyandibadde, kubanga ye muwandiisi, nti twandibadde twawandiikira ssentebe w'akakiiko, era nti NRM yo ne Mwami Museveni waayo nti bawandiikira ssentebe w'akakiiko. N'olwekyo nti ekyo kye batunuulidde ne basalawo ebyaffe tebanaba kubiraba. Bwe tutyo tetwasobola kufuna kye twali tusabye mu ngeri eyo. Ekyokubiri, twandibadde tetwewandiisa mu kiseera kino, twandibadde twewandiisa omwezi oguwedde, kampeyini zandibadde kati ziri ku makati, kubanga tulina districts mu Uganda 112 olwaleero. Etteeka eryaliwo lyali liwaliriza akakiiko okulaba nti kawa buli district waakiri olunaku lumu lyetteeka, ekitegeeza titwandibadde tufuna ennaku ezisinga obutono ennyo 112 ez'okukolera mu kampeyini. Naye twagenda okulaba ng'etteeka balireese mu palamenti okukyusa etteeka eryo, baaliisizaawo, Mwami Museveni n'alisaako omukono mu ndowooza mu ttumbi awo, n'alisaako omukono okuwera ekyemisana nga ekiseera ky'okwewandiisa bakoze eki, bakyongezezza. Kimanyiddwa nti ensonga yokka eyaleetawo ebyo byonna yali nti mwami Museveni yali tanaba kufuuka candidate, n'olwekyo singa twewandiisa nga bwe kyali kitegekeddwa mwezi oguwedde, mwami Museveni teyandibadde candidate, kubanga nga bwe mukimanyi yalondeddwa okubeera candidate ennaku 2 emabega, so yandibadde taliimu mu lwokaano. N'olwekyo akakiiko kakozesa nga omuggo kwatambulira n'akalagira kyendowooza ebintu ne bikola ki ebikyuka. Eno y'embeera gye tuwakanyaamu akakiiko akateetengeredde, si kuba nti tulina obuzibu n'abantu, naye tulina obuzibu n'enkola eyo, era y'ensonga lwaki tulwana nnyo okulaba nti ebintu bino bikyuka. Akakiiko si ke kokka akakola bwe katyo, wabula ebitongole bya gavumenti byonna kumpi bwe bityo bwe bikola. Lwaki? Kubanga si bitongole by'abantu, bitongole by'oyo ayina obuyinza olwaleero. Abantu bannayuganda tebalina buyinza, obuyinza buli mu abo aba bamukwata mmundu, abawamba obuyinza be babuyina. Bannansi baffe tebalina buyinza. N'olwekyo kampeyini eno gye tuyingiddemu, kampeyini yakukola omulimu ogusooka ogw'okununula obuyinza bwaffe, kulaba nti obuyinza buva mu batono ababwesibiddeko ne budda mu bwannannyini bwo bannayuganda. Mulimu gwa kununula buyinza bwaffe gwe mulimu ogusooka gwe tukulembeza mu kampeyini eno gye tuyingiddemu. Sinsobola kati kugenda kusaba abantu nti bampa obuyinza, mbusaba abatabuyina. N'olwekyo kampeyini eno si yakubakolamu omulimu nti bampa, nedda. Kampeyini eno yakubategeeza nti ffenna tulina okukolera wamu mu kaseera kano obuyinza bwaffe. Obwo nga tumaze okubununula, kati eggwanga bwe linaatereesebwa. Ekinaddako obuyinza bununuddwa bwe kulaba nti ebitongole byonna ebya gavumenti kati bikyusibwa ne bifuuka ebitongole by'abantu, nga si bitongole bya nakyemalira. Muli ekyokulabirako kati nga poliisi yaffe, abantu bwe balengera bawe bati poliisi badduka buddusi, kubanga balowooza nti ebalinako obulabe. Bandibadde baddukira ku poliisi naye kati badduka poliisi. So twetaaga poliisi ekolera abantu, n'ebitongole ebirala byonna phase 2 okukyusa ebitongole n'enkola mu ggwanga ne ssemateeka okulaba byonna bikola abantu kye baagala. Ekyokusatu kwe kukulaakulanya eggwanga nga embeera gye tulimu ne tugivaamu. Okukulaakulanya eggwanga ng'enkulaakulana etwaliramu buli omu, si kugamba nti eggwanga likulaakulanye ebyobugagga byeyongedde bitundu bwe biti naye nga byeyongedde mu batono, abangi nga beeryankuta. Ekyo tekisoboka. Twagala enkulaakulana buli omu abe nga agiganyulwamu, ffenna tukulaakulanire wamu, era byonna ebyonoonese tulabe nti tubirongoosa. Bino byonna tugenda kubyanjuluza mu kampeyini nga bwetambula. Tujja kutangaaza manifesto yaffe yonna nga bweri, bannayuganda basobole okugitegeera. Ebyo byonna bijja gye tulaga. Mwebale nnyo.
I think guys, the Electoral Commission is on our neck, so we just have to terminate it here. The rest will be from that. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kizza Besigye nga annyonnyola ensonga ze kwagenda okutambulira ku mulundi guno, yeekokodde akakiiko k'ebyokulonda, ategeeza takyawa bakakolera Dr. Kigunu ne banne wabula enkola yaako. Ekirala kyalambuludde ensonga ennya z'agenderera okutambulizaako gavumenti bw'anaaba agikutte. Katuulira ekirandoowo kiri okusooka.
And hear from Dr. Abed Gwanika, who is also going to be nominated. But of course, Dr. Kizza Besigye says this struggle is going to be done in 3 phases. 1 is to liberate, 2 is to reconstruct, and 3 is to teach people on how best they can be able to maintain and regain their power, the power that he is fighting for to take back to the people. We'll now cross back to the nomination room for those updates from Dr. Abed Gwanika, who is going to be the fifth person, if all goes well, he'll be the fifth person to be duly nominated.
otyo nga Shiranduukire bw'akubulidde Dr. Bedi Bwanika naye atuuse bw'aba akakasiddwa agenda kubeera candidate owokutaano naye nga katukyali ku kya Kizza Besigye ensonga z'abaddala mbu olowooza talina mulamwa ku electoral commission eno.
Dr. Besigye ensonga zonna z'ayogerako nez'ayogeddeko ntuufu naye neeyisaaye tesobola kutuukiriza nsonga ezo. Omuntu osobola okuba n'ebintu by'oyagala okutuukiriza naye n'okola ekintu ekikyamu okubituukiriza. Okugeza nze nasangako omusajja omanyi omutwe nga gukuluma n'ogula eddagala naye nga ku ddagala eryo kuliko akapapula kaliko nti shake well before use. Kati n'osanga omusajja nga yenyeenya abuuka nti kati agoberera biragiro biri nti ye yennyini yenyeenya nga tanaba kulinywa yeye yenyeenya mu kifo ky'okunyeenya akakopo akeddagala. Kakati
yembeera gye tulimu
yembeera Dr. Besigye gyakoze ebintu ebyo byayogerako. Ekisooka si kyekiseera kati ng'omaze n'okwewandiisa okugamba abantu nti bino tumala budde bali booli. Eyo si message oteeka mu nkola
mukyamu okukyogererawo
mukyamu kubanga kati ali mu
ayogererawo embeera etegeerekeke nga bweri.
Ekyo tebakyogera bwogezi. Oteeka structures ku ground ezikusobozesa okuleeta DR form yo okuva ku kyalo paka ku secretariat gw'olangirira ebivudde mu kulonda mugaane ebikyamu bye balangiridde. Eyo si message.
Duli kyabalema mwenna mwali wamu ne kibalema so this time mbidde
ate this time era kyabadde alina okusooka okukola kwegatta ku ffe kikolebwe wamu. Kati aleesewo obuzibu nti ye candidate naye obwa candidate bwe buyamba President Museveni kubanga ekisooka agamba abantu newe munaalonda kimuli. Voter turn up bwebeera ntono ababba obululu bakozesa namba eri kwe batoola bwe beeyongera abatalonze. Genda okitegeere muli constituency yonna yonna bwe bagamba nti abalonzi ba wano bali 8,000 ne bagenda bajje okulonda abalonzi ne balonda 4 omubbi aleeta ballot papers ezijjuza bali 4 ye kwatwala. So n'olwekyo kyakola ye kyayita defiance ate kukutubulira defying ani kati because defying opposition ate
kwogeraganya kwe mbaddemu ng'abatidde ne Dr. Besigye bwe yali tannavaayo possibility ya obutakwatagana yaliwo obutabeera wamu
titwakirowooza kubanga twatandika ffenna
in the back of your mind kyaliyo mwenna nkiwa kyaliyo
this time twalowooza nti kyanjawo
mwakkanya mutya senga muba temukoledde wamu naye mwakkanya mutya nti TDA bwe tunaaba tugenze mu kulonda this is how we can protect our votes bwaba batulonze tukolaganire wamu Besigye watalina ba agent Mbabazi watalina aba Besigye bayambeko Besigye watalina aba Mbabazi bayambeko that kind of
idea system kyandibadde bwe kityo naye tikisoboka olw'ensonga nti tosobola kusindika bakandidate babiri era n'obakampeiningira babiri.
Oyinza obutaba campaigningira naye wateekwa okubeerawo enkola maybe on the ground.
Tewaliwo nkolagana
bombi bakuuma batya kuba ekigendererwa kyammwe kyekimu mbidde.
Tewaliwo tekikyali kyekimu nkugambye ekigendererwa kyaffe kukyusa buyinza tubutwale
ekitegeeza kujjako Museveni
ebiva mu President Museveni abadde tayagala twefushina agenda mu maaso okujjako nkuba babiri bw'oleka bakandidate ne bala basobola okutiikinga bakandidate wateekeddwa okubaawo kandidate asereba
rather obusobozi
ekyo yitamaanyi naye njageza ndibaze kuwagira nze nasangako n'omusoto ogufu ensonga nnyingi ezikuŋŋaanya omuntu okunnyo naye presidential candidate waffe ng'abantu abasinga tebategedde nakiki kyayagala kukola.
So ku mulundi guno nsonga ku nsonga tugenda kutuzzamu ebyo ebintu ebinyumira abantu nga tebirina kigendererwa. Twagala eggwanga lino ng'omuntu wa NRM abanga awuliriza bw'ati ka leediyo ng'agenda ku ballot paper wali akyusa obwongo n'alonda gwe kyetwagala kati. Opposition ne bwe yandibadde candidate omumbidde muyina Mbabazi let's assume saagwa mbadde naye olowooza mwandibadde mukyegasse nga bwe mukirowooza mwandibadde mukyegasi
enteekateeka eno yali nnuma
ndabanga division era eyandibadde otunulira Kenny Luchamuzi oyo takkanya na Mbabazi wewaaba abali mu kibiina abalala ate bo bali eno
omanyi Mwami Besigye bwe yavaawo
division eyo yandyongedde okubakubamu ebituli
ate kyetwandikikanyizaako lwa nsonga tulina enteekateeka eyali eteekeddwawo egenda okugonjoolwa ebigambo ebirala kati bamwami Kenny Luchamuzi n'abalala baate abo ensonga zaabwe ziri ku mpangudde ntya palamenti yange atunulidde palamenti ye siiti ye eri eya Lubaga South era bakandidate bobalaba ba MPs bagenda babaza babaza yadde n'abantu jjo kati kati era kati bo bagenda babala bubazi ni babala bazzeeyo batya njagala okukutegeeza ensonga singa Mwami Besigye yasigala eno ebintu byandibaddewo ebyokubaza otunulira ono n'agenda eno
focus
yandibadde wamu ne tutandika ne resources zaffe entono ne tuziteeka mu kintu ekitegerekeka okugeza wandibadde olwaliro oyogera Ajumani ng'olinayo abakutegekera obutebe abagenda okukuŋŋaanya emmotoka ezigenda okukola ku disitulikiti pikipiki ezigenda okunoonya empapula zo DR forms zo n'okubiddusa amangu okubituusa ku disitulikiti ebituleetere tusooka electoral commission fe enteekateeka gye tulina obukiiko bwaliwo obugenda okugonjoola bacandidates ab'enjawulo okuteekawo omwomu tuleme kugabana kakati Mwami Besigye bw'omubuuza bw'agenda wali atubuulireyo amannya 2 ag'abantu bagamba nti abo temubalonda ojja kusanga nga Mwami Mbabazi mwali kakati kitegeeza eyo campaign teyamba opposition yagamba nti omuti gugudde mu kkubo tuve mu birala byonna tusooke tujjewo omuti muki
kampu ya Besigye yabadde banenya abambabazi muyina nnyo amalala muli selfish mweyagaliza buli ayogera mu kampu ya Mbabazi nga bwe bagamba ayogera buli kimu alaga nti ffe tulina okubeera bakandidate waffe alina okubeera candidate si Besigye
kyekituufu
amalala
Dr. Besigye buli kintu kyonna kyakola kati akikoledde emirundi egisukka 2 kizibu okuba nga kigenda kuleeta ebyenjawulo kino kibanga kati gwe muganda wange okutandika okuliisiza ente eyo mu lufula tyoyagala esavuwale
erya yeeraliikirira
ako kaseera kabi nnyo ako akaseera tekyayinza kusavuwala ne bwogiriisa buli kintu kyonna ekyokunsi wali olina kugiriisiza eri ng'ekyali waka mu lufula ogireese kugisala nebyerya tebigenda kugiyamba kufunayo yadde ettonde ly'omusaayi akaseera tekagimala kakati Mwami Besigye akaseera tekamumala okwogera ebyo byayogera kati okukyusa electoral commission okugamba okulonda kwonna kati ebintu byayogera gavumenti eri mu biyinza yeyina obikola kampeyini eyina kuba ya ogenza otya mu buyinza otuukirize ebyo ebintu byayogera kakati bw'obanga ogenze kubabuulira batubonyaabonya ofaananye bufaananyi bali boza okutaasa ate bo okulonda pulezidenti baagala agenda obataasa gweogenzeyo nga munaawe
mbidde mugenda okutunda mutya kandidenti wammwe ono mu wiiki ezisooka Mama Mbabazi ddamu nga ofumitiriza ku maloboozi gozoowulira mu bantu getuze tuteeka ku mawulire wano Mbabazi yali mu gavumenti Mbabazi yali kino Mbabazi yali kiri Mbabazi n'abeera bw'ati kale ate muleeta mutya omuntu ng'oyo
olwayitana bwa Mama Mbabazi kituufu mu gavumenti eyo almost ye yali gavumenti naye gavumenti eyo yali mu buwambe kakati bw'obeera nga gwe gavumenti naye ne bakuteekako commander in chief omulala ye n'akuwambisa amagye kitegeeza tosobola kutuukiriza bintu gavumenti bye yagala kukola era olunaku lwe yalangirira nti avuddeyo namanya kati gavumenti yeetongodde kati gye twagala okuteeka mu buyinza gavumenti eyalina okukola bye bagiremesa teriyo muntu yenna ayinza kukugamba nti talina busobozi teri kabe President Museveni tasobola kyogera teriyo muntu yenna ayinza kukugamba nti watudde katikati oba ali mu nju ye oba ali ku Skype ayogera bakulu banne oba ali kuki nti tamanyi President Museveni kikyazaako enkya teri ayinza kikugamba President Museveni talina opportunity kutugamba nti azimbye amagye azimbye amasomero ebikoleddwa ebirungi byonna ono yabikoze
ate ebibi
n'ebibi byonna ono abaddewo nga bikolebwa
tabadde kitundu
era ekimugobya kugezaako kubirongoosa ne bamugamba ono akwetolola ayagala bwa pulezidenti n'olwekyo kandidate mwangu nnyo okutunda kubanga buli kyakoze aba opposition bakimanyi n'abali mu gavumenti bakola ki bakimanyi.
Mugenda kumutunda.
Mwami Besigye ye yali candidate abonyaabonyezebwa ne munda, yali ateereddwa katebe, yali akoze eki, musajja ate nga yalwana n'ebirala kati ye yali candidate awulira obubi nga bamubonyaabonya ate nga kituufu abantu ababonyaabozemwa bangi.
yalina omulamwa gwe kwasinziira
era nagwo gwali mutuufu era twaguwerekera myaka 15 akati tulowooza nti omulamu ogwo gwetaaga gatta ku guno ogw'ababonyaabonyezebwa abasuuliddwa ebweru abakoze eki tugugatte ku ono ayagala okukulembera ng'afufuggazibwa tuke tukwate eggwanga tutereze ebyo.
Bannayuganda ebyobufuzi ebibaddemu ebbanga ddene mbidde. Bannayuganda be bantu abayinza okwa-identifyinga ne candidate Mbabazi
era bakiraze ebbanga ddene. Yakyogedde ne mu speech ye n'agamba nti
abantu bagamba omusajja oyo edit nnyo ali eri mu sky
anti talimbalimba. Kakati olaba nga bwe twogera bwe tuti jagala otunulira bakandidate abo ababiri olabe candidate ki ayogera nga akutunulira nga bwe nkutunulira bwenti ng'atunula mu kamera ng'ayogera omanyi awo otegerera alimba n'atalimba. Bateekeko njagala abakulu
twakwogerera owedde amaaso ogasimbya mu kamera
lwaki bwe ngajjayo ngateeka ku ggwe olw'ensonga nti njogera naawe bwe ngateeka ku kamera mba mbuulira abantu baffe abakola ki naye omuntu ayogera amazima by all mannerisms atunuulira omuntu gw'agamba. Njagala okutegeeza candidate wange ebigambo bye yayogera okuva enkya byaddamu tebikyukako. Njagala okukutegeeza nti tagamba nti ayagala kukulembera bantu nti era abonyaabonyezeddwa nnyo n'ayavuwazibwa nedda alaga abantu gye balina okulaga kiringa kukusongera ku njuba tomala budde ng'otunulira engalo ensongayo gweolina kukebera enjuba gyenkola
olunosonzi
kakati ye candidate wange talimbalimba tajja kulimbalimba kitegeeza nti ye bw'aba candidate agezako kusitula mutindo gw'abantu bayimuke babeere ku levo ey'eggwanga kweyina okutambulira n'olwekyo ye candidate gw'osobola okukkiriza.
Ampuliriza okyali ku NTV webala okwekuumira kweno. Nze Frank Walisimbi ndi n'omukulu Mukasambidde amyuka omukulembeze wa DP gwe tuli naye wano tugezaako okuttaanya ensonga n'okubuulira ebigenda mu maaso kati wakati mu kaweefube wa Electoral Commission okukakasa abaagala ekifo kya President. Kizza Besigye akakasiddwa ssaawa zibadde 6 zennyini bw'atyo ne yeegatta ku Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Amama Mbabazi, Venantius Baryamureeba. Kaakati ne bafuuka bana. Abedi Bwanika ayingidde Namboole wali naye aleese empapula ze ezisembayo bakulu balabe oba bamukakasa. Dr. Kizza Besigye ono gw'olabaawo kati atandise olugendo lwe olumutwala awagenda okubeera olukuŋŋaana. Musajja wa byafaayo mu ngeri nnyingi, emyaka 59 yasomera Kinyansa n'Embalala eyo mu disitulikiti y'Embalala. Wabula bazadde be baafa ng'akyali mu primary, baafa akyali muto bw'atyo n'ayiga okuwatanya kubulwa ekigambo ekyamangu kankozesa ekyo okulwanagana n'ensi yabiyiga mangu nnyo. Bwe yafuna abamuyambako okweyongerayo okusoma n'ajja e Kampala n'asomera ku Kitante Hill School, n'addayo ekigezi n'asomerayo ku high school yeeyo 1975 okutuuka mu 80 n'agenda e Makerere ku university n'asoma n'avaayo ne degree ey'obusawo. Era omulimu gw'obusawo yagukolera ddala, yagukolerako ne mu Aga Khan Hospital Nairobi mu 1980 okutuuka mu 1982 n'akomawo wano ne yeegatta ku National Resistance Army, ekibiina ky'abayeekera ekyali kisensedde ebitundu eby'Eluweero n'emiriraano. Eyo n'akolerayo omulimu obuweereza obw'obusawo era yali mujjanjabi wa President Museveni mu kiseera ekyo yali akulembera abayeekera. 1986 okutuuka mu 88 n'abaminisita w'ensonga z'omunda mu ggwanga Internal Affairs. 88 n'abeera ow'ensonga za President. 88 omwaka gwe gumu n'abeera omulungamya w'ebyobufuzi mu NRA kati UPDF, political commissar bw'oyinza okumuyita. 1991 n'abeera kamanda e Masaka. 93 n'akulira okugula ebyamagye, chief of logistics. Ekiseera ekyo mukijjukira kyalimu ebigambo awo ebyayitiŋŋana ebya helicopter n'ebirala. n'abeerako omuwabuzi ku byamagye olwo 98 embaga ye nebaawo n'awasa Winnie Byanyima. Mu kiseera ekyo baali batandise okufuna obutakkaanya ne Pulezidenti Museveni era mu 99 obutakkaanya obwo bwatuuka ku ntikko nga Besigye awakanya engeri Museveni gye yali yeeyongezaayo nga tategese kulonda okuva mu 86 weewaawo okulonda kwabeerawo mu 96 naye ye Besigye yali akiwakanya nga gavumenti yali evudde ku bisuubizo bye yagirako. 21 yeesimbawo ku bwa pulezidenti yakwata kyakubiri omwaka ogwo gumu n'adduka mu Uganda n'agenda e South Africa. 25 n'akomawo bwe yakomawo n'akwatibwa n'aggulwako emisango awo okwaliko ogw'obuliisamaanyi rep n'obuyeekera. 26 n'addamu ne yeesimbawo era yali wakubiri. Emisango egyo oluvannyuma kooti yazuula tewaali bujulizi bwasimba kumulumiriza. 2011 yaddamu ne yeesimbawo era n'akwata kyakubiri. Omwaka ogwo gwe gumu atandikawo okuwakanya engeri gavumenti gye yali ekuttemu ebyenfuna ng'osiringi epaaluuse n'ebirala nga bwe mubijjukira. 2011-2015 Dr. Besigye azze ebyobufuzi abyenyigiramu akwatiddwa n'asibwa emirundi egiwerera ddala era emisango mu kooti alina egiwera nga gyekuusa ku kuwakanya ezimu ku nkola za gavumenti. 2015 guno omwaka gwe tulimu yakyusa ekirowoozo naga ajja kuddamu yeesimbewo ku kifo kya pulezidenti. Ka tufune ku maloboozi g'abantu abo ndowooza
News Updates is brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world.
FDC presidential flag bearer Kizza Besigye becomes the 4th candidate to be nominated at Nelson Mandela Stadium. Also coming up, turned away. Electoral Commission rejects presidential aspirant Charles Lwanga's nomination. And female presidential aspirant Maureen Walube questioned over different names on education certificate and national identity card.
And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Ooh, yeah.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week? I say they shot me. Me, I'd be looking to sell. At what price? More. Much, much more. I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
Insurance tips
is brought to you by
ICEA Group.
When you take up insurance, for instance, if you're an owner of a small business that does printing and have a printing machine, say worth over 400 million, now in the event that it caught fire and you've taken up insurance, the insurance company will be in position to actually compensate you. It may not compensate you up to the tune of 400 million, but should be able to give you enough money, say 360 million, that should enable you to buy this machine and get back into business. So basically, the importance of insurance is to provide you a peace of mind and you're in position to keep running your business without any worries.
We will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments.
Duracord, ask the experts.
This was just to protect me from the harsh weather. But this Duracord all-weather emulsion paint can handle it. Come rain or shine, El Nino or tsunami. Musisi.
Whatever the weather, have your house maintain its looks with the all-weather emulsion paint from Duracord. Visit your nearest store for an even wider range of paint.
Duracord, ask the experts.
Tonight on NTV.
You will stay here. Then in 1 or 2 days, the people from Italy will come for you.
In here?
Tonight on NTV.
oti okyali ku NTV nze Frank Walisimbi tugenda maaso n'okubuulira ebigenda mu maaso katikati ku Electoral Commission eri mu kakasa abaagala ekifo kya President owa Uganda. Nkubuulidde nti kati bali bana Abedi Bwanika atuuse naye Kololo gyali bwe bamukakasa bagenda kubeera bataano mu bifo byonna ebyo gye tuli enambole nga bw'olengeraawo Besigye n'abantu be bavuddeyo batandise okwolekera Nakivubo kyandibanga bali mu bitundu ng'ebyekireka awo erudda awo bwe watyo balinnya mpola ebweyogerere wansi eri balinnya mpola kutuusa banaatuuka e Nakivubo nayo tujja kubeerayo ne ku electoral commission wali bwesimbye amakanda mu kisaawe enambole nawo wetulinnyo wetwogerera eddakiika ziri 7 ezibulayo okuwera essaawa 7 ndi ne Mukasambidde amyuka president wa Democratic Party obadde ombuulira ng'ongeraageranyiza bakandidate ababiri naye nga nze kyemba njagala okubuuza ekirala Besigye bw'aba akyayinza okwatractinga abantu nga bw'obalaba n'abalala bajja kubeerayo ebitundu gy'anaabeera abantu abo balina kye bataalabye mwe kye mulaba ekirala mwe ab'ebyobufuzi abaagala ebifo ebiri elective mwe musinga abalonzi abo kuba be balina eddoboozi
abalonzi abo buli lwolaba meeting ng'eri bwetyo olina kulowooza ku meeting mmeka ezatudde nanteekateeka ki ezatuusizza abo okubeera abo bwe bati ne President Museveni yabadde nabo ne Honorable Mama Mbabazi yabadde nabo abasinga abo ye nno nga yakajja ku opposition okubozinga kakati kitegeeza nti abantu nakugambye basobola okujja olw'ensonga yaabwe naye olina kwebuuza bintu bibiri bazzeeyo nga bagamba nti bagenda kulonda oba bonaddamu bayita banaakomawo nga bali bwe bati n'olwekyo gwe mulimu omukulu gw'olina okukola osobola n'okusanga nga abali eno be balina eno
Besigye bamulabidde emyaka kati giwera tebayinza kubanga bazze ng'ensonga tebazimanyi
era abazze basobola n'okuba nga si ba mu kitundu kimu ebiseera ebisinga twagenze wano okuva ekololo nga waliwo abakaayana nti baavudde wala ate tebazzeeyo
olwadde boogera mbu ba crime preventers babaleese bambale t-shirt
n'olwekyo enteekateeka efaanana bwetyo baba bannayuganda ng'era bajja kulonda naye baba batono nnyo ku bantu abagenda okusalawo kakati enteekateeka ebeera ekoleddwa ereetera abo abantu okubeera awo bw'osanga omuvuzi wa bodaboda atwalira omuntu siringi 5 oba 10 okuva ku kyamutawazi okumutuusa ku Crane Bank bw'omusanga yeetoolola okutuuka enambole n'addayo kizibu okugamba nti yoyo yamutwalidde bwereere nti wali ajjako ssente okumpi naye wala teyafunye n'olwekyo ezo ziba nteekateeka za byabufuzi era ffe tumanyi engeri y'okuzikwatamu y'ensonga lwaki abantu obalaba bwe batyo n'omaliriza nga towangudde kubanga bakuŋŋaana okuwulira byoyagala okukola bw'oyogera nga si bye baagala tebakulonda n'olwekyo ffe kampeyini eyaffe egenda kuba yakubalaga bafune hope n'okubabuulira bye tugenda okukola n'okubalaga track record nti ebimu candidate yali abikozeeko ne bibeerawo
tewaliwo strategy ku ludda lwammwe mu opposition kanjogere kwa mama ne Besigye tewaliwo strategy yonna nti leka bombi babeerewo amama ayongere okugjayo aba NRM Besigye abeere bulijjo babeera nabo probably ayongereko n'abalonzi abapya abavubuka abakewandiisa abaana abato abawezeza emyaka 18 mubeere ne fraction nnene eremesa President Museveni okufuna 50+1
eyo enkola ya 50+1 yeesigamizibwa ku masiga abiri esooka mu Lungereza bagiyita relative political maturity of the masses
kitegeeza kyekyo
obumanyirivu bw'abantu obumanyirivu obugundivu bwabwe mu nsonga z'ebyobufuzi abantu abalonzi balina okuba nga balina omutendera oba omutindo gwe baliko ogwa waggulu mu kutegeera ebyobufuzi okusobola okukola ensonga efaanana
tetunnaba kutuukayo
tegunnatuukawo ensonga eyokubiri ye process gyewandiisenga enteekateeka y'ebyokulonda eri free and fair kati ezo ensonga ebbiri bwe ziba nga ziri ku mutindo ogusoboka osobola okulemesa omuntu 51%. Naye ku mutendera oguli wano nga omuntu byafunye empigi electoral commission esobola obutabisoma candidate n'atategeera nti tebaabisomye kitegeeza mu nteekateeka y'ebyokulonda eriwo tosikyasobola kulowooleza mu 51% nti ojja giremesa asinze. Muyina kukolera wamu muteekewo infrastructure eraba obululu bwammwe. Nze njagala okutegeeza wano tewaliwo candidate yali asomye ebivudde mu kulonda nga ye yabikoze yabikompayirinze.
Gavumenti bulijjo eremesa baga electoral commission buvunaanyizibwa bwa electoral commission yokka.
Anti kakati bw'ogamba nti electoral commission
gwe yeesimbyewo
olina okuba n'obuvunaanyizibwa obubwo bw'otuukiriza.
Obeere
n'eddata oyo ng'osobola okumubala nga ne bw'ogenda mu kkooti waliwo kkooti etunula ebintu bibiri, illegality ne irregularity. Kakati bw'ogamba nti
ebitaali mu mateeka
ebyamenya amateeka,
irregularity okola
omuvuyo oba oguba gwabaddemu obutabadde butebenkevu oba buteefu oba mu mbeera eyo yonna gyoyinza vulugu
kyekigambo ekituufu.
Kakati bw'oyogera ku vulugu principle oba standard omutendera kwolina okunnyonnyolera kkooti vulugu oyo bwe yabadde bagiyita substantial effect nti biteekwa okuba nga bw'obulaga vulugu oyo bw'omulaga yadde asobola okukyusa ebivudde mu
akkirizika.
Kakati buli lwowaaba presidential petition election petition olina okuba nga gwe wategedde ebyabadde bivudde mu kulonda ebituufu naye vulugu n'aleeta ebirala. Buli awaaba takituukirizanga kyova tetuwangula misango ate nga yenkola ey'okubiri gy'osobola okuwanguliramu obuyinza bwe baba bakubbi mu mateeka ga Uganda.
Kkooti ya Uganda yesalawo Supreme Court.
Kakati ekitegeeza nti awo tulina obuzibu nti eryo ekkubo liringa eryemesebwa bw'obanga okoze nga kakati Mwami Besigye bwakoze nti mweyawulemu tiimu mukole tiimu etasobola kubala bululu kuva ku kyalo paka wa. Nze njagala okutegeeza nti nakati mu ofiisi za DP e Masaka ninawo entuumu eya DR forms eza Dr. Besigye weziri awo era nali ninze bwe yagamba nti agenda kusoma ebivudde mu kulonda bw'anaamaliriza nga nabino bimutwalira nga nabino bisome era omulamwa gwakoma mu kkubo. Lwaki? Kubanga omuntu omu tosobola kwetengerera n'okola ebintu kati gavumenti efugidde emyaka 3 ebyekola.
Dr. Besigye alabika ayagala kwogerako eri abantu katufune ku sound eyo tuwulire. okay okyali ku NTV tugenda kuba tuddayo bwangu ku luguudo tugoberere konvoyi ya Dr. Kizza Besigye okutuuka lwe banagguka Nakivubo mu kisaawe eky'ebyafaayo n'olunaku lwajjo John Patrick Amama Mbabazi go forward naye gye yabadde abantu ne bajjira ddala mu bungi okuwulira omukulu byagamba bannansi balaba bayaayaana baagala aleeta change waliwo kye mutaabaguza bulungi osanga nabo bandivuddeyo ne basaba Dr. Kizza Besigye oba Amama Mbabazi omukubba alekere omulala
ekirungi nti
akafubo mwatuulanga mukamu ak'abakulu
bannansi bakakuŋŋaanira ku bakandidate basatu kati
wetwogerera
waliwo mwami Museveni mwami Mbabazi kakati ne mwami Besigye
ne bali amuleba babadde
naye tebabadde ngeza ku muwendo
bwogera ku muwendo
kakati omulimu oguliwo gwa candidate okubuulira abantu abo bamusigaleko atandika okunoonya abalala kyenakugambye nti mu wiiki ezisooka ebbiri gwe mulimu omukulu wano mu kulonda kwa Uganda tubadde tetutera kufuna candidate wakusatu akola impact candidate okuvira ddala nno mu 9 mu 6 mu gumu bakandidate babeera babiri
kituufu mu kulonda
kwonna okujjako wano 2 gumu we twafunira candidate awangula abantu b'omu kitundu kye district ze eza Kyoli sub-region naziwangula 3 Dr. Besigye n'awangula district 4 nga yesimbawo gwakuse n'olwekyo oyo Nobert Mao omuteeka mu mbeera ndala tetuddangamu kifuna kakati n'olwaleero okujjako nga candidate owookusatu ayinayo district 3 ezisobola omulonda naye tetusobola kufuna candidate wakusatu era bagenda kuba babiri candidate wa NRM ne candidate agenda okugwangula opposition
Besigye n'Amama Mbabazi
tugenda kukirondako kuteekwa okubaako politically kye bayita okufa
abantu bagenda kuba kyawanga mufiisa omukwabo
mu wiiki 2 ezisooka
mu nkomerero opposition ebulwa omulamu ebulwa abantu
si mu kufa mu ngeri ey'okuvumirira era ndowooza olukuŋŋaana lwaffe olwenakivubo waluwulidde tewabadde wavumirira mwami Besigye n'omu ate candidate waffe ye tamanyi na kuvumirira tamanyi yamanyi kwogera ekintu kyayagala okukola n'engeri gyagenda okikolamu n'olwekyo n'omulonda naye tamanyi byakuvumirira kubanga oba oli awo yandibadde kuba yamanyi bingi ku President Museveni okusinga abantu abalala bonna naye njagala okutegeeza nti tugenda kukola campaign eyagaza owaffe nabo bakole campaign eyagaza owaabwe lwakuba owaabwe yagamba teyeesimbyewo ti campaign gyakola ye si yakufuna bululu
ku luno yakukyusa
kakati eyo tetumanyi ngeri bagenda girondamu ffe twagala campaign
ekigambo kiri oluzungu gw'olumanyi kiri allegoric kirina bye kitegeeza ebirala
n'olwekyo twagala ye bamuwagire ffe batulonde kakati bamuwagire mu nteekateeka eyo oba oli awo alina ekifo kyateekateeka okutwala mu gavumenti yaffe ekigenda okukyusa ebyo naye nga ffe twagala candidate waffe bamulonde obululu bwennyini babunoonye n'obunoonya twabagambye nti abantu 80 ku buli kyalo mutambule nga temunaba na kutumibwa mutandike okunoonya obululu enteekateeka ey'okupongera ku lisiti ey'abantu baffe be tulina bamubeereza ku byalo weeri tujja bawa n'amabaluwa
bakimpowooze Mbabazi nga tetubimanya
gavumenti eyo gyolaba erina abantu 33 ku buli kyalo eriko ffe tulina 80 tubasinzako abantu 10
temulina ssente
si sente bano abaffe bali voluntary
babawa ku ssente ne batambula ne
batambuza bo abaffe kyebaagala obbasasula gavumenti nungi kutereeza bintu bya nsawo yaabwe kutereeza nsoma kusanga eddagala mu malwaliro n'amakubo agateredde ebintu ebisinga ebifaanana bwe bityo byebaagala n'olwekyo ffe twagala abantu mwenna abawagira go forward munoonye bululu tewaliwo ngeri ndala yonna munoonye obululu obwo tubakakasa nti bujja kukuumibwa era tugenda kukola gavumenti eddako mwezi gw'okubiri nga guwedde
ebyobufuzi bya wano abantu babeera nnyo ku issues wabadde olina bw'okirambula wali ng'onyonyola 50+1 lwaki tesoboka oba baagala oyi awo n'oyogerayo layini nga 2-3
50+1 obanga agamba
kyamuukiriza
nti ebiva wali mu kulonda bye bigenda okusomera nedda wakyaliwo omulimu omunene ennyo
mu Uganda tekisoboka
mu Uganda tebasobola kikola olina kikola ku mpaka ng'otaddewo structure eyenkanankana n'eya electoral commission okuviira ddala ku kyalo ekusobozesa ggwe okubibagamba bakwano bange ababadde abalowasa e Tanzania gavumenti kyeyakoze kuddira buli woteeri yonna mwe bakoledde tale center ku buli region okubawamba nga babakwata bukwasi naye up to now results weziri era zatwaliddwa mu International Court of Justice
eziraga nti yeyawangudde
yes
so si John Pombe
batudde gavumenti naye banga bigisobedde newamba buwambi electoral commission ezanzibar ne bagamba wambye temulanga kwegamba kitegerekeko ekyo
kisobola okwewalika wano senga mumala ne mukola structure gyogamba efaana electoral commission
kakati ffe tulina okuteekateeka ekirungi ntulina we tutegeerera n'olwekyo ensonga gyolina okukolako ey'okukyewala naye olina n'okukiteekateeka ng'osinzeeko ku bukodyo kubanga wano ne woteeri bayinza oziggala si zaffe n'olwekyo tugenda kukikola mu nteekateeka yonna ng'ate tuyambibwako n'ebitongole n'amawanga amalala agagala eggwanga lya Uganda lyeyongere okukyusa obukulembeze mu
mwe mubeera n'amama mbabazi eno sisitimu agitegeera bulungi agibaddemu emyaka mingi ng'okuggyako nti adde mukwano gwa Museveni okumala emyaka 40 ababuulira ki ku electoral commission okugeza abalonzi bwe batugamba emiliyoni 15.2 ku mulundi guno gyebali baba baddala
gyebali ekyo kyonna kiwulirako nga gyebali naye ate kankubulire si ye muntu naayogera ebintu ebingi
tababbirako
amanyi kukola kakati okwogera kuno oluusi kumatiza abalonzi ne balowooza nti kiwedde ne batagenda mu maaso okukola kye balina kukola njagala olabe kampeyini eya omwami John Sebana Kizito gye yakolako edda ku bwa meeya nga yeesimbyewo n'omukulu Zititwawula
waswa
mwami Zititwawula yagamba abantu nti tugenda kuwangula oba tutya
statement enjijjukire ezo
owekitiibwa John Sebana Kizito n'abagamba nti bannange oyo mumuleka awangule mu mbeera eyo naye nze mumpa obululu banange mumpa obululu twagenda okumaliriza nga mwami Zititwawula afunye emitwalo 8 nga owekitiibwa John Sebana Kizito afunye emitwalo nga 26 nga ne bwobba
bukulemerawo
gyobutwala n'olwekyo ffe tugamba abantu nti tewaliwo nkola ndala gye twagala mukole munoonye obuki obululu ffe omulimu ogwaffe gugenda kuba gwaku kuteekawo mbeera ng'obululu bwe mwakube bwe basoma eyo embeera tugenda kugiteekawo naye nga mujjumbire structure zaffe zetukola ate temwogera bye mukola wabula munoonye obululu era mukwate manifesto
kukola si kwogera
abantu temwogera mukole bukozi
lwaki okwogeraganya ku mwabaddemu ne Kizza Besigye mu mpola eyo kusooka London Nairobi London then ne mukomawo ate lwaki byaganye last minute talks kuba ffenna twadde tusuubira waliwo ekinene ekijja ku lunaku olwa Sande oba Mande
twalowoozezza nti bakandidate abamu betulina ate balina ababafuga ababadde wabweru wa meeting eyo kubanga tosobola kuteesa era enteeseganya ezo njagala okutegeeza muganange zaava dda nga zifaanana bwe zityo nga muteeseganya n'omuntu ne mukkaanya n'afuluma n'akomawo n'ayogera kirala nga mumaze okukkaanya twajja tukkaanya ne ssemateeka oyo yennyini afuga TDA eyo gye twali tukoze twamukolera ekatomi ng'era ne Dr. Besigye mwali era buli kimu twakiteekateeka nga mwali abona bamama mbabazi nga mwali buli kimu twamala ebbanga emyezi emeka tuwandiika document eyo ne tugiyisa nga waali enteeseganya ne zijja nga waali ng'era kkaanya n'ebivuddemu kakati naye nga buli lwamala okukkaanya nga bwafuluma ebweru ngadda ng'ayogera ekintu ekirala ate kye mwamaze n'olwekyo n'okugenda e Nairobi n'okugenda watuyinza n'okugenda ku mwezi naye ye bw'atyo bw'ali njagala okutegeeza twatandise okulowooza nti wateekeddwa okubaawo ebintu ebirala omuntu byafuna mu kunoonya obululu okuggyako obululu kuba obululu era owulira tabwagala okuggyako ng'akyusizza naye nze ndaba nga tayagala bululu kakaya bino si byakwesimbawo era biyise na byabufuzi kati byabufuzi
aga ekiseera kyakukyusa luli bwe muba nze kyempulira kye kitegeeza duli bwe muba mwampa obululu kati ate mubuyiwe ennyo ekiseera mubunjiire
kati tetuli mu
ekiseera kyakukyusa
kunoonya bululu
kyenavudde agamba statement eri
eno yagambye defiance campaign kujeema eno campaign ya bujeemu ndoza ajemedde n'opposition obujeemu obu particulars of defiance shall have to be defined tujja kati ffe kunoonyereza biki byaba ategeeza ng'ajeema campaign eyo nkugambye nti abeewandiisa bangi oluusi onoonya ekibatwala nekikubula
bano abagenda
kutunulira waliwo agenda nga ye omulimu ogumututte
n'abamusindise kyembala njagala era okubuuza this time Abedi Bwanika Professor Baliam Reba Bale ye bamusudde Benoni Biralo bw'anaaba akakasiddwa aba players bano bategeeza ki mu campaign bwete
kati omukulu Abedi Bwanika ne bwe yandiremedde eka bandimunonye aba gavumenti omuwandiisa
be bamuwandiisa
bandimunonye olw'ensonga nti alina omulimu omukulu gw'alina obbakolera
guliwo ogwo
Honorable Amama Mbabazi yabadde alina okusooka waggulu ku ballot paper n'olwekyo ekireetese ono yaba asookawo
eyo kati oli ku campaigning
ate mu campaigning
tugenda kubeera ku ssaawa emu agenda kubeera wano ku mawulire
lwaki nkubuulira
bw'amala okwewandiisa okukakasibwa ajja kujja
singa mu butuufu abadde n'obuwagizi wandigambye nti obungi bwetaaga omuntu okumumuggyako
jafuna ogwasooka ndoza yakuŋŋanya emitwalo nga 7 ogwaddako emitwalo 6 mu abantu 1,305 awo
yagikendeera naye njagala okutegeeza nti ekigendererwa ekyokuwagira oyo yesimbewo kyakutwala linnya lino lireme kusooka
bwasooka ekapapula
era ono kubanga President Museveni akyusa amannya ge okusinziira ku wa wayagala okubeera ku ballot paper abeesimbe bwe babeera nga mulimu alina nga akanisa Kaguta Museveni Yoweri kati yagenza okulaba nga ate wangi abaleese ennyukuta ennyingi n'agamba kaakati Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ebintu ebyo obonoonya
abalonzi bangu okubuulira nti nze owookusatu nze ayambadde enkofiira nze alina gaalubindi
okugjako nti kakati aba UPE bonna nga batandise okulonda mu Uganda mubutuufu abantu bonna abagenze ku ssomero si be basinga obungi muntu omugamba nti nze waakuna nze waakusatu ng'abantu tebamanyi na namba zaabwe ez'essimu ze bakutte ngeri gye bazoogera era kiba
position ku ballot paper
nkulu nnyo kyova olaba nga omuntu ateekako enkofiira abalala bateekako emmindi ogamba abeereko n'ekintu ekimwawula era njagala okutegeeza ekyo kiba kintu kikulu nnyo mu campaign process bwemuba mukitegeka nga mukola ebyobufuzi
abopposition leero nga mweyawuddemu mbadde sikirabangako nti n'okukifumitiriza nti lulikya nga Mukasa Mbidde awakanya Kizza Besigye ku byayogera
era
nenkola kwatambuliza campaign
tulina okulwana ennyo tulabe nga mu wiiki ezisooka ebbiri
mugenda okuwa President Museveni essanyu era ndowooza ali waka n'okulattaalatta
ayinza n'okuba akiyinamu omukono nga tujja kuba
yabamaze dda kemweyawuddemu
naye njagala okutegeeza okweyawula kuno okulaba abantu ba Uganda tebakolanga nsobi nakugambye nti tebalondangako candidate wakusatu
bateekwa kuba babiri
bagenda kulonda ku babiri
be babeera major
ffe bannabyabufuzi ffe babiyita bapulana abeyita baki oyinza okugenda mu maaso n'okola buli kintu naye omulonzi ono ayagala enkyukakyuka yamanyi kati agenda okuleeta enkyukakyuka era gwagenda okulonda
so we tunaatuukira mu mwezi ogw'12
ng'abo candidate abamu batandise okukayana
nga tumanyi kyawula ntamu ali wakati wani nani
nga batandise okukayana zinze temwandaze ng'olukuŋŋaana lange temwalulaze naye nga bannamawulire nga nammwe mwadduse mugenda ewabeera abangi kuba tolina capacity egenda buli wamu nga waliwo awateetagisa n'olwekyo bwe buzibu bwogenda okutandika okuwulira era bangi ojja bawulira nti anti nze temwampitadde ku mpewo naye nga nammwe mwagala mawulire
twagala wali bantu
awali abantu n'olwekyo tunaatuukira mu Desemba kaba Katonda ajja kuba atuyambye mujja kulaba ekinaagenda mu maaso kubanga ate ffe tetunaba kusumulula campaign
ekintu bwe kineewunzikira ewa Besigye Mbidde ogenda kukola otya
tekigenda kwewunzikira
polozi zigenda kutandika ogenda kuziraba
tugenda kutandika campaign naye egenda kuba yeewuunyisa eggwanga omanyi tetunagikola kubanga candidate waffe yatuuse okutuuka okulangirirwa nga tetukimanyi nti kinakkirizibwa
kwe kusirika nga tayogera
tubadde tetumanyi era njagala okutegeeza victory eyasoose yakumulangirira nti candidate nga waali nga si mukwate nga mulamu kubanga ebitegekebwa ku candidate eyo bingi mu ggwanga lino kakati naffe tutegeka kye bayita counter measures ate nga bwetunoonya obululu
politics oyo ow'ekimpowooze mu uganda akyatunda ow'ekidiplomat
yanoonya obululu
abantu ne batuka okubuuza weeks 2 weeks 3
politics ono
candidate tanyega kigambo aspirant manyi luli nga abadde akyali aspirant
omanyi kakati bw'omanya nti gavumenti eriko teyagala okuba erukuŋŋaana kati ate n'olanga gy'ogenda oddukuba kitegeeza oyita bayite bakugaane ojja kumaliriza nga wakati kubanga tubadde tukola wano ebintu bingi okutuwaaka tubadde tukola ebintu ebirala bingi naye mu byonna tolina kyomaliriza ng'ogabye kaadi y'ekibiina kyo kakati wano mu process egenza okuggwa nga bawagizi nfunye 10,000 ofuna bakutidde n'abatidde gavumenti eriko kati ebyo byongera gye bayita voter apathy waliwo kati campaign 2 mu opposition emu egamba mu mpa obululu endala egamba tebigasa so abantu bagenda kulondako emu eyagala president Museveni aveeko kyekyo kyokka
okay ali ku NTV webala nnyo okwekumira kwene eddakiika ziri 21 ziyise ku ssaawa 7 ebifaananyi ebyo byolaba ku bali awo biri live okuva ku Jinja Road Dr. Kiza Besigye ava Nambola ayolekera mu kisaawe Nakivubo wagenda okubeera olukuŋŋaana campaign officially mu butongole zitandika nga 9 November ezobwa president nakutegeeza Abedi Bwanika naye yatuuse enambole azze okukakasibwa ebyafaayo bya Kiza Besigye mbikuwadde Abedi Bwanika okubuulirako akatono emyaka 88 ono wa mu Masaka nnyo yasomera Kimwanyi Kimwanyi wali ndowooza omanyiiwo n'agenda ku Masaka secondary naye n'asomerako Ekigezi high school ne Besigye yasomerayo eno ebiseera ebyo ng'abantu bava mu kitundu ekibooni n'ava tugeze Empigi n'agenda asomera ku Obote college n'ava kuno n'agenda Nabumali bwe bityo so naye yagenda Ekigezi n'asomerayo n'agenda e Makerere ku university n'afuna degree mu ssawo wa bisolo e Makerere era yasomesaayo okutuuka mu mwaka ogwa 2001 Abedi Bwanika n'atandika Christian Witness Church Musajja Musumba mwaka gwali gwa 2000 awo Musajja Musumba w'abalokole 2001 yawagira Dr. Kiza Besigye 2006 Besigye bw'atawangula n'agaana naye kakiyekwatiremu ne yeesimbawo ekifo yakwata kyakuna 2011 n'addamu ne yeesimbawo ekifo yakwata kya mukaaga obululu bwe bwayongera okukendeerako so ku mulundi guno tutunuulidde okulaba kifo ki kyagenda okukwata obanga obukodyo bw'okunoonya obululu abwongeddemu kisobola okulinnyako tomanya abantu nga Abedi basobola okuba n'essuubi bw'oba otandikidde ku bululu obuli 100,000 ng'abalonzi abakubye akalulu bali 8,000,000
kakati
kiina we kyali kibadde candidate bw'atyo n'agenda ng'alinnya okumala ekiseera
kisoboka kubanga ebyobufuzi bakugamba mu Lungereza nti it is about a new message
bubaka bupya
obubaka obupya era n'amaanyi amapya ne hope oba essuubi epya lyoleese naye omuntu bw'obanga oyitawo nga gwomu okuggyako ng'ate kati waliwo kye bayita circumstance empya mu abo b'owakanya kubanga bakugamba nti however much you win your actions should be determined by the actions of your opponent kati okuggyako ng'ate waliwo ekikyuse ku bali b'olwanagana nabo kyekiyinza okuleeta embeera empya nojja weesimbawo okugeza President Museveni avuddeko agambye aleeseeyo omuntu ntwalo omuntu gw'aleese kyawudde abantu
ku
oludda lwe beekutuddemu bazze emisinde nga gwe kennyini waliwo circumstance ekulowoozesezza nti mu butuufu ku luno kati ku luno kijja nekikuteekawo ng'omuntu omupya wadde obadde weesimbasimbawo akati nga abatera okwogera ku bye Nigeria General Buhari ebyo bibaddewo bibadde by'amaanyi nti omusajja pulezidenti yennyini yali pulezidenti olw'ensonga nti pulezidenti yakola ki yavaako kati ate n'alemwa nga waliwo challenge oba waliwo okusoomozebwa okw'amaanyi okwaba Boko Haram abayeekera abakuba ekiki abassa abantu left right and center nga gavumenti mu butuufu buli muntu yenna alaba eremeddwa. Kati omusajja yeesimbyewo nga mujjaasi ow'oku ntikko eyakwatako mu mbeera Nigeria emumanyi bulungi yali yafugako
naye nga byayogera bipya
naye nga byayogera bakugamba nti
biwe suubi
mutuufu ekintu kino kitabuse tukiddiza obote oba kitegeera. Kati njagala kugezaako kyakulabirako nti kakati ogambye Dr. Abed Bwanika yasomera Kigezi eggwanga lyali national nga buli wamu waliwo ekintu ekifaanaganira ddala nekyosanze ewalala nga bwosanga eryesomero nogenda ku Kirakole nogenda Namiryango nogenda e Buddo nogenda e Kisubi nga byebimu. Kati olwaleero si bikyali byebimu. Kakati basajja batusinzira ku ekyo ne bagamba nti naye Dr. Botton alina emyaka emeka nti 28 oba akyalina 5 ansonyi omwogerako omugenzi naye omusajja akomewo atambuza ekintu kino kikyali Nigeria wano si kyekiriwo ku Dr. Bwanika tewaliwo kikiwuse ku ye oba kwabo bawakanya kiyinza kuleeta nti ye alina ensonga enkulu.
Dr. Besigye omulengedde bamutonedde entebe.
Kakati Dr. Besigye bamuwadde akabonero ka kandidate waffe kitegeeza ki
akentebe kozi naye yazaatuulako naye
kakati kiyinza okuba kitegeeza nti akabonero akalaga nti naye zeeno ensonga ye kakati ebyo byonna tujja kugenda tubinnyonnyola. Ate njagala okutegeeza kandidate aba n'ebyokwerinda ebiyitiridde nti ebintu ng'ebyo bagenda okukikukwasa olina okuba nga wakyekebejja oba kyekebejjeze bulungi
okikebera otya kiri
n'olwekyo
kiguddewo obugudde
n'olwekyo mu byobufuzi osobola okusanga nga entebe balina gwe bagikwasiza
nti bw'anaatuuka
agimukwasi
nammwe Mbabazi yatuddeko
yeetaaga gigobereza maaso yeetaaga n'ogigobereza amaaso ekiro eddawa
analysis yombidde
ekiro nga biwedde byonna oyinza okusanga nga bagivuga egenda kacangati n'olwekyo wotegerera nti wabaddewo ebyobufuzi naye nga njagala okubategeeza abantu baffe abalaba tuli mu kaseera kabi tubadde tetulina kubeera na candidate wakusatu azze ensonga zayogera muzitunulire oba mpya mumutunulire oba mupya mumutunulire oba abadde yeetaagisa
ndowooza nga bw'ogambye mbidde kuba Besigye tekikyayinza kudda mabega takyayinza kubeegata ku n'Embabazi takyayinza so ndowooza muleke abalonzi
kakati abalonzi
obukadde 15
ekipya
batuwe ababiri be tulina okutunulira ennyo.
Oli bwakugamba nti ngenze kuleeta mazzi mu kisero otuula n'ogalinda kakati obugumiikiriza obwo bwe njagala mukozese.
Webale kubanga okyali ku NTV tukubuulira n'okulaga ebigenda mu maaso kati nga baagala ekifo kya president owa Uganda bakakasibwa abanafu aba electoral commission Besigye gyayongedde okubamu ebituli weewaawo ng'emukakasiza nga candidate owokuna avuganye ku kifo kino. Mwami Museveni oyo kyawedde olunaku olwajjo Mbabazi bali amuleeba olwaliro Kizza Besigye Abed Bwanika tusuubira Faith Morini kyali okukomawo bw'anaaba atereezezza ensonga z'erinnya lye eritafaanana ku mpapula ezimu ne Benon Biraalo Major General eyawummula abo nabo tubasuubira okubanga bakakasibwa ekiseera kyonna. Eddakiika ziri 29 ezise ku ssaawa 7 tugenda kuwummulamu katono nnyo bingi bijja wekumira wano ku NTV otambule n'okumanya kwebyo byonna ebigenda mu maaso.
Like a lightning bolt. You guy, you are funny.
Get on the real zone and pay less than 3 shillings per second. Dial *135# and
switch to Airtel Zone, the real zone.
Welcome to the new home of football with Star Times. Open up a whole new world of sports with Star Times. Get the best of Bundesliga, Serie A, European Cup qualifiers and FIFA tournament football games on World Football, Sports Premium, Sports Live, Sports Arena and Sports Focus. Watch all the best of the German Bundesliga and Serie A matches this weekend exclusively on Star Times, the new home of football. If football turns you on, turn on Star Times.
This is NTV.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a
My dad used to sell tapes, cassette tapes. I just get songs off the head. When I'm in studio.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is your girl Shiba Karunji.
I wanna make the people jump to the ceiling.
Hey, but I'm not dibidi dopa. Lad, we are dopa, we dopa down big.
coming soon on NTV.
Bongo is a Swahili word and the meaning of it is brain. You use it to find solutions to whatever life throws your way. If you're in a tough situation, don't give it, don't you complain. It's okay, you'll find a way, just use your brain. To me, I'm Bongo, just use your Bongo. Bongo kids, Bongo kids, Bongo kids, Bongo kids.
Coming soon on NTV.
Tonight on NTV.
You will stay here. Then in 1 or 2 days, the people from Italy will come for you.
Here?
Tonight on NTV.
Uganda esalawo 2016 webale kubanga okyali ku NTV nze Frank Walisimbi tugenda maaso n'okubuulira ebiriwo katikati wakati mu nteekateeka ey'okukakasa abo abaagala ekifo kya president owa Uganda Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Amama Mbabazi, Professor Baryamureeba, Dr. Kizza Besigye abo bamaze okukakasibwa Kiwane Abedi Bwanika naye amaze okukakasibwa mu mbeera eyo buli kimu kyaleese bwe kiba nga kituufu nakubulidde nti omukyala Faith Maureen Kyalia yabadde naye atuuse mu ngeri eyabadde tesuubirwa nga naye azze okukakasibwawo, naye abakakiiko ne bamusindika ddeyo atereeze ensonga y'erinnya lye kubanga ku certificate kwe yatuulira ebigezo ebya siniya ey'okuna n'ey'omukaaga kuliko erinnya lya Maureen Kyalia, ate ku mpapula endala ayina Faith Maureen Kyalia Walube. Amanya ge tegakwatagana bulungi, so abakakiiko bamugambye addeyo akitereeze. Bw'aba asobola okukikola ng'essaawa tezinnaba kuwera 10 olunaku olwaleero, oba oliawo bajja kumukakasa abeere omukyala agenda okubeera mu lwokaano luno olujjudde abaami. Omulundi guli twalina Betty Kamya naye ebigambo tebyamugendera bulungi. Twalinako Miria Kaluleo Bote, be bamu ku bakyala abo abazze nga beenyigira mu lwokaano luno olw'abaagala ekifo kya president. So katulowooze nti ne Maureen Kyalia kigenda kusoboka. Nadde nkubuulira ebitonotono, abantu bangi tebamanyi mukyalo ono, naye ejjinja eyo mu mwaka gwa 2011 Maureen Kyalia y'omu ku baavuganya ku kifo kya member wa parliament. Oluvannyuma ebyava mu kulonda byalaga nti Agnes Nabye yali awangudde ekifo ekyo. Kale Kyalia teyamatira, kye yakola kwe kugenda mu high court. High court n'esalawo nti mu butuufu Agnes Nabye n'abantu be baali bavuluza akalulu ekyavaako Maureen Kyalia okufiirwa obuwanguzi bwe yali afunye. Bwetyo high court n'emuwa obuwanguzi obwo, naye twakitegeerako nti aba NRM bamuzza ebbali ne babaako engeri gye boogeramu. Omusango guno era Nabiri agututte mu kooti ejulirwamu. So wakati awo mu kulinda kooti ejulirwamu esaliwo ekisembayo, Maureen Kyalia n'agamba nze by'omusango mbirese nzize mu NRM. Bw'adda mu NRM mwaka gwa 2011 ogwo nga guggwako, President Museveni n'amuwa ekifo ky'omuwi w'amagezi ku butya gavumenti bw'eyinza okumalawo obwavu mu Busoga. Maureen Kyalia n'akola omulimu ogwo. Wakati mu kuwakanyizibwa waliwo banna NRM mu Jinja awo abaavaayo ne bakwata ne bawakanya n'okulaga obutakkaanya bwabwe olwa President Museveni okusembeza ennyo Maureen Kyalia, ate nga bo baali batakabanira ekibiina kino okumala ebbanga ddene, naye omulimu yagukola. Oluvannyuma mu 2014 n'avaayo n'ateekayo okusaba kwe okuva mu kifo kino ng'agamba nti waliwo abantu bangi mu State House abaali bamulemesa okutuukirira president n'okuyisaamu ebirowoozo bye. Ye Faith Maureen Kyalia oyo olunaku olwaleero abadde azze okukakasibwa. Ye yasembayo era okutwalayo okuwaayo ye yasembayo okutwalayo empapula ze ez'abo abamusemba okuva mu disitulikiti 75. Ezimu zaali zikwatiddwa ku poliisi ez'enjawulo eyo mu bugwanjuba bwa Uganda ne mu Maserengeta, naye Electoral Commission yabiyingiramu poliisi empapula ezo n'ezita. N'akola ebbaluwa awo n'asaba Electoral Commission aziweeyo kikeerezi ekyakkirizibwa, ne bamukkiriza ne bagaa kale weewaawo abantu boolese batuufu ddala balonze era tukkiriza bakusemba. Ye Faith Maureen Kyalia. Baalerwanga Charles ebibye mwabitegedde, sirowooza nti akyalinayo omukisa omulala kubanga alemeddwa okukakasa nti yasasula obukadde 20 eziragirwa ab'akakiiko ak'ebyokulonda. Ekiteeso kino kyayitira mu Parliament, bwe kityo ne kifuuka etteeka ne ziva ku $8 million ne zifuuka 20 omuntu z'alina okusasula. Tezimuddira, bw'oziwaayo batera okukozesa ekigambo poteya, ziba zigenze. Oba owangudde oba towangudde, oba kampeyini ogikomye wakati, sente ezo ziba zigenze. So Baalerwanga Charles talaze bukakafu nti sente zino yazisasudde. Omuntu bw'akakasibwa aweebwa emmotoka awo nga bwe twabategeezezza, pick-up beerako abakuumi abatambula naye, tebatambulira ye ono yeesimbyewo mmotoka alina okweyiyiza naye eri bagimuwa etambulireko abamukuuma. Tuyinza okulaba ku bimu ku bifaananyi ebyasoose ku makya nga Faith Maureen Kyalia alagirwa okuddayo atereeze erinnya lye. Tusobola okufuna ku bifaananyi ebyo nga bwe tulinda okulaba bannaffe abali ku luguudo ne Dr. Besigye ng'ayolekera ekisaawe ky'e Nakivubo n'okulaba kiki ekigenda mu maaso enambole wali aba electoral commission we basimbye amakambe. Kale ng'abakulu bwe bakyetereza okufuna ebifaananyi ebyo ebya Faith Maureen Kyali ebyasoose ku makya, nyinza okuddamu n'enkujjukizaako ebikwata ku bantu bano abaagala obawe akalulu kaabwe. President Yoweri Museveni ebibye bingi okutwalira awamu naye tusobola okubifunza. Kiroozebwa President Museveni ono yazaalibwa mu mwaka gwa 1944. Bazadde be yanyumya tebaali bayivu, n'olwekyo tebasobola kuwandiika lunaku lutuufu n'omwaka. Kale byali byakuteebereza, bw'atyo bw'agamba mu kitabo kye ekya Sowing the Mustard Seed. Kale bw'abanga yazaalibwa mu mwaka ogwo ogwa 1944 nga bwe balowooza, emyaka 47. N'asomera ekyamate, akaala ako kwe yakulira wakati mu bwavu nga ye yennyini bw'ayogera. N'agenda ku Mbarara High School, n'agenda ku Ntale High School, bwe yava Ntale n'agenda ku Dar es Salaam University gye yasomera ebyobufuzi. Yali omu ku bavubuka abaali bakkiriza mu Africa okwetongola okuva ku Bulaaya n'ensi endala ezaali zaagala okulemera ku Africa mu ngeri zonna, mu byenfuna, ebyembeera ez'abantu, social n'ebirala ebiringa bwe bityo. So baamulabamu omuzinzi ne bamusindika bwe batyo mu Dar es Salaam University n'asomera eyo. 1970 bwe yali akomewo kuno n'atandika okukolagana okukola mu ngeri y'obukesi mu biseera ebyo n'ebimu ku bitongole ebyekwerinda mu mulembe gwa yali President Milton Obote. Twagala kulaba oba tusobola okugenda mu State House. President Museveni alina obubaka bw'ayagala okutuusa eri eggwanga, kati oba tusobola okumufuna.
If you could read it, then you know the position of the NRM. So, when you hear some actors change, want change. Oh, change. What change do you want? Because for us, we're on a journey, mile by mile. It's a continuous journey. You want to change and do what? Take us back? Unless you could argue that we could run faster, if you can argue like that. Say these people progressed 10 miles, but maybe they could have covered 20. Okay, if you argue that, and you bring reasons, we can look at them. But that's not change, that is speeding up. Change means change of direction. When you say change, it means we change direction. It means we've been going on a wrong direction. We should take another one. And for us, we are telling Uganda that this is the right direction. Then another one say, go forward. Oh, that's what we have been doing all the time. You are not aware? Bambi, but we have been moving forward all the time. And you yourself, you say so? That's what Moses said the other time. Said we are moving forward. I am part of the we've been moving forward. And sometimes we could have more forward, but not confusing. So what going forward, what are you talking about? Forward. Going forward are there. They are known. Forward. Who are the authors of the moving forward? moving forward on recovery. Who are the authors? On removing physical obstacles, forward, 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 forward. So, that's what the NRM has been doing. With cadres who can help the NRM is ever moving forward. So I thought I should call you people a copy. We just not ready. Should get a copy and I can answer a few questions, not more than 6, so that you go and do other things. Because I hear you don't like the truth so much, you like rumor mongering. But I thought that
thank you very much, Your Excellency. For that. People as well. I think that was very educative. So we shall have questions. You mentioned your name and your media. The one on the other side.
Thank you, Excellency. My name is Moses Kidandi. I work with Capital Radio. You've given a very good breakdown, but I would appreciate if the issue of land. It has been a very big concern among the local communities. People are complaining that they are being chased away from their land. If you could clarify and maybe give some information.
Okay. We'll get 5 questions. The lady. Total 10. So that,
Mr. President, I'm Helen Mukibi from New Vision. You talked about security as one of the achievements of NRM, and from your brief...
What's your name and your...
Helen Mukibi from New Vision. From your brief, I take it to be national security, but of recent in our research, we established that the major concern of Ugandans is personal security. So I'm just wondering if you met a woman in Gomba whose one cow, for instance, was robbed overnight and now she has no livelihood, what would you tell her about her security? Or if you happen to go to Makulubita on your campaign trail and you meet a mother whose son had a border and he was mugged, hit by armed barmen, and he's now in Molago, what does security mean to that person and what have you got for them? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Gentleman next.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. My name is Ahmed Mchiva. I work with Bukede newspaper. Sir, you began your address by speaking about the economy. I want also to draw my question from that topic. Currently, and actually you mentioned that there's misery. I mean, that issue was about misery of the people. And currently, some people have misery because of the economy, the state of the economy currently.
people are being affected by the interest rates. They are so high, the food prices are almost impossible. And elections where there will be unregulated expenditures that are not backed by production, which economists say are going to affect the economy. I would wish, sir, that you also address that issue.
The gentleman and then the lady behind.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm Alex Nsubuga. I work with CBS Radio, Central Broadcasting Service. I'm talking about the issue of democracy within NRM. Over the weekend, we saw some people being forced out of the Executive Committee posts at Nambole. This has led to complaints from some of your supporters. Is it time for NRM leaders to put into consideration the issue of democracy vis-a-vis sole candidature for some positions in NRM? Thank you. Commercialization of politics. We are seeing increased commercialization of politics. Isn't this breeding more anarchy for the party? Thank you.
Hello, Catherine Biarahanga from the BBC. Looking at the issue of security, on a recent visit to Tokyo, you talked about the attack in Janale, Somalia, and you mentioned that 19 soldiers, UPDF soldiers, were killed. 6 were possibly taken hostage by Al-Shabaab. Can you give us an update on that? And South Sudan, the UPDF has left South Sudan. What are your hopes that there will be an end to the fighting there, that the peace deal will be followed through? And just looking at the elections in Uganda, we've had thousands and thousands of crime preventers passed out. South Sudan? Crime preventers. The crime preventers who've been passed out in Uganda ahead of the elections. There have been disturbing reports of some of the crime preventers beating up students in Chambogo. There have been reports in Luwero that they've been armed. And then the incidents where in the custody of crime preventers. So can you explain to Ugandans whether this is a force for good or if we're going to see more destabilization?
Okay. These are 5. Let me answer this first.
Okay, fine.
Hello. Now, land evictions. Land evictions, that's true. There is a problem of land evictions, especially in Uganda. This is because of this bad system which the British left here, called Milo. I'm going to go into the story. What happened was that in Uganda, but also a little bit in Ankole, in a little bit in Toro, the British found people who are in their villages and said this is a Mairo area for Museveni, or whoever it was. Not being a big landowner, because you can be a big landowner, but a landowner who used the land for production. Like Kakira have they own a big piece of land, but they use that land to produce sugar cane. I have a big pieces of land myself, but I produce cows. That land is for production. But this Milo system was, you have a big piece of land where you own people. Since there you are tenants. And until 1928, before, the landlords were charging excessive rent. If somebody produced 1 bag, 3 bags of cotton, in 1924, there was always rising by the peasants. So the governor of that time appointed a commission of inquiry which discovered this, that the tenants were oppressed. So they promulgated the 1928 Busuju and Vujolo, Busuru and Vujolo of 1928. Now, that law contained 2 things. First of all, nobody had power to evict the Chibanja owner. Secondly, the usuru, the rent, had a limit. It had a ceiling. Now, when they did that, the landlord could no longer exploit the peasants because the rent was fixed. It was 8 shillings, and they could be evicted. And that law went on until Idi Amin. In 1975, when Idi Amin came, he brought the 1975 land decree. Now, in 1928, when the British now controlled how much the people, then many of because these myros had been given to chiefs. There were 1,000 chiefs who had helped the British to fight, to colonize us. They were collaborators. These chiefs were collaborators. So if you have 8 square miles, there were 1,000 of them, 1,000 collaborators. And that's why they talk of the Akanana. 1,000, 8 times 1,000. Now, when the British controlled how much they could exploit the peasants, now these sons of chiefs started selling their land. Started selling, sichalina kyenfuna mutakalino kantunde. So now the ordinary people also started buying Mairo because bagititi even like Nitaka, City Musenze, there was so the ordinary people now started buying. They would buy. But they are buying land which has got complications. Not by banana plantations, but by people. So they went on buying. So now there was no longer the original 1,000 who owned this land. It was now new people who had bought from the original 1,000. So that's why when we came in ourselves, we did not maintain the position of Idi Amin, because Idi Amin was saying he was right. Idi Amin was right, but simplistic, because he was saying he was more or less like what in Russia. Land to the tillers. The land should be owned by the people who live there, not these absentee landlords. But for us, we thought it was not fair. We said, but if it was the original, I would have definitely agreed with Idi Amin that the 1,000 you got, if you're Werere, you got give back to the people. But these men of this had bought. it was the British government which had created the confusion. So we said no. We don't have to confiscate the right of these abali baguze. Let them get back their wananyini, but then the security of tenure of a band of 1928. No eviction of Suru or Burkwechikomo, those were maintained. Also the wananyini of these people, of the landowners. So that is the law now. Legally, there is no way you can evict anybody because we are maintaining 1928 and we even strengthened it more. But what were we hoping for? We also created a land fund. A land fund. So what we are hoping is that abasenze basobola kwegula begule, they can buy, they can pay off the landlord naye afune akasente because yali aguze. He's not like the other ones who got free. Yagula. So Kumusa pay and he goes away, then you have your land. And we started this land fund. But because of the other prioritization, so we want to solve it in that win-win way. Because Idi Amin's way was okunyaga abamataka timugende mvile mu bwerere. Like my elder Mzee Mugabe also uses that method of says you go to hell, you people. For us, we tried to say, that is you the tenant maintain your tenancy, but let this man also go with something when the land fund has grown. Now that's why you should look at the budget. I think the land, I don't know how much we're putting the land fund now, but it's not as much because of the other the other prioritization. So in the coming years, what I'm hoping for, now that we have dealt with the roads, we have dealt with these other issues, if we can put like 500 billion in the land fund, or 1 trillion at some stage, then that will be the solution. The Avevanja, so that they have the Wanayini. But the other one also goes when he's happy, because some of these Abaskira, when you look at them, they are also poor, it's really a complicated situation. Now, but the evictions are now being done illegally. They are not legal because nobody is supposed to be evicted. They're just using the ignorance of the population. That's all. Maybe also the MPs are not active. The question, where are you from? Ovawa. The one who asked, who was it to us? Huh? Where do you come from? Which village? Mbare, there is also some Mairo there, Kakungulu. Oh, yes, there is also that's Kakungulu area there. So that is the complication. The complication, we didn't want to Okunyaga, Abamataka, but we gave security to the Vanja people, and the solution is Avevanja Okwegula, and those fellows go away with some money which they can use for something, so that they all win, in my opinion. But unfortunately, some of the people don't appreciate this. They want to chase the Avevanja, which we shall not accept. So, because some of these people don't know compromise. When you compromise, they don't understand. They think they are very clever, but you can be sure that we cannot support the eviction of tenants. We cannot support it because it is wrong, it is illegal, it is immoral. So I would appeal to the landlords to be patient and we solve it in the win-win way. After I have already experimented in, like in Ankole, in 2 areas, the former king, my elder brother who died, Barije, he controlled that land of Shaka area. So I called him, I said, now, how can you be a rancher? You ranch cows, you ranch goats, you don't ranch human beings. He was a relative of mine. Our mothers are from the same clan. So I asked him, why do you want to be a ranch of human beings? I cannot accept to be a ranch of human beings. He said, so I said, why don't we pay you man and you let the people have their land? And we paid him. We gave him some money and the people owned the land. There was also another area called Kachigani. There was another brother of this one. Again, the same thing. So we solved it. Here in Chirema in Semuto, General Saleh has liberated some peasants there, giving them, paid off the landlord, and the people now own the land. So that is really the solution. But a solution, a win-win. But abamatakanago, kubanga abazungu baleeta confusion eno. There's also an issue of principle. If it's a bad law, but brought by the state of that time, you should respect it. You should respect that law. It was a bad law. It's a confusion, but we cannot penalize because they thought that was the right thing at that time. Helen Mchibi has made a very good point. Said when you talk of security, how about personal security? That's a very good point. But that's why we are using these crime preventers and also improving like here in Kampala, want to put cameras all over the place so that these fellows can be caught on cameras. But in the villages, the solution is these crime preventers, which somebody was asking about. Those crime preventers can be helpful to stop those petty thefts, or could be entail, or could be busy, or could be talking about Mundimiro, because it will affect production, it will affect wealth. That's why you should talk to the young gentleman here, to Mwebase. The RDC should supervise. If they find the police are asleep, they didn't arrest people who did anything, they should act. I think it is a solvable problem. It's not a big problem. It can be solved. The interest rates are going up. Yes, they are going up. This is because we need to grow up, because in Uganda we import a lot. We import a lot from outside. Wines, what have you, carpets, what buy from outside. Now, if you buy some, so what happens is that I produce coffee, I produce milk, sell them out, I produce tea, sell them outside, and I get dollars. When the dollars get here, we must buy wines. If you want wine, why don't you drink the local beer? So the dollars now go back to buy the carpets, to buy very expensive cars to buy. So the demand of the dollars is very high. Now the price of dollar has gone up in terms of shilling because of that excessive money. Now of the foundation of my introduction, the other obstacles we have removed of electricity and so on. We have now more factories. For instance, this shirt which I'm putting on, this is made here in Bugorod by the people, which is made from cotton to high quality shirt. So that now when we export this shirt, when we sell 1 kilo, it is all here. When we sell 1 kilo of cotton, we may get $1. Now that same kilo of cotton, if you process it in shirts, I think you will get like 2 or 3 shirts out of it. You will get $15. Now we are getting $1 because we are selling cotton and process. But now that we have this factory, that one kilo now maybe $10, $12 if you subtract transport. So the same cotton will earn us more money if we add value to it, if we convert it into a shirt. So this should be the campaign the media people that should be talking about. You people, let's add value to all our products. Let's. Now we have also for the first time we're going to have a coffee processor. Somebody who will process 1/3 of our coffee to make it to this one which you drink. Now we are still exporting Mpeke, this unprocessed grains of coffee. The same, you get $1 instead of getting like $15. But could we do it before? No, because the processors need enough electricity and also cheap electricity. The electricity is now more, but it's still expensive. Why? Because Bujagari was built with expensive money, borrowed money. But we're trying to solve that. But the other factories like Karuma and Simba, the money we have used is cheap money, so the price of electricity from there will be. So when you say people are suffering, yes, we have a problem, but we know where the problem is coming from. Could we have addressed this problem before? No. Why? Because we did not have the foundation from which to address it. It is now that we can address it to earn more dollars. We are now earning $5 billion, but the imports are like $7 billion. So we who sell coffee, sell milk, sell tea, we bring in the $5 billion. The ones who are buying these little things from outside, they spend $7 billion. Okay, we don't want to fight with our people who want a high lifestyle. So what we should do is earn more dollars. Earn more dollars so that they can acquire gara, and then the dollar does not remain expensive. How do we earn more dollars? Processing and value addition. We have already done it for milk, we have done it for tea, we have done it for cement, we are doing it for mtaimbwa, we should do it also for the coffee and the cotton and the maize. That one is also, all those are covered here. Now, expenditure of elections, I don't think that expenditure of elections can be so much. The economy is big, it's not small. The economy is now $28 billion. how much will they spend in the elections? It's not, it can't have such a big impact. Democracy. Why do some people stand down? Discussing is also a form of democracy. If we stand, because for instance, they were standing like Wamogo was standing against Chargonza for the vice chairpersonship of the Western region. And we said, what do you want to do? And he had very good programs to mobilize the party. But then the question was, will this not cause some confusion? Because people may think that maybe I'm the one who's sending my young son-in-law to fight Chargonza. Why don't you wait? And can't you do that mobilization in another way? Now, Oktesa, is this not part of democracy? Is Okayana the only democracy? If you want to, you can educate me. Me, I'm a bushman. For me, I knew that Oktesa is part of democracy. Okuwabula, to council, is part of democracy. Banyankole call it Okteisa Muntu. Like if I'm going to the market, you say, why do you go to the market today? You stay and do something else. That's part of democracy. But for you, democracy, which you are learning from your European friends, is Okayana. If there is no Kayana, people are disappointed. There is no democracy here. They couldn't pack up and get food there. For NRM, Gafi, Kutesa, Okuveda. Sole candidate. These NRM people who know the history, they know that the situation was very tough when we were not using microphones, when we were using bullets and blood. We had a system of sole leadership, because you could not have two section commanders, two battalion commanders. That was the best way to lose. So we had that history of saying, okay, now when they come here and they say, we think this one can lead through negotiation, and say, oh no, there's no democracy. I think you are wrong. You are wrong. And as I said in Nambo the other day, leadership, the politics is mission. For us, the NRM, politics is mission oriented. What should we do? Now, you people, because you work with these confused Western countries, you spend a lot of your time on the who, the what. But I was amused the other day when I saw the British welcoming the Chinese president with such a big welcome. And that's what we have been taking for the last 50 years. Because 50 years ago, China is not Mbabazi. Productive forces refers to the capacity of a society, science, technology. When a society has got a low level of productive forces, yes? Or wanaangalia. When you have got a low level of science and technology are low, underdeveloped. Now, productive relations refers to what we were talking about, this Milo, what is the system of ownership? Milo, private property, communal property, like in the case of communist countries, communal, those are production relations. Is religion, politics, superstition, this is all part of the superstructure. Now, the problem you are having is that you are people, the ones you spend, you drink a lot of their tea in the embassies. You're always going there for drinking tea. They don't care about productive forces. They don't see, is the level of science in Uganda going up? No, that's not their interest. How about the production relations? That's not their interest. The only thing they're interested in is superstructure. Now, we have been telling these people that you are wrong and you are dangerous because you are misleading people who are not strong enough to refuse your nonsense. So now the Chinese have proved, because the Chinese, they have concentrated on attacking them all the time. You are attacking them, you are saying
Good afternoon and welcome to a continuation of our live coverage, wall-to-wall coverage. We are calling it of presidential nominations. They continue today. And as of today, we have seen Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye being nominated. We saw Dr. Abed Bwanika also got nominated today. And two people have been turned away so far. One, Faith Maureen Walube Chalia, who was turned away. Her papers lacked one or two things. And then, of course, Charles Bale Luanga, who returned today, only to be sent away for the second time. He was sent away yesterday. A couple of things were missing here and there. He had the wrong photos. He had paid, he had given them a check instead of paying cash or draft. And then, of course, his papers not having been stamped. He returned today. And it was an issue still, so he was sent away again. We are told that he could have returned to the Electoral Commission, having sorted that out. We'll get that detail for you as soon as we get it. We are also told that Mabilizi, the independent coalition, they have a small coalition. Those are the independent aspirants. We did see a number of them, the Chuma Chayesus of this world and several others. They decided among themselves to choose a one Mabilizi to represent them. He's also headed for nomination today. We are told the lady, Faith Maureen Chialia Walube, is back at the Electoral Commission. We will see how that goes. For now, though, His Excellency the President is addressing the nation, if you like, at State House, of course, talking about the program of the NRM, where the country has come from, etc., what he hopes to do given another chance. And as you can see, at some point, writing, trying to illustrate the issues that he's putting through. Let's cross back and try and listen in.
Police to hunt for these people who are bribing. But I hear that you also get money. The journalists, that you are given money to keep quiet and not to report this, not to report that. Pempurira. That food banangi. Abana bange betwasomesa. Betwasomesa umulimo to educate, to entertain, to inform. Kati nawo okubabazira kumumwa bakwita ko bazira umuganda mwekiri to sow bakiyita batya kutunga to sow okutunga emimwa kati awo mba temukyalina amakulu. You should be the one to expose abajja kubawa sente zisagala kubawa sente okuba corrupting. I want to support you. The other time I wanted to put money in your circle so that you don't depend on those employers of yours who treat you as slaves. But I don't know how the program went. But you remember there was a boy called Kalinaki who was saying, no, that I should not put money in your circle for production. Why? I am more... It would be good for the journalists to be empowered in a healthy way, where you can have a circle like the army, so that you are not bribed, so that you are free. You are free people. Because if you become abapangisa, abakoze, mercenaries, then who will defend the public? Catherine Biarhanga, I congratulate your employers. They can now pronounce your name. That's what she was by Runga. Those are the BBC employers. But recently I saw them pronouncing her name well. She said 19 soldiers were killed in Somalia. That's true. The one who is not accounted for was one, not 6. It was one. And I have not gotten any news about him. There was one who was not accounted for. But as I said, it's not possible for Al-Shabaab to attack UPDF except if there are internal mistakes. And we appointed a commission of inquiry. We suspended the battalion commander. We suspended the brigade commander. I am waiting for the report. Crime preventer, there will be no disturbance in Uganda. People think there will be a disturbance, crime preventers, militia, who will disturb the country? The only thing I need to take care about is this petty crime, stealing goats, stealing what. This is the one which is. But to think that you can have a militia which disturbs us is not possible. We have a very big capacity. And these crime preventers cannot be a problem because there is leadership of NRM everywhere. You should report them because there is leadership in the village, there is leadership in the sub-county. How can they misbehave and nobody knows? It's not possible. Structurally, the whole system is. Okay. Should we end here? You are satisfied or you have got? Or then let's have 5 more. Final.
One, two, three, 4, 5.
Good.
And is there any other international media house other than BBC?
South Sudan, there is no problem. South Sudan is just here. If there is any need to
Our profuse apologies, picture giving us a little bit of trouble there. His Excellency the President addressing the nation on a couple of issues, not just campaign, electoral related stuff. He was asked a question about our troops in South Sudan, the people that died, the question of crime preventers that has kept coming up again and again. We are told there are about 5 million of them. And yesterday we did show you stories of some of them saying, look, we were brought here, they were clad in yellow, and they're saying they're not given their transport refund, etc., etc. The President coming out to clarify 1 or 2 things about crime preventers. Now, taking to social media, of course, people continue to, tweet away, and the hashtag is Uganda Decides. That's what we are using. So keep tweeting away, letting us know what your thoughts are on the ongoing presidential nominations. The nominations are still going on. So far, 6 people have been nominated. If my figure is right, as of yesterday, President Yoweri Museveni, Amama Mbabazi, Venatius Baliamuleba were nominated. Today, Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye was nominated, Abed Bwanika was nominated too. That makes it 5. And we wait to see how the day does transpire. The Electoral Commission leaves Nambole at 4 p.m. That's the deadline, and nominations will be closed. Some people were sent away earlier on. Will they eventually be allowed? We will wait and see. Let's see what some people here are saying. Of course, some commenting about traffic jam not as heavy as it was yesterday. Yesterday it was a different situation altogether. Could it be because there were a couple of people that were nominated? That I'll leave to you to determine that. Well, of course, many are a supporter of Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. They're ecstatic, happy about the going zone. People appreciating NTV for broadcasting this live. Well, we'll keep doing this as best as we possibly can. Somebody saying yes, but for real, all the coverage of the election season enriches the process. That's coming in from NRM. Yes. Well, this is not the official NRM Twitter handle, but that should be one of those ardent fans. There's a Musimenta Daniel who tweets and says, Akasiki kawedde embaga ya lero. As per FDC fans. What this person means is that yesterday, it was just a precursor. Today is the real deal, but that, of course, is according to a Besigye fan here, a Besigye supporter, now that their candidate has been nominated. Now, images you see there, that's His Excellency the President at State House. Let's cross back and listen to the President.
I work with the Chinese news agency, Xinhua. Now, mine, His Excellency, is related to climate change. We are experiencing...
Apologies, a bit of trouble with our picture there. We'll keep trying to get back to the President. We have teams that are scattered all across town where events are happening. At Nambole, where we await Mabirizi, the independent coalition, the small independent coalition representative. He's their flag bearer, they say. He's headed to the Electoral Commission there
to see whether or not he gets nominated. And then, of course, we're told Charles Luanga will be returning to see whether or not the third attempt, he will be nominated. We wait to see how that plays out, and we'll see how things go. Let's see what some other people here are saying. Ian Buyinza bantering here, saying Joel Senyonyi, right color choice. Incidentally, today that Dr. Kiza Besigye gets nominated, their colors are blue. Well, these colors existed before your political parties, yeah? So we'll wear them. We'll wear yellow, we'll wear blue, we'll wear orange, we'll wear green, we'll wear all these, yeah? Just because they are colors, nothing tethered to that. Looking for something new here. This is Shanita Chagaba, who says, at least today's candidates have had no effect on fares so far. Apparently, as of yesterday, transport fares did double. I'm told in some areas they did triple. I don't know how far true that is. Well, could it be because of the traffic jams and the like? But somebody here says today the situation is as normal as it has always been. Looking at some others here. Something new. I'm looking for something new. Lydia, no way. Should I read this? Well, this one says, my vocabulary grows each time I watch Joel Senyonyi. All right, thank you. Nice to hear that. Looking for something related to the elections and the nominations. Somebody else saying, Bugalo, to you, our broadcasters. Thanks for being the tireless and hardworking patriots, people at NTV. Thank you. Nice to hear that. And let's see, some new ones that I'm looking for here. Okay, some people here saying that the people that are with Besigye today are the same that were with the Mbabazi. I don't know how far true that is. Some people have alleged so that, you know, some of these fellows will be here today, here tomorrow. Another one was talking about the border fellows. They seem to be making a killing, somebody was saying here on social media, because they will go and make money in Museveni's camp, then they will go and make money in Mama Mbabazi's camp. Then today they'll go and make money at Kano Dr. Kiza Besigye's camp. Well, there you are. All right. In a bit, we'll be crossing over to the Electoral Commission. All right. Getting some information there. We want to replay this clip. Charles Luanga, we are told, is headed back to the Electoral Commission. He's hoping to be nominated at the third attempt, but this is what happened earlier on. Let's show you this.
The Electoral Commission Chairman, Dr. Badru Chigundu, on the papers, and hopefully he will be cleared, or if he's not, then that could be the last attempt at his presidency. Let's listen in now.
So let's wait. Let's wait and see what the returning officer is going to share with us in respect to the candidate of Bale. Just to kindly request you, the media, that we don't allow interviews in this venue. So please help us and have those interviews outside the venue. I will also wait, like you are waiting, hear from the returning officer.
honorable members in this chamber, all of you are honorable. I want to make the following remarks about the submission of a returnee candidate or aspirant. Yesterday, when he showed up, he was technically advised to authenticate the payment, which payment was made by a personal check instead of cash and bank draft as required by the law. So, Mr. Bale, there are no games in this exercise. No games in this exercise. I think we have given you enough natural justice, obliged to the law. I want to thank you for aspiring. I don't foresee another opportunity today, unless it's by miracles.
There you are, images coming in from Nambole. That was earlier in the day when the Electoral Commission Chairperson, Engineer Dr. Badru Chigundu, was turning away Charles Bale Lwanga. Remember that this was Bale's second attempt to make it to the Electoral Commission to try and see if he could be nominated. Yesterday, it failed. He was trying again today. Now, the images you see on your screen, those are live pictures coming in from Nambole. I should get information because that's Faith Maureen Chialia Walube, who was also turned away earlier on by the Electoral Commission. Why? Because there was a bit of an issue with her documents, and they asked her to try and rectify that and see if she could make it back by 4 p.m. Because 4 p.m. is when the Electoral Commission does close the process. It ends today officially. But of course, we are told, the lawyer earlier on was telling us that in certain eventualities, somebody can petition and maybe the Electoral Commission can push it for them. We don't know about that, but the official election time ends today at 4 p.m. So will these people make it and eventually get nominated? We wait and see. 5 people have been nominated. As of yesterday, His Excellency the President, then John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, Venantius Barriamureba. Today, Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye and then Abed Bwanika got nominated. We also get information that the independent coalition head, if you like, their candidate, they decided to get together. You know that a number of people did pick nomination forms for presidency, about 50 plus of them, many of whom were independents. They got together and decided we are going to front one person. And we get information, he too has been duly nominated by the Electoral Commission. So let's wait and see whether the 2 remaining people will eventually get nominated. One, of course, pulled out as of yesterday. That is Alhaji Nasantege Sebagala, saying he's going to back His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni. The others still going through. Let's take a listen to there.
Fe embereri wano mu ssaawa Nambola akakiiko k'ebyokulonda gye kali mbatuusizaako oba gye tuli mbatuusizaako ffe nga NTV Butereevu embeera nga Nambola kwe kulaba nti akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kasunsulamu abo mpozi abagenda okuvuganya ku ntebe y'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga era nga mpozi mu dakiika ntono nnyo eziyise olaba nti omukulu Joseph Mabirizi ng'ono yeesimbyewo naye ku lulwe era ng'ono yakiikiridde abo bonna mpozi beesimbyewo ku lwabwe abali bazze okupikingayo oba okunona forms okuva mu kakiiko k'ebyokulonda okwesimbawo okubona nga yabakiikiridde akakasiddwa mu dakiika ntono nnyo eziyise oluvannyuma okukakasa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda nti byonna ebyetaagisa oba ebyamutumwa byonna abyese. Era eddakiika eno tulaba ate omukyala Maureen Kyalya ng'ono muzi mu ssaawa ntono nnyo emabega eyo yabadde agambiddwa adde asookereze ebiwandiiko bye naddala ebiwandiiko ebikwatagana ku obuyigirize bwe amannya agaliko teako n'endagamuntu amannya agaliko naye mpozi amazeereza era essaawa eno akomyewo mu kizimbe okulaba nti nno nti ate awaayo ebiwandiiko byennyini ebituufu ebimwetaagisibwa oba ebyetaagibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda okusobola okukakasibwa era nga mpozi mu dakiika ntono nnyo bijja kuba bitwalibwa mu bakulu abavunaanyizibwa okulaba nno nti basengejja ebiwandiiko eby'Olugendo era ng'essaayo tulaba ali mu kuteeka ekinkumu ku biwandiiko eby'enjawulo byalese bikakasibwe nti kennyini yabireese tewali muntu mulala abimuleetedde olwo ate abakakiiko k'ebyokulonda gurupu yabwe oba abakugu baabwe babe nga babyekkaanya okulaba oba nga ddala bituufu era nga byeyo bye bamutumye okuleeta era nga mpozi Mabirizi wetukidde essaawa zibadde kwennyini nga mpozi ye candidate oba ye muntu ow'omukaaga akakasiddwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ng'olwaleero tulabye abantu okuli ye mwennyini Joseph Mabirizi teekako omukulu Abedi Bwanika ate ssaako retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye beewo mpozi abakasobolwa okuba nti nno nti bakakasibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda nga mpozi njagala bajjukiza nti omukulu Charles Lwanga Baale ye ebibye mpozi tuyinza okugamba essaawa eno enteekateeka ze oba ekirooto kye ekyokuvuganya ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga mpozi essuubi lyawedde oluvannyuma lw'akakiiko k'ebikondo omulagira nti ebintu alabika yabadde abireeseemu omuzannyo ate nga bo abakulu b'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda bali ensonga eno bagikutte kannabwala oyo ye kirabika olugendo lwe olwaleero we lukomye naye nga tusuubira nti ebinava mu nsonga y'omukyala Maureen Chalia nabyo bijja kuba nga bituweebwa mangu nnyo akakiiko k'ebyokulonda akakulembeddwamu ssentebe waako engenya Dr. Badru Kigundu wano e Nambole enteekateeka yonna weri mu kugendera mu maaso era nga mpozi omukulu Maureen Chalia awerekeddwako abantu ab'enjawulo era tujja kuba tubalagawo mu bifaananyi so nga ate olaba nti n'omukulu oli Joseph Mabirizi naye alina abantu be abamuwerekeddeko abangi mpozi ffe nga mu nteekateeka eno oba mu mulimu guno ogw'amawulire tulina munnaffe omukulu Kyuma kya Yesu bwetwe twamukaza ate yeyita naye nga ye mukulu Ntege oyo omu ku abo abali mu kwerekerako oba abawerekereko omukulu oyo Joseph Mabirizi naye nga mpozi ngenda kubanga mbawaate mwanyinaze Shira Ndukire naye mpozi abaweeko mu lulimi luli Olungereza ye embeera nga bwagiraba essaawa eno over to you Shira Ndukire.
Tweyanziza Justin Kandwa. Just right behind me is Maureen Chalia, who was given an opportunity to come back this afternoon. The phone to have some inconsistencies in the names. The Electoral Commission said she had her A-level certificate had Faith Maureen Chalia, and her national ID had Chalia Walube. And now that was the challenge. So she has gone back and brought the statutory certificate, and we hope that the Electoral Commission will be very soon pronouncing themselves whether or not they will be clearing her for this case. Earlier we saw a bit of consultation between the technical team and Maureen, which those were the same things we saw early in the morning. So we hope that they have not found any other inconsistencies. Could be verifying those papers anytime soon, or be giving her the 7th person to be nominated, and the 6th one was Joseph Mabirizi of the Independent Coalition, who left about 5 minutes ago, and for each independent candidate symbol that they will put on the ballot, and Mabirizi has picked the symbol of the ball. Yesterday, Professor Venantius Bariamureba picked the symbol of a clock, and John Patrick Amamambabazi picked the symbol of a chair. So, in the same spirit, today Mabirizi picked a ball, and
apologies there. Apologies, we seem to be having a bit of trouble with the picture there. Waiting though at the Electoral Commission is the only female candidate, the only female aspirant until she gets nominated, then she becomes candidate. That is Faith Maureen Chalia Walube. She was turned away earlier in the morning and asked to go and sort out one or two things about her documents. She has returned. Let's wait and see whether or not she will be nominated. Of course, the other person, like we were saying, has gotten nominated today is Joseph Mabirizi. He's a 40-year-old pastor. He's an engineer. He's a businessman, and he says he wants, to turn things around, cut down on cabinet, etc., etc. That is what his part of his manifesto is. And then we have Abed Bwanika. He's a 48-year-old veterinary doctor. He's a pastor too. Seems like we have a number of pastors that want to become president. Huh? As you know, this will be the third time that Dr. Abed Bwanika gives a try at becoming president of this country. Some previously have said this man has a good manifesto. We'll wait and see what will be in his manifesto this time round. Of course, we are waiting. We are waiting. Another person that's not been nominated, that is lined up for nomination, is Major General retired Benon Biraro. He is of the Farmers Party. He too wants to become president, and he's due for nomination today. Whether or not he will make it, we'll wait and see. 4 p.m. is the time that everything does close. Another man who is still beleaguered, he's still troubled, at least as it still stands to be the case, that is Charles Barry Luanga of the Ecological Party. He's new on the political scene. He says he wants to turn things around. He's quite concerned about the environment, climatic change issues, etc., etc. He's been turned away twice, and we are told he might be coming for a third attempt to be nominated. Let's wait and see how things do pan out. Of course, social media is awash with pictures of the nominations, people saying a couple of things here. As you can see on the screen there, those are images of Besigye supporters. Earlier, interesting, as Besigye waded through traffic after being nominated, as he was moving through, I believe this, anyway, one of those places. Some of his supporters gave him a sofa set, a couch, and it was put atop his vehicle, and he sat on it. Looks dangerous there, but doing it for his supporters, I believe. Let's see what some people had to say about that. We don't need you only to tell us, but okay, there you are. Some people, of course, were tweeting earlier on saying that Besigye has taken over Kampala. Besigye should look for such big crowds outside Kampala. That's Bruno Chizito, who seems to challenge Dr. Kiza Besigye, saying in Kampala, yes, the crowds are there. Let's wait and see how that plays out when you move outside of Kampala. Robert Louis says, Banange, I had not seen this before. What a sensational leader. I believe talking about the crowds that Besigye has garnered as of today. Another person with an interesting name here, this is Ghetto Fabulous, says Besigye is in my blood, my heart, and my mind. For real, Dr. Besigye is my life. Interesting. Some hardline supporters there of Kano Dr. Kiza Besigye. Let me see one or two of those. How I wish he would turn those crowds into votes. That's coming in from Stephen Subuga, putting a challenge to Dr. Kiza Besigye. And then Aman Abdu says Besigye is the people's president. Okay, let's look at some other images that have come through as of today. We have our teams that are taking pictures, tweeting away, and putting some on Facebook. So you need to check out our social media platforms and see what is happening. Other pictures here, as you can see, the security detail of Dr. Kiza Besigye, all clad in black and all. Never mind, they have been given security and a car by the Electoral Commission for each that gets nominated. Another picture there of Dr. Kiza Besigye after he had been nominated. Some of his supporters throwing money into his open roof car, coins, notes, etc., etc. Let's see what some people had to say about that. This is Welisha Ronald, who says, Doctor, we love you, but you should back Mbabazi. And then Dial Taka says the man is given a sofa to sit down, something I talked about earlier on. And all right, this one says I witnessed that. Clearly they probably were there, etc., etc. All right, in a moment we should be crossing back to Nambole and hear the pronouncement of the chairman.
A duly nominated candidate for presidential elections 2016, having fulfilled the requirements under the Presidential Elections Act 2005 was amended. Once again, returning officer, Engineer Dr. Badru M. Chigundu. Today, the 4th of November 2015, at the time in my signature, it was 2:57 p.m. Can I now call forward the candidate and the team that she's with on the front table?
As you proceed, the rest of the team, you can follow her. She's going to choose a symbol. And tomorrow, you are required to submit your campaign program if you have not submitted it. And come for a meeting at 10 at the commission headquarters. Harmonize your campaign program with others. Tomorrow morning at 10, please come with your campaign program.
All right, that's news just coming in from Nambole. The Electoral Commission has just nominated Faith Maureen Walube Chalia as a presidential candidate. Earlier in the day, as you remember, she was turned away to go and sort out one or two things about her papers that had some error terms and that kind of thing. So that has been sorted out and she's been duly nominated and of course told about a meeting tomorrow where these presidential candidates are meant to give a roadmap to the Electoral Commission of where they will be for campaigns, what time, etc., to try and harmonize so that you know, there's no situation where two or more candidates are in the same area. That can cause a tempestuous, you know, situation, and we do not want that to happen. So that is why the Electoral Commission says, bring us your roadmap and let's try and harmonize that. So that's news that just came in. Faith Maureen Chalia Walube just got nominated. She is a lawyer. She stood for Jinja District Woman Member of Parliament in 2011 on the FDC ticket. She did not make it, and a very short while thereafter, she joined, well, not the NRM per se, but State House. She got a job and as a presidential advisor on poverty alleviation in the Busoga region. She did serve that. At some point, she then went away to the diaspora. She was in the UK for quite a bit of time until recently when she returned, saying she wants to run and become president of Uganda. What chances does she stand? You let us know. Keep tweeting away. Uganda Decides. That's the hashtag that we are using as we keep bringing you the live happenings of the day. So that makes her the sixth candidate to be nominated so far. President Museveni got nominated yesterday. John Patrick Amama Mbabazi as well. Then Vanashas Bariamureba. As of today, Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye got nominated. Abed Bwanika got nominated. And now Faith Maureen Walube Chalia got nominated. She's the only female contender in the race. In 2011, we saw, I think it was Betty Kamya who stood, and I think Mama Miria was the other lady that stood for election. None of them made it. There is a lady again that is running to become president. She's up against, so far, 5 men that have been nominated. Of course, Alhaji Nasanteke Sivagala pulled out of the race, and the only person that is missing out so far is Major General retired Benon Biraro. He has not showed face yet. There's just 1 hour to go. Will he show up? Let's wait and see. We were also hoping, because he promised that he would return, Charles Bali Luanga. He said that he would return to the Electoral Commission to try and get nominated the 3rd time. He's been turned away. He got turned away yesterday. He got turned away this morning. And he promised to return today. Will that happen for him in the next hour? Let's watch and see how these events unfold. Here you are, pictures just coming in from Nambole, where Maureen Chalia just got nominated as an independent candidate. She's choosing to go this alone, and pictures are up already. Okay, trying to run away. Let's see what people are saying already. This is Musasi Nelson who says Chalia deserves an applause. Well, probably because she's the only lady in the race. That's a good thing. It's good to see that some lady, a lady at least for that matter, is giving a try at this so that it doesn't become a male-dominated campaign. So good for her, and congratulations to her. She deserves the congratulations, given that it's been an interesting race for her. All right, she's now gone to that tent addressing the press. Let's cross over and listen to female candidate for presidency, Maureen Chalia.
I actually was not ready to stand in these elections. I was abroad, I was going to study. But I made a promise to myself that one, if no woman comes forward, and two, if nobody comes forward from the Busoga region and eastern region of Uganda, I have to stand. Reason being, since Uganda was created in 1900, we do not seem to be represented at the front line of this country. During the time I was collecting signatures, I visited this country. I went to northern Uganda, I went to West Nile, I went everywhere. I was in shock. The only place that seems different was Western Uganda. The rest of the country...
All right. The picture there is not too good. We'll get there, back there in a bit and try and listen to what Maureen Chalia is saying. Of course, the key thing she says that she was not ready to stand. Does that explain why she was stand away this morning? Papers were not in order. I don't know. But she says she did not have intentions to run this time round, except she had made certain conditions. At least she had made a covenant of sorts, saying that, look, if no lady stands, if nobody from Busoga stands, I will put my weight in this and see how things go. When she talks about a woman, when she talks about somebody from Busoga, I'm sure that conjures up a name in your mind. A lady that is from Busoga, who many a person actually thought that she would run for presidency. Yes, that very one you're thinking about. But that person did not run this time round, and Maureen Chalia saying that now that there's no woman, there's nobody from Busoga, I will run. And run she has. She's got it nominated. Somebody here say, very pessimistic, Rich Mealy saying she cannot be president. They don't explain why they think Maureen cannot be president, but there you are. Now, of course, earlier on, Pastor Joseph Mabirizi, the flag bearer of the Independent Coalition, he did become the 6th presidential candidate. To make it as candidate, let's see what people had to say. All right, I'm told the picture might be clearer now. Let's see if we can cross over and hear what Maureen is saying. All right, we'll get back to that in a bit. This is what some people here are saying about Joseph Mabirizi, who was nominated as an independent coalition candidate. All right, there's a Judeson Okitoy who says, let's see what he says. Yeah, man, it's your constitutional right. Go for it. Maybe you also try MP in your home constituency in the next elections. Oh, that's interesting. He's running for president now. You want him to run for MP next time? All right. Rocky does ask, and whose vote is he expecting? Well, your vote is running to be your president. So there you are. Loveline Blessing says, Pastor, I have no words for you. They just leave it at that. They don't add much to what he is saying. Somebody else saying, well, at least the brethren in the church will vote for him. He is a pastor. There's 2 pastors that are running in this race. One is representing PDP, People's Development Party. That's Dr. Abed Bwanika. Pastor Dr. Abed Bwanika running this time round. It will be his 3rd time to try and become president. He failed at his first attempt. Will he make it this time round? We'll wait and see. And of course, the other pastor is Joseph Mabirizi. He's an independent candidate. He got nominated today. So it's going to be an interesting election to watch. Of course, a lady has just joined the campaign. That is Faith Maureen Walube Chialia, who has just been nominated. For speaking to the press, they are saying a couple of things that it's time for the women, etc., etc. In a bit, we'll cross back and try and see what people there are saying. So that makes it, let's do a very quick count. President Museveni, who got nominated yesterday, John Patrick Amama Mbabazi, Vanessa Banyamuleba, that's 3 as of yesterday. And then today, Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye gets nominated as well. Joseph Mabirizi of the Independent Coalition gets nominated today. Then we also see Dr. Abed Bwanika being nominated. And as of the last few minutes, Faith Maureen Walube Chialia gets nominated as the only female candidate. That makes it 7 of them. Will it be 8 or 9 by the end of the day? Well, by 4 p.m. Let's wait and see, because 2 other people most probably will make it to the Electoral Commission to try and get nominated. And the 2 are Major General Benon Biraro. He has been quite quiet. He's a 57-year-old man. He's a Bush war hero. He retired from the army and recently formed the Farmers Party. That will be his vehicle to use to make it to State House. He's not come for nomination yet, and the Electoral Commission expects that he just might make it before 4 p.m. Let's wait and see how that plays out. And of course, the other one that just might make it is Charles Bale Luanga. He is of the Ecological Party. He wants to become president too. He's had trouble the past 2 days. Yesterday he tried to get nominated. That did not work out for the man. He went back today. He was sent away again, and he said, I will keep trying. Well, he has about 53 minutes, according to my watch, to try and see whether or not he will get nominated. There's another person here that just dropped something. Let's see what they are saying. Okay, I think I'll look at that in a bit. Of course, the first candidate to be nominated today, earlier on, we see Dr. Kiza Besigye, who moved around town, and his supporters were with him, etc., etc. All right. Then His Excellency the President was just addressing journalists. Earlier on at State House, we did bring you those live pictures talking about what he's been able to do in the past 30 years, why he feels he deserves another chance, etc., etc. All right, now standing by on the line is Maurice Ochol, who is at State House. Maurice, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joel.
Maurice, we did listen in at some point His Excellency the President addressing the nation,
yes.
And we left earlier on. Is he still addressing, and what has come through? What have we missed?
What has happened is that they've just finished addressing the media. Of course, all of us who are here, different media houses. Now, what came out in the last moment, he was talking about the different candidates that he was competing against, and that is Honorable former Premier John Patrick Mama Babazi, and also Deputy Besigye. And so he talked of why, of course, he did Mama Babazi. He claimed Mama Babazi was not what he heard. Then he also went ahead to talk about how Mama Babazi had already started disorganizing the party by, spreading different propaganda, that's what he called it, to the different people, how his son, Holstein government is going to stand in the next coming election. Yeah. So basically that's what he was trying to say. Then, and the issue of Besigye, he went ahead and said that Besigye, of course, left at the time when Uganda most needed him. And so to him, that was just something that he couldn't deal with, and that's why, of course, Besigye had to leave. So there's no way that Besigye can come on right now and start telling the people that he's going to stand. That was his message that he spelled out at the last moment of the press briefing.
Maurice, from where we are, we didn't watch the entire speech of the president there. Did he at any point make a comment on, or did you people ask him, you members of the press, about the crowds that Mbabazi did pull, the crowds that Besigye has pulled as of today? Do they worry him at all?
He said one of the things that he said that, and he spelled it out so well, was that the crowd that Besigye is having, and also John Patrick and Mama Mbabazi, he says that those are people who are just spreading lies. And so he said that those crowds are not even going to scare him anymore. And he went ahead to say that, looking at the fact that Mbabazi and also Besigye decided to stand right now, to him, he's just going to trust them because he knows most of the secrets. That's what he said. He knows most of the inside of the Mbabazi camp and Besigye. And he went ahead to say that if it's to go to the different villages, he's just going to spill out everything. But he said that let's not prompt him right now to start saying what he didn't want to say. But he said for those two, it won't be a tight race for him.
Maurice, I imagine His Excellency the President did make a comment on the crime preventers. We are told there are about 5 million of them. Also, as of yesterday, we saw some people that were at the President's rally, all clad in yellow, saying that, look, we came here, were brought as crime preventers, we've not been given our facilitation, etc., etc. And thereafter, we had opposition folks saying, actually, they just gathered crime preventers, and those are the people that showed up at the President's rally. Did the President say anything about that?
He did say about the crime preventers, but it was a little cagey about crime preventers. He said, look, there are lots of crimes that happen in our community, there from chicken thieves to any other petty crimes that happen there. So he said these crime preventers are doing their work, but he did not go into talk about some of these allegations that have been made. However, he said that if that is true, he said they're going to look into whatever is happening.
We know the President did say one or two things about Mama Mbabazi. We heard him saying that, look, for the last 30 years rather, we have been going forward, so it's not a new slogan. It should not in any way intrigue anybody. What else did the President say about the candidate Mbabazi?
what he said about the candidate, that first of all, the slogan, he said that he kept emphasizing the slogan going forward is not anything new at the NRM party. As the NRM party and also government says that they've always been going forward. Now, Mbabazi coming up with that slogan is nothing new to them. In fact, he said that if Mbabazi should have maybe changed the slogan to maybe we're quickening, probably that could have added him an advantage. But for now, the slogan going forward, the president said that won't even scare him, as in Mbabazi just made the worst mistake. Couldn't they first consult? That was his own word before making some of the slogans for themselves.
Maurice, yesterday His Excellency the President, after being nominated, said something that raised quite a bit of dust on social media. He said that he's asking for another chance at the presidency so that he can finish up the job that he has been doing. And of course, people went to social media and they were lambasting him, saying, look, you have had 30 years. What are you going to do different in the 5 years that you've not been able to do in 30? Did the president make any comment on that?
Yes. What he basically said was that looking at the 30 years that they've been on, they've worked on things like roads, they've worked on health, they've also looked at their schools. But then he said that one of the things that is still lacking, that the thing they should go ahead on, is that they should now work on the priority areas. He said, look, we are now going to start working or start focusing on priority areas. So the president was categorically clear on that. He said, the 30 years, yes, we have worked on a number of things, but right now we're going to specify on some of the things that they're going to work on. And he said the 30 years that they've worked, they've been in power, is enough, is enough, but they're still going to do other things. That's what he kept saying.
Maurice, we have done a plethora of interviews with especially a number of opposition political figures, and when you ask them what they think Uganda's major challenge is, they talk about unemployment, which is through the roof. Does the president have any plan, at least according to the speech he delivered today? Did he make mention of anything that he intends to do? What is his plan regarding this unemployment question?
The question of unemployment, what he went on to say is that it's already in his manifesto, but he said at the right time, I think that's when the official campaign, that's where he's going to unveil it. That's what he's going to talk about. But for now, he didn't delve much into the unemployment issue. However, he went ahead to talk about the Operation Operation Wealth Creation, whereby he talked of Ugandans should now, stand up and start looking for how to create wealth. He was even going ahead to talking about how Ugandans should just focus on small things rather than looking at the bigger picture. He hinted on the fact that that Ugandans have the capacity to, create their own textile by agricultural products that have been given. I mean, things like the clothing industry. So for that was his message. But he said more of that is in his manifesto that he delve out to the public.
Maurice, listening to the president yesterday, I'll tell you, I liked that he came out sounding euphemistic, reaching out to his opponents, telling his supporters that, look, these people, don't be violent towards them, people in the opposition, etc., etc. Try and cajole them, try and be as nice to them as you possibly can to bring them into the NRM. And I thought that's a good message coming in, not just from candidate Yoweri Museveni, but the president of this country. Did we hear a reiteration of that? Did he emphasize that some more? Because we are hearing some people sounding war drums all over the place.
No. He didn't say anything about that. The only thing that he mentioned was that these elections are going to be very peaceful. He just kept mentioning the elections are going to be peaceful and everything is going to be moving on well. And he said for the last 30 years, that's what they've been fighting for peaceful elections. So he said for these elections, everything is going to be peaceful. He didn't hint on any other issue than that.
Maurice, did the president finally, as we wrap this up, I know for much of the time, the opposition has always voiced concerns about the ground not being level, the Electoral Commission being appointed by one of the players who happens to be candidate Yoweri Museveni, and for that matter, they feel things are not going to be as free and fair. Previously, we have had courts of law saying that, look, even though we cannot overturn the election, there were issues. And then, of course, one of his breakaway people, General Switch, saying that the 2006 election especially was a stolen election. What did the president say about this, if at all he did?
No. George, he didn't mention about that. No, he didn't mention. The only thing he kept saying that this election is going to be free and fair. He didn't go into the in depth of that. No, he didn't go into that.
All right, Maurice Ocho, is the president still addressing the press there, or is he done?
No. He's finished addressing the press, and so he's going to meet the other people now.
All right, Maurice Ochol at State House Entebbe. Many thanks for bringing us that update. Yeah, and we did bring you those pictures earlier on of His Excellency the President speaking to the media, taking questions, and the questions varied, centering around the electoral process and what it's going to be like, but also other concerns, because remember, he's still the commander-in-chief, he is still the president of the republic. So there you are. Of course, quite a bit of action still going on. Dr. Kizza Besigye is still in town with his crowds, with his supporters. He just got nominated today. In a short while ago, we did show you how the only female candidate, that is Faith Maureen Chialia Walube, got nominated by the Electoral Commission. And so today, nominations do close. That should be in about 42 minutes, if you like, at least according to my watch. And everything will be done. And then tomorrow, the Electoral Commission will be holding a meeting together with all the presidential candidates and perhaps their representatives to try and harmonize the programs of each of them, because each of them has a program of where they want to be, when they want to be there, how long they will be there, because there were changes that were made to the Presidential and Parliamentary Elections Amendment Act of Parliament. It is previously a presidential candidate would have to go in all of at least 3/4 of the districts, but this time round they have left it open. And even the time for campaign, of course, has been narrowed down. It will be about 2 months. Previously, they had quite a bit of time. This time round, it's a different story altogether. But it's important that they harmonize this just to be sure no 2 or more candidates are in one place, to make sure there's no violence, etc., etc. So that's happening tomorrow. We'll keep tabs on that for you, on that meeting that will be happening tomorrow. Now, Julius Senkandwa joins me. He's at Nambole, where Maureen Chialia has just been nominated. Julius, good evening. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joel.
Maureen, apologies, I was about to say Maurice. I was just speaking to Maurice earlier on. This is Julius Senkandwa. Julius, we know that a short while ago we saw Maureen Chialia having been nominated. The expectation is of the 2 candidates, there's Charles Balirwanga, who we thought would get back and get nominated, and then General Biraro, who is also expected by the Electoral Commission. Have we made any sight of these 2 gentlemen?
We are yet to find out where General Biraro is and the other candidates, but as according to his program, they are still waiting for them, because each of these candidates had to get or allocate or request for the time that is convenient for him or her. So the 2, they are still in time in accordance to what they requested from EC, and according to the East officials, they are still waiting for these candidates until it clocks 5 p.m. If none of these has turned up, then the 2 days exercise will come to an end, and what it will remain is that in the 2016 general polls, we are going to have 6 candidates with only 1 female candidate. That is the names of Maureen Chialia.
Okay, perhaps just to clarify 2 things. You talk about 6 candidates. There should be 7 inclusive of Maureen. But you say they're closing at 5 p.m. The early information we got was 4 p.m. Has that changed? Hello, Julius?
Now I can hear you.
Yes, you can hear me. I was asking because in your remarks there, you said that the Electoral Commission closes today at 5 p.m. Earlier, we got information that the closure would be at 4 p.m. Did they make an extension?
It is. They have given an allowance of 1 hour for the remaining 2 candidates. So that if they fail to hit that time and it's clocked 5, then they'll have no any option but to end the exercise.
Interesting. We had showed a bit of the live update when Maureen Chialia was addressing the press, but we did stop at some point when she had just talked about why she got into the race, of if there was no lady, if there was no somebody from Busoga. Then I would return from the UK where I had gone for studies and run. What did she say is her plan? What does she plan to do for this country if she becomes president?
Actually, one of the things she wants to embark on once she's elected as the president of the Republic of Uganda is to change the anthem, the national anthem, because according to her, it's not about for God and my it's not for God and my country, it's something else. Even she says that the national flag, the national anthem, and also the national. It means that many of the Ugandans they tend to be thinking of themselves other than probably thinking for the rest of the country, and mainly the people in the rural areas. She's giving an example of Busoga region where she comes from, where she says it used to have the best schools, but when you look at now, Busoga region, according to her, it has the worst number of educated, or the least number of educated people coming from that region. And we look at the poverty levels in Busoga, to her, it is something that needs an urgent and a hard-working person that is focused to change the image of Busoga region, and also the issue of women. She has been saying that in Busoga, that if a woman gives birth, she surrenders all the authority, the ownership of that kid to the husband, giving an example of how she was raised, and also trying to encourage the women that even if you are married, please consider and always remember to retain your name, because what she experienced this morning, when her papers had only her marital name, her first name, and also her husband's name, she missed out the carrier name. So that's why she was sent back to go and rectify that. And that she says and encourages all the women that, you know what, always maintain your name despite the fact that you are married. This can help you, or it can get damp you if you don't, or if you ignore your biological name or the name that you are given by your parents.
Julius, we know that Maureen has an interesting history. In 2011, she ran to become Ginger Woman Member of Parliament on the FDC ticket. She did not make it. A short while after that, she was appointed Presidential Advisor on Poverty Alleviation in the Busoga region. She did that job for a bit of time, and then she left, went off to the UK. But you see, during her time in Busoga, I'm told she raised quite a bit of dust. Her history there is a checkered one. Who is she counting on to push her presidential bid through?
She says even when you look at the 20 million requirements by the EC, according to her, it was paid by her supporters in the region. So she has this trust and also the backing from the people of Uganda, and also especially the people of Busoga, that if they manage to call her back from UK to come and stand and contest for the president and also save the country, they think if this is enough evidence that to have trust in her and they have hope in her, and that's where she banks her hope and also her entire support, and she believes that the women, the poor, are the people that are going to vote for her.
And perhaps finally, Julius, Maureen Chialia Walube is the only female in this race. She's the only female candidate. Does she feel like an underdog? Does she feel like, in a way, that disadvantages her? She's the only lady, and she's one of the newer fellows, one of the novices, if you like, at least at the level of presidency.
Actually, she says that despite the fact that she's the only female aspirant, she's not scared, because the way she was raised as a strong woman, and also given the fact that she's surrounded by some of the politicians in the Busoga region, she believes that is enough for her to be strong enough and to compete against the 5 gentlemen that are in this race. But also she says that despite the fact that most of the senior politicians in the Busoga region have already yet to come out and contest for the captain's top seat, her coming out is enough to justify how strong she is and how determined she is. So basically, to her, it is a point of believing in herself and also pushing forward her agenda to see that she changes the image of this country as the single female candidate in this race.
All right, Julius Senkandwa standing by at Nambole. Many thanks for that update. We'll get back to Julius along the way. There's been an extension of time up to 5 p.m. and that means the 2 remaining aspirants, that is the retired Major General Benon Diraro of the Farmers Party and the gentleman from the Ecological Party, Charles Bale Rwanga, still have quite a bit of time about an hour and a half to see if they can make it to the Electoral Commission and be nominated or otherwise. So 7 candidates it is as of now, one of them female. Who will be your preferred one? We'll wait and see, and hopefully you're warming up to vote. It's important that you go out and cast your ballot. On that day it will be a public holiday. That's not for you to stay home, recline, and you know, there's a time for that. Go cast your vote, get back home, tune into NTV, and we'll bring you the rest as it will keep flowing in. But it's important that you go out and cast your ballot, and we're hoping that we'll be peaceful all through. Yeah, it's unnecessary that people get into each other's necks and become boisterous. This country will live a lot longer after 2016, so let's do this as peacefully as we possibly can. Talking of which, at NTV we are running a campaign which we are calling I Move Uganda. In fact, that's a hashtag that you can check out on social media, on Twitter. And what we are doing, we are working on a survey that would like you to participate in, that will raise a couple of issues. We would want to hear from you. What is it that you would like to see presidential candidates focus on? Is it health? Is it education? Is it corruption? Is it unemployment, etc., etc.? What are you looking out for? What are those issues? It's a very quick survey. It takes you about 2 minutes or less. 5 questions that would want you to not even answer by telling us, just to tick. Yeah, so check that out on our social media pages and be a part of that. It's on a Monkey survey, a survey that we want you to participate in, and we'll give this feedback to these presidential candidates and tell them that, look, here is what the people are focusing on. Yes, you have an agenda, you have a manifesto, but does it tally with these issues that people out there, Ugandans out there, are raising? So that's very important that you be a part of that. All right, there you are. And that's the survey that we are running, hashtag I Move Uganda. You can get to that. That's the link there, surveymonkey.com, and those are the details. You can go there and be a part of that survey. 5 quick questions which you're just ticking, whichever it is the option that you prefer to go with, and you give us your details. No name is needed. In fact, there's no provision for you to write your name anywhere. The results will be treated with utmost confidentiality, so that's very important. We are making this survey because we would want that you Ugandans, you move Uganda, you move this country, and not just presidential candidates. And the way you can move this country is by telling your leaders or your leaders to be what exactly it is that you want them to focus on, what you want them to do when they become presidents of this country. So there it is, hashtag I Move Uganda. As you keep tweeting away, you can also tweet and tell us, what would you like these people to focus on? You know, yes, do the survey, but also let's keep the discussion going on Twitter, on Facebook, and the hashtag is I Move Uganda, because it is true, as a Ugandan, as somebody living in this great nation, you move this country, just in case you did not know. Yes, here at NTV we believe in many ways we move Uganda. Through our news, you have appreciated it a great deal. We have showed you the plight of the various sectors, etc., etc. We want to take it a notch higher and see how you can be involved in shaping the process, shaping the happenings of this country. So be a part of that, and we hope to be done with that survey and give it to you as give you the results about Sunday. It should be so. Be a part of that, and let's move Uganda together. That is very important. We have, of course, like I was saying earlier on, teams all across the city. We have a team in Nambole. We just spoke to Julius and Sheila, who are deployed there. We'll get back to them in a bit to see what is happening there. 2 aspirants are expected to make it by 5 p.m. One being Charles Bali Luanga, he's of the Ecological Party, and then, of course, Major General retired Benon Biraro of the Farmers Party. Hopefully, they'll get back to Nambole to try and get nominated before 5 p.m. And then, of course, we have candidate Dr. Kiza Besigye, who is out there in the city. He's begun campaigns, of course, officially begin on 9th of November, that is next week, but they are now candidates officially, and they're holding their first rallies, a few consultations here and there. So that's what is happening in the city. In a bit, we'll be bringing you some other live pictures as we keep getting them. We are also trailing the independent candidate, Pastor Joseph Mabilizi. He's a 40-year-old pastor. He's an engineer. He's a businessman. He's also out there. He's been given a go-ahead as a presidential candidate. We wait to see how things go on for him. Another person that we are going after and following up on is Faith Maureen Walube Chialia, who also just got nominated. She's the only lady. We want to try and make sure we everywhere and see what comes out of there, so that at the end of the day you make an informed decision. You have seen all the candidates out there asking for your vote. Who do you think is your preference? And that is again why we are doing this survey, I Move Uganda, so that at the end of the day, after you have studied and seen what is it that you are interested in, and then as we show you these various candidates, who makes the cut for you, who is talking about the issues that resonate with you, things that you'd like for them to address. Yes, of course, they have their manifestos already. They hope to begin to unveil them. The NRM should be unveiling theirs tomorrow, and others will follow suit along the way. But do they, in many ways, when you juxtapose their manifesto against what it is that you would want them to do, is there some kind of tethering? Is there some kind of relationship? Do the two tally? That's very important. So we'll keep tabs on that and see how things go. Decision 2016 it is, but the hashtag that we are using is Uganda Decides. That's the hashtag. Joining me on the line from Nambole, I believe it is. All right. We have there you are. Let's cross over.
Really, it's been a generally smooth exercise. Of course, in everything you do, you can't say it's like water flowing down somebody's throat, but even water can cause you hiccups. Therefore, it has generally been maybe one candidate who did not come on time, but that did not bother us because we were able to take a break and eventually showed up. But I don't want to go into the details. Otherwise, literally, all those candidates who came tried to oblige the time we gave them, more so the yesterday's candidates. And of course, there were some candidates who had to return for shortfalls here and there, which details will be in our report. But eventually, one of them came back and pulled through. So we are happy. Okutwaliramu bannange abampuliriza okulondesa oba okusunsula abo ab'engatto ennene kutambudde bulungi ennaku zino ebbiri. Tunatera okufulumya ekiwandiiko ekisembayo kyesinza kufulumya ku ssaawa eno, naye nga abantu abasinga abeesalirawo ku lwabwe ebiseera bye baasalawo bye bajjiddemu, omulimu tebulamu mu compliance y'ebiseera, naye ng'ekyo tekizumizza mutwe nga commission. Tuli basanyufu, bonna ba stakeholders babaddewo, media nga mugiraba, bonna bakoze omulimu mulungi. Katusuubire ekinaasembayo nga tumaliriza mukirinde.
What next for the Electoral Commission? What is your biggest assignment now after this?
Ennaku esatu eziddako okuva enkya kutuuka ku Monday ng'ogyeko weekend, omulimu gwe tugenda okuba nagwo, bano bonna abayiseemu oba ba agency baabwe okujja mu commission boardroom tukubaganye ebirowoozo ku campaign programs, tulabe nga tujjamu campaign program emu bonna gye bakkiriziganyizaako, tubawe ekiwandiiko ekyokuteekako omukono kitukkiriziganyizza, then tubate batandike campaign zaabwe nga 9 omwezi guno jakuba lwakubiri wiiki ejja. Otherwise bwe tunamala obbata nga waliwo emirimu emirala gy'okukola, tulina okwetegekera okusunsula abafuzi aba gavumenti ez'ebitundu okujja okutandika 16 mpaka ennaku z'omwezi nga 2. Olwo tunamala ekyali kyotegekera aba paalamenti abajja okujja nga 23 omwezi ogujja. N'ekyo emirimu kikyaliwo era buli kiwenda tujja bategeeza okukasobola kwa kika ky'okulimu n'obulungi bwamu, naye nga tuli beetegefu ba Electoral Commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. We've been speaking to the Chairman of the Electoral Commission, Dr. Engineer Badru Chigundu, on how this process went, and he says it was generally a smooth process, save for a few glitches here and there of some candidates who were asked to go back, and one of those is Maureen Chalia, who just got cleared, and she becomes the first female to take part she becomes the only female to be in this race. And tomorrow the candidates will come back here in the Electoral Commission's boardroom and try and harmonize the issues of the timetable and the campaign program, which officially begin on 9. That has been our live coverage of the nomination process. I'll hand you back to studio.
Thank you. That is Sheila Ndohuchile standing by at Nambole National Stadium. That is where the nominations of the presidential candidates is happening at. Of course, the Electoral Commission is waiting for 2 people to see if they will make it eventually. 2 of them that have not showed, well, one showed up. He showed up twice actually, and he's been turned away to go and rectify a couple of things. That is Charles Barry Luanga of the Ecological Party. Will he return? Well, we have about an hour 20 minutes to find out. And then there's the retired Major General Benon Biraro. He's a Bush War hero. He's been around for quite a bit of time. It's of recent that he came out and said, look, I think our country is taking the wrong direction. We need to get it back on course. And for that matter, I am running to become president. And he formed the Farmers Party. That is the umbrella. That's the vehicle that he is using to try and make it to State House. We are waiting to see whether or not he will make it to the Electoral Commission. The time for closure initially had been 4 p.m., but the Electoral Commission has given them an extra hour for allowance, just in case, there are a few delays here and there, trying to make it flexible for them to see if they can eventually make it there. All right, I will keep crossing to the different teams that we have that are in various locations. Of course, Nambole there. Then we have the team that is with Dr. Kiza Besigye, bringing to us pictures that are showing you earlier on of him driving through the city and the crowds there and the happenings there, etc., etc. So that's coming up in a bit. For now, though, let's take a break. We'll be right back.
News Updates is brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world. Difference leader. Give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
Fanta Fifu, Fanta Fanta, Fanta Fruit Blast, Fanta Fanta. Wow! Fanta, Fanta.
Amazing!
Fanta Fruit Blast, Fanta. Tasty Fanta, Fanta. Fanta Fruit Blast, Fanta. Tasty Fanta, Fanta. Tasty Fanta.
New Fanta Fruit Blast with honey. Wow, what an amazing taste!
Fellow Ugandans, my name is Emmanuel Musime Mutobile, Governor of the Bank of Uganda and Chairman of the Finance Committee for the redevelopment of Namugongo and Bunyonyo Matters Shrines. You can play a part by donating generously through mobile money or at your local bank branch. Let us build Uganda together. I thank you.
Tonight on NTV.
will stay here. Then in 1 or 2 days, the people from Italy will come for you.
In here?
Tonight on NTV.
Welcome back to our wall-to-wall coverage of the 2016 presidential candidates nominations. 7 of them have been nominated as of this moment. We wait for 2 of them. Now, joining us on the line from Nachivubo, where Dr. Kizza Besigye is holding his first rally as a presidential candidate for the 2016 elections, is Raymond Kataha. Raymond, I know you are in a bit of noise there, but can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, I can hear you, Joel. Good afternoon.
All right, we know that Besigye has been through the city, waded through there, made it to Nachivubo. What do you see there? As of yesterday, Amama Mbabazi's camp promised us 2 million people. Today, we don't know how many are there, but what's going on there?
Well, first of all, I must first, in 4 hours of unattainable crowds and drums. We are not yet at Nachivubo, we are still at Mukwano. The crowd is so huge and they're moving at a slow pace. Because one, Besigye is taking collections from the public into his own car, but also there are more and more supporters that add into the crowd every place that we join to. So as we speak now, we are still on Mukwano, trying to access the city center and then go to Nachivubo.
That's interesting. Well, we are showing viewers pictures here that we recorded earlier. So, Kataha, you're telling us that Besigye is actually not at Nachivubo yet for the rally?
No, we are not yet at Nachivubo. We are actually at Mukwano. We are still trying to make our way to Nachivubo. And as you can hear, there are people in the back. Those are huge crowds that have surrounded our car.
That's interesting. So what's the plan? Because you see it's coming to 4 p.m. and this rally should have begun at some point.
Yeah.
Are they hoping this will go on through the night? Have you spoken to any of FDC officials there?
I haven't yet spoken to any of the FDC officials, but the resignation was right at the time the nomination was completed. They said that anytime they get to Nachivubo, they start their rally. So that includes anytime they get there. They need to go there at 6, that's when the rally will start. But there are people who are already at Nachivubo. We already know that General David Sebisa is at Nachivubo at the moment.
Raymond, I'm sure you have had quite a bit of time to interact with some people that are following Dr. Kizza Besigye. This gentleman has had 3 attempts at the presidency unsuccessfully. This is going to be his 4th time, but as you can see clearly, people still want the man. Why do they want him having failed to make it 3 times? What are they saying?
Well, the biggest sentiment down here has been that for the 3 times he has tried, he has been cheated out of the election. And that has been his saying also over time that every time that he's contested, the elections have not been free and fair. And also we had when he was immediately nominated, his very first press conference after being nominated, he said that he's going to enter into a mood of defiance so that by the time the elections happen, there are enough electoral reforms, but also that the institution that is the Electoral Commission is free and fair. That you can compete. So the sentiment even in his supporters is that he has been cheated for the past 3 times, and that is why they are throwing themselves on the road. And what they've been saying from Napoli is that other people are buying crowds and paying off voters, but for them they are wholeheartedly in their passion.
Kataha, well, you say that you are at Mukwano Arcade, headed to Nachivubo. This is going to be the gentleman's first rally. Do we have any idea what his campaign roadmap is? I imagine they've given it to the Electoral Commission already, or are they yet to?
Well, part of the plan to establish the nomination includes the dates and places that they are supposed to go at. We haven't been able to access that, but I think the team from Napoli, which has still and should have that by now. What we know for us at the moment is that he's headed to Nachivubo for his first rally.
And for any of those FDC officials, I saw you chit-chatting with some of them earlier on. Do they have any concerns about the Amama factor? Amama comes into the picture. Clearly, he belongs to the opposition now. And some members of the FDC are not just members, but members of parliament too, are backing Babazi. Is that a bother to them at all?
Well, when we talk to the FDC officials, one, they say that anyone that backs Babazi, that is their own independent decision. As a party, they have decided they are backing their candidate until the election time. So that candidate is and remains Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye. Well, the other thing that we've spoken to about his campaign, they've basically been saying that all the times that we've been walk to work, they were carrying out what they call kasiki, traditionally known as what happens after party, the party before the party, and now they say this is the time for the real party. The election is for the time for them to showcase how much they have gotten in people power over the time.
Raymond, we know that Dr. Kiza Besigye has made a few stopovers and he has spoken to some people in various places, to the crowds.
Yes.
I'm interested in knowing what exactly is he telling them will enable him to sail through this time round, because he has failed thrice and he says all these times his vote has been stolen. How does he hope to clinch it this time? What kind of confidence is he giving to his supporters there?
Well, he had two stopovers. One was in Sireka and the other one was in Banda. In Sireka, he told that he would not be able to address them because he needed to go to Nativugo and have the receipt. And that's when they handed him the sofa seat that you see him with on his car. And then in Banda, he told them that people power, that the people are the ones that should decide how the election should go. Basically, he was telling them that they should not allow to have an election without an electoral commission that's not free and fair, and also in an environment that's not free and fair. So what he's trumpet at the moment is, let's not have the election until we can guarantee the free and fair, and with the electoral reforms that they have over time with citizens' compact.
That's interesting when he says that let's not have the election until we have sorted out one or two issues. Of course, the presidential elections are not the only ones we're having next year. There's the parliamentary, we'll be electing councillors, etc., etc. And there are people within his party that would want to go for some of these positions. Are they reading from the same script? Is it the same song and music they're dancing to? No elections until electoral reforms are in place, until one or two things have been sorted out.
Yeah, Joel, what we can say at the moment with a little certainty is that the members within the FDC camp have resolved that they will not have elections until electoral reform. It's something that the FDC has imposed on. I am not sure about the others who are in his camp, including the Lord Mayor who belongs to the Democratic Party. So those are part of their own group. But what we know from the FDC officials, the mission they've been having for a long time has been that there should not be elections without reforms. And it's the same thing they've been telling people over and over at all the rallies, and they reiterated it today after the nomination. But it of course puts him in a very tricky situation, considering that he has now submitted himself to the process that it has not deemed free and fair. And that's the question that we think is going to address at the National Google.
Are people asking him that question? Do you hear that question coming through from the people out there? You have gotten nominated, meaning you're seeking for our vote, but you say no elections. Is that question coming through?
It has been hard for him to take questions because he's still in a moving procession. But he took the question at the Electoral Commission, and he said he believes wholeheartedly in the people who work in the Electoral Commission. He just does not believe in the institution that is the Electoral Commission. So he says that he needs to have clear, solid reforms within the institution of the Electoral Commission before that election can happen. He hasn't yet answered his supporters whether he will tell them the same thing. We are yet to see that at the rally.
All right, Raymond Kataha, he is following Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye's rally to Nakivubo. Many thanks for talking to us and for the updates. Stay safe out there.
Okay, thank you so much, Joel.
All right. That's Raymond Kataha there, following up on candidate Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye, who is one of those that have gotten nominated today. We wait and see how things flow. Of course, according to Raymond, they've actually not made it to Nakivubo yet. The crowds are something else altogether. They are unable to wade through, and as Besigye moved, he's collecting money from his supporters that are giving him money, etc., etc. Of course, something interesting that Raymond says, this man is digging in his heels, sticking to what he has said for quite a bit of time now. no elections until there are reforms, cogent reforms that ensure that the election is free and fair, etc., etc. Will his supporters give that to him? Let's wait and see. Of course, the catch-22 is people within his party are vying for various positions to become members of parliament, to become councillors, to become local council chairmen and chairpersons, etc., etc. Are they going to follow suit? We will wait and see. And also, what is in their manifesto? We are told they will be unveiling their manifesto in a bit, so we'll keep tabs with that and see what new thing is coming through from the FDC camp. All right, we will keep following up with our various reporters that are on ground in various places. Raymond is with Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye. We'll try and get to our reporter who is following up the independent coalition candidate, that is Joseph Mabirizi, the 40-year-old pastor, engineer, businessman who has decided to run for president too. He got nominated earlier today. Of course, another person that has been duly nominated, as we told you earlier on, is Maureen Walube Chiaria. That's the only female candidate who is in the race. We'll get news of her whereabouts. She left Nambole a short while ago. Where is she? Keep tuned to NTV. We'll bring you the details of that as we go along. All right. People, of course, are tweeting away. I'll just try and catch some responses. People that are tweeting away on social media, you can keep tweeting. The hashtag is, of course, Uganda Decides. That's the hashtag that we are using. So as you tweet and give your feedback on whatever is happening, what you see happening from wherever it is that you are, what's going on, let us know. Hashtag is Uganda Decides, and we see how things go. All right, looking at some tweets that are coming in here. President Museveni says that Karinaki requested him not to contribute to the journalists' circle. The president was earlier on addressing members of the press there, saying, you know, he had wanted to contribute to the journalists' circle so that in a way they are ameliorated, their lives are bettered. But some journalists were not for it, saying, well, how then does it, you know, cause them to be impartial in their covering? If somebody has given them money, will they cover him as fairly? Will they cover him as objectively as should be the case with journalistic standards? I don't know. Another person tweeting and saying, the president says, but I've also heard that also the media is receiving elections money. Not to say some things. That's interesting. That's what actually the president did say earlier on, that he's gotten some reports that some media houses, some journalists have been given some money to toy a particular line. Is that the case? Let's keep watching and see. President Museveni says, I don't want to give you money to corrupt you, telling people out there, because you see our campaigns have been by and large monetized. It's all about money. Who has a bigger financial muscle, who's got more money in their basket, etc., etc. Interesting. Somebody tweeting here. This is Sadab Kitata saying, Pastor Elton Joseph Mabirizi with Vix Kingo for nomination. Joseph Mabirizi is the independent coalition flag bearer, if you like. He got nominated today. He was with another gentleman that, for as long as I've known him, he keeps talking about his desire to become president of Uganda. Vix Kingo, he has come to be known as. So there you are. Okay, let's see what more people here are saying. First, the president also earlier on saying it is not possible for Al-Shabaab to attack the UPDF unless there is a mistake. The president, of course, as he was addressing the nation there, he didn't just talk about the elections and the goings on there. He did hint on a couple of issues, national issues, because as you know, he is still the president of the Republic of Uganda. So there you are. Alan Kasuja tweets and says, I was a kid, but I cannot forget 1986. It is my earliest memory of Uganda. It was finally safe for us to come home. Interesting. All right. I've got an information that Major General retired Benon Biraro has arrived at Nambole for nomination. Let's cross over to Nambole and see what's going on there.
Whether you are a duly nominated candidate, you need to have come. You need to have come with your campaign program. But if you haven't been able to come with one, you need to prepare one and come with it. I want to thank the media who have been here with us since yesterday. Thank you for the good work you have been doing. I am almost certain that this is the last person, but we'll hear that from the office of the day. The official agent of aspirant Viraro or aspirant Viraro himself, if you are duly nominated today, tomorrow at 10, you are required at the Electoral Commission head office to submit your campaign program for harmonization. In case you are not able to do it, you still can come the next day, up to 8. You still have that time. Campaigns officially start on the 9th. After you have been duly nominated, there is a standby vehicle with security from the VIPPU. The VIPPU commander is here since yesterday to facilitate the security of the candidates. So the moment you become a candidate, now life changes. So we want to thank the Uganda Police Force for that support and partnership we enjoy with them. The pickup is ready with its driver provided by the Commission and the security facilitated by the Commission to accompany you as soon as you get nominated as a candidate. You'll have security at your home and also in the field. So we hope all goes well. And we are successfully nominated. I hope you know the team here. These are familiar faces whom you will interact with as soon as you are duly nominated during the electoral process. The Commission doors are always open to support any stakeholder who has an issue or question to address. Our observers have been here since yesterday. We want to thank you, sir, for patiently waiting until the close of the nominations yesterday, and you are still with us. We thank you very much. We had representatives from the high commissions and the embassies with us. We have members of the National Consultative Forum who are here. We thank you for being here. They are members of the Uganda Patriotic Movement. Am I right? They were here yesterday. I think they are still around to observe the nominations. This side is the technical team, the staff of the commission. The Uganda Human Rights Commission, as you know, is charged with ensuring that our human rights are protected and guaranteed. They are here, and we thank you for being here. So they have started monitoring from nominations. They will be active throughout the campaign period to ensure that our rights are guaranteed and are protected. Thank you very much. The media is here. Thank you for patiently waiting. The chairperson will have a final press conference this evening, which will mark the conclusion of the nomination exercise. So keep around, inform your colleagues, so that they come back, if they can, to attend the final press conference. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the returning officer and the whole commission team for sitting in these chairs from morning to evening. This is the second day. We thank you very much, and that is a lesson to us who are working under you. The Nambole management for making this event successful, and the Balam Enterprises for facilitating this event, so that we are able to talk and listen to each other. Before you came in, we were enjoying our music of the 50s and the 60s. We were patiently waiting for you as they are giving us our favorite music. I will give the technical team a few minutes to conclude the verification and then return the documents to the returning officer. In the meantime, DJ, you can treat us to our favorite.
pictures there coming in live from Nambole Stadium, where another aspirant, presidential aspirant, Major General retired Benon Biraro, has arrived to try and get nominated. He's beaten the time. They made an extension of up to 5 p.m. and he's been able to beat that. We are waiting to see whether or not he will be nominated. As you know that 2 aspirants have been turned away, one twice so far, and that's another gentleman that we are waiting to see whether or not he will show up. That is Charles Bale Wanga of the Ecological Party. Major General Benon Biraro belongs to the Farmers Party. That's the party that he formed of recent. So they're trying to scrutinize his documents. They're looking at a couple of things, trying to be sure all the T's are crossed, all the I's are dotted, and we'll see whether or not this man will become a presidential candidate. For now, he is still a presidential aspirant. Let's cross back to Nambole and see what's going on there.
As you can see, the returning officer is stamping on the documents that were submitted. Those of us who started with this process yesterday, when a returning officer receives documents, look through, and start stamping, then you get news. You know news is coming up. From the experience, after stamping, is expected to sign. Let us see if that is what happens. But that is what I have been observing since yesterday. He has picked his golden pen and he is signing. At this point, you don't know what he's signing, but he's signing on the document. He's signing on the nomination documents, and when he's done with signing, he will break the news. I can't tell you which news, but from the experience, he will break the news. So we wait, he completes his signing. But in the meantime, when you are duly nominated as a candidate, you will pass by the desk on your right, on your left as you are moving out, and you will be handed an Abeto flag. Abeto is always be tolerant. As a symbol that you will keep tolerance throughout the campaign period, you will conduct campaigns peacefully, and we will have peaceful elections. They will hand you a flag. You will be ushered into the press lounge. You will be at liberty to interact with the press, answer any questions. And when you are through, the security and our officer will be waiting to humbly hand over the vehicle, the security, the key, and the driver. Let me stop my rugambo and invite the chairman to announce the news. The returning officer, I keep forgetting. Sorry.
Engineer Dr. Badru M. Chigundu, being the returning officer for nomination of presidential candidates, declare Benon Bihita Dilaro, a duly nominated candidate for presidential elections 2016, having fulfilled the nomination requirements under the Presidential Elections Act 2005 as amended. Once again, returning officer, Engineer Dr. Badru M. Chigundu. This day is the 4th of November, 2015, and the time as I signed this document was 4:17 p.m. So let me call the candidate to come forward with his front teams on the front desk to come and collect his paper.
That is the news you have been waiting for. As you come collect your nomination paper, you will offer a handshake to the returning officer and the team. Congratulations. You can move on this side and shake hands with the other commissioners. Shake hands with everybody. There is no problem. You are now a candidate.
Why not?
So as he's moving out, his team, feel free to escort him.
There you are. Some other good news according to the EC spokesperson there. Retired Major General Benon Biraro has just been nominated as a presidential candidate 2016. That's the gentleman right there, gotten his documents stamped and signed by the EC chairman, who is the national returning officer. And General Biraro now moves to the press tent to address the press, tell the country what it is that he hopes to do when he becomes president, how is he going to run this campaign. He's new on the political scene. He's a bourgeois hero. He's been in the army for quite a bit of time, served his country in that capacity. Now he is joining politics, and the vehicle that he is using is Farmers Party. That's the party that he formed not too long ago. What chances does he stand? How does he hope to do this? He's going to be letting us know as he speaks to the press. That's just about to happen. He's being ushered to where he will be sitting, of course, still saying his hellos to some people there, some guest dignitaries. The person is speaking to there, that should be, that's a gentleman called Musana of Abeto. Always be tolerant, giving him a flag, a peace flag, and we are hoping that our presidential candidates will preach the message of peace and tranquility during this season. So that's what is happening in a bit. We'll be crossing over to Nambole to hear what General Biraro has to say to the country, what he hopes to do when he's unveiling his manifesto, what is therein. Probably he'll hint on one or two things. We'll wait and see how that plays out. That's where he's moving to, the press tent. Every one of the others has been there before they did go for their rallies. It will also be interesting to hear, after this, after addressing the press, where is General Biraro going? Where is he holding his first rally? As Kizza Besigye still makes his way to Nachivubo, will General Biraro be going to, I don't know, Kololo or somewhere? All that he will let us know. So just about to take his seat there. Let's cross over and listen in to what is going on there.
I want to thank first of all my God, my family, and those who have supported me. Very many Ugandans have helped my campaign up to this level. The party that has sponsored me, Farmers Party of Uganda. Not long ago, about 5 years ago, I launched something that I used to call Lift Uganda, which was local investment for transformation. But the gist of my launching that effort was to fight poverty, fight and eradicate poverty. But I quickly discovered that I could not do it without telling the people that I wanted to partner with to fight poverty, to turn the course of this country. For the last 50 years, Ugandans have given attention to conflict. I am looking for a way of partnering with the majority of the people, minus religion, minus tribal differences, minus everything. This is why I took to the Farmers Party. They are farmers all the way from Kisoro to Kidepo, from Majanji to Koboko. Those are farmers. I pray that by the end of this campaign, I will be called Mr. Maputo, or the campaign, the word Maputo will change the whole campaign trail. What is Maputo? Some time ago, about almost 10 years ago, all the African countries went to Maputo, Mozambique, and they were told that from history, from other examples, that without developing the majority, without paying attention to the majority of our people, the farmers, it was a futile effort to try to develop the country. So the Maputo Declaration stated that we need, governments in Africa need to commit 10 to 15% of the budget to helping the farmers. And once you help the majority, you see, in political economy, they talk about the laws of conformity. Something you do that changes the entire cycle of a nation. And so, give attention to the farmers, improve agriculture, and then there you have the majority able to buy what the business community is doing. Have the chance to develop industry because the majority of the people are not populated. Right now, our people are populated. They are beggars out there in the countryside. And this is what we must change. So that is the heart of everything that I will do. It will now be called contract democracy. It's not that you go and you promise them what to do for them. No, they must see it in every budget year. Every budget, every fiscal year, they must see their promise fulfilled every year. This is what I'm promising Uganda. And it will be done. God bless our efforts. There are many other things. We are looking at, recently in Mbarara, somebody asked me about the dominating, the political party, that organization that has dominating the country. I was part of the process of bringing it in power. But later on, after many trials to reform it, I thought that you cannot change a medicine whose time, or a drug whose time has gone. It's expired. It has expired. And if you keep with it, it hurts you. So that's the feeling I have. So you can't expire drugs, put them where they belong. And this is what I'm telling Uganda. But I have another message for Uganda. I will be every day talking about peace. I do not want to see Somalia. Should it be that another party will win, I will be the first to congratulate them. I will be the first to congratulate them if they do, but I don't think they will. By the end of December, the Farmers' Party will be a front runner in this country. Mark my words. It will be a front runner. So, but I am now going to encourage Peace Committee. I'm happy about the message given to me by this organization. Always be tolerant, this Abeto. I will endeavor to see that we have a national peace team somewhere. And these peace teams to talk to our people. We do not want foreigners to come here and tell us how to be peaceful. I want our people of all religions and of all tribes and of all political backgrounds to form committees that will coordinate this effort, the peace effort. We must not become Yemen or Libya or Syria. We must remain Uganda. We have our challenges, but they can be overcome if we take a mature approach. I thank you for listening to me.
Uganda, can you try a little bit?
Kinsanyusa nnyo okwogera Oluganda ate kugezaako nnyo mu bigambo mpimpi. Ekisooka nsiima Katonda eyansobozeseza okukola guno omulimu.
There you are, pictures coming in live from Nambole Stadium, where retired Major General Benon Biraro has just been nominated, and he's addressing the press there, of course, talking about his major focus. Of course, he belongs to the Farmers' Party. That's the party that is sponsoring his candidature. And he's saying in all this, he would like to be referred to as Mr. Maputo, saying that he's rallying behind farmers. That's where his heart is. Of course, Uganda's backbone, as we keep saying, is agriculture. We've got lots of potential in this country. 48.9% of East Africa's arable land is here in Uganda. And this man seems to want to take that direction. He feels that if we do everything right within the agricultural sector, Uganda will become something else. It will turn its head the right side up, at least according to him there. Does he stand the chances? Does he make the cut as a presidential material? Well, at least for now, he has passed the first test. He has been nominated as a presidential candidate. He will be hitting the campaign trail, and we'll be following him up together with all the others to see what comes through. The other person that we are waiting for to see whether or not he will make it there is Charles Barry Luanga. He has about 31 minutes to make it to the Electoral Commission. If he fails to, the exercise will be closed. Earlier should have closed at 4 p.m., but the Electoral Commission gave allowance of 1 extra hour, so they pushed it to 5 p.m. Will he be nominated? We wait and see. So that pushes then the number of presidential candidates to 8. 7 men, 1 woman who are vying to become your president. And we're hoping you'll go out and cast your ballot. In the meantime, we'd like you to be a part of a campaign. As NTV, we are doing a survey. Hashtag #IMoveUganda. Some of you have seen that on Twitter, on Facebook, and you're asking, what is this? Well, we are championing that campaign, and we are saying, be involved in moving Uganda to another level altogether. So there is a survey. At some point, we'll be playing for you the graphic of it, so you can go there on and answer 5 questions. Very quick questions. It will take you less than 2 minutes, and you will be done. Let us know what it is that you would like your presidential candidates to focus on. On the split screen there, we'll get back to that in a bit. That's what is happening at Nachivubo, where candidate Kizza Besigye is meant to hold a first rally. His first rally as presidential candidate. He's been, for the past quite a bit of time, been trying to make it to Nachivubo, made a few stopovers here and there. The crowds, I'm told, could not allow him to go quite a bit of a distance. At some point, he was collecting money from them. They kept giving him money and so on. Earlier, we spoke to our reporter who is on the Mbabazi trail, and he gave us quite a bit of feedback. By then, they were still at Mukwano Cave. I want to imagine they have eventually made it to Nachivubo, where Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye is going to hold his first rally as a presidential candidate. This is a gentleman that has had 3 attempts. None of them were successful, and he says the 4th one is going to clinch it, even though he is saying this time round that no elections without reforms. We first make sure reforms are in place, and then we can have an election. Is that viable by his voters, his supporters out there? Is this a message that they are rallying behind, or otherwise? We'll keep tabs with this and see how things go. For now, though, let's cross over and listen into what's going on there at Nachivubo. There you are, the crowds that are following Kano Dr. Kizza Besigye as he still tries to make his way to Nakivubo. War Memorial Stadium is not made it there yet. We are following that, and eventually we hope he makes it there. We'll bring you that live. We continue to cover this live for you. Kizza Besigye got nominated today earlier in the morning at about 11 a.m. and he's yet to address his first rally as presidential candidate for the 2016 general elections. That should happen in a bit. Of course, before we showed you that, we did show you retired Major General Benon Biraro, who just got nominated by the Electoral Commission. He too is vying to become President of the Republic of Uganda come next year. He belongs to the Farmers Party. That makes it 8 presidential candidates so far. One who just might make it in the next about 22 minutes is Charles Bale Luanga, who too wants to become President of the Republic of Uganda. He's running under the auspices of the Ecological Party. That's his political party, and he hopes to make it as the presidential candidate as of today. Let's wait and see. Time was given some more time because the closure of this was 4 p.m. but they pushed it to 5 p.m. Will he eventually make it happen? Let's watch and see. Let's turn to social media and see what some people here are saying. For now though, we'll take a quick break. We'll look at what's on social media when we get back.
News Updates is brought to you by
Sadolin, color your world. Define Salida. Give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
Fellow Ugandans, I'm Reverend Father Joseph Mary Sebunya, Chancellor of Kampala Archdiocese and member of the Uganda Episcopal Conference Finance and Construction Committee in preparation for the Pope's visit. We are redeveloping the Uganda Matter shrines at Munyonyo and Namugongo to international standards. Please donate generously through mobile money and your local bank. Thank you, and together let us build Uganda. And God bless you.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework. 1, 2, 3, let's go.
Breakfast Jam 2015 Finals. Special guests Kid David of Renegade Rockers singing Step Up All In and Battle of the Year movie. Crazy Legs of Rocksteady Crew singing Beat Street and Wild Style. Saturday 21st and Sunday 22nd November, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. at YMCA Wandegea, Kampala. Entrance 5,000 shillings, free for kids 10 years and below.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here. What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week?
I say they shot me. Me, I'd be looking to sell.
At what price?
More. Much, much more.
I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
You guy, you are funny. How much did you pay to call your chick?
Just 3 shillings per second. Why? Is it funny?
Have you heard of Airtel Zone?
Get on the real zone and pay less than 3 shillings per second. Dial star 135 hash and switch to Airtel Zone, the real zone.
If you only knew what the future holds after a hurricane comes a rainbow, maybe a reason why all the doors are closed, so you could open one that leads you to the perfect road. Like a lightning bolt, your heart will glow, and when it's time to know, you just gotta ignite the light and let it shine. Just own the night like the 4th of July. 'Cause baby, you're a firework.
Welcome back to this wall-to-wall coverage of presidential nominations 2016, hashtag Uganda Decides. There's a press conference that is happening right now at the Nambole National Stadium. We'll get you details of what's happening there as the National Returning Officer, also EC Chairperson, does address the media. For now, though, let's cross over to Nakivubo, where Besigye has finally made it to address his first rally as presidential candidate 2016. There you are. Pictures coming in from Nambole. We're having a bit of trouble because of the continuous movement. Quite a bit of a crowd there that is following retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. He's yet to make it to the podium where he's going to address this first rally as the presidential candidate for the 2016 general elections. Let's keep tabs with this and see how things go. Traffic on that other side of town is something else altogether, impenetrable. That, I guess, would describe the scene that you see downtown. For those of you that are trying to make your way home, I don't know, probably find another route altogether, or better still, stay in the office, keep tuned to NTV. I'm sure you have screens or whatever the case might be, and we keep tabs with the going zone there. I've been looking at a couple of tweets here and there, and of course some people are saying, look, if these crowds that Besigye is able to pull would eventually result into votes, maybe he would make it to State House. Some people would say. Somebody else asking, but what else does Abed Bwanika do apart from contesting as a presidential candidate? Well, below the belt, one would think, etc., etc. The hashtag is IMoveUganda. Keep tweeting away, letting us know what you make of the nominations so far. 8 have been nominated. I'm not too sure if the other person, Charles Barry Luanga, still has time to make it to the Electoral Commission. It's 3 minutes to 5, which is the closure time for the Electoral Commission. We'll keep tabs with that. He has made several attempts and he's been turned away because his papers, his documents were not in order. Looking at what some of the people here are saying, the long walk to Nachivubo. This is coming in from Evelyn Leary. And then there's some news that just came in. Amama Mbabazi's case against the Electoral Commission dismissed with costs. Mbabazi had sued the EC for blocking his rallies earlier before nomination. Not just the EC, but other EC officials, the spokesperson, the deputy, the secretary to the Electoral Commission. There, he has lost that case. All right. Some other tweets here and there. People talking about what is happening. This one here, this is coming in from the one Rosie Beaumont, who says, I'm in Kampala during Uganda decides, hanging out in an office, witnessing some lively debate, for once keeping quiet. Interesting there. Benon Biraro here saying, I will allocate between 10 and 15% of the budget to agriculture. That's Benon Biraro, who got nominated earlier on. That's the crowd that is following retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye to his first rally. Let's listen in to what's going on there. Pictures coming in live from Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium, where Dr. Kizza Besigye should in a bit be addressing the crowd that is following him to his first rally as a presidential contender, as a presidential candidate. Hitting up to Uganda decides, that's the hashtag. Uganda is warming up to the general elections. When does this go down after all? Yes, the nominations, then the campaigns, which begin on 9th. That is next week. February 18th is D-Day. That is the day Uganda really gets to decide. That is the day that we'll be voting for our presidential candidates, for our president for that matter. So make sure you have your card ready. Go out and vote. But in the meantime, be a part of the survey that NTV is pushing, finding out from you what is it that you would want to hear from these presidential candidates as they hit the campaign trail beginning next week, 9th November. It will be officially, that's when campaigns begin. What do you want to hear? What do you want them to focus on? Of course, they have their manifestos already. They are going to begin to roll them out beginning tomorrow. But it's never too late for them to add one or two things, especially if it is you, the voter, that is speaking, because you move Uganda. So there you are. Be a part of that. Hashtag I move Uganda. Go to our social media platforms and take this survey. It's a very quick one, taking about 2 minutes, 5 questions that we are asking you to give us feedback on. No lengthy explanations. You just tick, 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 and you are good to go. So be a part of that, so that come February 18th, yes, there you are. Whoever makes it as president, you will have moved them into that position. So be a part of that, and let's see how we move Uganda to a better place. And look, we want to see that at all the various levels, because people are going to come ask for your votes for councillor, for member of parliament, for local council chairman or chairperson. It's important that we put to them. Some had questions. Besides that, maybe you belong to the party I belong to. What are you going to do for me? Yeah, if I am to give you my vote, are things going to change the way I want them to? I think that's very important. So we'll keep tabs on this and a lot more that is going to be happening this electoral season. Uganda is going to be a beehive of activity. Well, let it be that, but we hope that peace and tranquility continues to prevail. That is what we have seen thus far. I think that there is a semblance of peace and tranquility. Not much altercation here and there, especially between police and contenders and their supporters. A little bit of that yesterday, but not much of a scene to worry about. We pray and hope that this will continue to be the case, that come February 18th, we will peacefully go out and vote for our next president, and of course for all these other positions that people are out there standing for. Peace and tranquility should prevail. That's the message that we hope gets to resonate with every Ugandan, because look, this country is going to live beyond that date when we elect our president, when we elect our members of parliament, etc., etc. This country is a lot bigger than each and every one of us, so there's no reason why we tear it apart, all in the name of an election. So be a part of that, and let's see how things go. Keep tweeting away. Hashtag is Uganda Decides. That's the hashtag that we are using to tweet away and hear from you as you tell us what's going on in your area in regards to the nominations, and then of course the campaigns as they roll out next week, and then elections, presidential elections, according to the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission has announced February 18th as the day of our elections, the elections that will be for the presidential, and so take note of that. We'll keep telling you all the other information that we get from the Electoral Commission as they tell us what is going on. For now, let's try and cross back to Nachivubo, where Besigye is together with his crowd there, as he's yet to address his first rally there as presidential candidate for 2016. This is the first time that this man gives a try at becoming president of the Republic of Uganda. He has had 3 attempts. He didn't make it on any of those 3 attempts. Will he make it to State House this time round? Let's keep watching, but as you wait to vote for him or to vote for whoever else, be a part of the survey that we are rolling out, asking you what you would want to see or hear from your presidential candidates. What are the areas you want them to focus on? What are those issues that are close to your heart? As a Ugandan down there, is it health? Is it security? Are you concerned about corruption? Is it the stupendous levels of unemployment that we have in this country? What is the issue that really baffles you, and you want it to be addressed by whoever it is you want to be your next president? That's important, so be a part of that survey. Hashtag I move Uganda. Give us your feedback, and when we get this feedback, we'll of course relate to the presidential candidates and say, look, you have your manifesto in place already, but here's what Ugandans are saying. It's important that you make sure it's in consonance, it does tally with what Ugandans out there are saying. Let's look at some of the tweets that are coming in as people tweet away. All right, some other breaking news that's coming through here. Renzururu King Charles Wesley Mumbere sacks 6 of his ministers for corruption, embezzlement, and leaking of kingdom secrets to government. That is news there, and of course people keep tweeting away about Besigye's crowds, whether or not these could eventually make it to the ballot paper. Somebody tweets here and says Charles Barley did not return for nomination after being turned away again today. Nomination closed. The Electoral Commission has officially closed the nomination exercise for presidential candidates. They had initially been meant to close at 4 p.m., but they gave an extension of 1 hour to 5 p.m. to try and make room for anybody that might need that extension. And of course, the only person that took advantage of that extension is Major General, retired General Iraro, who walked in a few minutes after 4 p.m. He got duly nominated. The Electoral Commission kept waiting to see whether or not Charles Barley Lwanga would make it back and get nominated. He has not showed up. And of course, earlier on, as the media did ask him, what exactly is his plan? Is he livid that he's been tossed left, right, and center? Well, the Electoral Commission says it's his fault. He did not follow the guidelines as he should have done so. But there it is. The nominations for the presidential candidates have come to a close. The Electoral Commission says so. And that means that officially we have 8 people that are vying to occupy State House come next year. Who is it that you will be voting for? But most importantly, what are the issues that you will be voting on? What is it that you would want to hear from these presidential candidates? Hashtag #IMoveUganda. Be a part of that survey and we'll see how things go. For now, let's cross back to Nachivubo.
Katusabe bindako bana abali wano mubabwe kubo bakendere temubasindika kabakendere musoke mukendere mpola era tuleeta amadaala twagala gayisa wano dokita agenda kulinnya mu bisooto ajje wano Security mpola bano bonna abantu baffe bwe watijje mpola wano mukendere abali wali mukendere musembereyo wali
abamadaala mugaleete
mwesete security abantu baffe mubatwalize mpola bonna bazze wano mu kwagala tetwagala bave wano n'obuvune gamubuts asobole okujja wano eddaala muleke eriyitewo mpola 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 eddaala liiryo muliwo ekkubo oluyimba lutandike naye mpola mpola security.
The crowds there at Nachivubo War Memorial Stadium, where Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye just made his way to. He should address that in a bit, of course, trying to wade through, etc., etc. Took him about 4 hours from Nambole to make it to Nachivubo, where he's addressing his first rally as a presidential candidate after having been duly nominated. Of course, other news that came trickling in a bit, the Electoral Commission has announced that the presidential and parliamentary elections will be on February 18th. So take note of that and be a part of the election exercise. And as you wait to be a part of the exercise to vote, in the meantime, you can engage. And we are here at NTV, we are pushing through a campaign, hashtag #IMoveUganda. We would like you to participate in a survey, and you know, something should play on your screen in a bit. Participate in a survey where you will be letting us know what are those issues that you would like your presidential candidate to focus on. Is it health? Is it, you know, address corruption? Is it unemployment? Is it the challenges in the education sector? What exactly is it? So that should come on your screen in a bit, but in the meantime, check out our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, and be a part of that. Do that survey. It's a very quick survey, about 5 questions we are asking you. It will take you less than 2 minutes for you to do, and your vote will count. All feedback will be treated with utmost confidentiality. We will tally this and we'll give it to these presidential candidates and tell them, look, this is what you ought to focus on. This is what Ugandans want you to address. That is very important. So be a part of that as we do that together. Of course, in a bit, we'll be moving back to Nambole, where our team is standing by at Nambole. The Electoral Commission just issued a statement at a press conference as they closed the exercise, saying the election exercise, the nomination exercise for presidential candidates has come to a close. They have set a date for presidential and parliamentary elections. That will be February 18th. So look out for that early next year. The campaign season begins 9th of November. That will be next week. So they will have, if you like, 2 to 3 months or thereabout to do their voting, to do their campaigning, rather, coming out to you, asking you for your vote, etc., etc. So keep tabs with us, and we see how things will pan out along the way. It's a wall-to-wall coverage of the 2016 presidential nominations that we are bringing to you as things unfold. In a bit, we should cross back to Nachivubo, where retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye should be addressing the rally there in a bit. We'll cross over there. We're also keeping tabs with the other presidential candidates, especially those that were nominated today. Dr. Abed Bwanika, he's having his first meeting, his first rally at Shearing Hall in Zambia. That is his first address as a presidential candidate for the 2016 presidential elections. This man is attempting to do this for the 3rd time. He has done this twice. He failed to make it, and is hoping that the 3rd time will be the clincher, will be able to nail it. We will wait and see. Of course, the other person that's been nominated today, the other 2 people that were nominated today, one a lady, the only female presidential candidate 2016, that is Faith Maureen Walube Chialia, who got nominated today. She's a lawyer. She, in 2011, contested to become the Jinja District Woman Member of Parliament on the FDC ticket. She failed to make it on that. A short while thereafter, she became a presidential aspirant, a presidential advisor rather, on poverty alleviation in the Busoga region. Did that for a bit of time and then went to the UK. She returned recently and said, there is no Musoga in the race, there is no woman in the race, so for that matter, I am running, at least according to the press conference that she did hold earlier on. Those were her remarks. That was her explanation. So we'll keep following her up and see what her campaign is going to be like. What are the issues that she's raising besides being a woman, being a Musoga, etc., etc.? What are those issues that she is talking about on her campaign? The other person that got nominated today is retired General Benon Biraro. He is a bush war hero. He's been in the army. That's pretty much what he has done for much of his life. And he's a first time, he's a novice, if you like, in politics. He's 57 years old, but he feels I can make it as president of this country. He's being, of course, pushed. The vehicle that he's using is Farmers Party. He hopes to be called Mr. Maputo. Why? Because his focus is going to be on the farmers. He feels that if farmers in this country are uplifted, Uganda will get better. After all, our country's backbone, we keep hearing, is agriculture. Uganda has 48.9% of East Africa's arable land. That is land that is good for farming. So there is potential here. And you keep hearing people say that Uganda has potential to be a food basket of the region, potential to be the food basket of the continent. It's possible, this man says, and he says that's his focus. He finds it quixotic that people will die of hunger in a country so blessed, in a country so fertile, in a country so rich like this one. And so that is his main area of focus. But we'll be hearing his other issues as he does begin his campaign. Of course, the rolling out of manifestos begins tomorrow. We understand NRM will be launching out its manifesto tomorrow, telling Ugandans what it is that they would like to do in the next 5 years if given another mandate. Yesterday, His Excellency the President said that he's seeking another mandate so that he can finish what it is that he began. And of course, looking at social media, people took to it and they were saying, wait a minute, for 30 years, what you were not able to do in 3 decades, you think you will do that in 5 years? Well, we'll listen into that manifesto and see what there is to it. We'll keep tabs with that. Let's try and see what other people probably are saying on social media. One too many things that are being said by people out there. Look out for some, especially those that we have not read yet. Barcelona's stadium holds 90,000 people. How can Nachivubo hold millions? Liars. That's according to Moses Kato, who tweets here. Well, I think he's trying to lampoon some of these presidential candidates that are promised to gather 2 million people and more, etc., at Nachivubo. Well, this one is treating what we have told you already. Isi Boss Chibunu says campaigns for presidential and parliamentary candidates will close on February 16th. Polls are on February 18th. So on 16th, everybody will be done campaigning, and then you get to decide come February 18th. So look out for that. And somebody here tweets what Professor Tumusimo Mtebile said a short while ago. Kampala is one of the fastest growing cities in Africa and has a population of almost 4 million people. This growth comes with challenges. That's Governor Bank of Uganda speaking to the media a short while ago. Let's see what some other people here are saying. Our very own Josephine Karunji tweeting here saying, I wish President Museveni, Kiza Besigye, Amama Mbabazi, Professor Baria Mureba, Abed Bwanika, and others that are not on Twitter would agree to a public debate. Would want to see that. That would be an interesting one, a public debate where all these presidential candidates show up. Not their representatives, but the 8 of them showing up on the same stage, and we hear from them. As NTV, will keep trying to see how we can do that. It would be an interesting one to do that. We get to hear from each one of them what exactly they hope to do when they become president. Of course, we'll field questions from you. That will be an interesting one. So keep putting your presidential candidates on pressure to agree to this debate. We hope that can happen. We look forward to doing that before February 18th, when you will take to the polls and decide who it is that you would want to become your next president. Somebody are tweeting and saying it has taken basically more than 4 hours to drive from Nambole into Nachivubo Stadium, where he eventually has been able to make it. All right, let's see what other people here are tweeting about. Uganda decides. Okay, this is a continuation of it. If you have nothing to hide, we want a public debate. Yes, we do want a public debate. Maybe there should be a hashtag for that. I don't know. We want a public debate or something of the sort. Hopefully, that will, amass a bit of pressure so that these presidential candidates eventually make it for this live debate. Would want to do that live debate, so let's see how things go. I'm sure you would want a live debate, a presidential debate. We have seen it happen elsewhere. Why can't it happen here in Uganda? That these 7 gentlemen and 1 lady on the same stage, speak cogently on what it is that they would like to do for this country if elected president. That is something that we would want to see. So there you go. Let's see. Let's look at what other people here are saying. There's an Owenga who is saying the 2016 elections are going to be unlike the others. One man has been cheating. One man knows how the other cheats. The other is always cheated. That's interesting. Coming in from Kwenga there. Beach Unite is one man has been cheating. One man knows how the other cheats. The other is always cheated. Interesting what people are tweeting away. And then some news coming in from our neighbors, Tanzania. There's a photo here of President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, his last day at the State House, November 4th. Today will be this gentleman's last day in office. While here in Uganda, we are beginning the process of deciding who it is that will be in State House come next year. In Tanzania, they are bidding farewell to Jakaya Kikwete, who has been leader of that country for 2 terms. He has run his race, and out he goes, going to be replaced by somebody that is from his party, that is Chama Pinduzi, John Mafuguli. That is his replacement there. So that's what is happening in Tanzania. Of course, as we hold elections here, something similar has been happening around us. Tanzania just had the elections. Ivory Coast did have others, and a couple of other countries are warming up to have their elections. We hope that they all get to be peaceful. Many persons keep saying here in Africa you don't hear of peaceful transition, etc., etc. But there's examples now. We are beginning to see some transitions, even from a ruling party to an opposition. We have seen that happen in Ghana. We have seen other peaceful, free and fair elections, at least according to many an observer in countries like Botswana. That can happen here in Uganda, and I hope it does happen here in Uganda. We have an election where everybody, all the players, say it was free and fair. The winner, of course, is euphemistic and not gloating over it, and then the losers come out to concede that they have lost squarely and in a free and fair election, and they salute whoever it is that does eventually clinch it. I'm sure you're yearning for that. We hope that can eventually happen in this good country. All right, people talking about retreating. What we've been telling you about the presidential and parliamentary polls, which will be held on 18th of February, according to the Electoral Commission. That's according to a press conference they had a short while ago. Campaigns will end on February 16th, just before the elections. And then Sam Rakwojo is tweeting here. Sam Rakwojo is the secretary to the Electoral Commission. He's saying tomorrow 5th, all candidates are requested to appear at the Electoral Commission's head offices at 10 a.m. to harmonize their campaign programs. That's coming in from the Electoral Commission. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., these presidential candidates, the 8 of them, will have to meet at the Electoral Commission to harmonize their program, just to be sure that it is in sync and no 2 presidential candidates will be at one particular place at the same time, to make sure that there be no ugly scenes. So that is important. Somebody here tweets saying Uganda's case is not inadequate policies but failure to implement the policies as they are, and this has resulted in a mega slum. Of course, the spotlight now is on the likes of Nachivubo and people looking at what that place is like, away from the campaigns and the rallies, the daily lives, so to call them, of people down there. Somebody else tweets and says, in the next decades, you will make decisions that will be right or wrong. All right, so there you are. Of course, continuous tweets about Nachivubo. People taking pictures of what's happening at Nachivubo there. Somebody here is tweeting and asking, does the invitation of the presidential candidates include the special candidate in a hat? Basically, they will be shaking hands. Interesting. The Electoral Commission is inviting all presidential candidates, the 8 of them, to a meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. It will be a good thing to see all these 7 gentlemen and ladies show up, and hopefully they will shake hands and have a cordial meeting. We look forward to that, and we hope to bring that to you live as it does unfold at the Electoral Commission. Somebody tweeting here saying outgoing Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete declares tomorrow a public holiday to mark end of his second term as Magufuli is sworn in. That's happening in neighboring Tanzania there. As we prepare for elections, they are handing over there. Pictures on the split screen there coming in from Nachivubo. Let's cross over and listen to what's going on there.
okuyita bamemba ba paalamenti bonna abali wano buli omu agenda tubuulira constituency egyakiikirira bamemba ba paalamenti mwenna abali wano bamemba ba paalamenti mwenna abali wano buli omu otubuulira constituency egyokiikirira n'erinnya lyo bamemba ba paalamenti abali wano linnya na constituency egyokiikirira olwakadde
Uganda! Nze Kasibante Moses owalubaga North, abalubaga North oyo! Besigye oyo!
Bannange, bannakampala nze Kacaaza Dokita wano. Nze nkiikirira ekitundu era ba MP bannange Nagayina Beera Sempala mbagamba FDC oye!
just see your fingers. Kampala oye! FDC oye! Dr. Kizza Besigye oye! One Uganda! One people! Bampita Amuriato Boy Patrick Chikirira Kumi County Area Teso Yamanoi. Thank you for sending a strong message to the dictator. One Uganda, one people. One Uganda, one people. Bampita William Nzou, njikira abantu bakasese kusongola County North. Abantu b'ebenzoli babatumidde. Ate Dr. Besigye jeno omuntu weye lero kikwerawa one Uganda one people aro
Jemoli Bampita Kelo Lucy Butamura Muru Alamusisa nyonyo Besigye one Uganda one people District.
n'obuwombeefu genda kusaba abakulembeze baffe abalala mwefuti abamu ate nga bamemba ba paalamenti nga tutandika ne onarebo okumuligani onarebo wadiri kasiyano onarebo chapa karwanga onarebo sesiri ogwa onarebo salamu musumba onarebo nandala mafabi owekitiibwa joyce sebugwawo owekitiibwa patrick baguma nenyakato lusoke bajje wanu erinnya lye nga bukulu mwefudisi mwebale nnyo mwebalireta
one Uganda.
One of the traitor Shaka.
Bana Idi Ouma is the chairman of Abaraga FDC Uganda. Johnny Hiraba Obusia municipality.
One Uganda! Kano Besigye oye! Kati basebo ne banyewo mu nekatiko tukubire aboogezi bano abagenda okujja buli omu agenda kukozesa eddakiika obutawera olw'obudde agenda okusooka okwogerako gye muli mumwanirize General David Sejusa yagenda okusooka okwogerako gye muli
mu Luganda temufaayo. MPs ne bannayuganda mwenna mwebale kujja kuwagira Kano Besigye, mwebale kujja kuwagira nkyukakyuka. Njagala okwogera ku bintu bibiri byokka njako oba bisatu. Ekisooka njagala okunnyonnyola mpulira Mwami Museveni abadde abuuza abantu kye nayogera ne Dr. Besigye enagenda eweeru ku njiri. Kati egenda mubuulirako kimu kyabweru aleme kuwa bantu ssente. Mbadde mpulira kubagamba mu Dr. Besigye yakyusa olulimi lwe kubanga yagamba nti tajja kudda ku kalulu ka Museveni. Kano Besigye teyakyusa lulimi lwe. Nagenda ewe n'ensulayo nanzitira n'embuzi, yanzitira n'ekitange nali mu bwanganguse Dr. Besigye. Ate Museveni namuziikira maama we naye yagaana okuziika kitange oyo musajja. Nasaba Dr. Besigye ne mubuuza ne nti bwe namubuuza oba akomawo n'aga nti yagamba nti tajja kudda mu kalulu ka Kigundu. Ne musaba ne mugamba akalulu koddamu si ka Kigundu, komawo mu kalulu ak'abantu. So naye abatamanyi kubanga lutalo bokulabira kumpi okwewandiisa tekitegeeza kutambulira ku mateeka ga Kigundu. Kati amateeka gamu ekyokutambuliza mwe munasalawo oba munagenda n'akalulu kano mutuuse okukakuba mu mwezi gw'okubiri, bwe munaatuukayo mukakube, bwe muba temutuuseeyo temunasalawo nakyo mukikole. Ekyo kyekyansabya Dr. Besigye akomewo abeere mu kalulu akammwe abali akammwe. Pointi endala kubanga njagala kubaawo tewali budde. Waliwo bempulira bagamba luno olutabaalo luno olutalo simanyi bwakutuusa buyinza transitioni. Nedda, luno olutabaalo lwakwenunula okuva mu buddu bwe muli mumwe. Njagala okubabuulira obuddu, njagala okubabuulira bintu bibiri mbyokenzeewo, bintu bibiri. Mwami Museveni buli mwana wammwe mu UPE amuwa doola emu siringi 4,000 omwaka, doola emu. Naye ffe omwaka, naye ffe abaasoma bano ba MPs ffe abafuna emisaala gye abaana baffe bafuna okuva ku mitwalo 2 tetusasula ejja doola okutuuka ku mitwalo 3. Naye wammwe doola, naye abaana bammwe bajja kunoonya emirimu ng'abaffe bakompitire. Omwana wammwe owa UPE bwe bateekako doola emu tayinza kufuna diguri n'emu. Tayinza. Kitegeeza ki? Kitegeeza nti mwe nga bwe mutasomye n'abaana bammwe tebajja kusoma, bajja kusima ttooyi z'abaana baffe. Kikitegeeza ekyo kikitegeeza. So omulembe kati ogulina ssente okusomesa abaana mu masomero ag'ebbeeyi bwe bugenda era okufuga mu myaka 2-3 egijja. Bwe muteenunule mujja kuba baddu. Mbabuulire ekirala. Mumwe abali wano mumbulire ayambadde esaati empya, temulimba. Ayambadde esaati ateeka omukono waggulu. Kati kambabuulire temwambala kivaawo. Kambabuulire kati nze mbadde Bungereza bwanganguse emyaka 2. Buli kumpi wa ddwaliro mutwalire Bungereza waliwo bakunganyiza emivumba gino gye mwambala emivumba gy'abafu wena abafu ngoye z'abafu nosanga nti Mwami Museveni afuze eggwanga for 30 years tetulina kkolero lya lugoye tetwekolera ngatto twambala ngatto na ngoye z'abafu b'abazungu. This is your way. Kamabulire bino njagala njogere mu bitegeere kubanga saagala ku bino ebyokuba bino ebyakalwa ebyokuyimbirira biti njagala weetegeere nti bw'oba olina omukyalawo akaleegako omutwe muvumba kamuntu yafa mpale n'omukyala we yamuntu ayafa awo olabira Museveni kyakoze emyaka 3 n'olwekyo my last point sorry my last point way forward mumanyi oyinza okuba n'abantu oyinza okuba n'amagye mangi naye nga tegamanyi kulwana kamanda omulungi ateekwa okutendeka amagye ge enwana gye ganaalwanamu obwo bwe mulimu gwa Dr. Besigye ne John Omuntu John Omuntu yali agamba nti sigenda kwefudisa kubanga nkyali mu magye. You must fight for the prisoners because I'm a prisoner. Nze ndi musibe. How can you not for me? Because John Omuntu amanyi nti Mr. Museveni akozesa amagye ng'ekkomera okutulemezaamu. Nze sifuna musajja tampa nnyumba tampa mmotoka naye agamba tanzija mu magye ekitegeeza ndi musibe. Nze n'olwekyo nze ndi nammwe nja kubeera nammwe tujja kubeera ffenna. Engalo ezo zireeta Honorable John Kenny Muchamuzi the man ababuuzeeko bubuuza. Honorable Kenny Muchamuzi the man ajja ababuuzeeko bubuuza olwakale ebirala tujja byogere mu pareedi ya buwanguzi. Wali Uganda! Banyawo ne basabo amanya gange nze John Kenny Muchamuzi the man. Dr. Kizza Besigye tukwebaza obutatuswaza abantu bakwagala ne bakukaabirira mwaka gw'2026 wali owangudde Museveni obululu n'abubba. Dr. Kizza n'olwekyo nina kyenjagala okugamba wazze wano nga waliwo abalimbalimba ng'obogerera Conservative Party kyo waliwo ayinza okwogera CP beyond John Kenny Muchamuzi the man. Njagala okutegeeza Dr. Kizza Besigye na eri naawe era olwaleero eyali fulaga beera Professor Kigonga Prince n'addayo Makerere ku lecture. Olwaleero national chairman owa CP mu Uganda yonna Kasirye waali ayimirire. Olwaleero Deputy Secretary General Kasozi Fred waali. Olwaleero bamemba ba NEC weebali. N'olwekyo njagadde akagambo kamu ke njagala okuddamu Dr. Kizza Besigye nga Dibeta Onesika. Njagala nange ababadde wano mbaddemu nga Dibeta ate notamotya. Babadde wano jjo ne basoma muloboza bagamba nti abo balukyamuzi babuzaabuza abantu okuva mu TDA. Nze nakulembera ekikoosi ne mpagira Dr. Kizza Besigye FDC nga bali ku mulamwa. Obuntu busatu bwokka bwe ngenda okuddamu akasookera ddala twagaana gye baali baagala okuyisa naye Amama Mbabazi kuba yali akozesa ssente nga zeetooloola. Fraga Beera yali wakulonda ku consensus baali baagala kudda mu bululu one man one vote nga bakozesa ssente. Wali wakubeera waliwo akubeerawo presidential debate ng'eyaliwo wakati wa Besigye ne General Muntu. Ekya debate bakiteeka wabbali nga batya Dr. Besigye okubakalakaasa. N'ekisemberayo ddala omusajja avaawa bali mulabye yeesimbyewo mu multi-party dispensation nga talina kibiina. Onoomufollowing otya? Ekibiina kirimu mukyala we na mulamu we. Ekibiina si kyewandiisa anywhere, kiryamu offers. Kaakati ffe kye tugamba nti ffe ng'aba Conservative Party ekitulaga bwe tetusimbye flag bearer constitution yaffe egamba nti article number 1 ow'okulonda emutulaga era yamutulaga nga ye Dr. Kiza Besigye. Nga Dr. Kiza Besigye kukakasa nti olina abasajja engwaŋŋuli abasobola okudibetinga ensi n'ekya. Ivan Kanu kyamuzinja kuviirako nagense eno. Olw'ekyo omweste n'abagastanga bannastange. Masasta bamwagistire dokistita besistinge. Kustuba musasta ja amastanya bikastamba. Kustuba musasta ja wakabastaka. Mbabazi gwe bakukuta naye bwe yagenda okutuwa federo yatwalijo notiya ebyo yabyenswa. Byalakwebaza naye Dr. Kiza Besigye tujja muyamba olaba nti Uganda efuga a federal formation. Tukube engalo nga twebaza John Kerry Mukamuzi. Ikibanga sana wapinduwa. Ngenda kusaba tukube engalo ez'omwanguka twanirize obuloodi w'ekibuga kino. Nja kusaba ekisinde kya TJ mwenna abali wano mujje mubuukiriza omuloodi ng'ayogera abatijja abali wano mwenna mwanguweko wano. Dr. Kiza Besigye Kigwadi mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala bannange olwaleero lwa byafaayo bukyalubanga lwa Mindi nga sinnajja ku nsonga ya Kano Besigye nange omuloodi w'ekibuga Kampala bulijjo ku nguudo za Kampala balya kanivo nga ffe batukubatiya kasi naffe olwaleero tulidde kanivo. Era eddiba lino lye mwanyambadde temulowooza nti FDC sigenze Namboole kuwandiisa Dr. Kiza Besigye olw'ensonga nti ayagala okufuuka pulezidenti w'eggwanga kubanga ekyo yalibadde akibeera naye abbiddwa emirundi mingi. Ngenze olwaleero Namboole ennaku z'omwezi nga 4 okulaba nga Dr. Kiza awandiisibwa ng'omulwanyi Namige. Dr. Kiza Besigye ayimiriddewo wakati mu muyaga. Omulwanyi omu gwe bayita Martin Luther King Jr., omulwanyi owabyafaayo mu America, yagamba the ultimate measure of a man is not determined by where he stands during moments of convenience, but during times of challenge and controversy. Mumasanyu bino bitubonge tebabulabira masanyu bagesa okwewandiisa aleeta aba prime presenter ne babanja ensimbi n'abasasula tebabulabira mu mbiro za dduka ng'akadiye ng'ayagala okulaga nti asobola okudduka namulabye omusajja ekolola okudduka naye obuzira bw'omusajja yenna bamulabira bw'omumiridde mu muyaga ogw'amaanyi. Dr. Kiza Besigye ayuguumizibwa omuyaga era munankakasa ennaku zino zonna bamuyuguumya n'ayimirira ng'omuzira bw'abeera. Kibadde kinkakatako okuwandiisa omusajja oyo tugende mu lutabaalo. Maliriza bwenti nti Dr. Kiza Besigye ye mulwanyi akyakulembedde olutabaalo mu ggwanga lino. Ffenna lwaki tuli emabega we nti luno olutabaalo lwe tugendamu lwakufa na kuwona, si lwaba mitima minafu, si lwabatiitiizi. Abasajja batrayininze ba crime preventer, enkya n'owulira emitwalo 2 n'owulira 4 bambalidde emigala. Abasajja bakakoza mutale bakoze buli kimu. Kiza Besigye agenda okulembera olutabaalo luno. Tuli basanyufu nti eno ttiimu gye tuyungudde yeyina ba Generals. Kano Kiza Besigye ali wano, General Mugisha Muntu ali wano, General Sejjusa ali wano, ne Lieutenant General Lukwago. Era kyekyatuteesaawo ekisinde ne Lieutenant General w'e Kampala. Era kyekyatuteesaawo ekisinde Platform for Truth and Justice ekirimu basolida ab'enjawulo nga bwe mubalaba wano bonna. Wamala Balunabba owasibye maliriza nveeyo, ono Wamala Balunabba, ono Mariam Kizito, ono Alani Sewanyana musajja wa Bwino, Alani Sewanyana musajja wa Bwino, ono meeya wa tawuni council Yeruwero Mwami Sebyala Charles, ono Kiwanuka Budamu n'amateeka Balmalazetta, ono omukyala Aida Nakuya Ateerya Ntama mu City Hall nga mumumanyi, ono ye Deogratias Mbabazi nga muyambi bw'ofisi yange naye mulwanyi, ono ye Peter Zaake Ssenyimba, ono Charles Musoke Serunjogi, ono ye ono ye Sebuufu Harriet Kiyemba, ono ye Kato Lubwama musajja w'abiisi ow'ebiiso Kato Lubwama, ono Hasifa Hauka, ono ye Kasibante Moses Shifura Lukwago, Yasini Kaliwango, Nabukera Hanifa, Ismaili Maje. Mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala naye kano akasembayo kamuko ka Dokita. Abantu mmwe luno olutalo Dokita yabagambye tugenda mu defiance campaign, tugenda mu lutabaalo. Nze mwebale butanda mu lukwe nange sibalidde mu lukwe. Dokita olwaleero twakwogera bizibu biruma ggwanga lino bino byonna mubimanyi tugenda mu lutabaalo. Kino ekisaawe baakitunda, obutale babutunze na buli kimu, naye kye mundyaza amanyizaamu kiri kimu. Era dokita nja kusaba bwe ntunuulira Nasiisi w'omuntu ono singa mugamba kati ntuyikireko ku siteholo wali tukigule. Sigala nsigale. Dokita Duumira wali Uganda nga 16 tugenda kwewandiisa, naye ku olwo bwe tuduumira mujje tusonge ate okwewandiisa kuli ku siteholo. Basaba ne banyabo olwakadde atwala omukisa guno okuyita abakulembeze b'FDC pulezidenti waffe babagaye ffe tulina bajeno General Mugisha Muntu ne chairman w'FDC omulongo waswa ambassador Birigwa bajje babapresentingire candidate president wa retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. Engalo ez'amaanyi muteeke emikono waggulu nga mmaliriza. Baseba ne bannyabo olw'okuba tulina biseera bingi, mulimu gwe ngenda okukola okusookera ddala njagala okubeebaza mwenna gye muvudde okusobola okujja wano n'okutuwerekerako okubira ddala ennamboole. Neebaza nnyo nnyini Mukama abawe emikisa abagize byonna bye munoonya. Omulimu gwange gwe kubaleetera kandidate waffe Dr. Colonel Kizza Besigye. Kaakati nga sinamuyita njagala nsabe President waffe General Mugisha Muntu naye babuuzeeko atayite Colonel Kizza Besigye, flag bearer wa FDC. Chiri chitya. FDC oye. Dr. Besigye oye. One Uganda. One people. Ebiseera bye tulina bitono n'olwekyo ngenda kubufunze muteeka ndeetu waffe Dr. Besigye ayogere gye muli. Mwebale nnyo okujja mu bungi, mwebale nnyo okugumiikiriza okuva ku makya. Neebaza Katonda atusobozezza olwaleero okuwandiikisiza kandideetu waffe Dr. Kizza Besigye olwaleero. Feezi esoose ewedde tumuwandiikisizza. Feezi ey'okubiri y'okugenda mu field. Katogere katono mu Luzungu nkyuse mu Luganda. I would like to address myself to the Ugandan people and also our support base. We are a people who are committed to certain principles, certain beliefs, certain values, which we are ready to sacrifice for, which we've been committed to over a long period of time. And we're a people who are not ready to compromise on those values. We're a people who are not going to vacillate from those values. who are people who know that two things now are main challenges. To remove the regime in February, and as we remove the regime, as we struggle to remove the regime, to continue organizing our best to ensure that us as an institution become stronger and firmer. Ekyokulwana okukwata obuyinza tekikubagana n'ekyokuzimba kubanga ne bwe tukwata obuyinza tosobola okubeera neki, you can't have a roof. Tosobola okubeera n'akasolya nga tolina musingi omunywevu era nga tumanyi mu nsi muno tekuliiko asobola okuwa kyatalina. Naffe mu ngeri gye tweyoganizingamu tumanyi nti ebyo eggwanga ebyagala abantu baffe emyaka 52 bye tuzimba muffe era bye twagala okuweereza eggwanga. Naye olwekyo tekubaako omuntu omuwagizi waffe yenna abeera n'ewaasiwaasi. Tetukankana. We are steady-handed. There is no kind of turbulence that can destabilize us because we don't panic. Every time we make a decision is from deep analysis of the situation that we're operating within. So we will keep steadily moving. And we will take power in this country, and by the grace of God, we will use that power to respond to the needs of the people. FDC, oye! Dr. Chiza Benje, oye! One Uganda, one people. Mwewale nyo mwewale yedala. Temutya? Temubera n'okutya kwonna mwesibe enkoba. Nga bwe twanyira eri waggulu, zimba okuva wansi, wabeeyo ettutumu, era tusobozesa okukwata waggulu. Mwewale ddala, Katonda bakuume. May I take this opportunity now to invite Dr. Kano Chiza Besje, who is our candidate. Mukikoze olwaleero mwebale mulaze ensi nti Uganda abantu baki abantu bakulu ddala. Kati bassebo ne banyabo olw'ensonga y'obudde nja kwogera ebigambo byange nga bitono nnyo, naye tusimbula olwaleero ebigambo byo mujja kubiwulira. Olwaleero tusimbula buki? N'olw'ensonga eyo munzikirize okusookera ddala neebaze Katonda. Njagala munkubireko mu ngalo ez'omwanguka nga mwebaza Katonda. Mwebaze Katonda kubanga byonna yabisobola. Ndowooza mukimanyi nti bampise emirundi egiwera. Bambika kingenda kufa bambika nti nfudde naye n'olwaleero ndiwa wendi nnyo era nja kubaawo kubanga Katonda akoze eki kubanga Katonda gyali Katonda oyo omunene gyali olwaleero y'ensonga lwaki mulaba n'enkuba tekoze eki tekutataganyiza kubanga Katonda akoze eki Katonda gyali basebo ne banyabo n'olw'ensonga eyo Katonda omulimu gwe yatandika ajja kukola ki ajja kugumaliriza munzikirize mu ngeri y'emu neebaze bannange bonna olwaleero beefisiriza emirimu ne bategeka ebintu byonna oluvannyuma ne bamperekera ne tugenda enamboola okwewandiisa mwenna bassebo ne bannyabo abamperekedde mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala njagala munkwase twebaze pulezidenti w'ekibiina kyaffe General Mugisha Muntu kubanga alaze ekibiina kyakulembera kibiina kya demokurasiya alaze ekibiina kyakulembera akuta omumuli ogumulikira eggwanga njagala neebaze abakulembeze bonna aba FDC njagala neebaze abakulembeze ab'amaanyi bonna abavuddeyo ne batuwerekera era betulwana nabo ku lutalo luno nkwebaza omulodi w'ekibuga Kampala weebale kubaawo nkwebaza ssebo muganda wange Honorable Ken Luchamuzi weebale kulemera ku nsonga beebaza baganda bange mwenna ab'ebibiina ebyenjawulo abali wano abonna abasalawo tifena tutambulire wamu njagala okubeebaza bana Kampala mwenna olw'okulaga ensi ti olwaleero waliwo ensonga mu kibuga Kampala mwebale kubaawo mwebale byonna mwebale kulaga omutima ogununula eggwanga lyaffe bassebo ne banyabo ensonga zange ziizino eggwanga lyaffe liri mu mbeera mbi ddala eggwanga lyaffe ly'eggwanga erimu mu mawanga agasinga obugagga mu nsi naye abantu ffe abaliwagaaliramu ffe tusinga ki ffe tusinga obwavu abantu abawagaalira mu nsi yaffe ffe ensi yaffe kati gye bayita esinga obwavu mu nsi era ey'amabanja agasinga waggulu mu nsi ensi yaffe bagiyita highly indebted poor country ekitegeeza nti yensi enjavu era ey'amabanja amayitirivu naye nga nsi yaki nga nsi ya bugagga ensi yaffe yensi olwaleero bannayuganda bonna nga babaavuwaza nga buli omu akeera kusabiriza mu nsi esinga ki mu nsi esinga obugagga yensi bavubuka bonna mwe batambula nga tebalina mirimu abatalina mirimu muteeke emikono waggulu ensi tewali ki wali mirimu mu nsi yaffe engagga yensi ebirabirira abantu byonna tebyeyonooneka amalwaliro mafu amasomero mafu enguudo nfu byonna ebintu ebyandibadde biyamba abantu byakola ki byayonooneka bassebo ne bannyabo nabagambye obudde siina ekireese embeera eno njagala tukitegeere ekisinga obukulu ekireese embeera eno lwakuba ensi yaffe teri mu mikono gyaffe. Ensi yaffe teri mu mikono gyaffe gyani? Bannayuganda si be bannannyini nsi yaffe olwaleero. Ensi yaffe eri mu buwambe. Ensi yaffe eri mu buki? Ensi yaffe eri mu buwambe bassebo ne bannyabo. Bassebo ne bannyabo, abantu abatono ennyo olwaleero be balina obuyinza bonna mu nsi yaffe. Abantu abatono ennyo be basalirawo ensi yaffe. Abantu abatono ennyo be balina emaali nga bannansi bali mu bwavu. Bassebo ne bannyabo, njagala mutegeere nti ensi yaffe eri mu bantu, mu mikono gy'abantu abali abantu. Abali abantu mubamanyi? Basezi. Nsi yaffe eri mu mikono gyani? Gy'abasezi. So bassebo ne bannyabo, njagala tutegeeragane ekitandika olwaleero. Ekitandika olwaleero sizze kubasaba ti mumpe obuyinza. Kubanga sisobola kubasaba temukola ki? Temubulina. Obuyinza mubulina? Kati mbasaba nti obuyinza nga temukola ki? Wano Kalonda mu loodi wuuno mwamuyiira obululu mu kibuga Kampala. Mu ofiisi mwali? Mu ofiisi mwali? Lwakuba temulina ki? Temulina buyinza. So bassebo ne bannyabo, olwaleero neewandiisizza. Seewandiisizza nti nzije kusaba buyinza gye muli. Neewandiisizza nzije tuyimirire ffembi, tukwatire wamu, tulwanire obuyinza bwaffe, tubululule, tubuggyeyo, tuddemu bantu bange. Nzize tukwatire wamu tululule eggwanga lyaffe. Tulina okululula eggwanga lyaffe. Nazze tululule ensi yaffe. Nazze emikono, eggwanga lidde mu mikono gy'abanansi. Kyekindeese olwaleero. Nazze tulwane tululule eggwanga lyaffe. Bassebo ne bannyabo, njagala kubakakasa eggwanga tujja kulinunula. Eggwanga tujja kukola ki? Tujja kulinunula. So bassebo ne bannyabo, kampeyini eno erimu ebintu bisatu. Ekintu ekisooka, mulimu gwe tusooka nagwo gwegwo ogw'okwenunula. Era ngenda kugubanjulira tugutambuza tutya. Nandibadde njagadde okugutandikako kati ne mbanjulira ngeri ki gye tunaagutambuza, naye akaseera tekakola ki? Tekammala. Naye nja kubanjulira omulimu bwe tunaagutambuza. Ekyokubiri, ng'obuyinza tumaze kubuzza mu mikono gy'Abannayuganda, omulimu oguddako gwe gw'okutereeza eggwanga lyaffe. Tusooka kwenunula, tuzzaako okwetereeza. Okwetereeza kitegeeza ki? Kitegeeza ebitongole bya gavumenti byonna birina okukyusibwa bigibwe mu mikono gy'ababadde nabyo, bidde mu mikono gy'ani? Gy'abantu. Olwaleero ebitongole bya gavumenti byonna tebikolera mmwe bannannyini nsi, bikolera bali abalina ki? Abalina obuyinza, baawamba obuyinza. Njagala mumbuulire, poliisi ya kaakano Mwami Kayihura, poliisi yammwe oba poliisi y'abali? Poliisi y'abali. Twagala kukinunula edde mu mikono gy'ani? Twagala poliisi efuuke poliisi yaki? Y'abantu. Ne gye twewandiisiza olwaleero, kakiiko k'ebyokulonda, kakiiko kammwe oba kakiiko k'abali? Kalina okukyuka kabe kakiiko kaani? K'abantu. Ne bweba palamenti eyo, olwaleero palamenti yammwe oba y'abali? tujja kuginunula efuuke palamenti yaki y'abantu. Ne bwe ziba kooti ziramulira mmwe oba ziramulira bani? Tujja kuzinunula ziramulire baani? Bannansi. Omulimu ogwokubiri njagala tugutegeeraganeko, obuyinza nga bumaze okukomawo, tujja kutereeza ensinga bw'ekola ki? Nga bw'etambula. Etambule ku maanyi gaki? Etambule ku maanyi g'abantu. We shall restructure the state. The first task we have in this campaign is liberation. To liberate our power, to take our power back. Amaanyi gendese tebajja gawona. Amaanyi muli mpulira gantambuliramu, mpuliramu egali, tujja gatambuza. I was saying the first task is liberation, liberating our country. We must take our country back into our hands. We must have the power back to the people. That is the first task. The second task is restructuring our state, restructuring our country so that our state functions for the people, that it is controlled and functions for the benefit of the people. Ensonga y'okusatu omulimu ogundeese mu campaign eno kwe kulaba nti tukulaakulanya eggwanga, naye nga tulikulaakulanya nalyo nga likulaakulanya buli omu, si kukulaakulanya y'abatono abalala nga bwe baddawa. Twagala enkulaakulana etwaliramu buli omu. Olwaleero batugamba nti eggwanga likula mangu, tiri ku sipiidi likula, era ebizimbe mubiraba babizimbye. Awo ndaba simanyi Jessico, ndaba Nakasero complex, ndaba Grand Corner House, ndaba Kampala Guest House, babizimbye na Kivubo complex. Mbiraba naye byabameka, by'abantu batono nnyo. Abalala bonna n'akatono ke balina, abo abanene bakola ki? Bakatwala. Abakolera mu kibuga kino balabi bannaku y'amaanyi, kubanga renti ne mu kibuga kino n'olwaleero mu Uganda yaffe eyafuna obwetwaze, renti mu Kampala basasula $1. Renti mu Kampala basasula muki? N'omusolo, omusolo ogw'ebintu ebijja wano kati bagupimira muki? Mu $1. Ebintu ebyo ebireese obuzibu. Eggwanga abakola be batafuna, abatakola be bakola ki? Be bafuna. Twagala enkulaakulana etwaliramu buli ki? Buli omu alina kubeera mu nkulaakulana eyo. So bassebo ne baanyabo, omulimu gwaffe ogwokusatu gwe gw'okukyusa ensi, buli Munnayuganda asobole kutambula ng'alina akamwenyamwenyo ku maaso. Si kuba nti owooza nti waliwo enkulaakulana, naye ng'abavubuka 80 ku buli nga tebalina mirimu. Ogamba waliwo enkulaakulana, laba ekisaawe ky'omupiira ekiri mu makati ga Capital Kampala. Kino kisaawe kya mupiira kino kisaawe kya mupiira. Uganda ensi talent nebeera n'ebisaawe bebiti, na kino kye kikyasigaddewo. Ebisaawe byonna bakola ki? Batunda dda. So bassebo ne baanyabo, twagala transformation, enkulaakulana esitula buli omu. Era enkulaakulana eyo njagala mulabe kujja kugibanjulira yonna, naye bino bye bimu ebigenda kubeeramu.
Okusooka twagala gavumenti ntono. Gavumenti ki? Gavumenti ntono. Tewali lwaki tubeera ne baminisita 8 bakola ki? Baminisita 8 bakola ki? Tujja kubeera ne baminisita 2. Abalala sente ze balya ziddeyo wa? Ziddeyo mu bantu. Lwaki tubeera ne palamenti ey'abakiise 4? Abakiise 4 mu palamenti bakolayo ki? Babateeseza mmwe. Palamenti ne bwe baba abakiise 100 eteesa n'ebeera palamenti. Esente zisigadde eziddayo wa? Ne zikolera abantu. Twagala gavumenti nga ntono. Ba-advisor advisor waki? Ono advisor ku Luweero, ono advisor ku Nakivubo, ono advisor ebintu ebyo byonna basibe engugu tetubaleka awo bagende esente zikwemu. Twagala gavumenti ntono. Twagala gavumenti ntono, sente zigenda abantu gye bakola ki? Abantu gye bali sente gye zigenda. Twagala sente zigenda eri mu bantu. Era gavumenti empya ey'abantu ababbi abali mu gavumenti banaamanyiira okubba namanyiira nguzi. Weetegeke emikono gigenda kubagendako. Tetujja kukkiriza omuntu okubba sente zaffe. Sente zirina kuddayo zikolere ani? Zikolere abantu. Sente zino Uganda nabagambye si njavu. Sente zino bwe zibaawo zisobola okukola ebintu ebiyitirivu. Ojjukira bwe nagamba tituggyewo omusolo ne bagamba nti ekyo kisoboka kitya? Ojjukira juuzi bwe nagamba nti abantu baffe abakadde abatakyasobola kukola tubaweeyo akasente akabalabirira ne bagamba nti ekyo tekisoboka. Omuntu eyakolera ensi emyaka gye gyonna kati alina emyaka 7 takyakola, olemwa otya ng'eggwanga abakadde si bangi, olemwa otya okumuwaayo n'emitwalo 5 gy'alya buli mwezi ne yeebeezaawo ng'omukadde? Osobola otya okubeera n'amasomero ge mulaba nga bwe gali? Amasomero gano mu gavumenti empya njagala kubategeeza education erina okuddayo ebeere waggulu. Education yezimbe education Sejjusa General Sejjusa gy'abadde ababuulira education ey'abantu 10. Nedda education ffenna twasomera mu masomero g'omu byalo. Yonna eyo gye twava erukungiri wa ono General Sejjusa yali eyo Sembabule wansi eyo era okutuukayo kizibu. Naye twavaayo ffenna ne tusinkanira wa Makerere. Olwaleero teri asobola kuva mu byalo eyo najja Makerere. Twagala education efuuke ki? Eddemu efuuka education. Mu gavumenti yaffe empya buli mwana ali mu siniya ajja kubeera ne kompyuta ye. Ajja kubeera ne kompyuta ye. Bino si bintu bya kusaba. Era nga n'abasomesa bajja kuddayo bafuuke basomesa. Luli nali mbagambye nti singa obuyinza bwaffe tebabubba 26 omusomesa yali agenda kufuna mitwalo 5. Naye nakati tebanagituukako. Era abasomesa balembalemwa n'okwekolamu omulimu. Ne bawaliriza gavumenti okubasasula. Njagala mbategeeze abakolera gavumenti mwenna mwetegeke buli mukozi wa gavumenti anaagisigalamu ajja kugikolera mu kitiibwa. Ng'afuna omusaala ogumuweesa ki? Ewe twasomera, nze we nasomera primary teacher yali avuga motoka. Ng'avuga motoka ku ki? Ku musaala gwe. Primary teacher ng'avuga motoka. Embeera bwe ina okubeera ne muwanga amalala bweri. So abasomesa tugenda kubijjukira misaala gye mugenda okutuukako. Musomesa ajja kufuna omusaala addemu akonde engatto owulire omusomesa gyayiseewo. Bano abapoliisi bamasikini baffe ffe tugenda okubalulula. Tugenda kubalulula abo bamasikini. sente mu poliisi zonna abasibya abantu batu bantu bwe bati abalya sente mu poliisi bano abekisa ebimundu tebalina akantu konna twagala omupoliisi twagala omuserikale w'eggwanga bw'aba atambula bamanye nti omuserikale avudde ku mulimu era addayo wawaka nga wakituufu n'abantu mwabeera nga bamuwa kituufu basebo ne banyabo puroguramu gyeziri tugenda kubanjulira agriculture nga bwegenda kutuuka mu transformation bino byonna byenjogerako bijja nga liberation yemaze kukola ki ekisooka kyeki kwenunula bwe tumala okwenunula bino bwe bitambula ebyobulimi birina kukyuka omulimi edda bagambanga nti olyanga omulimi si bwe kyali olwaleero waliwo akyagamba nti olyanga omulimi yalima naye yatakola ki yatalina kyakulya embeera erina okukyuka tujja kuteeka ssente mu byobulimi tujja kuteekawo banka y'abalimi tujja kulaba ne banyabo bino byonna n'ebirala bingi byesijja kumenya kubanga essaawa ziweddeyo nja kubibategeeza nga bwe tugenda mu maaso byonna weebiri twabirambika dda mu puroguramu naye tebijja kutambula nga tukyali mu buki nga tukyali mu buwambe tebijja kusoboka so basebo ne banyabo wiiki eno gye tugenda nja kubategeeza ngeri ki gye tunaava mu buwambe buli omu yenna yenyigiremu ffe tetugenda mu kampeyini ez'abalala bali abatambuza helikopita nti bagenda mu kampeyini nze oba bigere nja kutambuza bigere motoka yange eyo bagikoonye emirundi gyesimanyi ne bakoona ne bayuza naye nenjikuba misimaali nenyingiramu nenkolaki nentambula tetujja kununula nsi yaffe nga tukyasaba ababbi beba natuyamba tulina okweyamba ki fekka era njaga kubeebaza mwenna abategedde ensonga eno nemwekolamu omulimu naluli we nali mu kalulu akafa ak'omu kibiina nze saagula amafuta bannansi bangulira amafuta yonna gye nayita nga nteekamu buteesi amafuta nenkola nentambula njagala kubeebasa n'olwaleero we tuviiridde enamboole nzize mu kuba omwo ng'abantu era omulimu bagumanyi ow'olukumi n'alumpa ow'ebitaano n'abimpa ow'ekikumi n'akola ki laba bampadde sofa nga tuyita eri mugimbi abakozi b'entebe bekozeemu omulimu ne bagamba tegenda okole ki genda oteeke mu nnyumba era entebe yiyo abantu baffe gye tuyise bekozeemu omulimu ne bampa ebintu biyitirivu mu ebiri bijjudde mu motoka omwo omulimu gwenunula guno bwe tujja kugutambuza nze sizze mu kampeyini eno nti nina buwumbi bwa kutambuza kampeyini naye balina obuwumbi tulina ki balina obuwumbi tulina abantu balina obuwumbi tulina ki bwe tunakutegeeza tujja kubategeeza engeri gyekusonda sente zinakola emirimu gino tujja kubategeeza okuteeka ku kasimu tujja kubuulira esimu kwokola ki bw'oba ebitaano teekayo omanya nti omulimu gukola ki gutambula bw'oba n'olukumi teekayo so basebo ne banyabo mbasaba twekolemu omulimu twenunule ku mulundi guno batubbye ebimala era sizze mu kalulu kano okubabuulira nti bakoze eki nti batudde ku luno kigwa ddi ku luno kigwa leero tewali byakwejjusa nti ate simanyi biki tujja kukibeerako okutuusa lwe kinaakola ki lwe kinaggwa weebale wuuna amafuta agampe weebale mafuta gagano weebale alina amafuta zampe weebale ssebo weebale essaawa tezituli bulungi weebale amakubo kubanga essaawa zigenze amakubo tugenda kubateerawo amakubo mwe munaayisa ebinaakola olutalo luno mujja kubitegeera weekolemu omulimu teri omulala ajja kutununula tujja kwenunula feka tujja kwenunula baani feka era njagala omanye ku luno kigwa ddi bannange mwebale bannakampala omukama abankuumire mwebale thank you very much thank you bye thank you
Hello. Waliwo pikipiki gye babbye eya mukwano gwaffe UDW 603H ya Red Mukala.
There you are, retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye, having been nominated today by the Electoral Commission, addressing his first rally as presidential candidate for 2016 presidential elections. Those are the pictures you're watching coming in live from Nakivubo War Memorial Stadium. Amama Mbabazi was at this very stadium yesterday, and today it is Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye. Nominations for presidential candidates are closed as of today. 8 people that are running to become your next president, 7 men and 1 woman. Of course, 2 others that hoped to make it eventually could not. 1 pulled out, that is Alhaji Nasantege Sebagala, and then Charles Bari Luanga, an independent candidate, did not make the cut. So there you are, you have 8 people from whom you can choose a president, and that will be on February 18th, Thursday it will be. Campaigns begin officially next week, that is the 9th November, and they will close on 16th February, just 2 days before the polls do hit the ground. So look out for that, and as you do that, we continue to run a campaign where we are asking you for feedback. We are running a survey here at NTV, hashtag #IMoveUganda. It's a very quick one, about 5 questions, 2 minutes or less that you will take. Just go to our social media platforms and do that quick survey. Tell us what the issues are that you'd like your presidential candidates to focus on. Is it health? Is it education? Etc., etc. You will find that on our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, Google+, and be a part of that. That brings today's wall-to-wall coverage of our presidential nominations to a close. Coming up in a bit is NTV Akaungezi. My name is Joel Senyonyi. Good evening.
Seriously?
My NSSF. It's looking good.
NSSF Go is so easy, you always want to know. Track your savings via online and mobile. Download the NSSF Go app or dial *254#. For more information, visit www.nssfug.org.
NSSF, a better life.
gy'amawulire gikuleeteddwa
Sadolin, color your world.
The duly nominated candidate for presidential elections.
Akalulu ka 2016 8 be bakakasiddwa. Charles Lwanga Bale ebiwandiiko bimugjeemu. Besigye akakasiddwa. Kampala awuumye. Abawagizi bamwerekedde okuva e Namboole okutuuka e Nakivubo. Okukakasa abeesimbyewo, abawagizi naddala aba bodaboda balaze abeesimbyewo essanyu. Museveni ayogedde ensonga eyamugobya Mbabazi yali aleeta olugambo mu kibiina.
Define Salida. Give your world a Sadolin makeover today. Sadolin, color your world.
Ariel claims better stain removal in one wash. We've come to see if it's true.
Many food greasy stains are difficult to remove because they stick to fibers, like glue. Now I'll show you how a new Ariel with grease cutting technology removes tough food stains better than the competition.
So the claim is true.
Ariel removes stains better in one wash.
Uganda Episcopal Conference, the Assembly of All Catholic Bishops, is putting together a special souvenir magazine to commemorate the Holy Father's visit, and is calling upon corporate companies, government agencies, church institutions, schools, and the entire business community to showcase their products and services. This magazine will reach more than 15 million Catholics in Uganda and abroad. Do not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to advertise your products and services. Contact us on 0784 783 800.
The Uganda Top 100 Gala Dinner is back on the 13th of November 2015 at Hotel Africana. We shall recognize and celebrate Uganda's top 100 mid-sized companies with a countdown starting at 6 p.m. Come, let's celebrate business development in Uganda. For more information, please call 0392 080 708. This event is brought to you by KPMG and Daily Monitor in partnership with Stanbic Bank, NTV, and ICEA Group.
Stand up and start your day. Stand up and never give up. But on those days I suddenly can't stand up. Make a change, time's up. No more petitions, stand up, stand up. Always absorbs in 1 second. No stick, no check. With this liquid locking trap. Stand up, no doubt, stand up. Stand up and make a change. Stand up, reach high. Stay happy always.
You don't have to look any further. Get online and you'll get any property.
It's all about joinery. How best do you give a tree a very good second life?
Because there's already development happening around.
Say, for example, carpets, pick luxurious carpet and you say,
gotta have a carpet wall-to-wall in my house, but we're a hot country.
Welcome to the Property Show, where we make real estate sense.
Program Guide is brought to you by Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment. Program Guide.
Soul has been a part of me, a part of life, yeah.
Nice House of Plastics. Make every moment a nice moment.
She escaped. How?
We have to get rid of Morena. I'm free from you. I'm free from your devious clutches.
Jessica. Jessica, please listen to me.
Hello, my love.
Adolfo?
A wealthy and influential family appeared to have it all.
Your husband. He was looking for you.
What did you tell him?
Nothing.
Something has happened that has changed things between the two of us. You know that I will always love your brother.
But they were rocked by a tragedy when Adolfo, husband of the eldest daughter, Ignacia, died by falling out a window in the family mansion.
I asked a question! Did he die?
When Gonzalo marries Ignacia 6 months later, he is compelled to unravel the mystery of what happened to Adolfo.
Why do you have so many questions?
Someone who lives in this house killed Adolfo.
How could you not tell Gonzalo about Leonardo? Get out of here. You can't just burst into my office screaming like that.
Gonzalo's unable to have children.
Watch these mysteries unfold right before your eyes every Tuesday and Wednesday at 10 p.m. in Behind Closed Doors, only on NTV.
NTV akawungeezi webale nnyo okutwegattako olunaku olwaleero olw'ennya omwezi ogw'E11 wetwogerera Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Amama Mbabazi, Dr. Kizza Besigye, Joseph Mabirizi, Professor Balya Muleba, Abedi Bwanika, Faith Maureen Kyalya bamaze okukakasibwa beesimbewo ku kifo kya President mu 2006 akalulu ka February 18 ekyo kimaze okukakasibwa olunaku olwaleero. Omu ku beesimbyewo 8 Abedi Bwanika wa People's Development Party ngenda kubeera naye gye bujjako maasawo mawulire twogere naye ebigambo nga tukubirako katono tooki mu manifesto ye na butya bwagenda okutambuza kampeyini ye ku mulundi guno ogwokusatu nga yeesimbawo okunoonya ekifo kya President.
Frank Walusimbi era nga bw'abategeeza ajja kubadda mu maaso eyo katugende buterevu mu mitwe emikulu egy'akawungezi ka leero. Akawungezi akalulu ka 2016 8 be bakakasiddwa Charles Lwanga Bale ebiwandiiko bimugjeemu. Besigye akakasiddwa Kampala awuumye abawagizi bamwerekedde okuva e Namboole okutuuka e Nakivubo. Okukakasa abeesimbyewo abawagizi naddala aba bodaboda balaze abeesimbyewo essanyu. Museveni ayogedde ensonga eyamugobya Mbabazi yali aleeta olugambo mu kibiina. NTV akawungezi nkwaniriza nnyo munaffe nze Hatmana Lugwa Sekaya. Ntandise ne President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni agugumbudde John Patrick Amama Mbabazi ng'agamba nti ekyamumugobya yali ayitiriza eŋŋambo mu kibiina. Museveni agamba nti Mbabazi yatuuka n'okutegeeza abantu nga Museveni bwe yali ateekateeka mutabani we okukulembera eggwanga. Museveni bino abyogeredde mu maka g'obwa President Entebbe gy'ayogereddeko eri bannamawulire. Ajunguludde Mbabazi ne Besigye nga bwe batalina busobozi butwala ggwanga lino mu maaso.
Oluvannyuma lw'okukakasibwa ng'omu ku bagenda okuvuganya kwa President Yoweri Museveni ayambalidde baavuganya nabo. Bw'abadde ayogerako n'abannamawulire mu maka g'obwa President Entebbe, Museveni ayogedde lwaki agoba Mbabazi bw'asaba abawandiisi b'ekibiina ssaako bw'asaba minisita.
I dismissed him as the Prime Minister because he was wasting our time. It is true that I dismissed him. And also as Secretary General, because he was not doing his work, and he was bringing Enkwe in our party. His group would go around. Museveni wants to make his son president. My son has never even stood for LC1. They know the constitution of the country.
Ono agamba nti Mbabazi amumanyi ndya n'ensula nga n'olwekyo ekyokumwesimbako tekirina kikimutiisa.
Unless Ugandans are mad, they can't support Mbabazi. Why? Or support Besigye. Why? They are just telling lies, and I will expose the lies. Fortunately, I am here. I am not dead. If I was dead or sick, I couldn't move. They could go around and tell lies. But what will they say now?
Avumirire n'engombo ya Mbabazi ya Go Forward n'agamba nti terina mulamwa.
What have we been doing all this time? In fact, they don't even think about these slogans of theirs. Maybe if he had said, move quicker or something like that. But moving forward.
Besigye netamutalizza ng'agamba nti embeera ze zamuviirako n'okuva mu gavumenti nga talina kyamaanyi kyakoze.
Kony was still killing people. The Karamojongo had guns. ADF was in the Rwenzori Mountains. Basically, they went away. Seven again. I stayed here. I have solved all those problems. Without Besigye.
Museveni era agamba nti ekibiina kye kya NRM kyekyokka ekisobola okulwanyisa enguzi.
Mutusonyiwemukko bannaffe olw'emboozi eyo etaweddeeyo naye tujja gibamalirayo maaso awo katono. Dr. Kizza Besigye ayogomeza ekibuga Kampala olwaleero ng'agenda e Namboole okukakasibwa. Ono abawagizi be bamwerekedde okuva e Najjanankumbi ku kitebe kya FDC okumutuusa e Namboole. Bw'amaze okukakasibwa era bamwerekedde okutuuka mu kisaawe e Nakivubo nga kimutwalidde essaawa 5 nnamba okutuuka mu kifo ekyo.
Olugendo lwa Besigye ng'agenda okukakasibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda lutandikire Najjanankumbi gy'asimbudde nga lw'omu n'abawagizi be ssaako n'abakulembeze ba FDC abagumidde obukuba obukedde okufuuyira ku ssawanganya. Ono bwedda buli waayitanga emizira gitta abantu. Bamuwerekedde mubaddemu ababoodabooda ssaako n'abatambuza ebigere okuva e Najjanankumbi okutuuka e Namboole. Poliisi mu bitundu by'e Nakawa egezezzaako okusalako abawagizi ba Besigye wabula nga kino tekibaganya kusaliikiriza ono yamwegattako okutuuka e Namboole ng'eno bamulindiridde okutuukira ddala lw'amaliriza okukakasibwa. Besigye olumaze okukasibwa azze mu mmotoka y'essaako n'abakulembeze mu FDC abalala olwo abantu abadde balindiridde wabweru w'ekisaawe ne bamwegattako okwolekera Nakivubo awabadde olukuŋŋaana. E Namboole Besigye asimbudde ku ssaawa 6:2 wabula ng'e Nakivubo atuuse ku ssaawa 11 ng'obuzibu buvudde ku bungi bw'abantu ababadde mu kkubo. Besigye abawagizi be baza muyimiriza ku kkubo nga bw'atuusa ekireka ayogeddeko eri abantu.
Omulimu gwe tutandika olwaleero si gwa kunoonya akalulu wabula gwa kununula ggwanga.
Era walwa bamuyimiriza ne bamusaba atuleko mu ntebe gye yabadde batadde mu kkubo mu makkati. bw'ayongeddeyo ebbanda walabamu ku bawagizi be amuyimiriza nga banamusibidde entanda ya ntebe eya sofa ng'eno bagitadde ku mmotoka waggulu n'agituulamu. waliwo obudde n'abamuwa ensimbi nti zimuyambeko mu kuba kakuyege ssaako n'abalala bamutonedde ebimuli n'ebintu ebirala. entambula y'ebidduka esanyaladde era Besigye agenze okutuuka ku katale ka ssente bali ku ddembe ng'abantu bayitirivu era ng'okuva akatale ka ssente bali ku ddembe okuyingira ekisawo e Nakivubo kitutte essaawa nnamba. Patrick Mukasa, NTV, akawungeze.
Kulikayo Patrick Mukasa, embeera bwetyo bwebadde nga Dr. Kizza Besigye amaze okukakasibwa era bw'atyo ategeezezza bannayuganda abaagala enkyukakyuka nti ekiseera kye kino. Ono ayogeddeko eri Namungi w'abawagizi be ababadde e Nakivubo.
Ekyokubiri ng'obuyinza tukubuzza mu mikono gy'abannayuganda. Omulimu oguddako gwe gw'okutereeza eggwanga lyaffe. Tusooka kwenunula, tuzzaako okwetereeza. Okwetereeza kitegeeza ki? Kitegeeza ebitongole bya gavumenti byonna birina okukyusibwa biggibwe mu mikono gy'ababadde nabyo bidde mu mikono gy'ani? Gy'abantu. Olwaleero ebitongole bya gavumenti byonna tebikolera mmwe bannannyini nsi, bikolera bali abalina ki? Abalina obuyinza baawamba obuyinza.
Ye Dr. Abedi Bwanika ategeezezza abawagizi be nti eggwanga likonzibye nga lyetaaga kuliikiriza okusobozesa bannayuganda okutuuka mu mbeera eyeyagaza. Ono naye akakasiddwa olwaleero.
Dr. Abedi Bwanika oluvudde Namboole n'ayolekera Nsanja Sharing Hall gy'asisinkanidde abawagizi be. Ono abategeezezza ng'essira bw'agenda okuliisa ku byenjigiriza n'okulwanyisa obwavu.
Okusoma kwaffe twagala tugire abaana baffe babenga ku ssomero bagendayo kusoma obwongo bwabwe bweggule. Ebyo ebintu eby'ekisiru tugenda kubijja mu siribaasi yaffe tutandike okusoma ebintu ebitegeerekeka.
Guno mulundi gwa kusatu nga Dr. Abedi Bwanika avuganya ku bwa pulezidenti wansi w'ekibiina kye ekya People's Progressive Party. Bwanika ategeezezza nga bwe kyetagisa okubeerawo obwenkanya mu nkulaakulana y'eggwanga.
Tulengera nga bannaffe abamu balowooza nti ffe tuli bannayuganda. Nangiya abatudde wano ne bannayuganda abawuliriza naffe tuli bannayuganda. Ebiri mu Uganda biteeka tuganyulwa.
Bwanika era avumiridde embeera embi eri mu malwaliro.
Bw'ogenda e Masaka, bw'ogenda e Mbalala, bw'ogenda mu ddwaliro ly'e Soroti osangayo ki? Waliyo abasawo bameka, waliyo badokita bameka, waliyo bannansi bameka, waliyo ebyuma ebikebera bimeka.
Yeebazizza nnyo olw'ebyo ebikoleddwa kyokka n'agamba nti ebitannakolebwa bye bingi.
Tuzze okugolola ensobi, tuzze okukola ebitannakolebwa Uganda etuuke mu kiseera eky'okwesiima. Bw'oba okuba akalulu, bw'oba onoonya akalulu, tokanoonyeza bunoonyeza Bwanika, naawe olina okwetaasa.
Kati ekisigalidde oluvannyuma lw'okukakasibwa ye Bwanika okutalaga eggwanga ng'anoonya akalulu.
Bw'atyo Abedi Bwanika ng'ayogerako eri abawagizi be. Nga bwe kyabadde olunaku lw'eggulo ne leero abawagizi babesimbyewo babadde mu ssanyu nga bawerekera abantu baabwe abamaze okukakasibwa. Katulabe ebibaddewo olunaku olwaleero.
Oyinza okugamba nti abavuzi ba bodaboda okuva mu bitundu bya Kampala ebitali bimu olwaleero eby'okusaabaza abantu babivuddeko essira bayiteka kuwerekera Dr. Kizza Besigye. Speed obwedde zibaviireko pikipiki zino ne bazikolerako nga tolema kweraliikirira. Banabaze obukolomooni obw'enjawulo ku piki zino. Newankubadde nga lino mu kusooka lyalabise nga fujjo, abantu baatuuse ne banyumirwa ne batandika n'okubakubira enduulu nga ne poliisi ebasizza kasiiso. Waliwo n'abavubuka bano abeeyisa abasirikale ba Besigye abamukuuma obutakwatwako. Abawagizi ba Besigye abalala amazina katono gabayuze. Bano Besigye tebamulekeredde, bamuwerekedde okutuuka e Nakivubo wakati mu mizira n'enduulu. Ivan Kimuli Kigozi, NTV Akawungezi.
Awa maddala akaseera kakeetereekerero 2016 nsonga kiggwe ng'omulonzi zewandyagadde abeesimbyewo basimbeko essira ke kanyomero kaffe ak'olwaleero mu kiki kyolowooza nga tubuuza abeesimbyewo nsonga kiggwe ng'omulonzi z'oyagala basimbeko essira. Tuteeseza ku Facebook enkola nga bwe mugimanyi, naye katugende ate mu studio B tulabe Frank Walusimbi ne tuli alina Frank.
Webale nnyo Nalugwa, nakutegeeza mu ntandikwa tulina Abedi Bwanika omu ku ba candidate omunaana abaagala ekifo kya president, yakulira People's Development Party PDP, era guno omulundi gwa kusatu nga yeesimbawo n'akabonero kaabwe ak'ekide ke kabaawula ku balala. Tusanyusa okulaba ssebo. Abedi, omulundi gwa kusatu nga weesimbawo. 2016 obululu emitwalo 6 n'ekitundu, 2011 obululu emitwalo 5 mu 100 n'obwagwamu, n'oddirira mu ngeri gye wakolamu. Kiki ky'oyagala ku mulundi guno? Tewamatira abantu tebakulaga buwagizi ku gwokubiri, kiki ky'okyanoonya?
Abantu bajja tuwa obuwagizi. Fa abasoma science tukimanyi nti omuntu bw'oleeta ekintu ekipya kimutwalira ebbanga emirundi egiwera okukiwuliriza okitegeera. Kakati tumaze ekiseera nga twongera okubategeeza pulogulaamu zaffe. Tewaliwo munnayuganda eyali awulidde pulogulaamu ya Dr. Abedi Bwanika naga nti eyo pulogulaamu nkyamu. Kibadde tebannatuukako kwe kutegeera. Kakati ebbanga lino lyemmaze emyaka 5 ndimaze nga ngezesa pulogulaamu zange mu bannayuganda bennyini, era mmanyi nti baatuuse ku kiseera ekyo.
Pulogulaamu nga ki?
Ntegeeza bannayuganda ekisooka eno ensi ngagga, ensi gye bayita Uganda, newankubadde tusula mu bwavu. Uganda obugagga bwaffe GDP kye bayita gross domestic product, obugagga bwonna goods and services ziri biliyoni 25 eza dola. Omugagga asinga obugagga mu nsi yonna Bill Gates ayina biliyoni 7.9, tukubisaamu obugagga emirundi 3.
Ng'eggwanga lyonna
wateeka okuba nga waliwo eyatuloga okusigala ku level eyo.
Oli pasita tukkiriza teri yaloga Uganda.
Wateeka okuba nga abantu okubanga omuntu omu mu nsi asinga abantu miliyoni 35 obugagga, wateeka okubeerawo ekikyamu. Ekyo ekikyamu kyekireeta Dr. Abedi Bwanika. Tuyina ekazi z'ettaka obukadde 4, tuyina amazzi ennyanja abalala gye batalina ezirimibwako. Ensi gye bayita Vietnam tubasinga amazzi, batunda ebyennyanja bya biliyoni $7 buli mwaka mu katale k'ensi yonna. ffe tetuweza wadde ne biliyoni naye nga amazzi tugalina. Obugagga wano bwe tulina bwetaaga muntu ategeera enkola esobola okubugjayo abantu bagaggawale.
Omanyi abantu bambi bakutunuulira 26 abantu nabawuliranga 210 bambi Abedi byayogera birungi naye mu kiseera kino he's not the right man. Tunuulira banno boovuganya nabo Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ku mulundi guno kwegaseeko Mama Mbabazi Dr. Kizza Besigye abasajja abo bali formidable b'amaanyi ku ground.
Amaanyi gali mu muntu akuba akalulu gwe kye weetaaga nga nze omunoonyi w'akalulu kwe kwanja pulogulaamu yange bannayuganda gye bamaze okugezesa nenjiteeka mu bantu. Amaanyi tegali tetuze kusitula buzito. Bw'oba oyagala kusitula buzito ogenda mu byaggolola. Gano amaanyi ga bwongo ga bannayuganda kuwa kalulu. Kakati si maanyi nti twagala kulabira mu kabokisi. Nze manyi nti omulundi guno bannayuganda maze ekiseera nga ntunda pulogulaamu yange bajja kumpa akalulu.
Funza manifesto yo Abedi mu ddakiika emu.
Manifesto yange ekwata ku nnyingo ziringanga 4 enkulu. Ekisooka y'ennyingo y'education. Tetusobola kukyusa ikonomi ya Uganda abantu mwe batalina mirimu nga tetukyusiza education. Abaana baffe twagala kubafuula abantu abalowooza, abantu abali ba innovators abasobola okuyiiya batondewo emirimu. Ekyo kigenda tutwalira okukyusa education okuva mu kindergarten paka ku university. Bye basoma, ababasomesa ne gye basomera ne bye bakozesa. Ekyokubiri twagala kuddira ebintu Katonda bye yatuwa bye tulinamu enkizo, agriculture, tourism, ekifo kyaffe mu masekati g'ogubangirizi gwe bayita Great Lakes region tubikozese tusobole okugenda mu katale k'ensi yonna. Akatale k'ensi yonna ogendayo na goods and services n'okomawo ne ssente gye tunaakoma okuyimba ebyo bye tumaze nga tuyimba okuva 62 tuyimba. Kampuni gye bayita Walmart yatandika mu 62. Abannannyini abataano kakati ba director buli omu mugagga okusinga Uganda. Buli omu omukyala asinga obugagga kakati Kriste ayina biliyoni 4 naye yatandika 62. Ffe abatandika 62 oli omusajja gwe bayita Walton yeewola okuva mu musajja amuzaalira omukyala emitwalo 2 egya dola kakati ba biliyoniya. Kiki ekyatuuka ku Uganda? Kubanga twogera ku luguudo naye bye tuteeka okukola okutuusa nga tukoze Dr. Abedi Bwanika byayogera Uganda tenatambula.
Ebyo mu 2016 February 18 abantu bagenda kuba akalulu bisobola kufunira abalonzi bameka ku balonzi obukadde 15 bwe tulina.
Abalonzi obukadde 15 mu mwaka 2011 abalonzi miliyoni 6 tezaalonda. Ekyo nakyo njagala kikuddiza. Tukyalina abalonzi ab'okutegeeza
ebyogamba binaabakomyawo abataalonda.
Bajja kulonda. Ntambudde eggwanga mu myaka 5 abantu ne mbategeeza byenjogera ne babigezesa ne babiteeka mu nkola. Waliwo abantu abagaggawadde abakyusizza obulamu bwabwe olw'ebyo olwa pulogulaamu za Dr. Abedi Bwanika. Abo nina bangi.
Tumaliriza Dr. Mbadde omanyi opposition mweyawuddemu nnyo mweyogerera kino ne kiri katono nnyo mu ddakiika ng'emu. Mbadde ne mbidde mukasa ssaawa zibadde nga 7 emisana nanga Abedi oyo gwolaba NRM yemuleeta kuba erinnya lye lirina okusooka waggulu beewala Mama Mbabazi okusooka waggulu. Olugambo olwo obadde oluwulira? Bazeeyi baffe baali bagezi. Namugambye Abedi ajja agenda kukiklarify.
Muzeeyi wange yali mugezi yategeera ebinaaba mu maaso nampa amannya 2 nga gonna galina omugaso. Yamanya nti ejja kwetaagisa ne B ejja kwetaagisa
alphabetically.
Twazaalibwa bazeeyi bagezi. Kakati NRM terina kyekwataganya linnya lyange. Certificate zange zonna ziriko Abedi Bwanika. NRM yajja jjojjuuzi nze nazaalibwa 67 nga NRM tennaba.
Tewaliwo ddiiru bw'ekyo.
Sirina bwe nkwatagana kibiina.
Tweyanza Dr. Abedi Bwanika akulira People's Development Party PDP. Akabonero kaabwe kidde mumujjukire mu February 2016 olunaku lujja kuba lwa 18. Webale nnyo NTV akawungeza ekyagenda mu maaso.
Webale nnyo munafe Frank Walosimbi. Ebyo nno bye bigambo by'omukulu oyo Abedi Bwanika. Tumuyanziza akadde katuwadde. Nange wano mu studio esooka ndi ne Ssemujju Nganda, Ibrahim Ssemujju Nganda ng'ono avudde mu FDC. Nkumbe gweyogerera FDC kati?
Mulimu gwange gusukka okwogera. Nze
ebitiibwa bimaleeyo
for media and publicity. Nze mu kugwayamba FDC mu byokwogera munda waayo n'okwogeraganya n'eggwanga n'ebweru.
Tubalabye muvudde Nambole Nakivubo. Embeera badde yakayisa nnyo kyo kikyo omuntu ayinza okugamba abaffe nga mususse.
Abantu nabagambye ne ku Mande olunaku lwaleero ebadde bbinu ly'okuwandiisa pulezidenti w'abantu era abantu ebbinu abantu byonna bitukoze olwaleero bikoleddwa abantu kyovudde olaba Kano Besigye abamutonedde sente abamutonedde entebe tetubawadde seranyanyi okubeebaza ekiriisize bbino amagye ne baba bagenda ku lutalo bagenda bayimba moto n'awaaka oyinza okuwuza nti banadda ne babika nti ate abiri gafiiriddeyo campaign zetugendamu z'omundi guno twagala bannayuganda baba bazitambuza Kano Besigye nga akulembera bakulembere
ng'essira mulitadde ku ki
essira liri ku bintu bisatu okusookera ddala kununula obuyinza obw'abantu obwawambibwa nga bwola abantu mu Uganda balonda mu Kampala balonda Erias Lukwago ne bamugoba mu ofiisi n'olwekyo bwe tugenda mu bululu buno bwe tukuba Moses Kasiba nti yawangula Lubaga North n'amala omwaka mulamba nga tali mu Parliament ne Musinga Katongole tuli ku mmase y'abo abalina obuyinza abala obululu basobola okudikira yali nga tawangudde ne bwogenda mu bitongole ebirala bya gavumenti so twagala kusooka kununula buyinza nga bwe kiri mu nsi endala bannayuganda bwebadde mu ngalo zaabwe kampeyini eno kwegenda okutambula omala obadda mu ngalo zaabwe ensonga egenda okuddako ya total transformation okutereeza eggwanga lino nagenda mu ddwaliro n'asangayo eddagala 1961 abafuzi b'amatwale nga tebanava wano batukwasa mulago olwaleero mulago ne ssente ezigenda ogiddaabiriza miliyoni za $10 twazeewozebwewoze
n'ebyo muzze mubyogera abantu ng'akalulu kavaayo ng'ate mugudde ku luno muli bagumu nti mugenda kawuuta
akalulu kano badde tugwa kubadde ebyokulabirako Lukwago yawangula bamugoba ali bweru Kasibante n'awangula ne balangirira Singa
anti ffe tukkiririza mu bifulumya
twagala kulwanirira buyinza obwo nga awangudde yalangirirwa bwe tuzzeeko kyenkugambye ekyokulaakulanya eggwanga lino n'ensonga ey'okusatu okulaakulanya okwo kubune buli munnayuganda kweyagaliremu ababala ebyenfuna bakuŋŋaanya ssente zonna eziri mu Uganda bazigabiramu abantu n'atalina ne bamuwa ne bagamba nti Uganda nti erina biliyoni za $27 buli munansi alina $7 naye ne weesanga mu Uganda olwaleero bw'osoma ebitabo abantu miliyoni 10 bwali ekyemisana talya kyaggulu nze constituency gyenkiikirira ey'ekireka kira kya Dono East abantu batambuza bigere nga talina ssente 10 zimuleeta mu kibuga so ebyo twagala okuddako
n'ebyo gavumenti si ebireeta abantu ffe oba banafu tebagala kukola bukozi gavumenti munenya
obuvunaanyizibwa kiringanga naye bw'onaabeera ewuwo ng'oli muzadde noga nti abaana tebagala kukola ensonga lwaki tewali kyaggulo gwe okulira ewaka nze nakula ne kitange nga musajja mulimi yatukulembera nitugenda netulima netunda amatooke twatunda enkota 48 netwawulako eza school fees nezikola ewaka naye ku kyalo kwabeeranga katatunda n'emune ng'atunza n'ekibanja obunene so n'olwekyo obuvunaanyizibwa bwa gavumenti era ekisabibwa obuvunaanyizibwa bwa bannayuganda bonna babukuŋŋaanya wamu ne babuwa omuntu akulembera gavumenti abukozese bulungi nga bw'obeera ng'oli manija wa kampani ne baga nti tukolere ssente bannanyini n'ogenda babulira nti ze zivuddemu so bino bisobokera ddala mu nsi endala gyebiri
akadde katutwaliriza mukuwumbawumba okwegatta omuganda agamba ng'emaanyi naye ate mweyawudde mugenda kuwangula mutya kuba bagamba gali awamu ge galuma ennyama tulaba Mbabazi Besigye ate lwaki temwegatta wamu ne mufrontinga omuntu omu
abantu mwai mu 1981 around January kuba okunda kwali kwa December yeegatta n'abantu omu ali Professor Yusuf Lwe ne bagenda mu nsiko ne balwana ne buli kati naddulyaga ntwakola endagaano mu Kasaka okwegatta kuteekwa okuba nga kuliwo mu bulambulukufu ekyokubiri mwegatta kukola ki okwegatta okujjako Museveni kiyinza okubeera ekyangu ebiddiya ne bibeera ebizibu nga bwolaba beegatta ne Museveni n'okutereeza eggwanga oli ajja nanga nange mumpeemu mwaka kisa nange mvugemu kino ekintu ffe ebiruubirirwa byaffe byawukana twagala mu Uganda mbeeremu accountability twagala abantu abali mu gavumenti nga tebakulembeza famire zaabwe twagala ebyobulimi bikulaakulanya naye oyinza okugamba nti nze ebintu nga bwe biri bitambula bulungi mu kimpe nkiwongereyo obwongezi mu maaso twagala kwawukanako naawe twagala munnayuganda yeegalire mu ggwanga nabadde mu nsi gye bayita Seychelles eri awo mu Indian Ocean ng'omuntu asembayo okufuna omusaala omutono afuna emitwalo 9 bebeera mu ddiiro naye ng'ekulembera eri mu Africa
naye bino byonna Museveni agaye Besigye yali mu gavumenti kiki lwaki amagezi yali tagawa bifo
toyinza kubeera headmaster n'onenya abasomesa owekitiibwa Jesse Muyingo yava St Joseph Nagalamanaje Namugongo w'enkiikirira n'asanga bafuna first grade 12 n'atereeza essomero olwayo buli agenda Namugongo afuna first grade bava ne mu first grade ne batukulina grade ezisinga obulungi essomero headmaster omu ajja n'akyusa essomero kati headmaster gwe tulina mubi naye ate atandika kunenya bantu nti Besigye gwe wasomesanga nasale Mbabazi gwasomesanga P1 yenyini teyetunuulira buvunaanyizibwa bwe nga headmaster.
Okay, tweyanziza nnyo omukulu Ibrahim Semju Nganda ayogerera ekibiina ki FDC ategeezezza munda n'ebweru waakyo. Twebayanza mukulu akadde k'otwadde tubaagaliza ebirungi byereere. Katweyongereyo olwaleero okukakasa abagala okuvuganyako obwa president lwe kukomekkerezeddwa ng'abantu 8 be bagenda okuvuganya. Abakakasiddwa olwaleero mubaddemu Dr. Kano Kizza Besigye, Abed Bwanika, Joseph Mabirizi, General Benon Biraro ne Maureen Chalia. Bano begasse kubasusuddwamu eggulo okuli Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Amama Mbabazi ne Venatius Baryamuleba. Ye Charles Lwanga Bale eyagobeddwa olunaku lwajjo n'olwaleero alemereddwa okusunsulwa olw'ebiwandiiko bye okubaako akabuuza.
nga bwe gwabadde olunaku lw'eggulo Charles Bale Lwanga bwe yalemereddwa okutuukiza obukwakkulizo bw'akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ne leero bwe gutyo bwe gubadde. Ono wadde olwaleero abukeerezza nkokola okuleeta ebiwandiiko bye akakiiko gye kakomekkerezza nga kabigaanye.
There are no games in this exercise. No games in this exercise. I think we have given you enough natural justice. Oblige to the law. I want to thank you for aspiring. I don't foresee another opportunity today, unless it's by miracle.
They don't even give me an opportunity okola gy'okuzitunuuliramu. Kati what happens nze sente zange zensasudde ki ekiddirira? If they say bwe bagamba nti sisasudde nga payment egize then kati nze what do I do with my money?
Katemba mu kusunsulwamu abeesimbyewo olwaleero yeeyongedde okweyolekera wano e Namboole era ng'eyeesimbyewo okubiri asanze akadde akazibu okukakasa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ku lw'ebiwandiiko bye. Abadde omukyala yekka ali mu lukano luno Maureen Chalia ng'ono akakiiko kaganya ebiwandiiko bye olw'okuba nti amannya agali ku biwandiiko bye eby'obuyigirize tegakwatagana nago agali ku biwandiiko byawaddeyo.
Has inconsistencies in her names on the A-level certificate as well as the national ID. So we are asking her to pursue the course of action. Otherwise, we don't know who we are going to nominate.
Nkiza leero tinazaalibwa ndi Chalia, nakola senior 4 ndi Chalia, nakola senior 6 ndi Chalia, kati ate nkaddiye ndi Walube ne baŋŋamba naye nga ffe empapula zo za Chalia ate kati otugamba gwe Walube.
Ate ye General Benon Biraro kabula kata alemerwa okutuukiriza obudde bw'abadde alina okutuukirako e Namboole ono atuuse ku ssaawa e Namboole ng'ebula eddakiika 3 okusunsulwa mu kukomekkerezebwe. Kyokka oluvannyuma lw'okuwaayo ebiwandiiko bye era bwe bityo ne bikakasibwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda ono naye akakasiddwa okuvuganya ku bwa pulezidenti. Ngono gwe mulundi gwe ogwokusatu ng'agezaako okutwala entebe y'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga naye akakasiddwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda okuvuganya ku bwa pulezidenti.
Declare Abed Bwanika a duly nominated candidate for presidential elections 2016.
Mu kusooka muna FDC Dr. Kizza Besigye awerekeddwako ebikonge mu FDC yaleesewo akajagalalo e Namboole nga kyavudde ku muwendo gw'abantu abamuwerekeddeko. Besigye asembedde omwami ayitibwa Anne Kalit so nga ate omukyala Nuru Nakalema yasembye erinnya lye. Yamusembye Kizza Besigye, Abedi Bwanika, Joseph Mbaziira, Benon Biraro baliko bwe bagenda okuteekako essira.
I will endeavor to see that we have a national peace team somewhere and district peace teams to talk to our people. We do not want foreigners to come here and tell us how to be peaceful.
Ensoma yaffe n'entegeka y'okusoma olwaleero tekkiriza bantu kulowooza, tekkiriza bantu kuvumbula. Abantu batuuka mu yunivasite ne mu college nga baakoowa dda.
Mulimu gwa kununula buyinza bwaffe gwe mulimu ogusooka gwe tukulembeza mu kampeyini eno gye tuyingiddemu.
Ennaku ez'okusunsulwamu abo abavuganya ku ennaku ez'okusunsulwamu eri abo abavuganya ku ntebe y'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga zaali 2 era nga abantu 10 be bali basuubirwa wano akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kyokka ku bano 8 bokka be bakakasiddwa bwebugendedde okuzibira olwaleero. Omu ku bo Nassantege Sebagala embeera yamusukkako era bw'atyo olwokano n'aluvaamu so nga ate Charles Lwanga Bale ye empapula ze ziganiddwa akakiiko k'ebyokulonda. Julius Senkandwa
webale nnyo Julius Senkandwa nawe ekityo katuwumulemu katono ate nzire n'ekitundu ekyokubiri omuli n'endowooza zammwe tovaawo. Okunoonya akalulu abavuganya ku ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga amazina gabayuza. Ensi n'ebyewuunyisa, lindirira olabe lwaki tosaanye kuliraanya bisolo na mmundu. Solo kumba bweridduka teritunula mabega. Ensolo etalina mwana teyeefiirayo. Akabi bwe kagirumba efa ku kutaasa bulamu bwayo kyokka. N'abantu nabo bwe batyo bwe bali. Omuntu atalina mwana kyafaako kyokka y'engeri gy'atambuzaamu obulamu bwe.
Okwekakasa kw'olunaku lwonna.
New day, beautiful sunshine, bringing joy, love, and laughter. In Africa, life is good. Can you feel it pounding in your soul? Can you hear the noise in the air? Hakuna Matata. Happy people dance to the beat. Let us celebrate. We're gonna celebrate. Celebrate.
Riham Cola. Taste it, believe it.
Traveling along on this road of ours, you need to be 100% alert and ensure that your passengers enjoy a safe journey.
With Royal Foam mattress, I'm guaranteed a perfect rest and a great new start every day.
After a long day's bending, there is only one mattress that comforts my back. Royal Foam mattress. We all sleep on Royal Foam.
Royal Foam
mattress.
Sleep on Royal Foam mattresses for quality and durability. Uganda sleeps on Royal Foam mattresses. Royal Foam has been Uganda's leading mattress for over 20 years and is winner of the 2015 People's Choice Award. Royal Foam, quality that lasts. Manufactured by Mega Industries Uganda Limited.
Ogambye okozesezza sente mmeka okubira kaddeemuko nusu ssatu buli katikiti. Kyogamba towuliranga ku Airtel Zone? Beera mwate naawe.
Weeyunge ku zooni eya ddala kw'onaasasuliranga sente zitatuuka nusu ssatu buli katikitiki ng'okuba amasimu nyiga star *135# okweyunga ku Airtel Zone olwaleero.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
Ekiseera ky'omwaka nga kino kinzibuwalira nga Thomas addayo mu kisulo. Nina okumuwa buli kye yeetaaga. Kinkakatako alabirirwe wadde siriiyo kumulabirira. Thomas, weetegese! Bannange Thomas, nina kye neerabidde okuwa. Bulijjo musibira Chapanyota ye sabbuuni gwe neesiga ate nga mmukozesa buli lunaku. Bw'atyo awulirira ddala ng'ali eka buli w'agenda.
Chapanyota, sabbuuni asookerwako buli maama.
When we say our promise to support you will never change, we mean that we will be there with you when it all starts. There with you as you see them through school. With you when you first ignite your dream car. There to encourage you through your investments. There with you to experience the joy of buying your own home. There to reassure you when you retire. We will be there with you in all your life's changing moments. At ICA Group, we believe in promises that last a lifetime. That is why our insurance, pensions, and investment solutions are tailored to support you through life's changing moments.
Stand up and start your day. Stand up and never give up. But on those days I suddenly can't stand up. Make it change, time's up.
Evangelist Semugo ogambye nti ensonga Bedi gye yayogeddeko nkulu nnyo, tetwagala bugwenyufu bw'abeeru mu ggwanga lyaffe. Evangelist Semugoma Francisco eyo yenteesaayo so nga talemwa Ryan Rogers ogambye nti basookere kukudduukirira amalwaliro ssaako n'amasomero g'omu byalo kubanga gali mu mbeera mbi nnyo. Talemwa Ryan webale kuteesa. Kizito Timothy ogambye nti obukulembeze buddeko ne mu bitundu ebirala nga mu masekkati ebuvanjuba ne mu mambuka. Kizito Tony yendowoozayo. Kigongo Mati Kruni agambye nti beesimbeewo naye kasita tebeerabira ffe abawansi ababawa obululu. Kanjira Nsembyayo Enoch Kato essira balisimbe ku kuddaabulula ebitongole bya gavumenti byonna. Mwebale nnyo bannaffe okuteesa.
Samona Hair Relaxer ne Samona Hair Food asangibwa wonna. Jukira endabikayo ky'ekitiibwa kyo.
Joseph Mabirizi ng'ono y'omu ku beesimbyewo okuvuganya ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga. Bannayuganda abawadde essuubi nti bwe banaamulonda ebyobulamu ye kwagenda okusinga okusesera.
Uganda teyagala bali babisiyaga. Uganda tewagira kulya bisiyaga. Uganda tewagira buspongo bwa bikukujju mukazi na mukazi, musajja na musajja. Uganda tekiwagira. Muleke kwaniriza ssente za bisiyaga ziva wabweru. Naye akalulu kategeke ng'ogamba nti ku luno lwokka omulaalo kola ki? Bano ababadde eno nga batudde bateesa London. Uganda yafuna independence oba tegifuna? Lwaki tukkiriza abazungu era basigale nga batuteeseza? Mmwe temulaba bannayuganda ffe abali wano abeeteeseteese abava mu mmwe abamanyi ebizibu byammwe?
Joseph Mabirizi ng'ayogerako eri abawagizi be. nga wakayita olunaku lumu lwokka President Museveni ng'amaze okusunsulwamu akakiiko k'ebyokulonda okuvuganya ku kifo ky'obukulembeze bw'eggwanga ku kkaadi ya NRM abavubuka abawangulwa mu kamyufu k'ekibiina basudde buto enkundi. Bano baagala Museveni era nga ye ssentebe w'ekibiina alagira akakiiko k'ebyokulonda mu NRM okusazaamu okulonda kwonna